Chapter 274, Dark Gold Treasure Chest. The presence of a monster doesn't necessarily mean it's a good thing, Feng said, a bitter smile on his face as he looked at the three-headed wolf guarding the entrance of the Crystal Pathway. Crystal Warwolf, Lord rank. Level 25. HP 300, 000/300, 000. Compared to a dungeon boss, a field boss of the same rank was much more powerful. Moreover, in order to counter Zerg tactics, God's Domain had set it so that field bosses would have their combat power and HP increased in proportion to the number of players participating in the battle generally. The optimum number of players required to raid a Lord-ranked field boss was around 10 to 20, unless, of course, it was a special boss. However, judging from the appearance of the Crystal Warwolf before them, Feng felt that it should not be a special boss. In other words, at least 10 players were needed to raid this boss. To make matters worse, the Crystal Warwolf was a level 25 monster, while nobody in Feng's group had even reached level 20. The resulting level suppression would be dire. Of those present, aside from Feng, who had the Abyssal Blade, which allowed him to fully ignore this level suppression, only Aqua Rose possessed a piece of equipment with the Ignore levels attribute. Even so, her equipment only allowed her to ignore up to 3 levels. Aqua Rose herself was only at level 17 right now, and a level suppression of 5 levels would not be easy for her to deal with. As for Fire Dance, there was nothing to say, of course. Every cloud had a silver lining. Since the boss guarding the Crystal Pathway was very strong, it meant that the things beyond the pathway was equally important. Moreover, Feng also discovered a treasure chest sitting beside the pathway. This treasure chest was a dark gold treasure chest, and Feng's heart burned with a fiery passion as he looked at it. The loot he could get from this dark gold treasure chest would be much better than the loot from the boss. Before him, we won't be able to defeat a level 20 lord with just the 3 of us alone. We'll need to call for reinforcements. Aqua Rose's eyes glowed with excitement when she looked at the Crystal Warwolf before her. It was extremely difficult for players to meet with a field boss. They would definitely make a huge profit after killing it. Not to mention, there was also the treasure chest the Crystal Warwolf was guarding, following which Aqua Rose temporarily logged off the game to contact Blackie, who was at the Zero Wing workshop, telling him to bring the main force of Zero Wing to the Purple Sun Mansion and enter the staircase to the basement, in order to meet up with them at the Forgotten Lands. Meanwhile, Feng ceaselessly observed the Crystal Warwolf and the surrounding terrain, trying to think of a strategy to raid the boss. 10 minutes later, Aqua Rose logged back into the game. How did it go? When will they be arriving? Feng asked. They were already at the Purple Sun Mansion. However, no matter what they tried, they can't seem to find the entrance to this map. Aqua Rose said, slight disappointment showing on her face. If so, the appearance of the entrance should be random, Feng said, lapsing in his silent contemplation. After a while, he shifted his sights to the Crystal Warwolf and added, it seems we can only depend on ourselves to defeat this boss. Hearing Feng's conclusion, both Aqua Rose and Fire Dance immediately thought that Feng had gone insane. He was actually suggesting they deal with this Crystal Warwolf before them. They had neither an MT nor a healer in the party right now. With just 3 damage dealers, how were they supposed to deal with a level 25 Lord rank boss that had a height of over 10 meters? Although both girls knew of Feng's unrivaled strength, a Lord rank boss was still not something that could be defeated with just 3 players. We are only giving it a try. In any case, we can't just stay stuck in this place forever, right? Moreover, even if we do die, it is a good chance to check whether or not we can actually leave this place after dying. We'll be killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Feng joked. Guild leader, you decide what we should do then, Fire Dance said with high spirits. Aqua Rose sighed helplessly. All right then, I'll join in as well. We can't just fight this Crystal Warwolf head on. The only choice we have is to kite it. I'll act as bait. Aqua Rose, you'll be the main damage dealer. Fire Dance, you'll be responsible for restricting its movements as much as possible. After some consideration, Feng settled on this strategy. Although he could no longer equip the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, his agility was still over 200 points. Moreover, his equipment also provided additional movement speed. His movement speed was definitely faster than a level 25 Lord. Combining those with his keen reactions, out of the 3 players in the party, he was definitely the most suited to be the bait following which Feng gave Fire Dance plenty of basic frost grenades and intermediate frost grenades, letting her use them as she saw fit. Fire Dance never thought Feng would possess such good items. With the frost grenades, Feng would have a much higher chance of success at kiting the boss after the 3 of them were in position. Feng retrieved the blazing meteor from his waist. Standing at a distance of 40 yards from the crystal werewolf, Feng aimed the throwing weapon at the boss and threw its shio. The blazing meteor streaked through the air and pierced the crystal werewolf's eye, causing minus 651 damage to it. Compared to a one-handed sword, Feng's damage with the throwing weapon was much higher. AO. The crystal werewolf let out an agonized wail with bloodshot eyes. The crystal werewolf glared at the direction where the throwing weapon came from. As a result of its actions, however, the blazing meteor, which was still lodged in its eye, damaged the visual organ even further, causing an additional burst of minus 1,300 damage. The crystal werewolf was utterly angered now, and using its powerful hind legs, it leaped and charged at Feng immediately. Feng turned around and ran. Everything was just like Feng had guessed. His speed was just a tad faster than the crystal werewolf's. However, in order to avoid having Aqua Rose's and Fire Dance's aggro on the boss exceed his, which would in turn lead to the crystal werewolf attacking the 2 girls, Feng needed to constantly send attacks at the boss to strengthen his aggro on it. As a result, the crystal werewolf would oftentimes catch up and attack him. The crystal werewolf's attacks were extremely powerful. A single swipe from its paws could easily shatter the floor, resulting in fist-sized rubble flying everywhere. Fortunately, Feng always managed to nimbly evade the crystal werewolf's razor-sharp claws at the very last second, before pulling away from the boss and attacking it once more. Feng's attacks were only meant as a provocation. Aqua Rose was the true damage dealer this time around. After the Demon's Castle raid, Aqua Rose had 2 dark gold ranked items on her person. Of the 2, one was even a dark gold ranked staff of the finest quality. Aqua Rose's damage right now was already considerably high. If not for Blackie outshining her with the epic ranked Mavis's Guard, Aqua Rose would definitely have the highest single output damage in the guild as Feng ran around the perimeter with the crystal werewolf chasing after him. Aqua Rose stood in the center and blasted frost arrows and frost spears on the crystal werewolf's body. Not only could these spells reduce movement speed, each of these spells also dealt over minus 500 damage to the boss. If not due to the level suppression of 5 levels, her spells would definitely deal over minus 800 damage. Fortunately, unlike Feng, who could only attack intermittently, Aqua Rose could attack continuously and deal a constant stream of damage to the boss on the other side. Fire Dance kept inflicting the bleeding debuff and using poisons that reduced movement speed on the boss with the 2 movement speed reduction effects stacked together. The crystal werewolf slowed down significantly also. Whenever the crystal werewolf got too close to Feng, Fire Dance would immediately throw a frost grenade at the boss, freezing it. However, as the crystal werewolf was a Lord-ranked boss, the freezing effect of the frost grenades was greatly diminished, lasting no more than 3 seconds. Sometimes it lasted for only 1 short second. However, when experts exchanged moves, it took only an instant to reach a conclusion. So 1 second was more than enough for Feng to pull a great distance away from the boss. Although the 3 of them dealt only a small amount of damage, the HP of the crystal werewolf continuously rose and fell. After more than a dozen minutes passed, the crystal werewolf had only 30% of its 300,000 HP remaining. By simple estimates, the boss would die in less than 10 minutes. The crystal werewolf went berserk. Just like a deflated balloon, its towering body, which was over 10 meters in height, suddenly shrank. Within moments, the boss became much smaller than it was before. Not good. This is the type of berserk that discards power for speed. Feng had encountered plenty of such bosses in the past. Hence, the moment he witnessed the crystal werewolf's transformation, he immediately recognized the boss for what it was. Fire Dance. Keep on using the frost grenades to slow it down. Understood. Fire Dance knew that this was a crucial period. Hence, she tossed out the frost grenades in her hands one after another without pause, however. Something unexpected happened aside from the frost grenades dealing much less damage than before. Both their movement speed reduction and freezing effects were completely useless against the boss in the blink of an eye. The shrunken crystal werewolf appeared before Feng. It brandished its claws. Its 3 heads bared the fangs in its mouths, and it bit down at him. Although Feng managed to deftly evade the 3 jaws clamping down on him, he failed to evade one of the paws that quickly followed. Suddenly, Feng's entire person was sent flying for more than 10 yards, and a frightening damage of more than -2,100 appeared above his head. Feng felt as if his chest had caved in. When he received the attack, Feng's HP instantly fell to a dangerous level, his previously green HP bar turning into a bright red. Chapter 275, 7 Luminaries Key. The moment Feng landed on the ground, the crystal werewolf arrived at his back like a savage gale. Without giving Feng any chance to defend, the 3 heads of the crystal werewolf opened their jaws to bite down on Feng guild leader. Fire Dance was greatly shocked. Immediately, she closed in on the crystal werewolf, sending a 3-star kidney strike to its body. However, even a controlling skill like kidney strike had no effect on the crystal werewolf. Just as the fangs of the crystal werewolf were about to close on Feng's head, Feng managed to cross his swords and execute parry in the nick of time. Boom. The floor beneath Feng instantly cracked from the force. What a strong fellow. Feng laughed bitterly. Although parry allowed players to block the physical damage of an attack, it did not neutralize the force of the impact. There was no healer in the party right now. If Feng ate another attack, he would definitely lose his life from this brief exchange. Feng had also gotten a general understanding of how much more powerful the crystal werewolf had become. In Feng's estimation, although the crystal werewolf had not received much of an increase in terms of strength, its current speed was at least 30% faster than before it went berserk at this moment. Only by equipping the Heavenly Dragon's Breath could Feng have a chance at grasping victory. Otherwise, he would only receive unilateral abuse from the boss, unfortunately. Although reaching 200 points in agility was a simple task, it was not easy for a swordsman like Feng to attain 120 points in intelligence. Moreover, very few plate armor equipment meant for swordsmen had the intelligence attribute on it. Those that did would be considered garbage equipment. Seeing that its attack had failed to kill its prey, the crystal werewolf immediately rotated its body, its diamond-like tail whipping at Feng as it did so, as parry was still on cooldown. Feng had no choice but to activate one of his life-saving skills. Defensive Blade was currently at level 4, and it protected Feng from 9 range attacks or 4 melee attacks. Defensive Blade was a skill that provided complete immunity to any attack, be it damage or the resulting impact. Was one of the must-have basic combat skills for swordsmen. As for why Feng had chosen to use parry first instead of Defensive Blade, it was for the sole purpose of determining the combat power of the berserk crystal werewolf. Only by experiencing the force of the impact could Feng make the best judgment. Meanwhile, the conclusion Feng arrived at was to face the crystal werewolf head-on. If he tried to escape, he would only die faster, following which he raised the abyssal blade up in the air. Green electric arcs surrounded the body of the sword as it moved to meet with the snowy, sharp claws of the crystal werewolf. Thundering flash. The green electric arcs pierced the crystal werewolf's body, causing -572, -1,623, and -1,204 damage to it. Although only 1 out of the 3 arcs achieved a critical hit, the attack also managed to trigger the curse of the abyssal blade, inflicting the Doom Curse on the crystal werewolf. Immediately, all of the crystal werewolf's attributes were reduced by 20%. Suddenly, the berserk crystal werewolf that had had its agility increased by 30% was weakened greatly. However, Feng was still not done with his attacks. He activated Phantom Kill right away, his doppelganger appearing beside the crystal werewolf. Shortly after, Feng's doppelganger started sending a barrage of attacks at the Crystal Werewolf as well, although the doppelganger only had 50% of Feng's attributes. It had fully inherited the skill Feng had learned, yet, despite having greatly reduced the Crystal Werewolf speed, Feng still did not have an easy time evading its attacks. Having no other choice, Feng activated Gravity Liberation. Feng's body instantly became as light as a feather, and like a spirited monkey, he dodged the originally unavoidable attack wind blade. Immediately, Feng's attack speed increased even further. Double chop, Earth Splitter, Thunder Flame Explosion. Skills blasted on the Crystal Werewolf one after another, each dealing over -1,000 damage. Although the Crystal Werewolf's attacks became stronger and its speed much faster after going berserk, these improvements came at the price of its defense being weakened. Combined with the 20% damage amplification effect of Thundering Flash, the damage the Crystal Werewolf received became a lot higher than before. Fire Dance's and Aqua Rose's attacks also landed at this point, so the Crystal Werewolf's HP fell sharply. By the time the 30-second duration of Gravity Liberation was almost over, the Crystal Werewolf only had 10% of its HP remaining. Just as the effect of Gravity Liberation was about to end, Feng executed 9 Dragon Slash. 9 Phantoms of the Abyssal Blade appeared behind Feng, and all of them shot towards the Crystal Werewolf. Meanwhile, just as an attack from the Crystal Werewolf was about to land on Feng swapped positions with his doppelganger. Upon being relocated, the doppelganger immediately used Parry and Defensive Blade to repel the Crystal Werewolf's attacks. Each Phantom of the Abyssal Blade had high attack power, and each of them could deal over -150 damage every time they struck at the Crystal Werewolf. In total, the 9 Phantoms dealt over -1,300 damage to the Crystal Werewolf every second. Meanwhile, there were 28 seconds before the effect of 9 Dragons Slash ended. After having used up both of its life-saving skills, Parry and Defensive Blade, the doppelganger received a direct hit from the Crystal Werewolf's claws. Alas, the doppelganger only had 50% of Feng's attributes, so it died on the spot. However, the doppelganger had earned a lot of time for Feng. With the doppelganger gone, the Crystal Werewolf shifted its attention back to Feng's actual body. Feng activated Wind Walk again without hesitation. He then whirled around and ran. Fortunately, with his movement speed increased by 30%, Feng was still a tad faster than the Crystal Werewolf, which was still under the 20% attribute reduction effect of the Doom Curse. Thus, the kiting strategy began once more under Aqua Rose's and Fire Dance's constant barrage. The Crystal Werewolf's HP fell lower and lower. 9%, 8%, 7%. By the time the effect of Feng's Windwalk was about to end, the Crystal Werewolf only had 3% of its HP remaining. It should be about time. At this moment, Feng stopped running. He then turned to face the Crystal Werewolf, pointing the Abyssal Blade at the monster Abyssal Bind. 9 snake-like chains suddenly surfaced from the floor, instantly binding the Crystal Werewolf. Although the Crystal Werewolf had been immune to the control skills used on it before, its movements were still bound by the pitch-black chains in God's domain. The so-called immunity to control skills did not necessarily make one immune to all control skills. Instead, it simply made one immune to control skills that were below a certain tier. Skills such as Frost Arrow, Ice Sphere, and Kidney Strike were all considered basic skills. In other words, they were Tier 0 skills. As these skills were of the lowest tier, the Crystal Werewolf was completely immune to their effects. As a level 25 Lord, the Crystal Werewolf was immune to any control skills that was below Tier 2. However, Tier 2 or Tier 3 control skills could still restrain it. Although Feng did not know which tier the Abyssal Bind belonged to, it was a skill attached to a magic weapon. In Feng's estimation, it should be at least Tier 3 or above, meaning that it would be effective against all bosses that could possibly appear at this stage of the game. With the Crystal Werewolf completely restrained, Feng took a step forward as he activated his ultimate skill, Flame Burst, which could only be used around once every 4 minutes. Feng's 2 swords were just like miniature suns with the activation of Flame Burst. In the blink of an eye, Feng slashed the crystal werewolf's body 6 times with his swords. 238, minus 4,452, minus 2,198, minus 2,212, minus 4,408, dash 216. The 6 attacks dealt a total of more than minus 17,000 damage, instantly wiping away the crystal werewolf's remaining 3% HP system. Level 25 crystal werewolf killed. Level difference of 7. EXP obtained increased by 700%. Obtained 485,630 EXP. The experience bars of all 3 of them instantly increased by a large chunk. Aqua Rose even advanced to level 18. As for Feng, he had only recently reached level 18, so he was still at level 18 even after killing the crystal werewolf. If he could kill several more of such Lord rank bosses, he would definitely level up very quickly. I never thought a Lord-ranked boss could be killed in such a way as well. This battle was an eye-opener for Aqua Rose in truth. However, if not for Feng being capable of holding a stable aggro on the crystal werewolf, in addition to consistently evading its multitude of attacks, they definitely could not have killed it. Guild leader. Quickly check the loot. As a huge fan of Feng, Fire Dance was not surprised by Feng's ingenuity. She had always believed Feng could lead them to victory. Moreover, Fire Dance was hoping to reach Feng's standards one day. How could she allow herself to falter when faced with a Lord-ranked boss? Feng nodded in reply, promptly going ahead and checking the loot left behind by the crystal werewolf. It can't be, right? How could this boss be so cheap? How could it drop only 1 key and 1 piece of equipment? Aqua Rose immediately grew unhappy when she saw the information shared by Feng. What was even more annoying was that the equipment dropped was only a level 20 fine gold ranked plate armor wrist guard. It wasn't even dark gold rank. Not bad. Don't forget that this 7 Luminaries key can be used up to 3 times to open a dark gold treasure chest. Isn't there a dark gold treasure chest right before us? Feng laughed after Aqua Rose had followed Feng for some time. Unconsciously, her standard for judging items became much higher than before. If it was in the past, Aqua Rose would definitely have forgotten herself in joy if she saw fine gold equipment. Now, however, unless an item was of dark gold rank, it would not even pique her interest. That's right. Aqua Rose shifted her sights towards the distant treasure chest. After the arduous battle, the existence of this dark gold treasure chest had completely slipped her mind. They could get a dark gold equipment at the very minimum if they opened this treasure chest. There was also a small chance for them to obtain an epic ranked items. Aqua Rose did not dare to even hope for one. Chapter 276, Dragonscale set equipment. It's locked as expected. No matter how hard Feng tried, he could not open the dark gold treasure chest. Hence, he retrieved the key he had just obtained from his bag catchak. The lid of the purple gold-colored treasure chest popped open slightly. Multicolored lights escaped between the gap, the lights illuminating even areas that were several hundred yards away. If this treasure chest had been opened out in the fields, it would definitely cause a huge commotion and attract many players to come and snatch it. Fortunately, there was only Feng's group of 3 in the Forgotten Lands after the multicolored lights faded away. Feng reached into the treasure chest. However, he quickly discovered there were only very few items inside. The treasure chest contained a total of 3 items. Of them, 2 were dark gold equipment, while 1 was a forging manual. The 2 dark gold equipment were the crystal armor and the boots of extreme speed crystal armor, chest piece, plate armor, dark gold rank. Level 20. Equipment requirement. Strength 120, Agility 140. Defense plus 140. Strength plus 24, Agility plus 21, Endurance plus 20. Restricted to Swordsman additional passive skill dash. Smart Outbreak. Every time user receives damage, strength and agility increased by 2% for 15 seconds. Stacks up to 5 times, although the basic attributes on this piece of equipment could only be considered at the level of being good. The passive skill that was attached to it was simply amazing. After all, the passive skill could potentially increase a player's strength and agility by 10%. If the wearer of the crystal armor originally had high amounts of strength and agility, the additional attributes provided by Smart Outbreak would be like having equipped an additional piece of equipment at the very least. The only downside to this passive skill was its need for the user to take damage up to 5 times. Although such a condition had made it relatively useless in boss battles, when using grinding monsters in PK, it would definitely provide the wearer of the crystal armor with unspeakable advantages boots of extreme speed, shoes, leather armor, dark gold rank. Level 20. Equipment requirement. Strength 90, Agility 130. Defense plus 143. Strength plus 20, Agility plus 26, Endurance plus 18. Movement speed plus 10. Evasion plus 7. Additional passive skill dash. Rapid movement. Increases movement speed by 12% and agility by 8% in regard to assassins and rangers. The most sought-after attribute for these two classes was agility, followed by strength. Meanwhile, this pair of boots increased the wearer's agility to the extremes. One could even argue that no other level 20 dark gold rank shoes could increase agility as much as the boots of extreme speed could, although these two pieces of dark gold equipment were excellent. They were worth barely a fragment of the true value of this dark gold treasure chest. After all, the item that reflected the true value of the dark gold treasure chest was none other than the forging manual. In addition, it was even a fine gold ranked forging manual. Forging manuals were different from forging designs. In the case of forging designs, only one particular piece of equipment could be made using it. In the case of forging manuals, however, an entire set of equipment could be made using it. This forging manual was meant to produce the level 20 Dragonscale set equipment. There were a total of 6 pieces in this set, and it could be worn by any class that could use plate armor previously. Feng had spent over 100 gold at the Blackwing auction house just to purchase the forging design for the Arclight shield. However, the value of the Arclight shield was far from being comparable to the Dragonscale set equipment. After all, the Dragonscale set equipment was a fine gold ranked set equipment throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Not a single guild had managed to obtain a secret silver ranked set equipment up to now. One could simply imagine the value of a fine gold ranked set equipment. Feng could forge a few sets of the Dragonscale set equipment and give them to the plate armor classes in the guild's main force. When these players walked on the streets wearing the Dragonscale set equipment, one could simply imagine the shock on the other players' faces when they see the set equipment. The members of other guilds would definitely tremble with fear. Just the thought of such a scene was simply exhilarating. However, it would definitely be extremely difficult to forge the Dragonscale set equipment. As it was a set equipment, the difficulty of producing the entire set would be no less than producing a piece of dark gold equipment. Feng was only an advanced forging apprentice right now. Without raising his forging level, producing the Dragonscale set equipment would only be a pipe dream at the very least. He needed to get promoted to an intermediate forger or advanced forger before he had an actual chance of producing the Dragonscale set equipment. I have to raise my forging levels after we return. Feng formed a plan in his mind as he looked at the Dragonscale forging manual. Feng then handed the boots of extreme speed to Fire Dance. Now that Fire Dance had reached level 19, she was only a short distance away from level 20. As for the crystal armor and Dragonscale forging manual, he kept both of them for himself after resting for a short while. Feng's group of 3 entered the crystal pathway. The crystal pathway was so long that one could not see the end of it in a single glance. Moreover, the elemental mana present in this pathway was extremely dense, so much so that it was even visible in the form of an aurora. It was an absolutely stunning sight to behold. Aside from being visually appealing, the dense mana also gave the 3 of them a buff, increasing the magic damage they could deal by 300%. One could simply imagine how dense the elemental mana was in this pathway before they knew it. Feng's group of 3 had walked for more than an hour inside this crystal pathway. When they finally emerged, they were at the base of a huge mountain. When the 3 of them laid eyes on this mountain, they were immediately stunned. This entire mountain can't be made out of 7 Luminaries crystal, right? Aqua Rose stared at the crystal mountain, Her heart filled with immense shock. Aqua Rose had previously visited the Blackwing auction house, so she had seen 7 Luminaries crystal before. It was common knowledge that the 7 Luminaries crystal was one of the best mana-conducting crystals in God's domain. Not only was it extremely rare, its price was even more impressive. Not even White River City, a city with a population of several million, was qualified to use such a precious commodity. Throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom, only the Palace and Starmoon Auction House at the capital city could afford to use a floating platform made out of 7 Luminaries crystal previously. Aqua Rose had believed that the crystal pathway was actually made out of mana crystals. However, the sight of this large mountain and its surrounding environment overturned her previous assumptions. The reason being, it was simply impossible for mere mana crystals to fill their surroundings with such dense elemental mana, resulting in even the formation of 7-colored mana clouds. It should be. Feng nodded blankly. Feng's mind grew heated at the thought of having so much 7 Luminaries crystal on the market. A 7 Luminaries crystal the size of a small residential house could be used to purchase a large town with a population of 50,000, with plenty to spare. Meanwhile, the 7 Luminaries crystal before him was in the form of a mountain, and in terms of size, this mountain could rival even White River City, a city made entirely of 7 Luminaries crystal. Just what sort of concept was this? Even if the entire Starmoon Kingdom was sold, it would not be enough to purchase so much 7 Luminaries crystals. Unfortunately, none of these crystals could be taken away. It was not even possible to pick some to take back if they wished to mine these 7 Luminaries crystals. At the very least, they needed to reach master level in mining. Feng was only at basic apprentice level in mining right now, and not even in his dreams could he mine these 7 Luminaries crystals. 7 Luminaries crystal was even more valuable than gold. Yet, even though so much 7 Luminaries crystals were sitting right before him, he could do nothing but look at it. Feng's heart simply bled at this thought. However, this couldn't be helped. Who would have ever thought there would be so much 7 Luminaries crystals at this place? Feng shook his head, banishing his thoughts. He then moved his sights towards a flight of stairs a short distance away that led to the peak of the mountain, saying, "Let's go up and take a look. We might discover how to unseal this place up there." Fire Dance did not know the true value of 7 Luminaries crystal, hence she barely reacted to it. She had simply been mesmerized by the beauty of this mountain. Aqua Rose, on the other hand, knew full well the value of this mountain. If Fire Dance had not given her a shove, rousing her from her stupor, Aqua Rose would definitely still be immersed in her shock. After all, this entire mountain was a mountain of money. If she could nick even a tiny piece of this mountain, the coins converted from it would be enough to sustain even a first-rate guild for a long time. As the trio traversed the stairs up the mountain, Feng suddenly felt an oppressive pressure bearing down on him. Moreover, this pressure was exactly the same as what he had felt at the Purple Sun Mansion, only a lot more powerful. The pressure only grew stronger and stronger as they climbed further up the mountain. By the time Feng arrived at the mountaintop, he was already drenched in sweat. His body also felt extremely heavy, as if it were made out of lead. Meanwhile, the two girls, Fire Dance and Aqua Rose, fared much worse than Feng. At this moment, both girls were sprawled on the ground, their bodies refusing to move even an inch. Unable to help his teammates, Feng decided to walk towards a monolith visible at a distance by himself. Just by looking at this semi-transparent sky-blue monolith, Feng could immediately sense that it was the heart of this land. It was obvious that this standing stone was the thing that filled the surrounding environment with such dense elemental mana, and not the mountain-sized 7 Luminaries crystal arriving before the monolith. Feng discovered many golden divine runes engraved on the bottom of the standing stone. They were by far the most complicated divine runes Feng had ever seen. Also, Feng had actually discovered a figure flickering in and out of existence within the semi-transparent monolith. When Feng took a closer look at this figure, his eyes immediately widened in shock. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing was real. The reason being, Feng had seen the figure inside the stone before. However, Feng was confused. Why would this person appear here? Chapter 277, A God's Grave. While Feng was still in a daze, Fire Dance and Aqua Rose caught up with him, having recovered from their exhaustion. Guild leader, did you find anything? Fire Dance asked out of curiosity when she saw Feng lost in thought. Aqua Rose, on the other hand, did not notice any difference in Feng's demeanor, because the moment she arrived before the monolith, her attention was completely caught by something else. As an elementalist, she was much more sensitive to magic power than players of other classes. The frightening magic power radiating from the monolith was definitely the purest form of magic power Aqua Rose had ever felt, as if it was the master of all elemental mana. When Aqua Rose noticed the figure inside the monolith, she, too, froze on the spot. How is it possible? Aqua Rose could not believe what she saw. She rubbed her eyes, thinking they were playing tricks on her. Aqua Rose's reaction baffled Fire Dance. What has gotten into the two of you? Fire Dance looked at Aqua Rose, then at Feng. Confused by their reactions, you'll understand after taking a look inside the monolith. Feng said slowly, pointing towards the figure in the monolith. Fire Dance then transferred her gaze to the monolith. How could she be here? Fire Dance asked in shock. Fire Dance knew the figure in the monolith. Moreover, she had met this person only recently. This person was none other than Charlene, the divine official who faced off against the two fallen angels back at the demon's castle. To be precise, the woman within the monolith looked exactly the same as Charlene. Even the saintly aura she emitted was similar to Charlene's. If Fire Dance had to point to a difference between the two women, then it would be the pressure this woman gave off. This was no longer an oppression due to strength. Instead, this pressure was the instinctive reverence for a primordial life form. Just like the reverence mortals had towards gods, could she possibly be a god? Fire Dance suddenly had this thought when she looked at the woman who looked like Charlene. Feng's thoughts were running along similar lines to Fire Dance's. However, Feng could say with certainty that the woman inside the monolith was definitely a Tier 6 god, because in the past he had personally experienced this overbearing pressure, which could only be exuded by God. If the woman in the monolith was simply a Tier 6 god, Feng would not have found the matter too shocking. After all, during his decade of playing God's Domain, he had personally met with plenty of Tier 6 players and NPCs. The thing that truly startled him was the fact that the woman before him looked identical to Charlene back at the Purple Sun Mansion. He had already experienced this kind of pressure. He had simply forgotten where he had felt it before. Now he knew why that pressure felt so familiar. After all, he had felt a similar pressure from Charlene. Only, the pressure Charlene gave off was not as powerful as the one he felt at the Purple Sun Mansion, hence he failed to recognize it. Not only did the two women look exactly the same, even the pressure they emitted felt similar. The only real difference between the two were their actual strengths. If Feng was told that the woman before him was Charlene, he would definitely not believe it. After all, Charlene was only a Tier 3 divine official. She was still miles away from becoming a Tier 6 god. Yet, if he was told that Charlene had no connection to this woman before him, then he likewise would not believe it. Although the woman inside the monolith was clearly no longer alive, at the end of the day, she was still a god. As long as her body did not receive any intentional damage, it would not undergo any decay. As of now, Feng finally realized that the Forgotten Lands was merely the grave of a god. However, he was still curious about who had actually created this masterpiece. This great personage had actually made such a complex magic array that utilized a god's body as its power source. The materials used to create the magic array even included the extremely valuable 7 Luminaries crystal. Just what kind of thing was this great personage trying to seal? Even if it was for the purpose of sealing a god, there should not be a need for so much resources. It seems there's a deep connection between Charlene and this place. Feng had long since felt that Charlene's origins were not simple. The fact that she was a Tier 3 NPC was already amazing in and of itself. Charlene was also capable of handing out an epic quest to Feng. Now, there was even a god that looked exactly the same as Charlene. Even Feng could not fathom Charlene's true identity unless he went and asked Charlene herself. Feng was extremely curious about this matter. He vowed to himself to visit Charlene, who was at the stargazing tower at Blackwing City. After this entire ordeal was over, guild leader, what are we supposed to do now? Destroy this monolith? Aqua Rose asked. The mana source of this magic array clearly originated from this monolith. If they wished to release the seal on the Forgotten Lands, their only choice was to destroy the monolith. However, it was unknown what sort of reaction they would incur if they did so. There was a god inside the monolith. After all, let's give it a try. Feng had taken a look at the monolith's surroundings just now. However, he did not discover any mechanisms that would allow him to undo the magic array. After Feng nodded, Fire Dance immediately took action by slashing at the monolith with her 2 daggers. However, the 2 fine gold-ranked daggers, which could easily cut through metal like a hot knife through butter, simply grazed the surface of the monolith, creating dazzling sparks in the process. There was not even a mark left on the monolith hard. Fire Dance's hands went numb from the attack. It felt as if her daggers had hit God Steelile. Try using magic. Aqua Rose started chanting the incantation for Chain Explosion with the elemental mana so dense in this place. Any spells used here would be greatly enhanced. Originally, Chain Explosion would only summon 5 fireballs, each the size of a wash bowl. When Aqua Rose cast the spell now, however, the fireballs grew to the size of a small house. When these fireballs bombarded the monolith, they were like meteors hurtling down from the sky. Sparks flew in all directions as the fireballs crashed into the monolith after the flames subsided. Aqua Rose was greatly shocked by the result. The monolith remained completely unscathed. On the contrary, it even looked more brilliant and dazzling than before. Feng wrinkled his brows at this sight. If even Aqua Rose's ultimate move could not deal any damage to the monolith, he would most likely end up with a similar result if he tried to attack the monolith. Since we can't destroy the monolith, we'll need to use some other method to destroy the magic array. Feng said the main god system would not hand out a quest that players had no hope of actually completing. If they couldn't destroy the power source of the magic array, nor the magic array itself, then there was only one other thing: they could destroy the connection points. Aqua, help me look for the connection points of this magic array. Feng said. Aqua Rose immediately understood Feng's intention. Fire Dance, however, remained clueless after the two's brief conversation. As an assassin, she knew next to nothing about magic. Hence, she could only stay by the monolith side as she watched her 2 friends hard at work. Meanwhile, Feng and Aqua Rose started searching the surroundings of the monolith for the veins that carried magic power to the 5 modules of the magic array. Only by looking for veins could they locate the connection points normally. The quickest way to destroy a magic array was to destroy its power core. If that was not viable, then the 2 other remaining options would be to destroy the magic array itself and to destroy the connection points of the magic array. Destroying the magic array itself was an extremely challenging task to pull off. On the other hand, it was a very simple task to destroy the connection points. Unfortunately, locating these connection points was also a very difficult task. A connection point was a node that connected the magic array to its power source. It acted similar to a circuit breaker in real life. Only, instead of being used to prevent an overflow of electric current, the connection point served to limit the amount of mana flowing from the power source to the magic array. If the connection point was damaged, then the mana supply would surge and, consequently, the magic array would destroy itself due to excessive mana input. After searching for some time, Feng finally found a connection point. He promptly struck down with the Abyssal Blade, destroying the connection point. However, this enormous and complex magic array did not possess only a single connection point. They needed to search and destroy all the connection points of the magic array. After several more hours passed, Aqua Rose found another connection point, which she quickly destroyed. Even so, the magic array remained stably in this way. Feng and Aqua Rose spent the entire day destroying more than 20 connection points. Although the destruction of the connection points had a slight effect on the magic array, it was clear that the damage was within the parameters of the magic array's design. Not good. Guild leader, one of the connection points you previously destroyed is back to normal. Having nothing better to do, Fire Dance had tagged along with Feng, hoping to learn how she 2, could search for the connection points. However, during her observations, she suddenly discovered that one of the connection points Feng had previously destroyed had actually recovered. "What did you say?" Feng asked in disbelief. Even the connection points could restore themselves? Feng started to suspect that this was no longer an ordinary magic array, but a magic array that had already cultivated into a demon. Feng had seen plenty of Tier 5 magic arrays in the past. He had even seen Tier 6 magic arrays before. However, he had never once heard of a magic array that was capable of repairing itself. Chapter 278, The Great Catastrophe. By no means can we continue like this. There might be hundreds of connection points in this magic array. By the time we locate the ones remaining, the other connection points might have repaired themselves already. Feng said. His head aching. A magic array that was capable of self-repair was simply unheard of if they did not have a dozen or so players moving separately to destroy the connection points. It was simply impossible to destroy every single connection point in this magic array. Destroying the connection points suddenly became a much harder task than Feng had imagined it to be. Guild leader, I found something here. Come over and take a look, Aqua Rose said through the party chat. Hearing that there was a new discovery, Feng immediately hurried over to Aqua Rose's location. Aqua Rose was currently situated in the middle of this 7 Luminaries mountain, inside an extremely obscure cave. If not for the indicator provided by the system map, Feng could not have found the cave Aqua Rose was in. After entering the cave, Feng immediately observed his surroundings. He discovered that the walls of the cave were covered with engravings of divine runes. The golden glow these divine runes were giving off brightly, illuminating the interior of the cave. Looking at the cave's central crystal pillar, Feng noticed a blood-red stone embedded in it. This piece of stone was just like a beating heart, only, instead of bright red liquid, an endless amount of mana passed through it. Meanwhile, the mana that passed through this blood-red stone became much purer in quality. Aqua, how did you manage to find this place? Feng asked, astonished by this scene before him. I just happened to discover a particularly thick mana vein and followed it here. Aqua Rose beamed a proud smile at Feng. If they demolished this place, then the magic array would definitely be finished. Guild leader, I'll start destroying this place, all right? Aqua Rose could wait no longer. She had been trapped in this godforsaken place for so many days now. During this period of time, she had no option but to keep contact with her subordinates through the phone in order to make arrangement for the daily affairs of the guild. She had also instructed them to prepare for the establishment of their guild residence. Currently, most of the average players in White River City were already around level 14 to level 15, while the elite players of the various guilds were already at level 17. The intensity of the competition for the 3 great dungeons had also reached its peak by now. Out of all the guilds in White River City, Ouroboros shone the brightest. They had already managed to take down the second boss of the hard mode Land of Death, and they were currently in the midst of challenging the third boss of the dungeon. Meanwhile, Darkstar, which ranked after Ouroboros, was still attempting to raid the second boss. As for the other guilds, they had also passed through normal mode and were currently preparing to raid hard mode. Furthermore, as players started raiding the hard mode bosses of the 3 great dungeons, they soon discovered the astonishing benefits they could obtain. Aside from dropping level 15 secret silver rank set equipment, the bosses also dropped plenty of recipes and designs. Players could also obtain the guild task order that could not be obtained from 20-man team dungeons or lower. These guild task orders could be used to accelerate the promotion of a guild. Otherwise, it would take ages for guilds to get promoted if they simply relied on the meager guild reputation their members obtained by completing daily quests. Yet, as one of the top 6 guilds in White River City, Zero Wing had actually remained inactive all this time. Not only had it accomplished nothing during this period of time, it had not even set foot in any of the 3 great dungeons. It had simply focused its attention on raiding level 15, 10, and 20-man dungeons, and its decision to do so had greatly confused the masses. Even though Zero Wing clearly had the strength to challenge the 3 great dungeons, it had chosen not to take action. Instead, the guild's behavior had caused many of the new members to grow dissatisfied, and a majority of these players had chosen to leave the guild one after another. Very quickly, Zero Wing's member count that had originally exceeded 8,000 had quickly dwindled down to just slightly more than 6,000. This situation had panicked Aqua Rose somewhat in reply to Aqua Rose's panic. Feng had simply said, if they wish to leave, then let them leave. You don't need to stop them. The guild is too bloated right now, so this is a good chance to rid ourselves of those that joined solely with the intention of taking advantage of us. The guild would become much purer after those players are gone. Hearing Feng saying so, Aqua Rose had no choice but to turn a blind eye to all the players withdrawing from a guild. However, she did make sure to record the names of those who left. In the future, they would no longer be welcomed into the guild. Meanwhile, the players that withdrew from the guild simply reacted with contempt at Aqua Rose's actions. They had even made a mockery of Zero Wing, declaring that they would never rejoin a lousy guild like Zero Wing. Moreover, as if to rub salt into the wound, Darkstar had also been secretly killing many players from Zero Wing, causing even more players to withdraw from the guild as of this moment. There were only around 4,000 members remaining in Zero Wing. Not to mention a third-rate guild, they were not even comparable to a large, unrated guild right now, hence. Aqua Rose was in a rush to break out of this place. She wanted to quickly return and rectify the guild hold on a minute. Feng hurriedly said when he noticed a large fireball already appearing in Aqua Rose's hand. We don't really need to destroy it. But how are we supposed to leave this place if we don't destroy it then? Aqua Rose asked. I have my own ways. Feng revealed a faint smile as he looked at the blood-red stone embedded inside the crystal pillar. Feng truly had not expected to find this piece of blood-red stone here. Instead of calling it a blood-red stone, it would be more appropriate to refer to it as the Philosopher's Stone previously. Feng had obtained a fragment of the Philosopher's Stone back at the Sun Temple. Now, he had stumbled upon another fragment. The Philosopher's Stone was an alchemy treasure. Despite being fragmented into 5 pieces, each of these individual pieces still contained the strength of an epic ranked item also. When Feng discovered the Philosopher's Stone at this place, he quickly understood just how the connection points of the magic array had managed to repair themselves. It turned out it was all because of the Philosopher's Stone. Although I can't take away any of these 7 Luminaries crystals, it is still not bad if I can return with this piece of the Philosopher's Stone. Feng arrived before the crystal pillar. He then inserted the tip of the abyssal blade into the crevice in the crystal pillar where the Philosopher's Stone was set. With a light tap on the pommel of the abyssal blade, the Philosopher's Stone easily popped out from the crystal pillar. Feng promptly retrieved the item and stored it in his bag. Shortly after the Philosopher's Stone was removed from the crystal pillar, the cave started fading away. Moreover, the rate at which it disappeared was visible to the naked eye. The dense elemental mana that filled the air and land also gradually dispersed, becoming thinner and thinner. As for the incomparably hard 7 Luminaries crystals, they too had began turning into ash. Not good. This place is about to collapse. We need to leave immediately. Feng shouted through the party chat. As soon as he noticed this change, Feng's group of 3 rushed down the 7 Luminaries mountain, and before long the entire mountain started imploding. The magic array that sealed the Forgotten Lands also lost its effectiveness. As for the monolith that had previously been standing on the mountaintop, it remained floating high up in the sky. Gradually, the monolith rose higher and higher, before suddenly releasing a rainbow brilliance. The monolith was like a miniature sun at this moment. Soon after, the dazzling glow disappeared, along with the gigantic monolith itself. After the 7 Luminaries mountain collapsed, a bottomless pit appeared in its place. The pit was just like a black hole, devouring everything that entered it. At the deepest reaches of this bottomless pit, there was actually a boundless aura of destruction, and any object that came into contact with this pressure instantly turned into ash. Surprisingly, Feng felt signs of life at the very bottom of this immeasurably deep pit, and his entire body instinctively shuddered at this Discovery Guild leader. Did we do something bad? Fire Dance asked Feng in a careful tone. She, too, could feel the immensely frightening pressure that came from the bottomless pit. Don't know either, Feng said, a bitter smile on his face at this moment. a notification from the system sounded system. Unique quest, Miracles Unsealed, completed quest rewards. 1 million EXP, 40 free attribute points, and 40 free mastery point system. The Endless Abyss has come into existence. Activating new expansion pack, The Great Catastrophe. System, Legendary Ranked, Main Storyline Quest, 7 Treasures, Activated Quest Details. The Endless Abyss has already opened. You are required to immediately notify the War Gods Temple in order to have them reseal the Endless Abyss after reading these notifications. Feng finally had an inkling of what was going on inadvertently. They had actually opened the door of taboos. According to Feng's memories, the new expansion pack, The Great Catastrophe, had only appeared 3 months after God's Domain's launch in his previous life. Now, however, because of him, The Great Catastrophe had appeared in advance. Chapter 279, Quality over Quantity. When Aqua Rose and Fire Dance read the notifications they received, both of them were immediately sent into a Daisy legendary quest. Moreover, it was a main storyline quest, a quest that was capable of changing the history of God's Domain. The reward for such a quest would definitely be luxuriant according to rumors. The minimum reward for completing an epic quest was an epic ranked item, or an item of equivalent value. In other words, if they completed a legendary quest, then the minimum reward they could obtain would be a legendary ranked item they had never even seen an epic ranked item before, much less a legendary ranked item. It could definitely become the symbol of the guild, however. When the two of them thought about how they were required to seal this endless abyss, they sank into deep despair. The return scrolls are usable now. Let's leave this place, then. Feng's memories of the new expansion pack, The Great Catastrophe, were still fresh in his mind. After the Great Catastrophe occurred, the monsters throughout God's Domain started becoming restless. Towns, especially, would randomly come under attack from demonic beasts, resulting in chaos according to Feng's memories. Some of the weaker border towns had even been conquered by the demonic beasts, turning those into demonic beast towns. Among the biggest changes made to the game were to the knights in God's Domain. After the new pack was implemented, the number of monsters that would appear during nighttime was much higher than before. Moreover, monsters corrupted by the Endless Abyss would also appear. These corrupted monsters would all be transformed into demonic beasts, and even the weakest of demonic beasts were Tier 1 monsters, which was to say, if players had still not received their promotion into a Tier 1 class, it would be tremendously difficult for them to fight against these monsters. Instead of being the ones doing the killing, players would have a much higher chance of getting killed by these demonic beasts. Hence, after the new expansion pack, players would find it very difficult to grind and level up during nighttime, in contrast to the shock Aqua Rose and Fire Dance felt. The revelation of the new pack caused a sensation throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom. Players could not help but feel excited after finding out about the Great Catastrophe expansion pack. The official developers of the game had already revealed information about this new expansion pack. In the future, demonic beasts would randomly launch assaults on towns, and in response to such attacks, towns would issue defense quests to players. As long as players managed to defend the town, they would receive bountiful rewards. Of these rewards, there would even be secret silver ranked items and many more valuable items. In addition, players would also receive city reputation from completing the defense quest. These defense quests would undeniably allow average players to quickly improve themselves, hence the excitement of many of the average players over the arrival of this new expansion pack. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in White River City had also suddenly cooled down, as many players had chosen to head out to the towns instead. They intended to grind for some levels while they awaited for a demonic beast assault to occur. If luck would have it, they might even happen upon a demonic beast assault, making a huge profit from completing the resultant defense quest. Guild leader, should we arrange for a few members to head toward various towns and keep an eye out for a demonic beast assault? Aqua Rose suggested. Her brows wrinkled slightly when she looked at the deserted streets of White River City. The other guilds were currently busying themselves with raiding the 3 great dungeons. They definitely would not have the time to pay attention to these demonic beast assaults. Hence, This was a good chance for Zero Wing to shine. Let's not participate in the demonic beast assaults. Focus on leveling up. Level 20 is the time when our guild will shine. Feng shook his head, a knowing smile on his face. In the past, Feng had experienced many assaults launched by demonic beasts. Hence, he knew very well how difficult it was to actually receive the reward of a defense quest. The reason being, even the weakest demonic beast was a Tier 1 monster. They would all be level 30 or above. Feng had even once encountered a Tier 3 demonic beast during an assault. If they were to try and defend a town right now, it would simply be suicide naturally. Feng would not let the members of his guild die a pointless death. One could say that towns were extremely dangerous locations right now. If players were to truly meet with a demonic beast assault, then it was not luck, but fate. Currently, the safest places in God's domain were cities, since there would be high-tier NPCs guarding them. Take White River City, for example. There were 3 Tier 4 NPCs guarding it, so demonic beasts would not dare to casually approach the city itself. If we don't participate and make some achievements, many more of the remaining members might choose to withdraw from a guild. Aqua Rose could not understand what was going through Feng's mind before. They had given up on competing over the 3 great dungeons. Now, they were also going to give up such a good chance to earn precious equipment and reputation. Just what were they supposed to do? Let them leave, then. Our guild is only capable of handling 3,000 members right now, and we are still well above that number. It would be even better if they do leave. Feng smiled without care. What Feng was trying to pursue was quality, not quantity. God's domain was a game, and the resources available to players were limited. Meanwhile, the more members they had in the guild, the more resources the guild needed to spend. However, if the resources available in the guild only amounted to so much, having more members in the guild would mean that each member would receive less resources. As a result, their development speed would also fall. In the past, Shadow had conducted a mass recruitment of players, recruiting all kinds of players into the guild. In the end, the guild had bitten off more than it could chew, causing its development to slow to a crawl. In this life, Feng would not repeat the same mistakes Shadow made in the past. The members in the guild could just leave for all he cared. He definitely would not try to stop them from leaving. Talent was very important if one wished to become an expert in God's domain. However, truly talented people were limited. In the past, a majority of the experts in God's domain had participated in one battle after another, gradually learning and accumulating the experience needed to become an expert, instead of relying on talent. Instead of cultivating some two-faced talented guild members, Feng would rather invest his resources in nurturing normal, but loyal, guild members. In the past, a super guild called Black Tower had sent over 200,000 of their members to attack a second-rate guild called Solitary Rulers. Meanwhile, Solitary Rulers had less than 80,000 members in total. The guild was believed to have the fewest members among all second-rate guilds. Before the battle between the two guilds had even started, everyone had already expected Black Tower to easily obtain victory. However, the end result was far from what others had imagined it to be. Although both guilds clashed tens of times, Black Tower hadn't succeeded in destroying the city governed by Solitary Rulers. While more than 30,000 members of Solitary Rulers had died in that battle, Black Tower had lost more than 3 times that number, with over 100,000 members of Black Tower dying. Black Tower suffered a tremendous loss after that battle, greatly shocking the other guilds that were watching from the sidelines. In the end, Black Tower had no choice but to mobilize its 7 Tier 5 Saint rank players and one of its Tier 6 God rank players to destroy Solitary Rulers. However, every member of Solitary Rulers still fought to the bloody end, fighting tooth and nail against their eventual demise. Before they lost their city, they had even managed to kill 2 of the Saint rank players and another 100,000 or so Black Tower members. In the subsequent clashes between the two guilds, Solitary Rulers had suffered one defeat after another. After all, the Tier 6 God rank expert and 7 Tier 5 Saint rank experts were simply too powerful. As a result, Solitary Rulers lost 5 of the cities they governed in quick succession. By the time the battlefield moved to Solitary Rulers' final base of operations, Unparalleled City, amazingly, not a single member had chosen to withdraw from the guild. Even after dying tens of times, they still chose to charge head-on into the battlefield. Feng couldn't help but shiver every time he recalled the unyielding attitude of those iron-blooded souls. Clearly, the difference in strength between the two guilds was like heaven and earth. Yet, instead of giving up and accepting their fates, every single member of Solitary Rulers had chosen to brave the battlefield. It was also due to this reason that Black Tower had suffered such immense losses. If it were any other guild standing in Solitary Ruler's place, the members would have long since abandoned hope and quit the guild. They would not have chosen to fight at all while Black Tower was in the midst of conquering Solitary Ruler's final city. However, another super guild had attempted to take advantage of the situation and laid siege to Black Tower cities. As a result, Black Tower had no choice but to give up their plan of completely annihilating Solitary Rulers. Meanwhile, Solitary Rulers had instantly risen to fame after this conflict, becoming the role model of all second-rate and third-rate guilds. Aside from Solitary Rulers as an example of quality over quantity, there was also the adventurer team that was known throughout the entire God's domain, the Midnight Tea Party. Although its members numbered less than 30, not even super guilds dared to cross it in God's domain. Although quantity was important, quality was even more important. I understand. Looking at Feng's determined expression, Aqua Rose had no better choice but to concede to his decision. It was indeed like Feng had said, there were too many members in the guild. The current member count far exceeded their range of tolerance. By having those unfaithful members leave, they could also lay a good foundation for their guild's future. Another reason why Aqua Rose had agreed to Feng's decision was mainly because of the guild residents. Once they revealed their guild residence to the public, there would be no shortage of players wanting to join their guild if they did not possess the guild residence. Aqua Rose definitely would not have agreed to such a self-destructive course. After Aqua Rose went on her own way, Feng headed to the Adventurers Guild. Now that the Great Catastrophe expansion pack had been activated, he needed to quickly handle the matters concerning the guild residents. Chapter 280, Zero Wing Residence. Currently, the interior of the Adventurers Association of White River City was filled with players coming and going. Most of these players were here to accept or hand in their daily quests. However, there were insufficient NPCs to cater to the large number of players. As a result, these players usually needed to wait in the lounge for a period of time before they could accept or turn in their quests, having nothing better to do inside the lounge. Some guild players started ordering alcohol and holding a discussion among themselves. Zero Wing is getting worse by the day. If I had known this would happen earlier, I would have definitely joined some other large guild to develop myself. Perhaps I might have already become the leader of a party by now. Brother Hui, as expected, you are still the smarter and wiser one. You joined Darkstar from the very start, and now you've already become the vice leader of a 15-man team. Now that I have left Zero Wing, I will be relying on Brother Huey's guidance from now on. A shield warrior with tan skin flattered the robust-looking berserker sitting beside him. No problem. With me around, you will definitely have no problem joining the guild, the berserker assured him, clapping his chest. Meanwhile, sitting beside this berserker addressed as Brother Hui was a pretty female mage. Although her face looked average, she had an excellent figure. Coquettishly fluttering her eyelashes, the female mage looked at the person known as Brother Hui, sweetly saying, "Big Brother Hui, I've been wanting to go to the level 15 Wind Ridge. When will you take me there?" Wind Ridge was a level 15, 20-man team dungeon. Among level 15 team dungeons, Wind Ridge had a below-average difficulty. However, to average players at this stage of the game, even a level 15, 10-man team dungeon was a great challenge. Not to mention a 20-man dungeon like Wind Ridge. Of course. Isn't it just Wind Ridge? You're already my woman now. How could you settle for only a meager Wind Ridge? Tomorrow, I'll call up my men and bring you to the demon's castle. The berserker wrapped his arm around the female mage's willowy waist. A nasty grin on his face. Many onlookers grew envious at this scene. They could not help but wish that they, too, could join Darkstar in getting a beauty for themselves as well. Brother Hui, I hear that the demon's castle has a very high difficulty. Don't tell me you've already managed to obtain the raid strategy from Zero Wing's main force? The tan shield warrior asked curiously indeed. We've managed to obtain the strategy already. However, even without it, with Darkstar's strength, we could still easily conquer the demon's castle. The main reason we haven't done so is simply because of the competition we're having with Ouroboros. Otherwise, Zero Wing would not have had the chance to take the limelight as they did before. Look, isn't Zero Wing in shambles now? They're simply a little faster in terms of leveling up. They haven't even cleared the normal mode of any of the 3 great dungeons yet. Darkstar, on the other hand, has already killed the second boss of hard mode and started trying to raid the third boss. We have already caught up with Ouroboros. It is only a matter of time before we surpass Ouroboros. I really don't know what qualifications Zero Wing possesses to be considered as one of the top 6 guilds in White River City. The Berserker's loud voice was filled with disdain as he spoke of Zero Wing. Even though the guild clearly has no future, there is still more than half the original number of players remaining in it. It really makes you wonder just what is going through those people's minds. They're just fools. Brother Hui, you're right. I really regret listening to my friend's words about joining Zero Wing back then. The shield warrior nodded his head in agreement, his heart filled with great disappointment. If he had joined Darkstar early on, he might also have had a beauty accompanying him by now. Meanwhile, seated near this trio, Feng was currently quietly browsing through information on the official forums. Naturally, he could clearly hear the loud conversation between the robust Berserker and the skinny shield warrior, and the same went for everyone else waiting inside the lounge. However, Feng made no comment on their mocking words. After all, everyone had the freedom to make their own decisions. As for the shield warrior's regret at joining Zero Wing, Feng simply revealed a calm smile. If this shield warrior knew that Zero Wing was about to establish their very own guild residence, just what sort of emotions would he have? At that time, even the words earth-shattering would not be enough to describe the amount of shock he would feel. However, Feng really could not be blamed for this. Soon after, Feng headed to the counter and dealt with all the necessary procedures. After he turned his private territory into a guild residence, he also spent 3,000 gold to build an advanced guild hall in place of the Purple Sun Mansion. The advanced guild hall could fit up to 3,000 people. As for the other facilities of the guild residence, those would only be obtainable from large-scale team dungeons that were level 25 or above. Some time was needed before the construction of the advanced guild hall could be completed. After Feng completed all the necessary procedures, his remaining task was to head to the War God's Temple and report the matter of the Endless Abyss. Just as Feng was about to leave the Adventurers Association, the system notification sounded. Moreover, this wasn't just any normal notification. Instead, it was a notification sent to the entire Star Moon Kingdom system announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild in Star Moon Kingdom to establish a guild residence. Rewarding 10,000 guild reputation, 10,000 guild popularity, and 10 gold coins to the guild. I spent 3,000 gold, yet only got 10 gold in return. The system sure is tight-fisted. Feng laughed. However, Feng did not concern himself with such an amount of gold. The reason being, in these past few days, the Starfree trading firm was already making a daily profit of over 1,700 gold. It was all thanks to the popularity it gained from selling the Arclight shield, as well as the basic mana armor kits. During this period of time, the forging genius, Cream Cocoa, had also been continuously producing gemstone buckles, advanced whetstones, and many more forging products. Moreover, the number of forging players Melancholic Smile recruited was also rising. Not only did the combination of these new forgers and the various forging designs provided by Zero Wing increase the number of products sold by the Starstreak trading firm, it also expanded the company's product selection. As a result, the daily profits of the Starstreak trading firm continuously rose. Currently, the Starstreak trading firm already controlled over half of the market for forging products in White River City. Moreover, such a situation wasn't limited to just White River City. It extended to the 7 surrounding cities. Hence, Feng was not lacking in money at all. Compared to having spent 3,000 gold coins, Feng was more interested in the 10,000 guild popularity points. This was a feature that would only become available to a guild after it established a guild residence. The higher the guild popularity, the more famous a guild would become among NPCs. With 10,000 guild popularity, Zero Wing could be considered relatively famous among the NPC populace. Compared to starting from scratch, having this 10,000 guild popularity made things much simpler for him. It should be known that when a guild member completed a quest commissioned by an NPC, the guild would normally receive only 1 to 3 guild popularity. Only quests with high difficulty would reward 5 to 10 points. In other words, a guild needed to complete thousands of guild quests in order to accumulate 10,000 guild popularity. These bonus guild popularity points had saved the guild plenty of development time. Meanwhile, inside the lounge of the Adventurers Association, the tan shield warrior that had just recently left Zero Wing no longer felt joyful about joining Darkstar. On the contrary, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Inside the Land of Death, one of the 3 great dungeons, Darkstar's main team was currently battling against a white-boned giant elephant, which was over 20 meters in height at this time. The MT of the team, Lone Tyrant, was enduring the attacks from this white-boned giant elephant. Every time he took an attack from a boss, he would receive over minus 2,000 damage. His HP constantly rose and fell, his life hanging by a thread just as the white-boned giant elephant in the distance was preparing to charge. Lone Tyrant suddenly received a system notification. Lone Tyrant was momentarily stunned by what he saw. How did Zero Wing obtain a guild residence so quickly? Lone Tyrant couldn't help but yell out when he saw the description of this system notification, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He even forgot to use a skill to block the incoming attack from the white-boned giant elephant before him. As a result, he was turned into a pile of meat paste by the boss's foot, losing his life instantly. What followed was what would be expected, a team wipe. Chapter 281. A guild's most powerful weapon. Tens of players were currently lining up outside a large and peaceful tomb. Everyone in this team of players was level 17 or above, and all of their equipment were at least mysterious iron rank, with a few pieces of secret silver equipment mixed in. Most of the equipment the leading MT of this team had were of secret silver rank, and the crescent-shaped shield he carried was even of fine gold rank. Meanwhile, all of these well-equipped players were looking reverently at the peerless beauty standing before them, looking out through the gaps of her silver-white helmet. Her black, crystalline eyes shone with both intelligence and wisdom. Her hair, which was a midnight black, hung down to her waist, gently brushing against the silver-white armor she wore. Resting her hand on the hilt of a dark blue greatsword glowing dark blue, she exuded the indomitable aura of a goddess of war as she silently stood there. This peerless war goddess was none other than the snow goddess of Ouroboros, Gentle Snow. After undergoing the baptism of the 3 great dungeons, Gentle Snow was even more dazzling than before. She was like a rough stone that had been polished, instantly revealing the sparkle of an icy cold sapphire. Currently, not only was Gentle Snow fully equipped with a snowfall set equipment, a secret silver rank set equipment, the greatsword she wielded, albeit of indiscernible quality, was also giving off a frightening amount of energy. The snowfall set equipment could only be obtained from the hard mode of the 3 great dungeons. As for the blue sky greatsword Gentle Snow wielded, she had obtained it after killing a great lord that served as a protector of a ruined temple. If Feng saw this 2-handed greatsword, he would definitely be shocked. The reason being, this greatsword was similar to the Abyssal Blade, since it too was a magic weapon. Furthermore, it was also one of the 36 famed swords of God's domain. Blue Sky, just as Gentle Snow's team was about to raid the 4th boss of the Land of Death, the Whitebone General Jera, Gentle Snow suddenly received a system notification, and a hint of astonishment flashed through her eyes when she read its contents. How can he be so fast? Gentle Snow knew exactly how difficult it was to obtain a guild residence. Even though she had a powerful guild like Ouroboros, the #1 guild in White River City, backing her, the reputation she had collected was still far from enough to allow her to become a baroness of White River City. Yet, Zero Wing was still a step ahead of her. Gentle Snow's lips suddenly curled into a faint smile as she muttered, "It seems I need to congratulate him." In White River City, Ouroboros and Zero Wing were actually allies, although this matter was not known to the public. If people did find out, however, they would definitely be greatly shocked. After all, who would ever imagine that White River City's #1 guild would actually be willing to form an alliance with Zero Wing? A guild that was declining by the day, however. Gentle Snow had indeed done such a thing. Although Ouroboros was the #1 guild in White River City, they were still far from being considered an unshakable existence. Just the fact that Dark Star was close to surpassing them showed how vulnerable Ouroboros was. Moreover, Dark Star also had some hidden connections with world dominators, which was also a first-rate guild like Ouroboros. If these two powerful guilds joined hands to wage war against Ouroboros, then Ouroboros would definitely suffer a huge loss. Hence, Ouroboros itself needed allies. Setting aside Dark Star and world dominators, there were still 3 others among the top 6 guilds in White River City. Of the 3, the most powerful would be Emperor's Light, a first-rate guild, while coming in second would be the Assassin's Alliance, a second-rate guild. As for Zero Wing, they were considered the weakest of the top 6 guilds in White River City. Yet in defiance of all logic, Gentle Snow had chosen to ally herself with the recently established Zero Wing. Out of these 3 guilds, the reason for her decision was her optimism for Zero Wing. Setting aside the mysterious, elusive, and heaven-defyingly powerful Feng, just the fact that Zero Wing had Black Flame in its midst had already solidified Gentle Snow's conviction. Not only was Black Flame the publicly acknowledged chief forger of Starmoon Kingdom, his personal combat strength was also frighteningly great. In addition, he had a mysterious organization supporting him from behind the scenes, not to mention a deep connection with the Starstreak trading firm. Black Flame's shocking financial power put even Gentle Snow herself to shame, although she could not make head or tail of the connection between Feng and Black Flame. She knew for a fact that both of them possessed immeasurable strength. Yet, despite being so powerful, neither of them chose to reveal that strength to the public. And such an action greatly confused Gentle Snow. Just the thought of the two of them working together had sent chills down Gentle Snow's spine, as if to put icing on the cake. The person named Aqua Rose had also appeared in Zero Wing out of nowhere. Aqua Rose used to be an honorary elder of Twilight Echo. Although her fame was less than Gentle Snow's, that was only because Gentle Snow had appeared in many advertisements before, raising her profile in the public eye. Gentle Snow had never personally fought against Aqua Rose. However, based on the video recordings of Aqua Rose's battles, in terms of combat techniques, should they ever have a fight between themselves, Gentle Snow felt she only had a 50% chance of emerging victorious in any case. Just the presence of these 3 powerhouses in Zero Wing made it worthwhile for Gentle Snow to ally herself with them. Not to mention, Zero Wing still had many other experts within their ranks. Their true strength and potential were simply unfathomable in the eyes of the public. Zero Wing would sooner or later vanish from existence. However, Gentle Snow knew very clearly, Zero Wing's current calm was merely the prelude to their next breakout. The situation right now would be the best example. Against all expectations, Zero Wing had suddenly become the first guild in Starmoon Kingdom to obtain its own guild residence, miles ahead of the other guilds. Within moments, Zero Wing had become the focal point of all players throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Shortly after the appearance of the system notification, Zero Wing's recruitment point was overrun by a stampede of players. Although Aqua Rose had long since prepared for such a reaction, the sea of players desperately trying to join the guild still left her breathless. Meanwhile, the players who had previously withdrawn from Zero Wing presently had regret filling up their intestines. If they had not acted so impulsively and had waited just a few more days, they would have been able to enjoy the various benefits offered by a guild residence. Now, unless they deleted their game accounts and started over with a new name, it was impossible for them to join Zero Wing anymore. However, who would have the courage to actually delete their account and start all over again? As for the players that had chosen to remain in Zero Wing, currently, they were extremely happy about their wise decision now that Zero Wing had a guild residence. Not to mention being able to receive more quests, they could save a lot of money, thanks to the equipment and weapons repair facility of the guild residence. Neither would they need to spend money to recover their stamina at hotels. They could simply do so at the guild residence. Furthermore, They could also obtain a double EXP buff just by resting inside the guild residence. With this buff, they could grind and level up with much greater efficiency than before. In addition, guild residences could also provide private rooms. This was also the greatest benefit of having a guild residence in God's domain. Every player would wish to possess their very own private room or house. As long as players logged off inside their own rooms, they could still accumulate the double EXP buff, and with much greater efficiency than in the guild lounge to boot, even though they weren't personally within the game normally. When guild members rested within the guild residence's guild lounge for 48 hours, they could accumulate 20% double EXP, and they could accumulate up to 1 level's worth of double EXP. In the case of a private room, however, players only needed to rest for 24 hours in order to accumulate 20% double EXP, and they could likewise accumulate up to 1 level's worth of double EXP. Although the maximum capacity of the buff was the same, the accumulation speed inside a private room was double that of the guild lounge, of course. This was only in the case of a 1-star private housing in God's domain. Housing was also categorized into different levels. Meanwhile, the higher the level, the greater the benefits a player could enjoy. The lowest level housing was 1 star, while the highest was 10 star. Each increase in level required a huge sum of money, and also certain special materials. It would not be easy for players to upgrade their private housings. For a 1-star private housing, every 24 hours, players could accumulate 20% double EXP, up to a maximum of 1 level's worth of double EXP. For a 2-star private housing, every 24 hours, players could accumulate 25% double EXP, up to a maximum of 1 level's worth of double EXP. For a 7-star private housing, every 24 hours, players could accumulate 50% double EXP, up to a maximum of 1 level's worth of double EXP. In addition, players would also receive a Vigor Increase buff, increasing all attributes by 5% for 2 hours. For 8-star private housing, every 24 hours, players could accumulate 50% triple EXP, up to a maximum of 5 levels worth of triple EXP. In addition, players would also receive a Vigor Increase buff, increasing all attributes by 5% for 3 hours. For a 9-star private housing, every 24 hours, players could accumulate 50% triple EXP, up to a maximum of 2 levels worth of triple EXP. In addition, players would also receive a Vigor Increase buff, increasing all attributes by 8% for 3 hours. For a 10-star private housing, every 24 hours, players could accumulate 50% triple EXP, up to a maximum of 3 levels worth of triple EXP. In addition, players would also receive a Vigor Increase buff, increasing all attributes by 10% for 4 hours. However, it was simply too difficult for players to obtain their own houses in White River City. Yet, buying a house in a town would not be convenient. For the meanwhile, guild residences could provide its members with private rooms, although not everyone could enjoy the benefits of a private room, due to limited space inside a guild residence. Normally, these private rooms would be given to members who contributed greatly to the guild and also the upper management of the guild. If there were any additional private rooms, guild members could also rent them using the contribution points they accumulated from raiding dungeons and doing quests in God's domain. The matter of leveling up would always be a headache to players. Moreover, the further into the game a player went, the harder it was for them to level up. It would not be strange for players to level up only once every 3 to 4 days. If players died out in the fields, they would also lose an entire level as a penalty. Hence, a tool that could aid players in leveling up quicker would definitely be well received. This guild benefit alone already held a fatal attraction for all players. And that was in addition to the large number of guild quests available for choosing, which would dramatically accelerate players' leveling speed. Chapter 282, Dark Wind. The War God's Temple, an organization that was founded shortly after the Great Destruction, had been in existence for thousands of years now, protecting the human race from invasions by foreign races. Now that the endless abyss had been opened, the humans of God's domain would have to rely on the War God's Temple to deal with the invasion of demonic beasts. It was no longer a situation that could be handled by any single country aside from being the protector of the human race. the War God's Temple was also a location for players to learn advanced skills. Meanwhile, players only needed to complete the quest they received at the War God's Temple in order to do so. Shortly after Feng arrived at the War God's Temple, he reported the endless abyss to the Knight Captain on duty. The War God's Temple was considered one of the most powerful forces in God's domain. Just a normal knight here was already a level 180 tier 2 NPC. As for the Knight Captain, he was a level 200 tier 3 NPC. The Knight Captain revealed an anxious expression after hearing Feng's report. Your Excellency Black Flame, this matter is of utmost importance. However, as I'll need to immediately send out warnings to all cities throughout the kingdom and also muster troops to the front lines, I'll have to trouble you to head to the War God's Temple in the capital city and report this matter to Lord Eucharis and seek his aid. The Knight Captain passed a gold token to Feng, then promptly headed out of the temple. Not giving Feng any chance to even refuse, Feng was left speechless by the Knight Captain's words. Fortunately, he only needed to head to the capital city and look for the person named Eucharis, an easy task to accomplish, following which Feng left the War God's Temple and hurried over to White River City's teleportation hall. Just as Feng was about to enter the teleportation hall, however, 6 robust-looking players stood in front of the stone staircase, completely blocking the entryway. These 6 players were all level 18. Such a level could definitely be ranked at the very top of White River City. Moreover, the equipment these players wore were of excellent quality, majority of which were of secret silver rank. Meanwhile, the solemn-looking middle-aged man, who looked like the leader of this party of players, had the best equipment out of these 6 players. He was actually fully equipped with secret silver equipment. His gaze was like a sharp blade, and his entire body exuded such an icy cold aura that other players unconsciously detoured as they walked past him. Though Feng had never fought against these 6 players before, he could clearly tell that they were very strong. There were very few parties of their caliber in White River City. Meanwhile, pinned to the chests of these players were black 6-pointed stars. This black star was none other than Dark Star's guild emblem. What can I do for you? Feng asked. Yuri Black Flame, right? I am Ming Sha of Underworld. I am here to give you a piece of good news, the middle-aged man said in a condescending tone, although Black Flame had been titled as the chief forger of Starmoon Kingdom. In Ming Sha's eyes, he was merely a clown prancing on the stage, whether it was in reality or in God's domain. Only strength truly mattered. A forger that only knew how to stay hidden inside a room was nothing more than a tool for strong players like them, if not for the matter of the guild residents, astonishing the upper echelons of Underworld. Ming Sha would not even be here trying to make contact with Black Flame instead of Black Flame. The person Ming Sha was interested in was Yi Feng, the player widely acclaimed a god-rank swordsman. Ming Sha really wished to meet him. Moreover, young Master Feng had also given orders to get rid of that Yi Feng and obtain the epic ranked item in Feng's hands. Unfortunately, Yi Feng proved simply too elusive. No matter how many men Ming Sha had sent out, they still could not find a trace of that Yi Feng. Ming Sha was very disappointed by such a result, as he never imagined that Yi Feng would be such a coward, not having the courage to even come out and fight. Good news? Then why do I feel that you guys are coming with bad intentions in hand? Feng revealed an indifferent smile as he sent a glance at the other 5 menacing players. Master Black Flame, it is our fault for behaving too rashly. However, we truly do have great news for you. Only, I hope that you can take a trip with us. After all, this place isn't exactly suitable for discussions of such an important matter. At this moment, another person walked up from behind the 6 players. This person was similarly a middle-aged man. Currently, this man had a wide smile on his honest-looking face. When Feng used observing eyes on this man, he discovered that this man was actually called South Wolf. Immediately, Feng came to a realization: the road for enemies truly is narrow. Feng inwardly chuckled. South Wolf was none other than the person that tried to threaten Feng into surrendering his ice-blue devil flame. After being rejected, South Wolf had even declared that he would take action against Feng. Originally, Feng had intended to take a look at just how powerful the organization known as Underworld was. Unfortunately, this matter had been quelled by gentle snow. Feng never thought he would meet this fellow once again today. What if I don't want to go? Feng asked. We have long since thought of this point. Hence I asked Brother Ming Sha and his friends to come and personally invite Master Blackflame over, South Wolf said with a hypocritical smile, sending a glance at the 6 underworld guards beside him. And since you guys are being so sincere. Feng nodded. South Wolf had obviously already familiarized himself with the rules of White River City. Although the rules stated that battles were not allowed within the city limits, that was on the premise that actual damage was caused. There would be no problems if they simply dragged him away, of course. Feng's strength attribute was extremely high. South Wolf's group had absolutely no chance of abducting him just recently. He had obtained 40 free attribute points as a reward for releasing the Forgotten Lands. Although Feng had added 30 of those points into intelligence. In order to equip the Heavenly Dragon's Breath even a little earlier, he had placed the remaining 10 into strength. Aside from that, due to the Abyssal Blade's attributes, Feng obtained 2 additional free attribute points every time he leveled up. When coupling those with the strength provided by his other equipment, Feng's strength attribute had long since broken through the 170-point threshold. In terms of the strength attribute, very few players throughout God's domain could be a match for him. However, it seemed that someone from the mysterious upper echelon of Underworld wanted to meet him, and Feng was curious enough to agree. Let us go, then, South Wolf said as he led the way a short while later. Feng and the others arrived inside a high-class bar. Very few average players could be seen inside this bar, as most could not afford this luxurious place. Master Blackflame, please come in. Young Master Feng has been waiting for you for a long time now. South Wolf pushed apart the doors to a private room, hinting that Feng should enter. Upon entering the private room, Feng immediately discovered an imposing yet charming youth sitting inside. This youth was also accompanied by 2 beautiful female companions at his sides. These 2 beauties were not players, but NPCs. Just like how Anna was working as Feng's assistant at the Star Street trading firm, these beauties were clearly servants of this young man. This sight was far more shocking than if he had 2 attractive female players accompanying him at this stage of the game. Having the ability to possess 2 NPC servants showed that this youth before him was definitely out of the ordinary. You are in the upper echelon of Underworld? Feng asked. That's right. This one here is known as Feng Xianyang, the vice leader of Underworld's Starmoon Kingdom Eastern Branch. Of course, you can also call me by my character name, Darkwind. Feng Xianyang introduced himself. I wonder, what business does Vice Leader Feng have with me? Feng asked. Judging from Feng Xianyang's tone, Feng had already made a rough guess as to Underworld's strength. Although he had long since deduced that Underworld had a great deal of power and that their influence covered more than just a single kingdom, Feng still could not help but feel shocked after having his conclusions confirmed. It was no wonder even that General Snow was wary of them. Starmoon Kingdom could be categorized into 5 separate regions: North, South, East, West, and Center. White River City was located in the east side. Meanwhile, Feng Xianyang was in charge of managing the affairs of Underworld's Starmoon Kingdom Eastern Branch. The authority he wielded was definitely great. I heard that Master Blackflame is the founder of Zero Wing. You have even managed to elevate Zero Wing to its current position. We at Underworld feel very optimistic about Zero Wing's future. Hence we wish to invest in some shares. Feng Xianyang then pointed towards Ming Sha, who was currently standing by the door, saying, "You've already seen for yourself the strength of Underworld. Because of us, even a previously insignificant third-rate guild Dark Star has instantly become a powerhouse in White River City. If Master Blackflame is willing, Underworld can similarly make Zero Wing grow rapidly. Not only could you become the overlord of White River City, you could even become the #1 guild in the entire eastern region of Starmoon Kingdom. I wonder if Master Blackflame might be interested." Chapter 283, Arrogance. Feng Xianyang's words dripped with temptation. Just the prestige of being the #1 guild in the entire eastern region of Starmoon Kingdom would cause many to fight over it. These exact same words might have been used to attract Lone Tyrant into cooperating with Underworld back then under the banner of the #1 player on the ranking list. In addition to Underworld's covert support, Darkstar had managed to rocket to fame, becoming a guild capable of rivaling even the powerful Ouroboros, so that's how it is. Feng suddenly came to a realization. He finally understood why Darkstar could become so amazing, just like that, with experts appearing in the guild out of nowhere. Its abrupt rise was all because of Underworld helping it in secret, however. Now that Zero Wing had established a guild residence, Underworld couldn't help but reconsider its original plans. Hence its interest in investing in Zero Wing. Feng couldn't help but acknowledge that Underworld was indeed amazing. They were willing to support an entirely different guild, even at the cost of sacrificing all their previous investments. From an outsider's perspective, such an action was plain foolish. However, Feng knew that Underworld's decision was, in fact, very wise. It was obvious at first glance how great an influence a guild residence would have towards a guild's success. If it were up to him, he too would choose to take such an action. Master Blackflame, you should know that there are over 20 cities just in Starmoon Kingdom's eastern region alone. If Master Blackflame agrees to our proposition, in the future, you will become the absolute overlord of these 20-plus cities. Moreover, even though Underworld will be investing in Zero Wing, we will not interfere directly in the management of the guild itself. Rather, we will provide you with a large sum in funding and manpower, Feng Xinyang slowly said in a tempting tone. We at Underworld have already decided that, as long as Master Blackflame agrees, we will immediately inject 1 billion credits into Zero Wing, and also provide the guild with 100 gold coins every week. In addition, we will also provide 100 experts and also 1 team of Underworld guards for you, Master Blackflame, to command as you see fit. If Zero Wing develops well, Underworld will invest even more into the guild and the future Master Blackflame. What do you think? Feng Xinyang had taken Feng's previous silence for hesitation, thinking that Feng was definitely considering his proposition. Hence, he sweetened the deal. In God's domain, wasn't the main purpose one established a guild, earning money and gaining status? For a newly established guild, 1 billion credits was definitely an astronomical sum. Even a major corporation in a city couldn't easily take out 1 billion credits. Recently, due to God's domain's raging popularity, the number of corporations investing in the game had been continuously increasing. The value of guilds in God's domain had similarly shot up abruptly. Yet, even so, a third-rate guild with a member count of 20 to 30,000 would, at most, be worth 2 to 300 million credits. Meanwhile, Zero Wing merely had several thousand members in its ranks. Although it had both fame and experts, its value was still not worth 1 billion credits. After taking into account the value of a guild residence, Zero Wing would at most be worth 500 million credits. Hence, it would be completely illogical for Feng to refuse the offer of 1 billion credits. I wonder how much shares young Master Feng is intending to purchase? Feng asked, an indifferent smile on his face. Not much, just 50%. In exchange for 50% of Zero Wing shares, you can obtain 1 billion credits, in addition to having many experts to assist you. I believe that no other corporation will be willing to offer such a high price, Feng Xinyang said confidently. Feng propped up his chin with his hand, entering into a deep contemplation. Shortly after, he slowly said, although your offer is indeed attractive, 50% of the guild shares is simply too much. I am willing to sell 10% at most. Although Feng Xinyang's offer of 50% seemed as if both sides would be wielding half of the guild shares, it was simply a trick to make Feng drop his guard. In reality, wielding 50% of Zero Wing shares was already tantamount to full control of the guild. After all, when Feng established his guild, he hadn't claimed the full 100% shares of the guild. He had given a small portion to Aqua Rose. If Feng Xinyang purchased 1% of Zero Wing's shares from Aqua Rose, then he would have 51% of the guild's shares. At that time, Feng Xinyang's words would become law in Zero Wing, while Feng would sooner or later end up in a situation like the one in his previous life. Feng had sworn to never let something like that happen again in this life. 10%? Feng Xinyang did not dare believe his own ears. He was going to spend 1 billion credits on Zero Wing. Yet, all he would get in return was 10% of its shares. Did Feng really take Zero Wing for the #1 guild in Starmoon Kingdom? Vice Leader Feng, you must think that the amount I'm offering is too low, right? Feng asked, his indifferent smile still on his face. It's only normal that you would think so. However, what I'm trying to say is that 1 billion credits really isn't a big sum of money. I'm already giving young Master Feng a lot of face by offering you 10% of Zero Wing's shares. If it were anyone else here today, I would only offer them 1% at most. In fact, Feng was not speaking conceited nonsense at all, just the gold coins he had on hand right now already exceeded 10,000. If he converted them into credits, they would be worth at least 200 million credits. His daily income was also continuously rising day after day. Just the benefits he could obtain from the Starstreet trading firm had already far exceeded 1 billion credits. Not to mention, Zero Wing's guild residence was also built on a strategic location like the Purple Sun Mansion. The Purple Sun Mansion was the best location for players to establish a guild residence in White River City. It also occupied a broad tract of land, larger than even a football field, which could contain 50,000 people. Not to mention the current state of White River City, where every square inch of land was worth its inch in gold. Even after a decade passed since God's Domain's official launch, the land of the Purple Sun Mansion would still be worth more than 10 billion credits, although 1 billion credits was indeed an astronomical sum. It was truly not worth 10% of Zero Wing's shares. Even 1% was an overestimation, not to mention 10%. Master Blackflame, there has to be a limit, even to jokes. By toying around with me like this, do you take me for someone easily bullied? Feng Xuanyang's expression suddenly changed. His tone turned cold as well. Vice Leader Feng, what I speak is the truth. If Vice Leader Feng feels wronged, then let's just forget about this matter entirely. Feng shook his head and laughed. After this meeting, he, too, started thinking of looking for an investment partner. The falling flowers are yearning for love, but the heartless brook ripples on. If Feng had rejected Feng Xuanyang's investment proposal from the very beginning, or had argued that Feng Xuanyang was asking for too high a percentage of Zero Wing's shares, Feng Xuanyang might still have accepted Feng's answer with a smile. This was the atrocity of the truth. Hence, people would often prefer to hear a lie than the truth. The reason being, the truth was much crueler than a lie. If Aqua Rose were here right now, she would definitely scold Feng for speaking the truth. Soon after, Feng departed from the private room, leaving behind a thoroughly incensed Feng Xuanyang. South Wolf, get in here. Feng Xuanyang roared. South Wolf hurriedly entered the private room, asking, Young Master Feng, why are you so angry? Did that brat Black Flame fail to appreciate your kindness? Tell Lone Tyrant that he can take action immediately. I don't wish to see the guild called Zero Wing in White River City anymore. Feng Xuanyang no longer had his elegant appearance from before. Instead, he revealed his sinister nature, saying, since he isn't willing to cooperate with Underworld, then we will just remove him, one way or another. White River City does not need a guild that Underworld cannot control. Yes, I'll notify Lone Tyrant immediately, South Wolf said with excitement as he licked his lips. After Feng departed from the high-class bar, he immediately headed towards the teleportation hall. Spending 32 silver coins, he quickly arrived at Starmoon City, Starmoon Kingdom's most affluent city compared to White River City. The competition at Starmoon City was much more intense. Just a number of first-rate guilds present in the city already surpassed 5. The second and third-rate guilds were even more numerous. Meanwhile, the player population at Starmoon City was over 3 million. Such a number could easily match the total number of players in White River City and its neighboring 7 cities. One could say that Starmoon City was a location that every guild needed to compete for in the future. After all, it was a super city that would be able to contain over 10 million players in the future. Meanwhile, the resources available in the surroundings of Starmoon City were even more abundant. There were plenty of high-level maps that were only a short distance away from the city. Obtaining Starmoon City would be the equivalent of occupying a fifth of the entire Starmoon Kingdom's resources. Chapter 284, Ghost Raider. As the capital city of Starmoon Kingdom, Beneath the flourishing appearance of Starmoon City were piles and piles of pearly white bones. The moment Feng arrived at the city, he could already sniff out the strong smell of blood when Feng walked the bustling streets of Starmoon City. None of the players he saw belonged to small and unknown guilds. Instead, all the guild players he saw belonged to third-rate guilds or above. As for the unrated guilds, Feng could make a general guess as to where they had gone. They had definitely been completely annexed by these large guilds. Furthermore, the average level of players in Starmoon City was very high. In terms of equipment, the players of Starmoon City were also a notch higher than the players of White River City originally. It was a very rare sight to find average players possessing bronze equipment. At Starmoon City, however, it was not a rare sight at all. Feng had even seen some independent players who possessed equipment of mysterious iron rank and above. As for the players who wore a guild emblem on them, majority of their equipment were of mysterious iron rank. Some elite members of guilds were even fully geared with mysterious iron equipment. The standards of Starmoon City were clearly a lot higher than White River City's, however. If these players were to be compared to Feng, they would still be miles and miles behind when Feng arrived in Starmoon City. He had removed his disguise of Black Flame. Instead, he had chosen to use his original appearance of Yi Feng to move around the city. Hence, he did not choose to hide the equipment he had on him right now, although Feng had already turned off the innate glowing effect that dark gold equipment possessed. He was unable to do anything about the originally dashing appearance of the item itself. There was also the two weapons at his waist, the Abyssal Blade and the Demon Bane, whose quality could not be discerned through sight alone. Overall, Feng's equipment had caused all the players who walked past him to cast sidelong glances at him. Feng was just like a famous celebrity as he strolled along the streets of Starmoon City. It was impossible for him to keep a low profile, even if he wanted to. However, Feng paid no attention to the stares he was receiving, focusing only on the task at hand. After arriving at Starmoon City, a new city, Feng first made a trip to the city's auction house by force of habit. He intended to gauge the market conditions of this entire city as the capital city. Starmoon City was geographically located in the central region of Starmoon Kingdom. Hence, whether it was the northern, southern, western, or eastern region, all trade would pass through this place. In the past, during the peak of Starmoon Kingdom, Starmoon City controlled a full quarter of Starmoon Kingdom's trade volume. One could simply imagine how large the trade volume at Starmoon City was if one could dominate Starmoon City. The daily profits one could rake in would be astronomical. In comparison, the Star Street trading firm's daily profit of 1,600 to 1,700 gold coins was merely a trifling sum with such a large trade volume available. It would be a lie to say that Feng did not have aspirations towards it. Unfortunately, Zero Wing had just recently set out on its journey. It would still be a long time before he could attempt to get a share of the pie known as Starmoon City today. Feng was simply here to lay the groundwork for his eventual entry into Starmoon City's market. In the future, Starmoon City's auction house was also the largest auction house in Starmoon Kingdom. When players registered an item here, the item would also be available for the players in the surrounding tens of cities to purchase. It was much more amazing than the White River City auction house. Moreover, when players from another country wished to visit Starmoon Kingdom, or when players from the kingdom itself wished to head to another country, they would be required to make a transit through Starmoon City, as it was the capital city of the kingdom. This situation also led to players from other countries selling their wares at the Starmoon auction house. Hence, there was a very large variety of items available at the Starmoon auction house, and no other auction house in Starmoon Kingdom could ever dream of being its equal. This was also one of the reasons why many players would willingly come here to purchase or sell their items. The inside of the auction house was filled with a sea of players. After entering the building, Feng quickly looked for a quiet corner and sat down. He then called out the auction house interface, quietly browsing through its contents. Brother Blade, look at that person's amazing equipment. Although my eagle eye skill allows me to identify any weapon or equipment that is fine gold rank or below, when I tried identifying that person's stuff, many of them returned as unidentifiable. A skinny ranger said excitedly as he drooled at Feng's equipment. What? Unidentifiable? Don't tell me he's using dark gold equipment? Imperial Thunder, did something go wrong with your skill? Let alone a player from an unknown guild. Even the guild leaders of Ouroboros and the Star Alliance wouldn't be able to possess so many dark gold equipment. The robust-looking berserker named Lifeless Blade argued. Laughing Brother Blade, you should know that this identification skill of mine is an advanced skill that I obtained only after completing a unique quest. When had it ever gone wrong before? The ranger named Imperial Thunder replied earnestly. Lifeless Blade nodded, his expression turning serious. He then looked towards Feng, who currently sat on a stone chair, noticing that he was actually unfamiliar with this person. Feng. He isn't an expert of Starmoon City. He should have come from some other city. After Lifeless Blade used an identification skill on Feng, he immediately knew that Feng was not a player belonging to Starmoon City. Lifeless Blade could be considered a somewhat famous person in Starmoon Kingdom. He had met many players before, and he had also met majority of the experts that could be found in the city. As for the experts he had yet to meet, he knew what they were called at the very least. Even so, he had never heard of an expert called Feng before, and yet, I seem to recall hearing this name. Feng from somewhere. Lifeless Blade drifted into deep thought. I recall seeing this name on the official forums before. I wonder if I can still find it now. Thinking so, Lifeless Blade opened the official forums and started searching for information relating to a player called Feng. At this moment, Imperial Thunder used eagle eyes on the guild emblem hanging on Feng's chest. Instantly, a shocked expression surfaced on his face. Yet, immediately after, that shock turned into great excitement. Imperial Thunder, what happened to you? Lifeless Blade asked curiously. It was his first time seeing Imperial Thunder produce such an expression. In the past, Imperial Thunder did not react with such intensity, even when he saw a Lord-ranked field boss. Brother Blade, he's a member of Zero Wing. Imperial Thunder said excitedly. Zero Wing? Why would they be here? Lifeless Blade asked curiously. Nobody in Starmoon Kingdom had not heard of Zero Wing at this point. After all, it was the first guild in Starmoon Kingdom to possess its own guild residence. Moreover, there were plenty of experts in its midst. Even the top-ranking player in Starmoon Kingdom was a member of Zero Wing. Not only was this guild extremely mysterious, it also had Starmoon Kingdom's chief forger providing them with equipment. Countless players wished to join Zero Wing. Unfortunately, the guild was only recruiting members in White River City. Unless players from other cities migrated there, they would have no chance of joining it at all at this moment. Lifeless Blade had also found some information relating to Feng on the forums. Aside from finding out that Feng was the author of the White River City guidebook, Lifeless Blade had also found some video recordings of Feng's battles. Of them, the video showing Feng's one-man battle against hundreds of Martial Union members was still ranked within the top 30 most viewed videos. The video had even been titled God-Ranked Swordsman's Instructional Video, so he is that God-ranked expert, Feng. Lifeless Blade felt greatly surprised at this moment. He never imagined he would get the chance to meet such a great expert. While Lifeless Blade and Imperial Thunder were watching Feng, with his extraordinary five senses, had long since noticed as two observers. The interest these two players emitted was very strong. In addition, the fervor in their gazes made it hard for Feng not to notice them, even if he wasn't trying, and here I was wondering who was spying on me. It turned out that it was Lifeless Blade and Imperial Thunder. Feng glanced at his two admirers, sending a faint smile at them. Feng had been looking forward to meeting these two famous players for a long time now. Before they had even started playing God's Domain, they were already a relatively famous independent party. In the gaming world, they had even been called the Sharp Arrow Party. After they entered God's Domain, they shone even more than before. In the past, the team they had formed managed to successfully raid plenty of team dungeons that even the main force of first-rate guilds were helpless against. Meanwhile, the team leader, Lifeless Blade, had also been nicknamed the Ghost Raider. Brother Blade, such a chance won't fall into our laps a second time. Why don't we go get acquainted with him? Who knows? We might even become friends, Imperial Thunder suggested to Lifeless Blade. Chapter 285, Market Research. Imperial Thunder's suggestion sent Lifeless Blade into a light contemplation. Soon after, Lifeless Blade replied with a note as the saying went. Another friend is another opportunity. If one wished to succeed in a game, an extensive network of friends was necessary. It was especially true when it came to friends who were experts. If we're going to hastily approach and interrupt them like this, we need to be careful with our words when we speak. After all, every expert has their own unique personality. Some might be cheerful, some might be indifferent, and some might be arrogant. It would be counterproductive if we happened to accidentally provoke him. Lifeless Blade whispered, "Ah, of course I know about this point." Imperial Thunder laughed. "You do, huh?" Lifeless Blade rolled his eyes at Imperial Thunder. He then continued, "Do you still remember how you managed to provoke Yuan Fei, one of the top 10 rookies of the gaming world, whom we met last time? That was his fault for going overboard. He actually tried to roll for every equipment we got from that boss." Imperial Thunder still held a grudge against a player called Yuan Fei when they had discovered a Lord-ranked field boss before. They had kindly sent Yuan Fei an invite to raid the boss together. After the boss died, the loot the boss dropped was distributed using the dice rolling system, as more than a dozen players had participated in the raid. It was also logical that every team member would only roll for the items they needed. Yet, contrary to custom, Yuan Fei had rolled for every single item the boss dropped. Yuan Fei's actions clearly stated that, if he could not use it, then he could still sell it. You could have just spoken up about the matter. At worst, we could have just stopped contacting him. There was no need for us to become enemies. Yet, you chose to pick a fight with him without even trying to talk things out. That's not how you make friends. That's how you make enemies. Yuan Fei is still holding a grudge against us even until now. Lifeless Blade felt speechless when he recalled the incident back then. Yuan Fei was one of this year's top 10 rookies of the virtual gaming world, and the Star Alliance had even offered him an annual salary of 2 million credits in order to recruit him. Meanwhile, just because their team had provoked that petty-minded Yuan Fei, they had received plenty of oppression from the Star Alliance, making it hard for them to mingle in Starmoon City. If not for the fact that Lifeless Blade was acquainted with the guild leader of the Star Alliance, this matter would never have been settled, and their team would have been forced out of Starmoon City long ago. I understand. I won't repeat the same mistakes, Imperial Thunder said in a soft tone. In fact, he, too, recognized the mistake he made in the past. However, it was not easy for him to fix his short temper as the two of them quietly conversed while they made their way towards Feng. Feng had already grasped the general market trend in Starmoon City overall. The items sold here were cheaper than White River City. In White River City, a stack of hardstones could be sold for 10 silver coins. At this place, however, each stack was being sold for only 9 silver coins. The same went for whetstones. In White River City, each stack of whetstones could be sold for 35 silver coins, while at this place it was being sold for only 32 silver coins. Only advanced whetstones were sold at the same price in both cities, whereby each stack went for 1 gold coin. On the other hand, mysterious iron ranked weapons and equipment sold here were at least 10% to 20% more expensive than the ones sold at White River City. As for secret silver ranked weapons and equipment, those were sold at prices 30% to 40% higher. Sure enough, with more players around, the resources available is also greater in volume. Even though mysterious iron equipment is such a rare commodity in White River City, here in Starmoon City, these items seem to be available in abundance. There is someone actually selling secret silver equipment as well. As expected of the capital city, the number of experts here is much higher than other cities. Just by looking at the items being sold at the auction house, Feng could clearly feel the intensity of the competition at Starmoon City. With higher quality equipment and greater demand, it was also precisely this fierce competition that resulted in more experts being produced here. In order to survive in this city, one had to rack their brains and constantly think of ways to improve themselves, gradually climbing up the ranks of this prosperous city. Otherwise, what other explanation would there be for a precious secret silver equipment to appear at the auction house? It was simply impossible for guilds to sell any weapons or equipment that were of mysterious iron rank or better. After all, these items were strategic material for a guild. At most, they would sell the equipment produced by their own forgers. However, where would they find a forger who was capable of producing secret silver equipment? Even Feng, who possessed plenty of support items, could not easily produce them. It went without saying that other forgers should only be able to produce bronze equipment, or, at best, mysterious iron equipment at this stage of the game. Hence, the secret silver ranked weapons and equipment being sold at the auction house were definitely the offerings of independent teams. Meanwhile, their purpose in selling was simply to bolster their team's strength and obtain the funds necessary to cover their expenses. The number of independent teams that could obtain secret silver-ranked weapons and equipment at White River City could definitely be counted using one's fingers. As far as Feng knew, the only team capable of such a feat was the Holy Grail Knights that he had met by coincidence last time. On the other hand, there were a number of such independent teams in Starmoon City. One could just imagine the difference between the two cities if I'm going to try to enter Starmoon City's market. It seems that selling high-end equipment would be the most effective way to do so. At this moment, the fine gold ranked Dragonscale set equipment popped up in Feng's mind. He felt that it might not be a bad idea to rely on the Dragonscale set equipment to break into Starmoon City's market. However, his current forging standards were still too low. Cream Coco was also only an advanced forging apprentice right now. She was still in the midst of striving to get promoted into a true forger. Moreover, another condition needed to be met if Feng wished to enter Starmoon City's market. Currently, Feng's guild was based only in White River City. If he were to establish a branch guild at Starmoon City at this period of time, that branch guild would immediately be annihilated by the many large guilds of Starmoon City. Hence, what Feng needed right now to enter Starmoon City's market was a shop to do business with. However, not to mention a shop, even if Feng wished to set up a stall, he first needed to become a minor noble of Starmoon City. As for establishing a shop, at the very least, he needed to become a baron before he could do so as expected. If I don't deal with this shop issue, I won't have any way of entering Starmoon City's market. After all, the auction house's 15% processing fee was simply too expensive. More importantly, placing items at the auction house was something only independent teams or players would do. If one wished to have any sort of development and earn large sums of money and fame, a shop of their own was essential. Hello there, friend. I'm called Lifeless Blade. Seeing that you have come to the auction house, I'm guessing that you are here to sell some equipment, right? I am somewhat well known in Starmoon City, and I have plenty of sales channels. If you wish to sell your equipment at a good price, and its attributes are good, I can lend you a hand with selling them, Lifeless Blade said as he walked over, a smile on his face selling equipment. Feng took a look at his own get-up, discovering that the weapons and equipment he had on him were far better than what anyone else present inside the auction house had. From an observer's point of view, he definitely would not have any demands for the items sold at the auction house. In which case, the possibility of him coming to the auction house to sell some of his unwanted equipment was very high. After all, with so many good equipment on hand, there were bound to be some obsolete equipment that he needed to dispose of. Immediately, Feng shook his head, saying, "No, you misunderstand. I'm just here to take a look. Sorry, it's my fault for misunderstanding." Lifeless Blade quickly said in embarrassment when he realized that he had acted too rashly. "In truth, I'm not trying to earn some middleman's fees. I'm just trying to make your acquaintance. This here is a brother of mine, Imperial Thunder." Imperial Thunder nodded in reply, his mind still slightly dazed, completely mesmerized by the elegant appearance of the Abyssal Blade and the Demon Bane when seen at such a close distance. Dark gold weapons. Even the guild leader of the Star Alliance, a first-rate guild, did not possess such powerful weapons. Imperial Thunder wondered just what kind of attributes such weapons could possess. Just how much did they surpass the secret silver weapon he wielded? Seeing his companion constantly staring at the weapons hanging at Feng's waist, the drool in Imperial Thunder's mouth nearly overflowing, Lifeless Blade immediately clapped Imperial Thunder's back. He then let out an awkward laugh as he said to Feng, "Please excuse him. He doesn't normally act this way." Feng had been playing God's Domain for many years now, and his eye for people was still quite accurate. Naturally, he could tell that the two players before him did not harbor any evil intentions in their hearts. They were really just trying to get acquainted with him. Furthermore, from the stories he'd heard about Lifeless Blade and Imperial Thunder in the past, he had quite a good grasp on the two's personalities. They were definitely not sinister, villainous people. Lifeless Blade was the calm and silent type. As for Imperial Thunder, although he was brash, he was a man of integrity, no problem. I can tell that Brother Imperial is a straightforward man. Feng waved his hand, laughing. Since Brother Blade wishes to become friends, it would be my honor to oblige. Lifeless Blade's eyes immediately glowed. He hadn't expected Feng to be so easy to get along with, having such an easygoing attitude hence. The two quickly started a conversation between themselves. When they touched on the topic of combat techniques, Feng thoroughly shocked Lifeless Blade with his words. Meanwhile, Lifeless Blade finally understood why the public would acclaim Feng a god-ranked expert after conversing for more than half an hour. Feng managed to obtain a more detailed understanding of the situation at Starmoon City. Thanks to Lifeless Blade, he gained plenty from this discussion of ours. If not for Brother Feng, I'm afraid I wouldn't even know such a combat technique existed. This knowledge is simply priceless for dungeon raiding, Lifeless Blade said earnestly. He then retrieved a special tool from his back and presented it to Feng, saying, "This ring is the only item I can offer you as thanks. Brother Feng, please accept it. Otherwise, my conscience won't let me rest." Chapter 286, The Eternal Throne. Feng had not expected Lifeless Blade to be such a forthright person, although Lifeless Blade had only taken out an ordinary-looking silver ring. Feng knew exactly how precious this item was, the reason being. Not only had he seen this ring in the past, he had even owned one before the ring was a space ring. It was a storage item. One could not judge it simply based on its mysterious iron rank. The space ring could store up to 200 slots of items. It was a very significant amount. It also did not impart any additional weight to the user, regardless of the number of items stored in it. However, this was still not the most important point about this ring. Instead, the space ring excelled the most when used during battle, although it did not have many uses in a normal battle. When used in a fight between experts, a battlefield, or a boss battle, it could bring about game-changing effects. For example, if players wished to use magic scrolls or support items during a battle, they needed to first place their hands into their bags and search for their items before pulling those out. This entire process would waste much time. However, it was a different story if players possessed the space ring. With a simple thought, the item specified would instantly appear within the player's hands. The space ring was much more convenient than a begging reply to Lifeless Blade's offer. However, Feng shook his head and said, "This item is too valuable. I cannot accept it. Brother Feng, I am a man who never takes advantage of his friends. I'll feel extremely guilty if you don't accept it. Moreover, this ring is merely a storage item. It's not particularly valuable, so please accept it." Lifeless Blade said, "Well, how about this? I have a favor to ask of Brother Blade. I wonder, how many reputation points does Brother Blade have at Starmoon City right now?" Feng whispered. Sighing, Lifeless Blade grew confused at Feng's question, failing to understand why Feng would ask him such a thing. However, he still chose to answer honestly. "I'm only 30 points away from becoming a minor noble of Starmoon City. As the capital city of Starmoon Kingdom, the reputation points of Starmoon City was the most difficult to earn out of all the cities in the kingdom. Even if Lifeless Blade and his team were amazing, they were still a distance away from becoming nobles of the city. 30 points? Feng sank into deep contemplation. He thought to himself, that's not a lot, I guess. If he completes those several quests, he should be able to get those points. Must your favor require a noble to accomplish, Brother Feng? Lifeless Blade asked. Yeah. Feng nodded. Only by becoming a noble could one purchase a stall in Starmoon City. Also, exchanging of stalls could only be conducted between nobles of Starmoon City, in order to prevent players from taking advantage of any loopholes. However, Feng was a demon hunter. No matter where he went, he would still be treated like a noble. Hence, after Lifeless Blade purchased the stall, there would be no problems if he simply transferred ownership of the stall to Feng. In this way, Feng would have a stall in Starmoon City to officially sell his items. Originally, Feng had thought to complete a few quests in Starmoon City to increase his reputation here. However, it would not be easy to obtain 100 Starmoon City reputation points. he needed to invest plenty of time to do so. Meanwhile, Lifeless Blade had a trustworthy character, and it would be much faster to earn just 30 reputation points than to earn 100 reputation points at first. Lifeless Blade felt ashamed for being unable to be of any help to Feng. However, Feng's next remark immediately sent him into a daze. I know a few high-level quests that can increase reputation points. After Brother Blade completes them, you should be able to become a noble of Starmoon City. After saying so, Feng proceeded to list out the few quests he had in mind to Lifeless Blade. Withholding nothing at all this shouldn't be a good idea, right? Lifeless Blade was nearly left speechless originally. He had fully intended to help Feng. In the end, however, he had been the one to receive help from Feng instead. Currently, the many guilds in Starmoon City were desperately searching for quests that could increase one's reputation, holding back nothing to do so. However, even when they offered a huge reward for any related information, they still had no luck in finding any. Yet, Feng had just casually revealed to him 4 high-level quests that rewarded reputation points, his casual remarks making it seem as if these quests were plain cabbages that could be found anywhere. Is the difficulty of these quests too hard for you to manage? Feng suddenly came to a realization when he saw Lifeless Blade's troubled expression. I still know a few quests that reward reputation. However, as their difficulty is much lower, the reputation points rewarded is similarly low. You'll have to complete at least 7 or 8 of them in order to accumulate 30 points. Lifeless Blade's mind was an utter mess now. He even started to suspect Feng was a GM to actually know of so many reputation quests in Starmoon City. However, Lifeless Blade quickly dispelled this notion from his mind. After all, God's domain was controlled by the main God system. Nobody else was allowed to interfere with the game. Hence, the quests in the game were auto-generated by the system, and nobody should know about them in advance, of course. If there was an exception to this point, then that would be the extremely mysterious beta testers. However, after God's domain was officially released, many settings and quests in the game were changed. In theory, the quests that were originally present during the beta test should no longer exist. Thinking up to this point, Lifeless Blade was thoroughly confused by Feng's identity. Just how was he able to know so many things? Are you wondering why I know so much? Naturally, Feng could discern Lifeless Blade's doubts. Lifeless Blade silently nodded his head, making no attempt to hide his thoughts. It's because I am a reincarnated person. I returned to this time from 10 years into the future. Hence I know about all these quests. Feng said in full honesty. Brother Feng sure knows how to joke. Lifeless Blade abruptly burst into laughter. I'll complete these quests as quickly as possible. After I've managed to become a noble, I'll immediately notify Brother Feng. Lifeless Blade knew full well that everyone had their own secrets. Meanwhile, information on reputation quests would definitely be categorized as a top secret by guilds. Feng's willingness to reveal such precious information to him showed how much trust Feng placed in him. If Lifeless Blade still tried to probe deeper in the matter, then he would simply be too insensible. I'm telling the truth. Feng laughed bitterly. I know. Lifeless Blade nodded his head repeatedly, the smile on his face seemingly saying, I understand. Feng was left completely speechless. Although he had long since grown familiar with such a behavior, he still could not help but feel helpless every time he was faced with it. Why wouldn't anybody believe him, even though he was telling the truth? Why must the world make an honest man like him tell a lie before somebody was willing to believe him? Feng was no longer able to make sense of this world. Soon after, Lifeless Blade added Feng as a friend before hurrying off to complete the quests. Meanwhile, thanks to Lifeless Blade, Feng now had a better understanding of Starmoon City's situation. After Lifeless Blade's departure, Feng hailed a horse carriage and headed to the War God's Temple of Starmoon City. He intended to continue carrying out his legendary ranked main storyline quest. The War God's Temple of Starmoon City was built beside the palace. From the outside, the building looked like a magnificent and majestic pyramid, and at the summit of this pyramid was a house-sized sunstone, which exuded a divine light. Be it day or night, this sunstone would shine brilliantly on the entire war god's temple, and one couldn't help but admire this dazzling construction when seeing it as the main branch of the war god's temple. It had Tier 3 NPCs roaming around outside the temple itself, and even a Tier 5 Shadow Saint would not be able to penetrate the tight security here, although this was not Feng's first time visiting this war god's temple. It was still his first time coming to the 9th floor of the temple. The Eternal Throne, just the NPC guiding Feng to this place, was already a Tier 4 Glory Knight. In other cities, such an NPC would be an overlord-like existence that could cause others to tremble in fear. However, in this place, this NPC simply amounted to a guide. After entering the Eternal Throne, Feng immediately discovered 1 purple throne and 9 golden thrones suspended in the center of the room. On the sides were 50 silver thrones. Aside from the empty purple throne, every other throne was occupied by a person. Moreover, these people were all apex powerhouses of God's domain. A single step of theirs could send tremors throughout the entire continent. However, among all these people, only one of them had a real body. The others were simply phantoms sitting in their thrones. These powerhouses quietly observed Feng. Meanwhile, as the recipient of these gazes, Feng could not help but feel that his life was no longer in his hands. His body felt incomparably heavy under these stares, and his back was also already drenched in sweat. This was the imposing aura of a true apex powerhouse. It was not something Tier 4 classes could ever hope of equaling, as expected of one of God's domain's strongest powers. To think they actually have so many apex powerhouses in their midst. Feng was racked with emotion right now. Although he had played God's domain for over a decade, this was the first time he personally witnessed the war god's temple's true strength. An interesting young man. However, I don't believe a little guy like you can accomplish that quest. This is something that involves the fate of the entire continent, after all. Since it is so, let us give this little guy a test. If he passes it, I believe that nobody here would have any other objections, right? A test? This lady likes it. Let's go with that. If he passes the test, I'll throw in my vote of support. If he fails, well, he'll already be dead at that point, so no punishment will be necessary. How are we going to test him? Obviously, we're going to activate the 12 trials. Haha, the 12 trials. I have only heard of it before and only treated it as a legend. The last time it was activated was more than 900 years ago. I didn't expect that I would be so lucky as to witness it being activated in my lifetime. I must really thank you, little guy. I do hope you can last a few rounds, though. Let this old man here widen my horizons. Chapter 287, 12 Trials. The occupants of the silver thrones voiced their opinions one after another, merrily deciding how they should deal with Feng standing a short distance from the golden doors of this chamber. Feng silently muttered, "Crap, don't players have any human rights?" However, Feng had no choice under the circumstances that NPCs before him were all apex powerhouses of God's domain. Feng was merely an ant in their eyes. It would be fortunate if they even decided to give him a few extra glances, not to mention involve him in their discussion at this moment. A youth garbed in white robes, one of the occupants of the silver thrones, moved and instantly appeared before Feng, although this youth was simply standing in front of Feng, showing no animosity whatsoever to Feng. The formidable pressure Feng felt from him was much more overwhelming than what he'd felt from White River City's magistrate. Weissman, this white-robed youth, was none other than Eucharis, the Starmoon Temple Lord of the War God's Temple, whom Feng had been instructed to look for. Young man, we already know your reason for coming to this place. Although the Endless Abyss has indeed been unsealed, this is something that would have happened sooner or later. After all, no seal is eternal. In the face of time, everything is powerless. It is already good that the seal could suppress the Endless Abyss for hundreds of years in the near future. We will join forces to suppress the Endless Abyss, preventing this matter from escalating. However, before we go and suppress it, we need to choose a person to collect the materials needed to reseal the Endless Abyss. However, this person must be a heaven-blessed person, and you just so happen to be one. Hence, we decided to send you to collect the materials for us. Before we send you on your way, though, we need to first take a look at your potential. If you're no good, we will have no choice but to look for someone more suitable for the task. By heaven-blessed person, the NPC meant a player. In the NPC's settings, heaven-blessed people were immortal existences, as even if these individuals died, they could still revive shortly after. Hence, heaven-blessed people were the best candidates for collecting the materials needed for the seal. We have decided that your test will be the War God's Temple's 12 trials. You will be considered to have passed the test as long as you can clear 6 of the 12 trials. Of course, we won't make you go through the trials for nothing. As long as you can clear up to the 2nd trial, you will be rewarded with 100 War God's Temple merit points. Also, the rewards will be doubled with every subsequent trial you clear. After you're done with a trial, you can use the treasury of the War God's Temple to exchange your merit points for treasures. You should know that the treasury of the War God's Temple contains the most treasure throughout God's domain. An ordinary secret silver ranked item only costs 200 merit points, while a fine gold ranked item costs 500 merit points. A dark gold ranked item costs 1,500 merit points. An epic ranked item costs 4,000 merit points. A fragmented legendary item costs 15,000 merit points. And lastly, a legendary item costs 60,000 merit points if you have sufficient strength. You can even exchange for a divine artifact. However, that would require 200,000 merit points. While Eucharis was giving his explanation with a smile, Feng's heart was already pounding madly with excitement. Feng couldn't help but admit that a legendary ranked main storyline quest was indeed amazing. The highest ranked item Feng had seen before was only of legendary rank. He had only heard rumors about divine artifacts. He had never personally seen one before. Now that he had the chance to actually see one, his gains from this trip to the War God's Temple was already plenty. However, Feng knew his own limits. Even a legendary item was already a luxury for him, not to mention a divine artifact. Feng did not even dare fancy the notion of owning one. He would be satisfied as long as he could take a look at it, just as Feng was imagining what a divine artifact looked like. Eucharis started chanting some incantations, while drawing complex divine runes with his fingers. After Eucharis finished chanting, a pair of large golden doors appeared before him. There were 12 scenes carved into the dazzling golden doors, and each scene told of a cruel battle. When the doors parted, a very ancient and violent aura gushed forth from within, as if there was a ferocious primordial beast housed beyond those doors. Young man, the 12 trials lies beyond these gates. Go ahead, Eucharis said slowly as he pointed towards the golden doors. Feng nodded in reply. Step by step, he slowly walked towards and beyond the doors, soon vanishing from the eternal throne. That little guy sure is brave. Doesn't he know that the 12 trials is the cruelest trial of the War God's Temple? Eucharis, you're a devious bastard yourself as well. You actually used such a temptation against that little guy. Moreover, you've only mentioned the abundant rewards he could gain, but not the penalty for death. The merit points needed for the divine artifact. Even after saving for an entire lifetime, this old man still hasn't collected the necessary amount. If he wishes to obtain the divine artifact, at the very least, he needs to clear the 11th trial. Ever since the War God's Temple was established, from ancient times until now, only one person has ever managed to do so. However, that great personage was a mighty god who had saved the entire continent in the past. This lady has read plenty of ancient texts relating to the 12 trials. According to the information in those ancient texts, the majority of the people that had entered the trial only managed to clear up to the 3rd or 4th trial. Meanwhile, the ones that were capable of clearing up to the 6th trial were as rare as a phoenix's feather and a chelan's horn. Eucharis, your requirement for him sure is high. Collecting the 7 treasures is a matter of great importance. Without sufficient strength, how can he expect to gather all of them? Besides, we can't afford to waste any energy on a weak little ant. Just as the occupants of the silver thrones were having another round of discussions among themselves, one of the occupants of the Golden Thrones, who had remained silent throughout the prior discussion, finally spoke. This matter is decided. Just as Eucharis has said, the old monsters sealed within the endless abyss are becoming restless. We can't afford to waste too much energy on a single weakling. If he can pass the 6th trial, I will lend him a hand as well. As you command, my lord. The occupants of the Silver Thrones could not help but feel astonished when they heard one of the lords of the Golden Thrones speak. They never expected that this great personage would take action as well. This was a fortune that could not be obtained even if one begged for it soon after. Eucharis waved his hand, summoning a water screen into the Eternal Throne. The water screen that was suspended in midair showed the image of Feng, who was currently facing the 1st trial. Feng's current location was at the summit of a precipice. Aside from the 100-yard or so plateau available to him, he was surrounded on all sides by deep cliffs. In addition, the winds here were extremely violent, and a single misstep could send him plunging into the endless abyss. Feng quietly sat on a platform paved with stone slabs. Immediately, he discovered that, aside from the weapons and equipment he had on him, everything else he possessed was unusable. The powerful frost grenades could only lie quietly inside his bag. Even the magic scrolls Feng had prepared beforehand were completely useless, and the same went for recovery potions. Instantly, Feng's combat strength had been reduced sharply. It seems that these trials are meant to purely test my combat power. I wonder who my opponent will be. Feng took a look at his surroundings and failed to discover any monsters. He then thought to himself in bewilderment, "Don't tell me the monster is invisible." Having thought up to this point, Feng immediately extended his 5 senses to their limits. Invisible monsters were not unusual in God's domain. In fact, some of the truly powerful monsters were even capable of serial teleportation. Meanwhile, inside the Eternal Throne, the big shots of God's domain were excitedly observing Feng's trial. After all, it had been close to a millennium since the 12 trials had last been activated. None of the occupants of the Silver Thrones were that old yet, so they were naturally very curious about the 12 trials. I wonder who will be his first opponent? Though there are no records about it in the ancient texts, I did hear that the creatures inside the 12 trials are all primordial beasts that are extremely ferocious. However, this is only the 1st trial. That little guy isn't even a Tier 1 swordsman yet, so the monster's strength should be barely within the Tier 1 realm. Look, something's flying over. Chapter 288, Continuous Clearance. Primordial Beasts. In the God's domain of today, these creatures were either extremely rare or had long since gone extinct. They were beings that one would not normally see now that the 12 trials have been activated. Feng would also have the fortune of meeting one. If he were at any other location, it would be extremely hard for him to meet a primordial beast above the stage of the 1st trial. A blurred figure slowly descended from the skies, remaining unperturbed even in the face of the turbulent winds of this realm. This gigantic figure landed at the center of the stage, towering over the tiny Feng with the upper body of an eagle and the lower body of a lion. This monster was none other than the King of the Skies, a Griffin, elite rank. Level 20, HP 30,000/30,000. I didn't expect a Griffin would be so big. Just its wingspan alone is over 20 meters. Feng did not hurry into action. Instead, he took his time carefully observing the Griffin. He was currently within a trial. The monsters in here were completely different from their counterparts in the outside world. Not only would the monsters inside a trial possess a large variety of skills, their basic attributes would also be much higher. Most importantly, their intelligence would also be higher. They would not follow a set pattern when they fought. However, the Griffin did not provide Feng with too much time to think. With a piercing cry, the Griffin flapped its wings, generating a violent gale instantly. 2 tornadoes over 3 meters in height swept toward Feng, and where the blades of wind passed, everything shattered using a skill right off the bat. As expected, this Griffin isn't an ordinary monster. Revealing a faint smile, Feng's figure flashed, swiftly withdrawing for the attack range of the 2 tornadoes, following which he activated Silent Steps. instantly appearing behind the griffin. Before the King of the Skies could react, the pitch-black abyssal blade turned into multiple streaks of black, slashing down at the griffin's wings like snowflakes. The griffin's snowy white feathers fluttered onto the now blood-stained ground. Oh! The griffin let out an agonized roar, damages of over -400 points appearing above its head, one after another. The attacks that achieved a critical hit had even dealt over -800 damage immediately afterward. Feng followed up with a level 10 chop, his sword slicing off a large chunk from one of the griffin's wings, completely crippling it meanwhile. The griffin instantly lost over 1,900 HP from the attack from this short exchange. The griffin had already lost 16% of its total HP. Furthermore, with one of its wings now crippled, it could not fly even if it wanted to. The gap in strength was obvious in a single glance against a Feng who had over 200 points in agility. A flightless griffin would only amount to a sitting duck following, which Feng constantly shuttled around the griffin, sending streak after streak of black radiance stabbing into the griffin's body. However, Feng only used basic attacks throughout all this. This way he would not be affected by the awkward movements consequent to using a skill, which would hinder his ability to dodge. Moreover, Feng's attacks were extremely accurate. Every one of his attacks would land either on a vital point of the griffin or at a joint that would affect the griffin's movements, making it even harder for the griffin to strike him, although every hit Feng landed only caused around -400 damage. After a dozen or so seconds passed, the Ferocious Griffin fell system. Griffin defeated. First trial completed, rewarding 100,000 EXP and 5 free mastery points. Proficiency of all skills increased by 50 point system. First trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? The trial even rewards free mastery points? How wonderful! When Feng saw the rewards he received, a faint smile appeared on his face. After sheathing the abyssal blade and the demonbane back into their scabbards, he clicked yes to start the next trial. Although the monsters of the trial were indeed powerful, they were barely worth mentioning when compared to Feng's attributes and equipment. He cleared it, and with such ease as well. Not bad. Although he hasn't yet officially become a Tier 1 swordsman, his combat power is already at that tier. It is only natural that he is able to kill the griffin. If this continues, he should be able to get through the first 3 trials without any problems. From the 4th trial onwards, however, things won't be as easy anymore. That's right. The 12 trials would undergo a change in level once every 3 trials. The monsters would also receive a huge increase in combat power between levels. The 1st to 3rd trials will be basic level, while the 4th to 6th trials will be intermediate level, the 7th to 9th trials will be the advanced level, and the 10th to 12th trials will be the peak level. My bet is that the kid will hit his limit once he reaches the 5th trial. The people within the Eternal Throne were all apex powerhouses, and their eyes were well tempered by experience. After watching only one of Feng's battles, they could already make a relatively clear judgment. Indeed, just like the big shots of the War God's Temple had guessed, the stage for the 2nd trial was a sylvan setting, and Feng's opponent this time was the moon-howling silver wolf. Inside a forest, this monster was an alpha predator. Similar to the griffin, the moon-howling silver wolf was a level 20 elite monster with 30,000 HP. Although it, too, was a Tier 1 primordial beast, unlike the griffin, the moon-howling silver wolf was much stronger on land. Its physical attacks were much more powerful, and its reaction speed was also much faster than the griffin's. However, as if to replicate the scene from the 1st trial, Feng immediately activated Silent Steps and arrived at the hind leg of the moon-howling silver wolf. Again, similar to the time with the griffin, Feng slashed his swords down at the wolf's hind legs, crippling them and greatly reducing the monster's movement speed, following which Feng simply kite the moon-howling silver wolf with a blazing meteor before 30 seconds had passed. The moon-howling silver wolf fell system. Moon-howling silver wolf defeated. 2nd trial completed, rewarding 300,000 EXP and 10 free mastery points. Proficiency of all skills increased by 50 point system. 2nd trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? Immediately after, A golden glow surrounded Feng's body, signifying his rise to level 19. Feng then placed all 6 of his newly obtained free attribute points into strength, increasing the attribute to 180 points and activating basic destructive power, the hidden passive skill for strength. Now, Feng's bare hands were capable of destroying a bronze-ranked item. In other words, Feng's unarmed attacks could damage bronze-ranked weapons and equipment, reducing their durability and eventually destroying them. Originally, Feng had intended to place all 6 of his free attribute points into intelligence. However, he wanted to increase his combat power for the sake of the trial, even if it was only by a small amount. Soon after, Feng clicked yes and started the next trial. The third trial's monster was a blue-eyed spider, while the stage for the third trial was a location completely befitting a spider, inside a dark cave. Fortunately, there was no change to the blue-eyed spider's level despite Feng's rise to level 19. Similar to the previous 2 monsters, it was a level 20 elite monster with 30,000 HP. However, the blue-eyed spider was much stronger than the moon-howling silver wolf, though not in terms of attack power and movement speed. Instead, the blue-eyed spider had its highly potent venom and its tough and sticky silk. It also possessed superb eyesight. Even if its surroundings were pitch black, the blue-eyed spider would still be able to see clearly, as if it were daytime. Moreover, its eyes also provided it with a 360-degree field of vision without any gaps in between. Feng carefully looked around. Even if he possessed extraordinary strength, his range of visibility was limited to a maximum range of 5 yards. Meanwhile, the blue-eyed spider could easily spot any attempt Feng made to attack from a distance of 30 to 40 yards, making the situation extremely unfavorable for Feng. Interesting. However, Feng did not show any signs of panic. On the contrary, his lips curled up slightly. If it were any other player here, they might have to fight a bitter battle if they did not possess any supportive tools. Unfortunately, not me. Suddenly, a deep blue flame appeared in Feng's hand, lighting up the surrounding area. The scorching flame also caused the freezing temperatures inside the cave to rise sharply. Nevertheless, this was still not the end. The ice-blue devil flame in Feng's hand quickly expanded and enveloped his body, completely covering him in a layer of deep blue flames. At this moment, Feng looked just like a god of fire, the flames on his body brightly illuminating the entire cave. Meanwhile, the blue-eyed spider's position had also been clearly revealed. Chapter 289, Silver-Eyed Lion King. The blue-eyed spider lived in darkness all year round. Hence, its eyes, which were accustomed to the dark, could not adapt at all when the dazzling flames suddenly illuminated the entire cave. The blue-eyed spider was just like a frightened little rabbit. Suddenly, the blue-eyed spider, which had previously had the upper hand, was placed in an unfavorable situation. On the other hand, Feng, who had summoned the ice-blue devil flame, could now deal 20% more damage, and his fire and ice-type attacks would also have an additional 40% damage, instantly breaking out of his disadvantageous position. While the blue-eyed spider was still incapacitated, Feng used silent steps and arrived over 20 yards behind the 8-legged monster. With the power of thunder and flames coating its length, the abyssal blade smashed into the blue-eyed spider's body. 1:836. A frightening amount of damage appeared above the blue-eyed spider's charred head. The attack had also placed it in a fainted state for 4 seconds. Feng then followed up the attack with a thundering flash and a normal attack. 634, -1751, -1087, -1, 169. After suffering this series of attacks, the blue-eyed spider finally broke out of its stupor. However, it only had 72% of its HP remaining. Now the blue-eyed spider was furious. Rotating its body, it spat a stream of dark green venom at Feng. Having long since anticipated such an attack, Feng swiftly dodged to the side, avoiding the attack completely. He then activated Windwalk and escaped. Feng knew full well how frightening the blue-eyed spider could be. Its venom attack, just now, was merely the tip of the iceberg. The deadliest feature of the monster was the poisonous gas emitted by its venom. If he stood his ground to fight the blue-eyed spider, the end result would be obvious. He would inevitably die of poisoning meanwhile. Feng's purpose in using Thundering Flash on the blue-eyed spider was simply to inflict the damage amplification effect on the monster. He would then kite it using the blazing meteor shortly after. One by one, fiery red needles streaked through the air and pierced the blue-eyed spider's body. Although the blue-eyed spider was very skilled at dodging and blocking attacks, Feng still managed to land 2 out of every 3 hits thanks to Precision Throw, the special skill he obtained back at the Steel Fortress Borussia. Moreover, his attacks would occasionally trigger the quadruple phantom effect of the blazing meteor, instantly causing 4-600 damages to appear above the blue-eyed spider. When his luck was good, he would also trigger the Burning Flames effect. When the effect stacked up to 5 times, combined with the amplification effects of the Ice Blue Devil Flame, the debuff caused -1,600 damage every second to the blue-eyed spider. The damage of this debuff was even higher than Feng's melee damage, however. Such an occurrence was only natural. Although magic weapons were amazing, before they were fully released, they would still be far from comparable to a pseudo-extraordinary item meanwhile. Aside from Venom Attack, the only other ranged attack the blue-eyed spider possessed was Silkbind, however. These 2 skills were simply superfluous when used against Feng. Feng simply made an effortless sidestep to dodge these attacks, and with a flick of his wrist, he would send yet another needle into the blue-eyed spider, following which the blue-eyed spider's HP bar constantly decreased 62%, 45%, 33%, 20%. Within a few moments, the blue-eyed spider died at Feng's hands as well. System. Blue-eyed spider defeated. 3rd trial completed, rewarding 1 million EXP and 10 free mastery points. Proficiency of all skills increased by 100 points. System. 3rd trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? 1 million EXP just for clearing the 3rd trial? The system sure is generous. The difficulty for the first 3 trials isn't that high, though. It seems that the truly difficult part would start from the 4th trial onwards. I should take a rest and get my mental state back to peak condition for now. Despite having effortlessly cleared the first 3 trials, Feng did not believe, even for a second, that a legendary ranked main storyline quest could be so easily completed. Although Feng did not possess a good understanding of the 12 trials, it was still established as one part of a legendary quest. Its difficulty would definitely be high. The passing requirement was for Feng to clear up to the 6th trial. Yet, the difficulty of the first 3 trials was not particularly high. According to combat power, the monster Feng had faced were only at the basic level of a Tier 1 monster. Hence, the truly difficult part was definitely the 4th to 6th trial. Feng had always been a careful person. Hence, he intended to make ample preparations. Inside the Eternal Throne, the many Apex powerhouses there had been slightly surprised by Feng's battle that was a Tier 2 mysterious flame, the Ice Blue Devil Flame. It seems that the kid is still hiding his strength. It seems he really does have a chance at clearing the 6th trial. Based on his current strength, from the 4th trial onwards, he should be facing intermediate level Tier 1 primordial beasts. In terms of combat power, the kid is already at the intermediate level of Tier 1. Since the primordial beast that would appear in the 6th trial will be at the peak of intermediate Tier 1, he should have a 30% chance of defeating it with his current combat power. The big shots sitting in the silver thrones unanimously acknowledged Feng's potential. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Feng discovered an interesting matter. Although he could not use any potions or magic scrolls, he could still eat food made from cooking to boost his attributes. It was a good choice to let Violet Cloud continue pursuing the chef subclass. Feng smiled after Zero Wing's workshop was established. Feng had given Violet Cloud a very high salary. The salary was much higher than what Violet Cloud earned from selling her cooking products. There was no need for her to continue on the path of a chef, however. Violet Cloud had chosen to continue cooking, giving the reason that it had already become a habit of sorts. Moreover, Violet Cloud herself loved cooking, and currently, she was already an advanced chef. She was not far away from being promoted to Master Chef now. Not only could the delicious steaks she cooked increase the consumer's HP regeneration rate while in a non-combat state, it could also provide an additional buff that increased the consumer's strength by 10% for 10 minutes to others. A 10% increase in the strength attribute might not amount to much. However, to Feng, who currently had 180 points in strength, that would mean an additional 18 points in strength, which was also equivalent to an additional 36 points in attack power. Overall, the effect of the delicious steak provided Feng with a significant increase in combat power after Feng was rested. He clicked yes to start the fourth trial soon after. Feng was teleported to a grassy plain. Taking a look at his surroundings, Feng quickly discovered a lion with a golden mane lazily sprawled across a large boulder, its stout tail swishing around in a leisurely manner. However, Feng's arrival had obviously alerted it. When this golden-maned lion stood up, its height exceeded 5 meters. A chill flashed in the lion's silver eyes as it raised its eyelids. In the next moment, the lush, green grass beneath its paws was frozen solid. The grassy plains had also been instantly transformed into an icy hell, the green landscape turning snow-white silver-eyed Lion King, Special Elite. Level 20. HP 100, 000/100,000. The difficulty of the fourth trial was clearly much greater than the third trial. Amazing. As expected of the primordial beast of the fourth trial, it is actually capable of affecting its surroundings, transforming its environment into the ideal territory for it to fight in. Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Even with his 10 years of experience playing God's Domain, Feng had very rarely encountered such a monster. However, the icy hell had minimal effect on Feng. After activating the ice blue devil flame, the icy hell instantly returned to its original state. Just like that, the silver-eyed lion's environmental advantage was easily vanquished by Feng. Although the silver-eyed lion had lost its advantage, its innate strength and destructive power was still high. With a swipe of its paws, a large pit was formed in the grassland, and gravel flew all over the place. Before Feng could get a good grasp of the situation, he was hit by the shockwave ensuing from the impact of its claws and instantly lost 621 HP. What terrifying strength. Just the shockwave of its attack could already deal over -600 damage to me. If I received a direct hit from its claws, the damage will definitely be in the thousands. Although Feng had been caught off guard by the silver-eyed lion, he did not freeze in place. Immediately, he activated Windwalk and escaped. If he fought a direct battle against the silver-eyed lion, there was no question that he would. Though Feng could avoid the silver-eyed lion's claws in a head-on confrontation, if its claws battered the ground just like before, the resulting shockwave would propagate over at least an 8-yard radius. Feng would have no way of dodging the shockwave at all. Also, Feng only had a little more than 2,400 HP in total. He would last only a few hits at best. Chapter 290, Simultaneous Advancement. The silver-eyed Lion King roared furiously when it saw Feng running away. Focusing its eyes on Feng, the silver-eyed Lion King abruptly pushed against the ground with its robust and powerful legs. Like a violent gale, its body shot forth directly at Feng. Unfortunately for it, in terms of speed, Feng had a clear advantage over the silver-eyed Lion King. The distance between Feng and the silver-eyed Lion King gradually grew as the chase continued. However, if Feng started his kiting maneuver, the silver-eyed Lion King would quickly close this distance under a situation where he was not allowed to use potions to recover his HP. Feng's only recovery method was his innate battle recovery. However, he would only recover 1% of his HP every 5 seconds. Based on Feng's total HP, he would only recover around 24 HP every 5 seconds. If he wished to recover the 600 plus HP he'd lost, he needed to spend a relatively long period of time to do so. Fortunately, I'm a tad faster than it. The stage this time also covers a large area, so I can run around without any worries. Otherwise, I will really lose my life this time. Feng sent a casual glance at the silver-eyed Lion King. While majority of his attention was focused on the surrounding terrain, God's Domain was different from other virtual reality games in that it was much more realistic than the others. One, could say that a player's combat power was responsible for only around 50% of a battle's outcome. Meanwhile, 40% was due to environmental factors, while the remaining 10% was up to luck. Luck was something filled with uncertainties, so there was no need to place much consideration into ETAs for the 50% combat power and 40% environmental factors. How much a player could grasp them was an important indicator of how skilled a player was. A normal expert could only exhibit around 50% of their personal combat power. In God's domain, the main god system would be the one responsible for evaluating and making the final judgment on a player's personal combat power. This method of calculation was the most credible way to judge a player's personal combat power as to how it was calculated. Only the main god system knew this currently. However, the main god system would not show players how much their personal combat power was, and how much of it they could actually exhibit once the first 100-man team dungeon was successfully raided. The second evolution of God's domain would be activated. After the second evolution, a teleportation gate to the Divine Colosseum would appear in every city. When players entered the Divine Colosseum, they could compete and battle against other players there. Not only could they obtain equipment there, they could also upgrade and improve their combat techniques. It was also due to this reason that the fights in God's domain became extremely popular. As more time passed, the popularity of fights in God's domain would even grow to surpass that of the fighting competitions in the real world. Those who were capable of exhibiting over 50% of their personal combat power would be considered normal experts. Meanwhile, players that could exhibit over 60% would be considered second-rate experts. Once a player could exhibit 70%, they would be considered first-rate experts. If one could exhibit more than 85% of their personal combat power, then they would be considered apex experts. A majority of the players within this category were famous experts of God's domain, and they would often participate in the international competition that was held only once a year by the developers of God's domain. They were, without a doubt, the most popular individuals in God's domain back in the days when Feng was still a Tier 3 Sword King. Although he was not comparable to these great experts of God's domain, he had still been categorized a first-rate expert since he could exhibit around 80% of his personal combat power. However, compared to exhibiting his personal combat power, Feng was much stronger in terms of observing and utilizing his surroundings currently. In terms of combat power, Feng was about equal to the Silver-Eyed Lion King. However, the Silver-Eyed Lion King's HP was many times greater than Feng's. Without taking into consideration the environmental factors, Feng would definitely die if he chose to clash head-on with the Silver-Eyed Lion King. If Feng had met the Silver-Eyed Lion King under normal circumstances, he would simply accept his death. At worst, he would just lose a single level. However, the current situation he was in did not allow him to do so. This was a trial given by his quest. There was no second chance for him, and his death would also signify the end of the quest. Hence, he absolutely could not die right now after running for over a dozen minutes. Feng arrived at a hill. As for the Silver-Eyed Lion King, it was still far from catching up to Feng. Feng wandered around this hill for a while and eventually discovered a cliff. Immediately, Feng's eyes glowed and his lips curled up in a smile at last. "I've found the key to victory." Feng chuckled lightly. He then activated Windwalk, dashing towards the edge of the cliff originally. Feng could have used this period of time to increase the gap between him and the Silver-Eyed Lion King even further. However, Feng chose not to do so because he wanted to find a favorable terrain to deal with the Silver-Eyed Lion King. A minute later, Feng stood at the edge of the cliff. Below him was a large gorge. This height should be sufficient. Feng made some mental calculations and felt that his plan was feasible. After several more seconds passed, the Silver-Eyed Lion King finally caught up. Just as the Silver-Eyed Lion King leapt into the air, its razor-sharp claws about to slash Feng's head. Feng jumped, dodging the attack completely. In the next moment, the Silver-Eyed Lion King's paws smashed into the cliff boom. The ground beneath Feng and the Silver-Eyed Lion King was destroyed, both man and beast plunging towards the very bottom of the cliff. Just as Feng's body was about to hit the ground, he activated gravity liberation, his body instantly becoming as light as a feather. Immediately, Feng's rate of descent dropped sharply. The silver-eyed Lion King, on the other hand, was not as fortunate. When its body hit the ground, a large crater was formed from the impact. Still not dead. "You're quite durable, aren't you?" Feng commented as he looked at the silver-eyed Lion King that was embedded into the ground. Right now, the silver-eyed Lion King only had a thread of its HP left. "You've already dug your own grave, so you might as well stay in it." Feng unceremoniously sent a thundering flash of the monster. 3 arcs of lightning streaked into the silver-eyed Lion King, taking away its remaining 1,000 or so HP before. If Feng had chosen to jump down the cliff first, the silver-eyed Lion King definitely wouldn't have followed suit. Its intelligence was not that low, after all. Instead, it would simply have taken a detour down the cliff. Hence, Feng had chosen to borrow the silver-eyed Lion King's immense destructive power to destroy the edge of the cliff. That way, there was no doubt the silver-eyed Lion King would be caught unawares. System. Silver-eyed Lion King defeated. 4th trial completed. Rewarding 3 million EXP, 20 free mastery points, and 10 gold coins. Proficiency of all skills increased by 300 points. System. 4th trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? 3 million EXP? Isn't this reward a little too lavish? Feng was immediately shocked by the system's reward. He had only recently risen to level 19. Yet, now, he was already close to welcoming level 20. Moreover, after the 4th trial, Feng's War God's Temple merit points were already at 700 points. He could now afford to exchange for 1 fine gold ranked item and 1 secret silver ranked item, and as long as he cleared the 5th trial, he could obtain another 800 merit points. The points in that round alone trumped those from all the previous rounds combined. He would then be able to afford to exchange for either 1 dark gold ranked item or 3 fine gold ranked items. After a short rest, Feng clicked yes again and started the 5th trial. The stage of the 5th trial was set in a desert. Meanwhile, the primordial beast that would serve as his opponent in this trial was a monstrosity that had the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and a snake as its tail. The moment this monster noticed Feng's entry into its territory, its crimson-red eyes immediately squinted, a hint of excitement leaking out from them. Chimera. Feng was surprised without even needing to use observing eyes on the monster before him. Feng already knew what it was. After all, he had fought this monster countless times in the past. A chimera was the final boss of a 100-man team dungeon. In the past, Feng and the team he led had suffered defeat after defeat under the hands of the chimera. Only after experiencing innumerable team wipes did they manage to finally kill it. Hence, Feng had a very deep impression of Chimera's Chimera, Special Elite. Level 20. HP 120,000/120,000. The Chimera was a monster Feng was extremely familiar with. Feng knew both the strengths and weaknesses of a Chimera like the back of his hand. A Chimera could spit fire from its mouth, and its strength was comparable to the silver-eyed Lion King. Meanwhile, the snake that acted as the Chimera's tail was equivalent to another monster entirely. The snake boasted powerful venom attacks. If players were struck by the Chimera's flames after being poisoned by its tail, they would die with 100% certainty. However, the Chimera also possessed a fatal weakness. Poison Feng immediately activated Windwalk. Faced with the Chimera's sharp claws and venom attacks, Feng chose only to dodge and not retaliate. After the venom spat out by the Chimera's tail started spreading and emitting a poisonous gas into the surroundings, Feng finally took action without hesitation. Feng charged into the poisonous fog, with the Chimera following closely behind him. The moment Feng stepped into the poisonous fog, he was inflicted with a poison debuff, losing 200 HP every second. However, Feng paid no mind to the debuff. After he ran out of the poisonous fog, he spun his body around and threw the blazing meteor. When the blazing needle entered the poisonous fog, the vivid green fog instantly turned into a dark green. Immediately after, an explosion occurred. The explosion promptly sent the Chimera, which was still standing inside the poisonous fog, flying. The monster lost over 10,000 HP from the explosion, and it was placed in a momentary crippled state. Taking advantage of this change, Feng launched a barrage of attacks at the Chimera. By the time the Chimera had recovered from its crippled state, Feng had already taken an additional 6,000 or so HP away from it. Furious, the Chimera charged at Feng, while the latter started evading the Chimera's attacks once more, biding his time while he waited for the next poisonous fog to form. After repeating this process several times, the battle finally came to an end. Although Feng had only around 400 HP remaining, the Chimera had already fallen at his feet. System Chimera defeated. 5th trial completed, rewarding 6 million EXP, 20 free mastery points, and 10 gold coins. Proficiency of all skills increased by 300 points. System 5th trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? Immediately, Feng's experience bar rose to 62% of level 20. He was not far away from reaching level 21, although Feng was slightly stronger now after allocating his free attribute points. He still felt that the next trial would be extremely dangerous. If not for the fact that Feng was familiar with the Chimera's habits, he would have definitely died in the 5th trial. Meanwhile, the monster in the 6th trial would definitely be much stronger than the Chimera. It would be fortunate if the monster that appeared in the 6th trial was something Feng was familiar with. However, what would he do if it was a monster he had never seen before? Most likely, death would be his only ending. Feng would not rely on luck to decide such an important matter for him. Hence, Feng did not immediately start the 6th trial after he was rested this time. Instead, he called out his attribute panel, choosing to use the free mastery points he had reserved all this time. One-handed sword mastery. Intermediate apprentice swordsman. Mastery points required. 50. Damage when using a one-handed weapon increased by 15%. Advanced apprentice swordsman. Mastery points required. 100. Damage when using a one-handed weapon increased by 20%. Basic swordsman. Mastery points required. 150. Damage when using a one-handed weapon increased by 30%. There is a 5% chance for a qualitative change to occur. Intermediate swordsman. Mastery points required. 200. Damage when using a one-handed weapon increased by 40%. There is a 10% chance for a qualitative change to occur normally, even after players were promoted into a Tier 1 swordsman. Their one-handed sword or two-handed sword mastery would only be at the intermediate apprentice swordsman rank. Meanwhile, Feng had received a total of 65 free mastery points from clearing the first 5 trials. In addition to the points he had received from completing quests and the points that were rewarded once every 5 levels, he now had a total of 168 in used free mastery points. After Feng used up all his free mastery points, his one-handed sword mastery had reached the rank of a basic swordsman. However, Feng was still not satisfied with this result, following which he retrieved the level 20 dark gold ranked Purgatory Shadow, which he had previously bought at the Blackwing auction house, from his bag and swapped out the level 15 Demon Bane. Let's start the devouring process then. Feng looked at the pitch-black Abyssal Blade in his hand. He then offered the 10 level 15 Mysterious Iron weapons, which he had prepared an earlier date, and the level 15 Demon Bane as sacrifices to upgrade the Abyssal Blade, although it was unfortunate that he did not possess 10 level 15 secret silver weapons to use as a sacrifice. The legendary quest was of utmost importance. He could not afford even the slightest misstep, and it was necessary for him to utilize all available avenues. Chapter 291. The Beginning of Greatness. In order to increase the Abyssal Blade's potential, Feng had intended to gather 10 level 15 fine gold weapons to serve as a sacrifice. Hence, he had deliberately kept the Abyssal Blade at level 10 all this time now. However, he no longer had the leeway to do so. The Abyssal Blade started exuding a dark fog, which immediately charged at the sacrificial weapon Feng had prepared within 3 seconds. Even the incomparably hard Demon Bane, a dark gold ranked one-handed sword, had been turned into dark fog and was absorbed by the Abyssal Blade. After the Abyssal Blade had finished devouring the sacrificial weapons, the weapon was no longer completely pitch black in appearance. Golden divine runes appeared on the blade of the sword, giving off a faint golden glow. Meanwhile, the entire blade itself had also become silvery gray when Feng casually brandished the abyssal blade, slashing it through the air. The feeling he got was like he was cutting a transparent sheet of paper sharp. Feng looked at the abyssal blade in his hand, astonishment filling his eyes if he combined such sharpness with the basic destructive power passive skill. Even without the ice blue devil flame, he could still easily destroy mysterious iron ranked weapons and equipment. Secret silver ranked items would also last only a while longer. Abyssal blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon. Attack power plus 211. All attributes plus 25. Attack speed plus 8. Ignore levels plus 8. Attacks half. 35% chance to cause 200% damage, 10% chance to cause 300% damage, 20% chance to induce Doom Curse. Reducing all attributes by 40% for 30 seconds if wielder belongs to any swordsman-related class. All skill levels plus 3 increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 15 can be upgraded. Devour 10 level 20 mysterious iron weapons and 1 level 20 secret silver weapon to upgrade to level 20. Can be evolved. Unknown. Additional skill 1. Phantom Kill. Instantly creates a doppelganger. You can control this doppelganger. Doppelganger will have 55% of original body's attributes and all skills. At the same time, doppelganger and the original body can be swapped. Duration 40 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Additional skill 2. Abyssal Bind. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration 3 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. Additional skill 3. 9 Dragons Slash. Instantly creates 9 phantoms of the abyssal blade for wielder to use. Each phantom sword is capable of dealing up to 30% damage. Duration 30 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Additional skill 4. Dark Violent Dance. 45% of the total damage dealt to the target spreads in a cone-shaped area towards targets within a distance of 12 yards. Duration 30 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. The Abyssal Blade was personally created by Mastersmith Alice's using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, and it is ranked 31st. However, this sword has been cursed by the Black Dragon King. Aside from providing the wielder with immense strength, there will be a backlash every period of time. However, after being remodeled by Jack using a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been greatly reduced. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the curse of the Black Dragon King, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%, unable to be dropped and able to be traded as expected of a magic weapon. Even though only 10 mysterious iron weapons and 1 dark gold weapon were used as its sacrifice, its new attack power is even higher than a dark gold weapon of the same level. This attack power could already rival a dark gold ranked two-handed sword. Feng smiled in satisfaction. The level 15 dark gold ranked Demon Bane only had 183 attack power. Meanwhile, the Abyssal Blade had 211 attack power. It was far stronger than the Demon Bane. Not to mention, the other attributes and skills of the Abyssal Blade had also received a significant improvement from the upgrade this time around. Unfortunately, the Abyssal Blade was still far from being a match for the Purgatory Shadow, a level 20 dark gold ranked one-handed sword. Purgatory Shadow, one-handed sword, dark gold rank. Level 20 can be upgraded twice. Attack power plus 273, strength plus 30, agility plus 25, endurance plus 22, attack speed plus 2. Attacks half. 20% chance to cause 300% damage, 10% chance to reduce damage dealt by target by 20%. Effect, not stackable. Additional skill dash. Purgatory Power, when activated, increases attack speed by 100% and damage dealt by 30% for 15 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes. However, this could not be helped. Level 20 weapons and equipment were essentially more powerful than level 15 ones. At level 20, players could take the promotion to become a Tier 1 class. Hence, level 20 weapons and equipment would all be significantly stronger. Although the attack power has improved greatly, it won't be enough to get me through the 6th trial. Feng knew that a player's combat power could not simply be measured through their attack power alone. An increase in attack power only meant that the damage players dealt would be higher than before. Meanwhile, combat power was the synthesis of various other factors such as strength, agility, endurance, and other basic attributes. Skill level was also a factor to consider. Even if Feng multiplied his current attack power by 3 to 4 times, his HP would still be tens of times lower than the monster in the 6th trial. If he could not dodge the monster's attacks, he would still lose his life after taking a few hits. So, an increase in attack power would not bring too great an increase to his overall combat power. A player was just like a wooden bucket that was used to collect water. How strong they were depended not on their strengths, but their weaknesses. Feng called out the system interface. As Eucharis had already opened up the exchange system of the War God's Temple's treasury for Feng, he could now directly exchange his merit points through the system. Feng immediately used 1,500 merit points to exchange for a level 20 dark gold weapon. He then took out another 10 level 20 mysterious iron weapons from his bag. There were plenty of mysterious iron weapons stored inside the guild warehouse. Moreover, during the past few days, while Feng, Aqua Rose, and Fire Dance were trapped within the Forgotten Lands, Blackie and the others had kept themselves busy raiding level 20 5-man party dungeons to level up and obtain materials and equipment. They were making preparations to challenge the level 20 10-man Great Dungeon. During this process, they had obtained plenty of level 20 mysterious iron ranked weapons and equipment. Currently, Zero Wing possessed the most level 20 weapons and equipment out of all the guilds in White River City with such a large supply. Feng had set aside some of the level 20 mysterious iron ranked weapons and equipment with the weakest performance for future use. However, he had never thought he would get to put them to good use so quickly, following which, Feng chose to upgrade the Abyssal Blade once more in God's domain. Level 20 was considered a large threshold. Just like the time the Abyssal Blade had risen to level 10, it would receive a large improvement when it was upgraded to level 20. Now, whether or not Feng could clear the next trial would rely solely on the performance of the level 20 Abyssal Blade. The devouring process this time was clearly different from when the Abyssal Blade got upgraded to level 15 after devouring the offerings. The Abyssal Blade erupted and let loose a dragon's roar. The sky and earth trembled in the face of this mighty roar. Immediately after, the Abyssal Blade broke free from Feng's grasp and floated in mid-air. Boom. The Abyssal Blade exploded, transforming into a black tornado. The surroundings went deathly still, as if with bated breath. As the black tornado dissipated, a gigantic figure emerged in its place. This figure was none other than the phantom of the Black Dragon King that Feng had previously seen. However, compared to the first time Feng had seen it, the phantom that appeared this time was much more vivid. Moreover, the destructive aura it emitted was far stronger than before. Even when he was faced with the apex powerhouses back at the Eternal Throne, Feng had not been so scared, of course. This disparity was also due to the fact that those big shots had been intentionally suppressing their auras at this moment. The Black Dragon King's phantom, which was several hundred meters in height, actually turned to look at Feng and revealed a human-like sneer. Soon after, the phantom dissipated and transformed back into the Abyssal Blade. As the sword landed, its blade stabbed deep into the earth before Feng. With only its hilt remaining above ground, some time passed before Feng gradually recovered from his stupor. He then slowly extended his hand and pulled out the Abyssal Blade. The appearance of the Abyssal Blade had greatly changed after being upgraded. The entire sword was now silvery gray in color. It exuded a faint, black aura of death. The image of a black dragon could also be seen fading in and out of existence on the blade of the sword. Meanwhile, the image of a dragon had also been carved out of the hilt of the Abyssal Blade. There were small black chains wrapped around the hilt as well, seemingly acting as a seal for the dragon. Have I just done something I shouldn't have? Feng wondered, laughing bitterly as he looked at the lifelike dragon sculpture. Everything was playing out just as Faust, the legendary character Feng had met back at the Star River Valley, had sight a magic weapon was a double-edged sword. As one allowed the magic weapon to grow in strength, the curse contained within it would also grow stronger. Meanwhile, the wielder would sooner or later be devoured by the strength of the magic weapon. Chapter 292, Black Emperor. Extraordinary strength comes from an extraordinary will. This was the only advice Faust had given Feng after Feng grasped the Abyssal Blade, which had undergone a huge change in its appearance. He could fully feel the terrifying strength contained within the sword itself. It was like the sword was alive. Feng could even feel pulsations when he gripped the hilt of the Abyssal Blade. It felt as if the Black Dragon King was roaring inside the Abyssal Blade and likely to break through its seals at any given time. Such powerful attributes. When Feng checked the attributes of the Abyssal Blade, he couldn't help but secretly marvel at them. The Abyssal Blade was definitely the best weapon below epic rank. Feng had seen even the Blazing Meteor, which had been crafted by the forging genius Ilura, was not its match currently. Based on the Abyssal Blade's attributes, it would not be an exaggeration to label the sword a pseudo-extraordinary item. Provided that he could continue upgrading it, it would reach the epic rank standard before long. Abyssal Blade. One-handed sword. Magic weapon. Attack power plus 302. All attributes plus 30. Attack speed plus 10. Ignore levels plus 10. Attacks half. 40% chance to cause 200% damage, 15% chance to cause 300% damage, 20% chance to induce Doom Curse, reducing all attributes by 40% for 30 seconds if wielder belongs to any swordsman-related class. All skill levels plus 3, increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 20 can be upgraded. Devour 10 level 25 secret silver weapons and 1 level 25 fine gold weapon to upgrade to level 25 can be evolved. Unknown. Additional skill 1. Phantom Kill. Instantly creates a doppelganger. You can control this doppelganger. Doppelganger will have 70% of original body's attributes and all skills. At the same time, doppelganger and the original body can be swapped. Duration 40 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Additional skill 2, Abyssal Bind. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100% duration. For seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. Additional skill 3, Nine Dragon Slash. Instantly creates 12 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for wielder to use. Each phantom sword is capable of dealing up to 40% damage. Duration 30 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Additional skill 4, Dark Violent Dance. 50% of the total damage dealt to the target spreads in a cone-shaped area towards targets within a distance of 12 yards. Duration 30 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. Additional Profound Inheritance, Black Emperor. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 layer of Death Aura. Each layer of Death Aura can be used to increase all attributes of wielder by 2% and attack speed and movement speed by 1% for 10 seconds, or be used to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 3 seconds. Maximum of 30 layers of Death Aura. Duration 10 minutes. Cooldown 18 hours. The Abyssal Blade was personally created by Mastersmith Alice's using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, and it is ranked 31st. However, this sword has been cursed by the Black Dragon King. Aside from providing the wielder with immense strength, there will be a backlash every period of time. However, after being remodeled by Jack using a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been greatly reduced. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the curse of the Black Dragon King, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%, unable to be dropped, unable to be traded as expected of a magic weapon. It really doesn't disappoint. Even epic weapons rarely have profound inheritances attached to them. Now, before even reaching the standard of an epic weapon, it already possesses a profound inheritance. Feng breathed a sigh of relief after carefully reading through the introduction of the Black Emperor. With it, He should not have any problems facing the 6 trial. Profound inheritances were rarely seen during the early stages of God's domain. They only started becoming widely known during the middle stages of the game. Inheritances and skills were different. In God's domain, the skills provided to each class were made to accommodate the masses of players, so there was no sense of individuality to them. To put it another way, instead of skills being made to cater to the individual player, players were required to adapt themselves to pre-made skills, regardless of the suitability of said skills. Meanwhile, inheritances could be used by players to create their own unique method of attacking, allowing more freedom in their fighting styles. It could also further increase a player's combat power. The most basic of inheritances in God's domain would enhance a player's skills, such as increasing the skill's damage or altering the effects of said skill to allow a more flexible fighting style. As for the more advanced inheritances, not only would they alter a player's skills, they could also increase a player's attributes. Meanwhile, the Black Emperor inheritance clearly belonged to this category. If others were to see the attributes on the Abyssal Blade, their jaws would definitely fall to the ground in shock. Some would even harbor thoughts of owning it for themselves. An organization like Underworld, which had been continuously gathering all kinds of powerful items, would definitely not hesitate to use unscrupulous means to take possession of the Abyssal Blade. In today's society, virtual gaming had already become one of the world's main forms of entertainment. The emergence of God's domain had further solidified the position of virtual reality games in people's lives. Currently, the average person would spend close to half of their day living inside God's domain. It was also due to this reason that players all wished to live a better and more respectable life in God's domain. After all, life in God's domain was just like another part of their own lives. However, unlike their lives in the real world, their lives in the virtual world were much purer and simpler. Generally, they only needed good weapons, equipment, and influence in the game. At this current age, players' pursuit of virtual items was no less than women's pursuit of luxury goods. After all, in the eyes of average players, weapons and equipment were the representation of strength. Gorgeous-looking weapons and equipment that allowed one to have amazing damage output were all the envy of average players. High-level weapons and equipment were symbols of strength in God's domain, and countless players pursued them. It was also the reason why many players were willing to spend hundreds and thousands, and sometimes even tens of thousands of credits to purchase these powerful items. Some wealthy youths that were born with a golden spoon would even spend several millions without blinking just to obtain a powerful item. These people were willing to go to such lengths because, with powerful weapons and equipment, they could experience the pleasure of being superior to others. In the case of a magic weapon like the Abyssal Blade, it wouldn't be impossible for it to sell for an astronomical price of several tens of millions. Feng recalled that 1 year after God's Domain's official launch in the past, a legendary item had appeared in the world auction, which was held in the real world. At that time, the legendary item had been sold off for 60 million credits. The price had thoroughly shocked the entire world. Shortly after the auction, however, the person who sold the legendary item immediately regretted that decision. There was only a limited number of legendary items throughout the entire God's Domain, and every single one of them was considered a strategic weapon by guilds. Just by owning one, a player could easily get through their Tier 4 or even Tier 5 class promotions. Meanwhile, the value of a Tier 5 powerhouse could reach up to tens of billions of credits. The reason being, when a guild gave birth to a Tier 5 powerhouse, the guild would have the ability to conquer 2 or 3 additional cities that could each hold a population of several million people. Of course, the Abyssal Blade was still incapable of rivaling a legendary weapon at present. It wasn't even at the level of an epic weapon yet. However, it was what Feng currently needed the most. For Feng, several hundred points of additional attributes weren't as beneficial a powerful skill, and the Black Emperor inheritance just happened to fit the bill. Feng had learned many powerful skills. However, all of them possessed the same fatal weakness. All of them possessed explosive power, but none of them possessed any staying power. Maybe this weakness wouldn't be a problem when these skills were used inside a dungeon or against players with poor equipment. After all, when going against players with poor equipment, Feng did not even need to use up all the skills in his arsenal to finish them off. He could simply overwhelm them with superior attributes, and not even techniques would be required. Meanwhile, when inside dungeons, he would have MTs to tank the monsters at the front lines, healers to heal him from behind, and many other players to support him. He only needed to survive and wait for the cooldown of his skills to end before starting the next volley of attacks. But when fighting against monsters or players that were equal in strength with him, just a short burst of damage would not carry him to victory. Without sustainability, he would be trampled by his opponent after a short burst. Just take Absolute Heaven, for example. When he had ambushed Feng, after his series of attacks had been defended against by Feng, the only other thing Absolute Heaven could do was to escape. Unless Absolute Heaven had a method to take advantage of his opponent's weakness, only death awaited him following the upgrade of the Abyssal Blade. Feng sank into deep contemplation for more than 2 hours, thinking of ways to incorporate the Black Emperor inheritance into his fighting style. Now, he felt much more confident about clearing the 6th trial. Let's see what kind of monster is awaiting me in the 6th trial. Then, Feng revealed a faint smile. Stretching his finger, he tapped yes on the system interface and started the next trial. Chapter 293, Balrog's Serpent. Inside the Eternal Throne, the apex powerhouses of the War God's Temple were currently observing the situation inside the 12 trials, and they were all very shocked to discover that Feng actually wielded a magic weapon. What an amazing little guy. He isn't even a Tier 1 swordsman, yet he is actually able to master a magic weapon. Moreover, he has even released its power to such a degree. Controller of a magic weapon. Dominator of a mysterious flame. Moreover, his control over his own power has obviously crossed that threshold. He sure knows how to surprise us time after time. Yes, it would have been fine if it were just the magic weapon and mysterious flame, but he has even reached such a level of control over his own power already. Many of those who have attained a Tier 3 class can't even achieve such a degree of control. It seems he won't have any problems clearing the 6th trial, with such great potential hidden in him. If he had come to us a little later, he might have been able to clear even the 7th trial. Such a pity. The threshold these NPC big shots were referring to was simply one's ability to display 50% of one's own combat power. However, none of these NPCs knew that, in the past, Feng had once been a Tier 3 Sword King. Back then, Feng was capable of displaying up to 80% of his personal combat power. If not for his weak physique limiting his brain's development potential and also the quality of his own equipment being a problem, Feng would have long since been promoted to a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. This can't be helped. Who would have known the Endless Abyss would break the seal so quickly? There is no point feeling pity over the matter. We old folks should make some preparations for when the trial ends as well. Otherwise, we'll break our backs from overwork later. The Lords of the Silver Thrones unanimously acknowledged Feng's potential. However, in regard to Feng's managing to clear the 7th trial, they held no hope towards it at all. The reason being, it had been over a millennium since the 7th trial had been cleared. Inside the 12 trials, the stage for the 6th trial was a cave of lava similar to the Flame God's Cave. However, the fire-type mana here was far purer than in the Flame God's Cave. Feng currently stood inside this cave, and the molten hot lava around him was making bubbling sounds as it flowed through the cave. If Feng did not possess 20 points in fire resistance, allowing him a certain degree of immunity to heat, he would have long since been cooked by the scalding hot temperatures. Any average player that came here might already be half dead before they even started battling. Before Feng could fully observe the terrain inside the cave, a gigantic flame-covered snake over 20 meters long emerged from the molten lava. Balrog Serpent, Special Elite. Level 20. HP 150,000/150,000. Even if Feng did not know exactly how powerful this Balrog Serpent was, he had no doubt whatsoever that this serpent had a very high resistance towards fire-type attacks. Let's use you as a test for my new weapons. Feng revealed a faint smile as he unsheathed the Abyssal Blade and the Purgatory Shadow. However, he did not directly charge at the Balrog Serpent, as that was something only an idiot would do. Before charging into battle, experts would first try to understand as much as they could about their opponent. Hence, Feng simply stood still and calmly observed the Balrog Serpent's every action. Familiarizing himself with the giant serpent's movement patterns, the Balrog Serpent was also no idiot itself. It obviously knew that it was much stronger than Feng, and that its HP was tens of times higher than Feng's as well. So instead of giving Feng time to study it, the Balrog Serpent immediately widened its mouth and sent fireballs flying one after another at Feng's feet moved, his body instantly reacting and leaving behind an afterimage as he effortlessly dodged these incoming fireballs. Not giving up, the Balrog Serpent continued bombarding Feng with a stream of fireballs. If 3 were not enough, then 5. If 5 were not enough, then 10. Soon, the space within the cave was packed with fireballs. By attacking in such a way, not only could the Balrog Serpent damage its enemies, it could also prevent them from closing in on it. Faced with such a method of attack that combined both offense and defense, average players would definitely grow helpless and suffer the bombardment of these dozens of fireballs. Feng, however, was no average player. In the face of all these fireballs, instead of retreating, he chose to advance without the slightest shred of hesitation. Yet, contrary to expectations, Feng did not end up suffering a tragic end at the hands of the fireballs. Instead, he looked as if he was dancing as he weaved through the rain of fire, his actions seemingly easy and enjoyable. However, when the distance between him and the Balrog Serpent shortened to 20 yards, he could no longer rely solely on evading the fireballs to move forward, but mostly grasped its attack timing. Now it's time to have a look at how amazing my new weapons are. Feng inwardly smiled as he looked at the Balrog Serpent that was constantly spitting out fireballs. Feng activated the ice blue devil flame, and deep blue flames immediately wrapped around his body. He then used silent steps to appear right behind the Balrog Serpent's head. The first thing he did when he arrived was to send a vertical slash down on the Balrog Serpent's head, causing minus 372 damage to the monster's such strong defense. Feng looked at the resulting damage, disbelief filling his eyes. The abyssal blade itself already possessed 302 attack power. If Feng's strength were taken into account, his total attack power should be well over 700 points. Moreover, the ice blue devil flame had also increased the damage he dealt by 20%. Yet he had managed to cause only minus 372 damage to the monster. The Balrog Serpent's defense could already rival a Lord-ranked monster of the same level if Feng had not upgraded the Abyssal Blade to level 20 nor equipped the Dark Gold-ranked Purgatory Shadow. Feng might not even be able to deal minus 150 damage to the Balrog Serpent right now at this moment. Feng felt fortunate that he had not rushed before to start the 6th trial. Otherwise, his chances of victory would have been lower than 20%. However, although Feng had allowed this thought to linger in his mind for a moment, his attacks on the Balrog Serpent never stopped immediately after his first sword strike. Feng followed up by using Thundering Flash. 3 electric arcs dove into the flaming Balrog Serpent, piercing its gigantic body and causing damages of minus 554, minus 1,528, and minus 1,125. The damage he dealt was much higher than before. Simultaneously, he had also inflicted a damage amplification debuff that lasted 20 seconds on the Balrog Serpent, following which Feng continued with a chop, the attack achieving a critical hit and dealing close to minus 2,000 damage. When Feng landed on the ground, he immediately followed up with a flurry of sword slashes. The Abyssal Blade now had a 40% chance to deal a critical hit, so Feng could deal a critical hit with almost every other attack from this series of attacks. The Balrog Serpent had lost over 7,000 HP. However, the giant serpent had 150,000 HP. Feng would need to repeat such a burst of attacks at least 20 more times in order to completely kill it originally. Feng felt quite happy with the damage he was dealing. At this rate, even if he did not activate Black Emperor, he still possessed a very high chance of killing the Balrog Serpent. Unfortunately, that happiness was short-lived. The reason being, Feng soon discovered that the Balrog Serpent's HP was rapidly returning to full. It was actually recovering 500 HP every second. That amount was even higher than a single one of Feng's normal attacks. If Feng remained idle, the Balrog Serpent would fully recover in less than 20 seconds. Meanwhile, the Balrog Serpent immediately sent its tail swiping at Feng. Finally reacting to Feng's attack, Feng hurriedly used parry to block the attack. Although he suffered no damage from the Balrog Serpent's tail strike, he was forced to retreat 3 steps, with his hands growing numb from the force of the impact as well. In terms of destructive power, the Balrog Serpent was definitely superior to the Chimera. The Balrog Serpent was also much faster. Feng had actually been forced to use parry because he could not dodge in time. Currently, Feng's parry was at level 7, so it had a cooldown of 21 seconds aside from parry. Feng also had Defensive Blade, a skill that had both offensive and defensive capabilities. Currently, Defensive Blade was at level 6, and it had a cooldown of 2 minutes. Although its cooldown was much longer than parry, it allowed Feng to completely block 4 melee attacks and 8 ranged attacks. He would also be immune to charge attacks, just as the dozens of fireballs were about to hit him. Feng jumped into the air, dodging them completely. Right after that, the Balrog Serpent swiped its tail at Feng again. The sound of wind whistling could be heard as its tail streaked through the air in the face of this powerful attack. Feng showed no signs of weaknesses. Immediately, he countered the attack with a level 7 Thunder Flame Explosion Wind sword and tail collided. Sparks of flame scattered in all directions. The Balrog Serpent's tail was knocked back, the monster itself receiving over -400 damage from the brief clash. On the other hand, Feng landed heavily onto the ground, his feet sinking partly into the molten lava. A damage of over -700 points also appeared above his head. As expected, in a direct confrontation, Feng was definitely a lot weaker than the Balrog Serpent. However, Feng was probably the only player in God's domain right now who dared to actually fight a special elite monster in such a way. Chapter 294, Storm of Swords. Although Feng lost against the Balrog Serpent in a direct confrontation, Thunder Flame Explosion, the skill he used, wasn't just a powerful destructive skill. It was also a control skill. However, the Balrog Serpent was a special elite monster. It possessed a degree of resistance toward control skills, hence the level 7 Thunder Flame Explosion, which would originally place enemies hit by it in a fainted state for 5 seconds, only managed to incapacitate the Balrog Serpent for 5 seconds for average players. 5 seconds might not seem like a long time. For Feng, however, it was plenty of time. Windblade. Feng instantly arrived before the Balrog Serpent. Simultaneously, his attack speed received a 30% increase. However, Feng was still not satisfied with this. He then proceeded to activate the additional skill of the Purgatory Shadow, Purgatory Power. When activated, increases attack speed by 100% and damage dealt by 30% for 15 seconds cooldown. 2 minutes. Feng then activated 9 dragons / 12 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade suddenly appeared, floating around Feng. Each phantom was capable of dealing 40% damage for 30 seconds. However, it had a long cooldown of 5 minutes. Feng brandished his 2 swords using his full strength. In addition to the 12 Abyssal Blade phantoms he was controlling, a total of 14 swords surrounded and madly attacked the Balrog Serpent within moments. The cave was filled with sword images dancing around 14, 28, 56, 112. Countless sword images flashed in the air, forming a storm of swords that devoured the Balrog Serpent whole. Feng's swords slashed at the Balrog Serpent's body one after another, each strike causing close to -500 damage. Moreover, close to half of this barrage of attacks achieved a critical hit, each dealing close to -1000 damage to the monster. Meanwhile, each of the phantoms of the Abyssal Blade had also managed to deal over -200 damage to the Balrog Serpent. The total damage of the 12 phantoms was even more frightening than that of Feng himself, as if the floodgates to the Balrog Serpent's 150,000 HP had been opened. The Balrog Serpent lost HP incessantly within a short 5 seconds. The Balrog Serpent's HP had already fallen to 61%. When the Balrog Serpent regained consciousness, it immediately released an enraged roar. At this moment, however, Feng pointed the abyssal blade at the Balrog Serpent. Now is still not the time for you to wake up. Feng cast Abyssal Bind on the Balrog Serpent right away. If he were to allow the Balrog Serpent to start retaliating, his previous efforts would all go to waste in the blink of an eye. 9 pitch-black chains emerged from the ground, quickly wrapping around and binding the Balrog Serpent. Meanwhile, the Balrog Serpent could do nothing but roar in anger as it helplessly watched sword after sword piercing its own body, continuously reaping its HP. The Abyssal Bind had a duration of 4 seconds. Moreover, the Balrog Serpent's resistance towards control skills was completely ineffective against it. The Abyssal Bind's effective duration was not reduced in the slightest. In addition, the Abyssal Bind reduced the Balrog Serpent's defense by 100%, rendering the Balrog Serpent's innately powerful defense utterly useless now. Each of Feng's sword strikes dealt over -800 damage, with the occasional triple critical hit dealing over -2,500 damage. A series of splendid numbers appeared above the Balrog Serpent's head, before the eye-catching number of -2,500 disappeared. A damage of over -1,700 points appeared on top of it. Practically 1 out of every 2 strikes would achieve a critical hit. Meanwhile, each of the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms were now dealing over -350 damage to the Balrog Serpent. For the Balrog Serpent, these 4 seconds were a complete hell. By the time the Balrog Serpent escaped from the chains binding it, it had only 19% HP remaining. However, Feng had long since been prepared for this moment disappear. Feng raised the silvery gray Abyssal Blade. The dense fire-type mana in the surroundings started gathering around the Abyssal Blade, causing the sword to release a blinding glow. This was indeed Feng's ultimate skill, Flame Burst. Flame Burst. Level 5. Requires 4 million EXP to upgrade to level 6. Channeling time, 2 seconds. Gathers the power of flames to a single point and causes 420% damage to the target attack count, 6 times. Cooldown, 3 minutes 30 seconds. Before the Balrog Serpent could even start attacking, Feng had already brandished the scorching hot Abyssal Blade 6 times. All 6 sword slashes immediately sank into the Balrog Serpent's body. 310, -3,347. -6,784, -6,706, -3,371, -6, 754. 6 frightening damages appeared consecutively above the Balrog Serpent's head, instantly taking away the monster's remaining 28,000 HP. Soon after, the Balrog Serpent's body started fading away, and only after it disappeared completely did Feng release a sigh of relief. System Balrog Serpent defeated. 6th trial completed, rewarding 9 million EXP, 20 free mastery points, and 10 gold coins. Proficiency of all skills increased by 500 points. System 6th trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? Feng's experience bar immediately rose to 41% of level 21. If put on the ranking list on White River City, Feng would only be beneath Violet Cloud and the others. However, he was still 2 levels behind Blackie, the current top-ranking player of White River City. Finally, I've passed the requirement. Should I try to take on the 7th trial, though? Feng looked at the system interface showing the trial's prompt. Privately, Feng had the notion to take the challenge now that he had cleared the 6th trial. It signified that his task was already over. He had no need to brave the dangers and accept the next trial at all. Moreover, if he happened to lose his life in the next trial, he would definitely suffer a heavy penalty. It absolutely wouldn't be limited to just losing a single level. Truth be told, however, Feng felt confident about his chances at clearing the 7th trial. After all, He had not even unveiled the Black Emperor inheritance when he fought the Balrog Serpent. He definitely had the necessary strength to challenge the 7th trial after clearing the 6th trial. Feng obtained an additional 1,600 merit points. If he were to clear the 7th trial, he could obtain another 3,200 merit points, bringing his total to 4,800 merit points. It would be enough points for him to exchange for an epic ranked item. Just the prospect of obtaining an epic ranked item made Feng feel that he should give it a try. Besides, Feng no longer had any burdens to carry, so why not give it a try? However, Feng was unsure of what kind of price he would have to pay if he were to suffer death. If it was only losing a single level, then Feng would gladly proceed to the 7th trial. However, Feng knew such an outcome was not likely. Just the penalty for not completing the Trial of Gods was already considered unbearable for players. Some players might even have to delete and restart their accounts due to the harsh penalties imposed. Meanwhile, the 12 Trials was the most challenging trial of the War God's Temple. It would be an insult to the War God's Temple if the punishment for dying was only the loss of a single level. Just as Feng was hesitating, his system communicator rang. Meanwhile, the person calling him was Aqua Rose. Did something happen? Feng asked previously. Feng had already told Aqua Rose that he did not wish to be disturbed as he was about to do a quest, and that, unless there was something big happening, she shouldn't try to contact him. Based on Aqua Rose's serious personality, if it wasn't an extremely important matter, then she definitely wouldn't try to contact him. Hence Feng's question: Dark Star has suddenly declared an all-out war against us, and several hundreds of our guild members have already been killed by members of Dark Star while they were out grinding. Moreover, the core team, led by Fire Dance, has also been trapped by Dark Star inside the Silverleaf Forest. Although we've already sent reinforcements, they were blocked by members of Dark Star outside the forest. What I'm trying to say is that, guild leader, you need to immediately contact Gentle Snow and have her send some people to help contain Dark Star, so that our members can take the opportunity to save Fire Dance and the others. Aqua Rose was extremely anxious at this moment. They had already failed to break through the encirclement of Dark Star around the Silverleaf Forest multiple times now. If this situation continued, Fire Dance and the others would truly be finished. Feng Xianyang, you did good. Feng's expression immediately sank, a cold, killing intent gleaming in his eyes. If Fire Dance and the others belonging to the main force of the guild were to die a few times, it would be a tremendous loss to Zero Wing, leaving aside the fame that Fire Dance and the others had accumulated for themselves. Just losing a part of the equipment they possessed would be a serious blow to the guild. Just how long would it take for them to recover such precious equipment? Meanwhile, when Feng tried to figure out who was responsible for such a situation, Feng Xianyang came up as his strongest suspect. Feng Xianyang was the true wielder of authority in Dark Star after Feng's previous forthright rejection. It would not be strange if Feng Xianyang retaliated. Hence, who else could be responsible for Dark Star's declaration of war? Chapter 295, Mirage Beast. Although Feng was incensed by this news, Fire Dance and the others would have long since lost their lives by the time he arrived at the Silverleaf Forest. Right? I'll contact Gentle Snow immediately. Feng disconnected his call with Aqua Rose after saying so. He then called out his friends list, selected Gentle Snow's name, and chose to contact her. It was a fact that Ouroboros and Zero Wing were allies. Since an ally was under attack, Gentle Snow naturally did not refuse to send reinforcements when Feng asked. Moreover, Gentle Snow had found out about this entire matter a step ahead of Feng. Hence, she had already organized her subordinates even before Feng contacted her, and they were just about to hurry over to the Silverleaf Forest. Right at that moment, Gentle Snow had gathered 2,000 members from Ouroboros to aid Zero Wing. Of them, 500 were elite members of the guild. Such a powerful force would pose a huge threat to the 6,000 members of Dark Star blocking the way into the Silverleaf Forest. Many thanks for your help, Miss Snow. In the future, members of Ouroboros that shop at the Star Street trading firm can enjoy a 10% discount on all products. Feng said, and thanks you said this yourself. I'll gladly accept your offer then. Gentle Snow revealed a faint smile. Currently, over half of the player population in White River City was patronizing the Starstreak trading firm. After all, not only were the items sold there of good quality, there was also a large selection available. Moreover, the product supply was plentiful. Normally, the various guilds in White River City would always make a trip to the Starstreak trading firm before they went dungeon diving. If Ouroboros could receive a 10% discount when purchasing items there, it would save the guild a lot of money really, though just what is going through the minds of those people in Darkstar? It would be fine if it were just the usual minor skirmish. However, they have actually declared an all-out war on Zero Wing. Isn't Lone Tyrant afraid that his guild might suffer heavy losses and lose the ability to compete for the first clear of the 3 great dungeons? Gentle Snow commented curiously the competition over the first clear of the 3 great dungeons had already reached its most crucial moment right now. Moreover, Darkstar only had the final boss left to defeat in order to snag the first clear of the Land of Death, and gain an absolute advantage over the other guilds. However, Darkstar had instead chosen to take action against Zero Wing at this critical junction. God's Domain had been launched just recently. At this early stage of the game, everyone was busy leveling up and raiding dungeons to strengthen themselves. Guilds, in particular, were deeply afraid of falling behind others. Even if conflict arose between guilds, both sides would usually choose to show restraint. After all, an all-out war between guilds would profit nobody. Worse, they might even get taken advantage of by a third party. If such a situation were to truly occur, then the damage to both guilds would grow even more massive. Hence, unless there was a huge disparity in strength between both sides, nobody would casually choose to start a war. Darkstar and Zero Wing were both among the top 6 guilds in White River City, so the difference in strength between the 2 guilds was not particularly wide. No matter how Gentle Snow looked at the situation, she could not figure out why Darkstar would choose to suddenly declare war. I'm afraid that the one starting the war this time around isn't Lone Tyrant, but the organization that's backing him, Underworld, sure, Feng said, laughing bitterly. Underworld. Gentle Snow couldn't help but wrinkle her eyebrows at this revelation. So that's how it is. I've been wondering how Darkstar had managed to suddenly obtain so many experts. It turns out the mysterious power supporting Darkstar is Underworld. However, how did you manage to find out about this? Even though I've planted many spies inside Darkstar, I never managed to uncover the forces hidden behind Darkstar. Feng Xinyang from Underworld came looking for me to buy some of Zero Wing's shares. However, the price he offered was simply too low. I rejected his offer, so now he's trying to get back at me by destroying Zero Wing. Sure, Feng revealed the truth. Gentle Snow immediately understood the situation after listening to Sure Feng's words. It was no wonder Darkstar was completely unafraid of commencing an all-out war. With Underworld's background, it only needed to field a part of its forces located in the eastern region of Starmoon Kingdom to completely destroy Zero Wing. With such a large disparity in strength, it was natural for Darkstar not to fear a war, so it is Feng Xinyang. He is indeed a person who would take revenge for the slightest of offenses. However, with Underworld's financial power, his offer to buy Zero Wing, which possesses a guild residence, should not have been low. At the very least, he should have offered 500 to 600 million, right? Gentle Snow came to an abrupt realization. However, she also felt curious about this matter, as the Feng Xinyang she knew was not a tight-fisted person. 1 billion credits and several hundred experts. In addition, they would also provide 100 gold coins as support every week. Sure, Feng said 1 billion credits and also 100 gold coins per week. Feng Xinyang sure is generous. Even I might feel tempted if given such an offer. Yet, you actually complain that it's too little? No wonder he's angry. Gentle Snow chuckled softly. Sure, Feng simply replied with a faint smile, not bothering to give an explanation on the matter aside from a few core guild members knowing about the Purple Sun Mansion being their new guild residence. Nobody else knew anything about it. The others only knew that Zero Wing possessed a guild residence. They were not clear where exactly it was located. After all, there were simply too many plots of land available in White River City. Moreover, the Purple Sun Mansion was currently under reconstruction. It would take 2 more days before it can be used and also unveiled to the public following which, Feng made some small talk with Gentle Snow before ending the call. He then proceeded to start the 7th trial if nothing unexpected happened. The 2,000 players led by Gentle Snow could definitely break apart Darkstar's encirclement around the Silverleaf Forest. Hence, what Feng needed to do now was to increase his own strength by obtaining even better tools and equipment, slowly and gradually enhancing their guild's foundation in regard to the battle at the Silverleaf Forest. Feng could only play the role of an observer. Even if he were to rush over there right this instant, everything would have long since been over by the time he arrived, however. Feng would definitely remember this debt of hatred. Sooner or later, he would repay this debt to Darkstar and Underworld 10 times. Over the stage for the 7th trial was an ancient coliseum. The moment Feng laid eyes on his opponent, he was immediately shocked by what he saw. Why, is it myself? Feng looked at the familiar figure gradually appearing at a corner of the coliseum, feeling very surprised. However, when he used observing eyes on this twin of his, he immediately came to an understanding. Mirage Beast, Rare Special Elite, Level 20, HP 200,000/200,000. This Mirage Beast was capable of replicating the appearance and skills of an enemy. However, unlike players, it had a frightening amount of HP. In a one-on-one situation, players would find it extremely difficult to kill the Mirage Beast in God's domain. The only advantage players had over monsters was the diversity of skills they possessed. Meanwhile, players could use these skills in various combinations to exert even stronger power. Yet if the Mirage Beast possessed the same skills that players did, then players would lose even that little advantage they had. When comparing the power of skills, the Mirage Beast skills might even be more powerful than the player's good timing. I was just thinking of trying out a few things. Feng advanced, immediately directing a chop at the Mirage Beast. Meanwhile, the Mirage Beast had similarly charged at Feng, and it too had sent a chop at Feng. The moment the two swords clashed, sparks flew all around. However, when all was said and done, Feng was still a player. In terms of strength, he was still far inferior to the Mirage Beast. Hence, Feng was easily repelled, forced by the Mirage Beast to retreat step by step. Meanwhile, the Mirage Beast was also superior in terms of attack speed. Although the ensuing damage from a collision of weapons was small, after clashing for tens or even hundreds of times, Feng would eventually lose his life. After all, the Mirage Beast possessed 200,000 HP, while Feng's HP was just slightly over 2,600 after reaching level 21. Moreover, Feng was receiving more damage than the Mirage Beast from their exchanges. Not to mention, both sides were also executing various skills. When Feng used Thundering Flash, the Mirage Beast would activate Windwalk to dodge the attack. It would then counter with a Thundering Flash of its own. Knowing that he could not receive the attack directly, Feng, too, activated Windwalk to dodge. However, the Mirage Beast activated Wind Blade to immediately appear before Feng. It then followed up with a chop, sending an extremely quick vertical slash down towards its prey. Feng hastily used parry to block the Mirage Beast chop. He countered with a Thunderflame explosion right away. In the end, however, the Mirage Beast used parry to fend off the powerful attack. Feng then followed up with a Flame Burst, which was promptly countered with a defensive blade by the Mirage Beast. The exchange between both sides was extremely intense. After a dozen seconds or so, Feng's HP had fallen to 60%. On the other hand, the Mirage Beast had lost only a negligible amount of HP. Just the Mirage Beast battle recovery negated most of the damage Feng had caused as expected of the 7th trial. Even the monster's normal attacks and skills are used with such viciousness. However, instead of feeling afraid, a sense of excitement was bubbling within Feng at the moment. However, do you know this move? Feng looked at the Mirage Beast, a faint smile appearing on his face. He then proceeded to activate the Black Emperor Inheritance. Dark Fog immediately started emerging from the Abyssal Blade and then entered Feng's body. Chapter 296, Perfect Combination. Although the Mirage Beast was capable of duplicating a player's every skill, Feng had already obtained a clear understanding of the Mirage Beast. During this short period of time, Feng had previously activated the Ice Blue Devil Flame after starting the battle. Yet, the Mirage Beast had not done so. The Ice Blue Devil Flame was not a skill Feng had learned. Instead, it was an additional effect provided by the item known as the Ice Blue Devil Flame. Hence, Feng could say with certainty that the Mirage Beast was incapable of duplicating the additional skills of a player's equipment the moment the dark fog, which emanated from the Abyssal Blade, started permeating Feng's body. A faint silvery gray aura of death emerged on the surface of his body. Immediately, he charged at the Mirage Beast, while simultaneously activating 9 Dragon Slash. The 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms promptly started attacking the Mirage Beast the moment they came into existence. When the Mirage Beast saw the 12 Phantoms striking at it, it cleverly chose not to block them. Instead, it bombarded Feng with a Thunder Flame explosion. As long as Feng died, the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms would naturally disappear along with him. Seeing the Mirage Beast's actions, Feng simply revealed a calm smile, rather than dodge the attack. However, Feng chose to activate Defensive Blade and proceeded to assault the Mirage Beast's Vital Point. Defensive Blade provided Feng with complete immunity to 4 melee attacks. He could simply allow the Mirage Beast's attack to connect without needing to defend using his sword at all. Meanwhile, Feng's twin swords had also landed on the Mirage Beast's body previously. In order to block Feng's Thunder Flame explosion, the Mirage Beast had used up its own defensive blade. Hence, it had no choice but to endure Feng's attacks. Right now, Feng took this chance to make 7 consecutive slashes on the Mirage Beast's body. His normal attacks caused over -500 damage, while critical hits dealt over -1,000 damage. Meanwhile, each of the Abyssal Blade Phantoms could also inflict over -200 damage out of the 7 sword strikes Feng landed on the Mirage Beast, for achieved a critical hit. Coupling those sword strikes with the attacks of the Abyssal Blade Phantoms, Feng dealt over -7,000 damage within this brief moment. It was a very impressive amount of damage. However, the Mirage Beast, which had taken on Feng's appearance, simply gave Feng a smile of disdain. The Mirage Beast looked as if it was saying, "This is your limit." The Mirage Beast had 200,000 HP, so -7,000 damage was only a scratch to it. It would be perfectly fine again once it rubbed some spit on its wounds. On the other hand, now that Feng no longer possessed any life-saving skills, only death awaited him. A high HP is really a great asset. Feng sighed when he looked at the Mirage Beast's HP bar. In the next moment, though, Feng revealed a smile, saying, "However, you are still 10 years too early if you think you can overpower me just with this asset of yours alone." Feng activated the Purgatory Shadow's additional skill, Purgatory Power, increasing his attack speed by 100% and damage by 30% for 15 seconds. Feng then pointed the Abyssal Blade at the Mirage Beast, charging at him. Abyssal Bind 9 chilling chains instantly emerged from the ground, wrapping around and restraining the Mirage Beast. Abyssal Bind had a duration of 4 seconds. Despite being sealed, however, the Mirage Beast showed no signs of panic at all. It did not even try to resist in the slightest. Instead, it revealed a mocking expression as it looked at Feng, as if telling Feng to slash it as much as he wanted to. Previously, Feng had only managed to take away around 7,000 of its HP after attacking it for slightly over a second. Even if the Mirage Beast allowed Feng free reign for 4 full seconds, the most it would lose was around 30,000 HP. That was not even a quarter of its total HP. Moreover, after Feng exhausted all his skills, he would also lose his means of dealing bursts of damage with neither life-saving skills nor bursting skills. The end result was obvious. Hence, the Mirage Beast felt very assured of its victory. Since the very beginning, this human never had a chance of defeating it. However, the Mirage Beast quickly discovered that reality was much crueler than fantasy. The Abyssal Bind indeed had a duration of only 4 seconds. However, the skill also possessed the effect of reducing its target's defense by 100%, and this allowed Feng's damage to abruptly soar. Now, Each of Feng's normal attacks could deal over minus 700 damage. Miraculously, one of his attacks even triggered the Doom Curse, one of the Abyssal Blade's effects. Instantly, the Mirage Beast had its attributes reduced by 30%, and its maximum HP fell from 200,000 to 140,000. Engulfed by the Storm of Swords, the Mirage Beast's HP fell crazily. Feng also achieved critical hits with his attacks one after another, stacking layer upon layer of death aura around his body. In this situation, the Nine Dragon Slash could be said to be a perfect match for the Black Emperor Inheritance. After activating the Nine Dragon Slash, Feng would not be lacking in death auras at all before the 4 seconds were up. The Mirage Beast's HP had already gone below the 70% threshold just as the Abyssal Bind was about to lose effect, and the Mirage Beast was about to regain its freedom. Feng abruptly leaped into the air and switched sword techniques. Simultaneously, he used 10 of the 30 layers of death aura he had accumulated to reduce the Thunder Flame Explosion's cooldown. The level 7 Thunder Flame Explosion had a cooldown of 30 seconds. Meanwhile, each layer of death aura could reduce a skill's cooldown by 3 seconds. After using 10 layers of death aura, Thunder Flame Explosion could be used again. However, Feng was still not done. He then used the remaining 20 layers of death aura on himself, instantly increasing all his basic attributes by 40% and attack speed and movement speed by 20% for 10 seconds. After receiving this new buff, Feng executed Thunder Flame Explosion, bombarding the Mirage Beast's head and sending sparks of flame flying all around. A damage of over minus 1,300 points appeared above the Mirage Beast's head, and the monster was placed into a fainted state for 3 seconds unless a monster was completely immune to control skills. Powerful experts could usually restrain said monster continuously until death. Meanwhile, it was obvious that the monsters were not completely immune to control skills. They simply had a certain degree of resistance that would degrade the effects of control skills. Otherwise, it would truly be impossible for players to clear the 12 trials. Nevertheless, Feng was very clear about his own situation. Currently, as his level was still low and the number of skills he had learned was few, he only possessed explosive power but no staying power. After his short burst, if his enemy wasn't dead, the only options left for him were either to die or to flee at present. Feng still had many gaps to fill in terms of the skills he had learned. However, the Black Emperor Inheritance just happened to be able to fill these gaps, allowing him to create a perfect cycle with his skills. Without the Black Emperor Inheritance, Feng would not have dared to challenge the 7th trial at all. The only pity was that the effects of the Black Emperor Inheritance could only be used on the skill Feng had personally learned. It could not be used on the additional skills that came with equipment or weapons. If it were actually possible to do so, it would simply be too overpowered. Throughout the fainted debuff's 3-second duration, Feng had not only dealt a ton of damage himself, he had also managed to collect over 20 layers of death aura. Thanks to the Nine Dragon Slash, when Mirage Beast was about to regain consciousness, Feng spent another 10 layers of death aura to reset the cooldown of Thunder Flame Explosion, before promptly using it on the Mirage Beast again this time. However, the fainted debuff of Thunder Flame Explosion was less effective on the Mirage Beast. The debuff's duration was less than 3 seconds now. However, Feng did not care about this matter, because at this time, he was drowning in the pleasure he felt from brandishing his 2 swords. He felt that this was the true combat method a swordsman should have, and it was a combat method he had always been pursuing. Excessive strength easily gave rise to gaps. Instead of mindlessly trying to deal as much damage as possible, the true way to battle was to combine and coordinate one's skills to attack steadily, like flowing water. In this way, Feng continually used Thunder Flame Explosion to incapacitate the Mirage Beast. Although the fainted debuff's effect grew weaker and weaker each time, the Mirage Beast, remaining 140,000 HP, was still forcefully wiped out by Feng's perfect control. Ultimately, the Mirage Beast remained helpless until the very end. The various big shots present in the Eternal Throne also could not help but be shocked by this result. They had never imagined that Feng had such strength within him. Mirage Beast defeated. 7th trial completed. Rewarding 15 million EXP, 30 free mastery points, and 10 gold coins. Proficiency of all skills increased by 800 points system. 7th trial cleared. Do you wish to start the next trial? The moment Feng received 15 million EXP, he instantly leveled up twice to level 23. Currently, only Blackie had reached level 23 throughout the entire White River City. However, Blackie had spent several days in order to go from level 21 to level 23. On the other hand, Feng had taken less than 10 seconds to do so. Feng then looked at the system notification. Although his heart was filled with anticipation towards the 8th trial, he still shook his head, thinking to himself, one needs to know when to stop. With the points I've earned, I can already exchange for an epic ranked item. If I were to choose to continue, I would no longer be an expert, but a gambler. The 12 trials was the toughest trial of the War God's Temple. The difficulty of the trials would definitely multiply several-fold the further he went. In Feng's estimation, the monster of the 8th trial would not be just a special elite monster. Instead, it was highly possible for it to be a chieftain-ranked monster. A chieftain was much more powerful than a mere special elite. Aside from having even more HP, it would also possess a much greater resistance to control skills. Chieftain-ranked monsters also possess team-wipe skills, and a single mistake would mean the end for Feng. Moreover, Feng did not possess the slightest idea what kind of monster he would be facing in the 8th trial. If it was a chieftain-ranked monster that he was completely unfamiliar with, then he practically had no chance of successfully killing it. The ability to make commonalities was also a prerequisite to becoming an expert in God's domain. As a first-rate expert, Feng naturally knew when to decisively give up, following which Feng selected no in reply to the system's prompt. He was then teleported out of the 12 trials. Chapter 297, Stigmata. Interesting. Truly interesting. Sitting on a silver throne, Eucharis voiced his praise as he looked at Feng. Your performance has completely surpassed our expectations. It is also for this reason that we have decided to reward you with an additional 2,000 merit points. It was also a fact that the last time someone managed to clear the 7th trial was over a millennium ago. System rewarding 2,000 War Gods Temple merit points. That's generous of them. An expression of joy appeared on Feng's face. With 1,500 merit points, Feng could afford to exchange for a dark gold ranked item. Meanwhile, for 1,000 merit points would be equivalent to an epic ranked item. Hence, the additional 2,000 merit points he received right now was truly a big harvest. Since you've already passed our test, walk to the center of the chamber. We will give you the strength necessary to locate the 7 treasures. Eucharis said. Feng then strode to the center of the eternal throne. There were countless divine runes inscribed on the floor there, joined together to form a huge magic array. Meanwhile, the 50 silver thrones were hovering around this magic array. The thrones themselves apparently connected somehow with this magic array. Let us begin, then, Eucharis said as he looked at his companions. The lords of the silver thrones nodded their heads and promptly stood up. Immediately after, the mana inside the eternal throne started churning. The mana density here was no less than at the god's grave. Meanwhile, this thick mana clustered around the magic array, forming 50 dense-looking fluid balls. Each one of these fluid balls was the size of a basin. These balls of liquid mana were definitely the densest mana Feng had ever seen in all his years of playing God's Domain. At this time, Eucharis had also turned his head to look at one of the lords of the Golden Thrones. My lord, the preparations are completed, Eucharis said respectfully. It is still not enough. The phantom sitting in a golden throne said in a low tone. Eucharis was confused by these words. The liquid mana they had formed was several hundred times more precious than even 7 Luminaries crystals, and each and every drop had taken the 50 of them great efforts to form, not to mention 50 basin-sized. Liquid mana. Such an amount of liquid mana was more than enough to cast a silver stigmata. It is rare to find good talent. Let us lend a hand as well. The phantom sitting in a golden throne said to his 8 other companions. Very well, then. A person capable of passing the 7th trial is indeed worthy of the 9 of us taking action. The other 8 lords of the Golden Thrones nodded their heads in reply to their companion's suggestion. They then stood from their seats, floating in mid-air as they started to condense mana as well in the blink of an eye. 9 house-sized balls of liquid mana appeared in the air above the thrones in the Eternal Throne Eucharist, and the others were shocked by this sight. Never would they have imagined that these 9 lords would actually take action and work together to cast a stigmata for a minor existence like Feng. This was the first time since the appearance of that absolute genius thousands of years ago. As for Feng, at this moment, he could no longer keep his mouth closed in regard to liquid mana. Feng had seen this item before in the past. Mages considered it a priceless treasure. Even when offered epic ranked items in trade, mage players would not be willing to part with the liquid mana they possessed. Just the basin size balls of liquid mana that each of the Lords of the Silver Thrones had formed had already given Feng a great shock now. The 9 peerless existences floating in front of the Golden Thrones had actually managed to each form a house-sized ball of liquid mana. Judging based on sizes, the total liquid mana summoned by the 50 people from before did not amount to even 1/10 of a single house. In the next moment, all of the liquid mana summoned was injected into the magic array. The divine runes engraved into the chamber started lighting up one after another, and within moments, every single divine rune inside the grand chamber was giving off a golden glow. In the center of the Eternal Throne, a golden divine pattern took form. This divine pattern then melded with Feng's body. Feng immediately felt his body being filled up with an infinite amount of power, his mind clear as day, as if he knew everything there was to know in the world. However, this feeling only lasted for a few short seconds before it completely dissipated. Meanwhile, Feng's pupils, which were originally pitch black in color, had also turned golden for a brief moment. Although his pupils regained their original color, careful observation would reveal innumerable bright stars flashing within them, looking just like the starry skies at night system. Congratulations! Player has obtained Golden Stigmata. Reputation with the War God's Temple increased by 3,000 points. The seal on the Endless Abyss has been broken. If we wish to reseal the Endless Abyss, we need the assistance of the 7 treasures, which the gods had bestowed upon the human race. However, the 7 treasures have been missing for hundreds of years now, scattered throughout this large continent. A few of these 7 treasures have even been damaged. It would be extremely difficult to locate and gather the 7 treasures. However, with the stigmata that we have engraved into your body, your task of locating the 7 treasures should become much easier. As long as you come within a certain range of one of the 7 treasures, the stigmata will produce a response to notify you of it. If you happen to come across one of the 7 treasures that is damaged, the stigmata can also aid you in repairing it. Now that our part here is done, we will move to suppress the Endless Abyss. The fate of the entire continent will depend on you now. I pray that you will be able to gather the 7 treasures as soon as possible. System: Legendary Ranked, Main Storyline Quest, 7 Treasures, Accepted Quest Details. The 7 treasures have been scattered throughout the continent. Player is required to gather the 7 treasures within 2 years. Otherwise, the Endless Abyss will break through the War God's Temple suppression and plunge all inhabitants of God's domain into misery and suffering, turning the continent into the playground of darkness. If player is unable to complete this quest, player's level will drop by 30, all attributes will be permanently reduced by 70%, and all EXP gain will be reduced by 90%. The system really is ruthless. If I can't complete this quest, this account would definitely have to be scrapped. Fortunately, I have 2 years to complete it. Feng inwardly clicked his tongue when he read the system notification. However, just what is this stigmata thing? Feng wondered, as there was nothing new on his body or in his bag. He then opened his status bar to take a look. As expected, there was an additional column labeled Stigmata. Their golden stigmata automatically perceives the presence of the 7 treasures within a radius of 5,000 yards. Detect can be used once a day to search for the specific location of the 7 treasures within a radius of 50,000 yards. In addition, player will receive Stigmata's power, providing player with ignore levels plus 20 and all resistances plus 40. For every increase in 5 levels, all attributes of player will increase by 5 points, in addition to receiving 10 free attribute points and 10 free mastery points. Player will also receive the skill Omniscient Eyes, a pair of eyes that can see through everything and find out all information. Nothing is capable of hiding from the Omniscient Eyes. The Omniscient Eyes have a perception range of 100 yards duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Such amazing effects. Feng's excitement after looking at the effects of the Golden Stigmata was indescribable for starters. The additional 40 points in all resistances meant that he could ignore most of the environmental factors of many terrains. He would also receive reduced damage from spells. When battling against magic-type monsters, he could easily take on the role of an MT. However, the most amazing part about the Golden Stigmata would still have to be the increase in attributes. The Golden Stigmata was unlike the Abyssal Blade, whereby Feng would receive 2 additional free attribute points every time he leveled up. However, the Golden Stigmata would provide Feng with an average of 7 basic attribute points per level, 2 points of which were even free attribute points. This was definitely a huge increase. Moreover, the Golden Stigmata also provided Feng with a powerful identification skill. This skill would be of significant help when used against dungeon bosses or during field battles. Seems the Heavenly Dragon's breath is already waving its hands at me. Feng revealed a faint smile originally. The Heavenly Dragon's breath's requirement of 120 points in intelligence had given Feng a major headache. Now, however, with the bonuses provided by the Golden Stigmata and his magic weapon, as long as he received his promotion to a Tier 1 swordsman, he could definitely equip the Heavenly Dragon's Breath before he reached level 30. He would actually get to equip a fragmented legendary item before reaching level 30. If it were in the past, Feng would not even have dared to dream about it, following which Feng called out the exchange interface of the War God's Temple and began to carefully look through the treasures there. Chapter 298, Deep Pockets. Previously, Feng had focused his attention purely on clearing the trials. Even when he upgraded the Abyssal Blade to level 20, he had only picked out a random level 20 Dark Gold weapon. The War God's Temple was one of the strongest powers in God's domain. This was a fact that remained true from ancient times up to the present. Feng had been able to fully experience this truth simply by seeing the various big shots in the Eternal Throne take action. Hence, one could just imagine how wealthy the War God's Temple's treasury would be for this War God's Temple exchange system. Players would automatically activate it after obtaining the first clear on a 100-man team dungeon. However, one would already require large amounts of War God's Temple reputation even to exchange for a fine gold item. In God's domain, reputation with the War God's Temple was infamous for being extremely hard to obtain, not to mention meeting the required reputation for exchanging an epic item. If not for his quest, Feng would not have the chance to exchange for an epic ranked item. He would not even have the chance to lay eyes on them. He would not get the chance to see the never-before-seen divine artifacts. Either I wonder what sort of divine artifacts are in the treasury of the War God's Temple. Feng's heart was filled with anticipation as he filtered the exchange window to display only divine artifacts. A total of 2 divine artifacts was shown: Luminous Starlight, divine rank, 2-handed staff. Equipment requirement: Strength 3,000, Intelligence 8,000. Required merit points 200,000. Skyfrost Blizzard, divine rank, 2-handed spear. Equipment requirement: Strength 10,000, Intelligence 4,000. Required merit points 250,000. Although he could not see the exact attributes of these 2 items, just the merit points demanded and the equipment requirements of these 2 divine artifacts left Feng utterly speechless. Can a person really equip these divine artifacts? Feng had his doubts. It was simply unthinkable for a person to possess 10,000 strength. Even during his prime, Feng had not even been close to meeting such a requirement. After having his fill of looking at the divine artifacts, Feng filtered the window to display only epic ranked items. Immediately, an endless list of items appeared before him. A simple glance told Feng that there were more than 10,000 items listed, and he could not help but wish he could take them all to enrich his own guild warehouse if Zero Wings Guild Warehouse had so many epic ranked items stored within it. Then dominating the entire Starmoon Kingdom would not be a problem, let alone conquering White River City. However, this was only a passing thought. Feng currently had 6,800 merit points, and he could exchange for only a single epic ranked item at most. However, it was also not a simple task to choose a suitable item for himself out of these tens of thousands of items for starters. Let's forget about weapons. Armor should be a good place to start from, Feng thought. Presently, he already possessed a magic weapon, the Abyssal Blade. The dark gold ranked Purgatory Shadow he now wielded was also sufficient for his current self. If he wished to further increase his strength, then he needed to replace some of the mysterious iron and secret silver ranked equipment he was still using yet. When Feng looked at the long list of equipment, his mind was racked with indecision. However, Feng still managed to pick out a few good breastplates that caught his fancy. Not only did these breastplates offer large amounts of strength and agility, some even provided additional intelligence, an attribute that Feng was currently in need of. Meanwhile, the usage levels for these breastplates ranged between level 20 to level 80, and they all were epic equipment that could level up to level 100. One of these breastplates was called the Purple Fire Battle Armor, and it required 5,000 merit points. It was a breastplate that mainly focused on the strength attribute. In addition to providing a certain amount of intelligence, the other one was called Merciless and required 5,300 merit points. It was similarly a breastplate that mainly focused on the strength attribute, and likewise it provided a certain amount of intelligence. The final breastplate that caught Feng's fancy was a breastplate called the Carnage Chest Protector. It required 6,000 merit points to exchange for, and it provided a balanced amount of strength, agility, and intelligence. The design of the breastplate was also very good, and it was also Feng's favorite out of the three breastplates. However, if he were to exchange for the Carnage Chest Protector, he would not be able to do much with his remaining merit points. Let's take a look at some other items for now. After some contemplation, Feng filtered the exchange window to display ornaments that had a minimum equipment requirement of level 20. The merit points of the War God's Temple were extremely precious, so he needed to be extra careful when spending them. After browsing through the list for some time, Feng suddenly discovered an item he was extremely familiar with. Space Ring. However, instead of being of mysterious iron rank, this space ring was of epic rank. It was capable of storing up to 2,000 slots of items and cost 4,500 merit points. However, it would simply be a luxury to spend 4,500 merit points on this item, and Feng was definitely not willing to waste his precious merit points to purchase it. Isn't this the ring mentioned in the legends? Why is it categorized under epic ranked items? Feng noticed another ring he was familiar with, 7 Luminaries ring. Feng had done his fair share of research on the history of God's domain during his past life. The 7 Luminaries ring was a ring crafted by one of the ancient gods, the Twilight Goddess. 7 formidable powers were sealed inside this ring, and each one of these 7 powers could match the power of a god. Meanwhile, the 7 Luminaries ring allowed the simultaneous use of these 7 powers. Even a mere mortal would have the power to destroy heaven and earth when equipped with this ring. Rumor had it that the legendary God Slayer possessed this 7 Luminaries ring, and it was precisely because of this ring that he had the power to kill gods. Is it a replica? Feng did not believe that the War God's Temple possessed the real 7 Luminaries ring, the reason being, an epic ranked item would not be powerful enough to decimate heaven and earth. Even a divine artifact did not have that strength. According to Feng's understanding, the 7 Luminaries ring was a true godly relic. However, even a replica was an extremely rare find. To put it bluntly, replicas were weaker copies of the real deal. Although the replica 7 Luminaries ring would not possess the power to decimate heaven and earth, at the very least, it could still be used to beat some tigers and kill some wolves. It should still have the original features, albeit greatly watered-down versions of them. Feng then looked at the merit points required, discovering that the ring actually cost 8,000 merit points. It was worth almost half of a fragmented legendary item. Are you kidding me? Is this the brand effect? Sure, Feng couldn't help but inwardly curse the war god's temple. It was simply a replica. The other epic ranked rings only cost 6,000 points at most, so on what basis would a replica be worth 8,000 points? 8,000 merit points. It seems I won't be able to exchange for it, Sure Feng sighed. Although he coveted the 7 Luminaries ring greatly, he had only 6,800 merit points, following which, after taking his time looking through the myriad items, he still did not find anything that he fancied. Ultimately, he ended up choosing the Carnage Chest Protector. As for the 7 Luminaries ring, he could only slowly accumulate merit points in exchange for it in the future system. 6,000 merit points are required to exchange for the Carnage Chest Protector. Current merit points in possession, 6,800. Do you wish to exchange? Sure Feng immediately clicked yes. System, player's reputation with the War God's Temple has reached 3,000 points. Player is allowed to pay 20% of the required merit points using gold coins. Do you wish to pay using gold coins? It can't be, right? I can also pay using gold coins? Sure Feng grew ecstatic. He had hope of obtaining the 7 Luminaries ring now, currently. He needed to pay 1,800 gold coins for 1,200 merit points. This meant that each merit point was equivalent to 1 gold, 50 silvers. Such a price was much more expensive than just simply buying epic ranked items on the market, where one epic ranked item was worth only around 1,000 gold if 6,000 merit points were converted to gold coins. That would be a total of 9,000 gold. This price was at least 8 to 9 times more expensive than the markets. The system was truly Blackheart, however. This was a rare chance for Sure Feng. If he could pay a portion of the merit points required using gold coins, he would be more than willing to do so, following which Sure Feng chose to exchange for the 7 Luminaries ring. Instead, 20% of 8,000 merit points will be 1,600 points, which would be 2,400 gold coins at this stage of the game. Average players would be glad just to have a few extra silver coins to spend, and spending 20 to 30 silver coins at once would be considered an extravagance. As for gold coins, average players might not even know what these things looked like currently. 1 gold coin could be sold for 11,000 credits. Meanwhile, 2,400 gold coins will be worth over 25 million credits. Even a first-rate guild would not spend so much money just to obtain an epic ranked item. Not to mention spending 2,400 gold coins. If Aqua Rose were to find out about this matter, she would definitely label Sure Feng a spendthrift. However, Sure Feng chose to pay the 2,400 gold coins without hesitation. He had 5,000 gold on his person at this time, having originally intended to use this money to purchase a stall in Starmoon City. Now, though, doing so was no longer possible after completing the exchange. A purple gold crystal ring appeared on Sure Feng's palm. There were 7 different gems inlaid into the ring, and the entire ring itself exuded a faint purple aura. It looked absolutely luxurious and fascinating. Chapter 299. One word. When Sure Feng received the ring, he could not help but grow excited. In the past, a legendary item had been sold for tens of millions of credits at the world auction. At that time, the news had thoroughly shocked the entire world. Many people felt that the person who purchased the legendary item was a complete fool. After all, it was simply an item inside a virtual world. It was nothing more than a data-generated item. Only a person whose head was caught in the door would spend so much money to purchase it now. If Sure Feng converted the War God's Temple merit points and gold coins he had spent into credits, the total amount would be even higher than the price of the auction legendary item. More importantly, he had spent such a large sum just to obtain an epic item, which was 2 ranks lower than a legendary item. However, even if Sure Feng were called a fool several hundred times over, he would still be willing to do what he had done without hesitation. He was only afraid that he would not get such a chance back then. Countless people had ridiculed the person who purchased the legendary item as a big fool. Later on, however, that person became the guild leader of King's Return, Odin. King's Return was a super guild, and the territories it occupied surpassed even an empire. Meanwhile, as the guild leader of such an amazing guild, Odin was an existence that made everyone feel fear and respect. The wealth and status he possessed was simply unimaginable. Did anyone laugh at him after that? The answer was no. Instead, the target of people's ridicule shifted to the fool who had sold the legendary item in the first place. At that time, not to mention several tens of million. Even if traded using a city with a population of several millions, it would still have been a losing transaction. Meanwhile, the 7 Luminaries ring with a godly relic mentioned in legends, although the one Feng had was only a replica. Replicas could still be divided into different categories. If one took a replica of a fine gold item and a replica of an epic item and placed them side by side, without even making an in-depth comparison, one could already tell which one was the better item. After all, there was already a huge gap between the calibers of the two items. Moreover, the higher the quality of the target of replication, the greater the difficulty in replicating it. One could not produce a replica simply by wishing for it. The difficulty of producing an epic item that was the replica of a godly relic was much higher than simply producing a normal epic item. The difficulty of doing so might even rival the difficulty of producing a legendary item. The person who produced this ring must be a truly amazing forging sage. If the materials and energy used were of higher quality, the final product might even have become a legendary item. Feng was a forger himself, so he naturally could tell just how amazing the forger that managed to produce this 7 Luminaries ring was. The replica of a godly relic would definitely not have been easy to produce. Even a Grandmaster forger would not be able to produce one. It would only be possible for a forging sage. 7 Luminaries ring, replica, ring, epic rank. Level 20, level 80, current level 23. Equipment requirement, strength 200. Attributes will be adjusted according to user's level. Strength plus 45, agility plus 35, intelligence plus 35, endurance plus 30, vitality plus 30, damage plus 10%, maximum HP plus 15%, ignore levels plus 10, all skills plus 2 levels, all items level requirement reduced by 5 levels, additional skill dash. 7 Luminaries aura. There are 7 different auras: earth, water, wind, fire, time, illusion, and space. Only one aura can be used each time, and there will be a cooldown of 1 minute when changing between auras. Aura of earth. Level 1 requires 1 million EXP to upgrade to level 2. Defense increased by 30%, damage taken reduced by 20%, activatable skill dash. Absolute defense. Provides immunity to 7 attacks, cooldown 1 minute 30 seconds. Aura of water. Level 1. Requires 1 million EXP to upgrade to level 2. Receive healing increased by 30%, cast consumption reduced by 20%, activatable skill dash. Life Bloom. Heal selected target for 10% HP every second for 30 seconds, cooldown 1 minute 30 seconds. Aura of Wind. Level 1. Requires 1 million EXP to upgrade to level 2. Movement speed increased by 20%, attack speed increased by 20%, agility increased by 15%, activatable skill dash. Wind Rider. Enables temporary flight and movement speed increase of 100% for 15 seconds, cooldown 2 minutes. Aura of Fire. Level 1. Requires 1 million EXP to upgrade to level 2. Damage increased by 30%, target's defense reduced by 20%, activatable skill dash. Firestorm. Inflicts 500% damage within a range of 10 by 10 yards for 5 seconds, cooldown 5 minutes. Aura of Time. Level 1. Requires 2 million EXP to upgrade to level 2. Cooldown of all skills reduced by 20%. Enemies within a 100-yard radius will have their movement speed and attack speed reduced by 20%, and cooldown of skills increased by 20%, activatable skill dash. Absolute Time. Prevents enemies within a range of 50 by 50 yards from using any skills or tools for 20 seconds, cooldown 3 minutes. Aura of Illusion. Level 1. Requires 2 million EXP to upgrade to level 2. All attributes increased by 20%. Enemies within a 100-yard radius will have all their attributes reduced by 20%, activatable skill dash. Fantasy World. Immunity to all magic damage and 10% of magic damage received will be converted to healing to recover players' HP for 10 seconds cooldown. 3 minutes. Aura of Space. Level 1. Requires 2 million EXP to upgrade to level 2. Immunity to all control and restricting effects activatable skill dash. Space movement. Instantly move to any location within a radius of 300,000 yards cooldown. 10 minutes. As expected of a Godly Relics replica. Even if it is only at epic rank, apart from the basic attributes it provides being inferior to a legendary item, its other aspects are much stronger. Feng's surprise reached its limits after he read the attributes of the 7 Luminaries ring. This was the first time Feng was seeing the exact abilities of the 7 Luminaries ring at this moment. Feng finally understood why the legends had said that even an ordinary mortal would have the ability to decimate heaven and earth when in possession of the genuine 7 Luminaries ring. One could even kill gods with this ring. Meanwhile, the 7 Luminaries ring in Feng's hand was only a replica. It was also only at epic rank, and it was tens of thousands of miles away from being comparable to the genuine article. However, even if it was only an epic ranked replica, in Feng's eyes, it was already a miniature godly relic. It could easily outshine any other epic item. It would be great if I could upgrade this epic ranked 7 Luminaries ring to legendary rank. Feng could not help but start fantasizing. If he could raise the 7 Luminaries ring's rank to legendary, then its value would become immeasurable. At that time, only divine artifacts would be able to suppress it. After Feng equipped the 7 Luminaries ring, his attributes greatly increased. His intelligence reached 91 points. Only a small distance short of 120 points. I can use the Aura of Earth when acting as an MT, Aura of Water when acting as a healer, Aura of Wind when hunting or escaping, Aura of Fire when battling, Aura of Time, and Aura of Illusion when fighting in a team battle, and Aura of Space when I'm in a hurry. This ring covers almost every possible situation. It truly is the most powerful epic item. Feng had mostly grasped the uses of the 7 auras in the 7 Luminaries ring. It really made one wonder just how powerful the genuine godly relic was. Just as Feng was fantasizing about the genuine godly relic, he suddenly thought of another matter. If he used the Aura of Space, he could still make it if he hurried to the Silverleaf Forest right now. After all, a distance of 300,000 yards could generally cover 2 regions. Feng could first teleport to Stream Fort from White River City. Afterwards, he only needed to pass through 4 regions in order to arrive at the Silverleaf Forest. Under normal circumstances, even if Feng ran with all his might, he would still need around 5 hours to travel across these 4 regions. However, now that Feng could instantly travel across 2 regions, he might even arrive at the Silverleaf Forest before Gentle Snow's reinforcements did. Thinking so, Feng immediately departed from the War God's Temple and headed towards the teleportation hall of Starmoon City. Chapter 300 Midway Interception. The Silverleaf Forest, also called the Silver Forest by players, was a place filled with monsters ranging from level 18 to level 25. It was a rich land. As to why it was called rich, it was because the monsters here were a great source for high-quality leather. These leathers were important materials used in the production of bags and leather armor. Moreover, the monsters here also dropped high-quality meat. Most importantly, however, there were a total of 14 field bosses present in this Silverleaf Forest. Field bosses were one of the main sources of income for guilds. Also, unlike team dungeons, which would reset only once every 3 days, field bosses respawn daily. The improvement these field bosses could bring to a guild's equipment was quite significant. It was also the reason why Fire Dance had led Zero Wing's core team here to kill field bosses now. However, the Silverleaf Forest swarmed with members of Dark Star. These players were grouped into smaller teams of a dozen or so players and larger teams with as many as 100 or so players. Meanwhile, each and every one of these players was currently out searching for members of Zero Wing Master Tyrant. We need to speed up our operations. If we wait until Gentle Snow's people arrive, it will be difficult if we wish to wipe out Zero Wing's main force, Southwolf said as he looked at Lone Tyrant for her to actually willingly send out reinforcements. It seems that woman really does have a deep relationship with Zero Wing. Lone Tyrant was slightly surprised. His lips then curled into a sneer as he said, "Even so, she is too late. We've already searched through the majority of this silverleaf forest. We've also tightly blockaded the 3 exits for this place. In addition, we've also placed a guild war order to seal off the entire silverleaf forest, so the bastards won't be able to simply return to the city using a return scroll. It won't be long before we will find them and get rid of them, however. Even if they did use a return scroll and return to the city, their red names would get them killed by the guards the moment they arrived. They would also get locked up and lose their freedom for a long period of time. Such a penalty would be much worse than simply getting killed by us." South Wolf nodded in agreement. In order to deal with Zero Wing's main force this time, Darkstar had spared no effort, sending out all the elite members it had. Even Underworld had sent a team of Underworld guards into the fray. There were over 10,000 players participating in the hunt this time around, and of those, 6,000 were used to hinder Zero Wing's reinforcements with its current power. Zero Wing definitely could not contend against these 6,000 players, however. South Wolf himself could not help but admit that Zero Wing indeed possessed some real ability. Even when they were ambushed, they had still reacted in an extremely calm manner. They had immediately launched a counterattack and bravely fought back. Moreover, many within their ranks possessed relatively good techniques this time. In order to kill the few hundred elite members of Zero Wing, Darkstar had lost over 1,000 members. South Wolf found this result simply unbelievable, the reason being, of the 1,000+ members that died, over 300 were elite members of Darkstar. Their fighting techniques could definitely be considered first-rate. The most unbelievable part was that even a few members of the Underworld Guards had been killed by Zero Wing, however. That was it. So what if Zero Wing was top-notch when it came to dungeon raiding? In a field battle, numbers triumphed over everything else. This was an unchangeable fact for all games. It's a pity that we didn't manage to locate Black Flame or Yifeng. If we could deal with them as well, we can thoroughly remove Zero Wing's name from White River City. We'll see if they dare act presumptuously in front of young Master Feng again. South Wolf's hatred of Feng had never dissipated in the slightest, and he had always intended to fulfill the words he had spoken before. However, now that they were about to get rid of Zero Wing's main force, the anger in his heart had lessened, slightly relaxed. Those two will soon be finished as well. In White River City, nobody can protect them. Even the elites led by Gentle Snow won't be able to do so. Lone Tyrant said proudly. "How so?" asked South Wolf, somewhat surprised if Zero Wing can make allies. Why can't Darkstar do so as well? Lone Tyrant softly chuckled. "Allies?" This was the first time South Wolf was hearing about this. Of course, you wouldn't know about this matter. This is a heavily guarded secret of Darkstar. I made this alliance precisely to forestall Gentle Snow's intervention, and also to prevent them from joining together with Zero Wing to deal with us, Lone Tyrant said pridefully, as if he had full control over everything. If Gentle Snow wishes to bring reinforcements over, she'll have to first see if she can arrive at the Silverleaf Forest entrance regarding the matter of exterminating Zero Wing. This time, you can rest assured. You just need to remind Vice Leader Feng of the agreement we made. Guild Leader Tyrant can rest assured on this matter. As long as you complete the task this time, we will definitely deliver the 100 million credits and weekly funding of 150 gold that we promised. South Wolf laughed. "Fine, as long as you guys don't forget your promise." Lone Tyrant nodded in satisfaction. In truth, he did not place much importance on Zero Wing. When Feng Xianyang had asked him to deal with Black Flame and Zero Wing, Lone Tyrant had simply agreed, not giving the request much thought. After all, Lone Tyrant had never acknowledged Zero Wing as Darkstar's opponent. His true enemy was only one person, Gentle Snow. However, the capital injection offered by Feng Xianyang this time around was quite attractive, so Lone Tyrant naturally yielded to his request. With this capital injection, he would be able to contend against Gentle Snow for White River City on an equal footing. As an added bonus, he could also gain plenty of good equipment from Zero Wing Guild Leader. "We've found them," an assassin suddenly said in the team chat. "Good. We'll head over there immediately." Lone Tyrant softly chuckled. He then gave a command through the guild channel, saying, "Everyone, hurry over to that location. We must let them escape this time. The precious equipment on their bodies are waving their hands at us." Immediately, all the members of Dark Star that had come to the Silverleaf Forest cheered loudly. They had long since been drooling over Zero Wing's precious equipment. What secret silver equipment? Many members of Zero Wing's main force possessed fine gold equipment, and some even dark gold equipment. Meanwhile, at one of the dense thickets of the Silverleaf Forest, space suddenly ruptured. One man walked out from this rupture in space, and this person was none other than Feng, who had arrived using space movement. Space movement sure is convenient. Too bad it has a slightly long cooldown. Feng was liking the 7 Luminaries ring more and more now. Feng had taken less than an hour to get here from Starmoon City, even arriving ahead of Gentle Snow just as Feng was about to contact Fire Dance. A call came from Gentle Snow. We got ambushed by 500 or so elite players, so maybe a little later before we can reach the Silverleaf Forest. Gentle Snow apologized. Ambushed? Feng was surprised. To actually muster so much manpower, that lone tyrant sure came prepared. We weren't ambushed by players from Dark Star. Gentle Snow shook her head. No? Is it Underworld, then? Feng couldn't help but feel amazed by Underworld's strength. It definitely should not be easy to field so many players for this hunt. Yet, they were actually able to deploy another 500-plus elites to hinder Gentle Snow. The organization known as Underworld really possessed a powerful framework now. They're elites from World Dominators. My guess is that Dark Star has already joined hands with World Dominators. Gentle Snow then suggested, "It won't be possible for my side to break through anytime soon. If your reinforcements really can't break through, you all should just give up. If we wait until World Dominator's troops head over there and carry out a pincer attack against you, then Zero Wing will truly be finished." I know. Feng fully understood the situation. Now Dark Star wasn't planning on just giving a huge blow to Zero Wing this time. Instead, they intended to wipe out Zero Wing, removing it as a threat completely. Chapter 301 Fangs. The reinforcements from Ouroboros definitely won't make it now. Zero Wing's forces had also been blocked at the outer perimeter of the Silverleaf Forest according to Feng's understanding. Dark Star currently had over 3,000 members searching inside the Silverleaf Forest, including practically all of Dark Star's elites. The 6,000 or so players blockading the outer perimeter were merely cannon fodder if this stalemate continued. World Dominators might succeed in carrying out a pincer attack with Dark Star, annihilating Zero Wing's forces. Aqua, would it be possible to break through on your side? Feng contacted Aqua Rose and asked with the current numbers we have at hand. Definitely not. However, I've already mentioned this matter in the guild channel and have sent for more members to hurry over. We should be able to gather another 3,000 members in half an hour. The level and quality of equipment of our guild members are much higher than Dark Star's, so as long as we can join with these 3,000 members, we can break through their blockade, Aqua Rose said confidently. She had faith in their guild's combat prowess. Although Zero Wing had far fewer members than Dark Star, with Dark Star having well over 30,000 members, there wasn't much of a difference in the number of elite players each guild possessed of Dark Star's 30,000 members. More than 10,000 were newbies around level 10. Meanwhile, the elites that managed to reach level 16 only numbered around 6,000. On the other hand, despite recruiting only a small amount of players, their member count only hovering slightly above 5,000, there were actually over 4,000 elites in Zero Wing who were over level 16. If other guilds discovered this fact, they would be shocked. This was also why Aqua Rose had maintained an optimistic view of Zero Wing's future. As long as Zero Wing could assemble these remaining 3,000 members, they could easily deal with Dark Star's 6,000 extras. However, it would be impossible for them to engage in an all-out war against Dark Star. After all, there was still a big gap in the total number of elites each guild possessed. On top of that, Dark Star still had over 10,000 extras. Even if their combat prowess was weak, they could still overwhelm and kill Zero Wing's elites using the advantage of numbers. I understand. World Dominators is currently hindering Gentle Snow's group. You should stop trying to break through into the Silverleaf Forest from your side. Instead, turn around and begin a pincer attack on World Dominators. Let's take this chance to kick them out of White River City. Feng issued his commands after some thought, however. Feng's words had shocked Aqua, rose into a dazed guild leader. We're here to save people. Wouldn't it be a bad idea to start a war with world dominators right now? Aqua Rose asked. Worriedly, world dominators was a first-rate guild. Although the main force of world dominators was not based in White River City, they still should not be taken lightly. Just like Ouroboros, even though their main force was based outside of White River City, they were still the top guild in White River City. Moreover, wasn't World Dominators similarly one of the top 6 guilds in White River City? If Zero Wing headed over and attacked the members of World Dominators right now, it would be a declaration of war. Dealing with Darkstar was already a huge headache. If they had to face another one of the top 6 guilds in White River City, how could Zero Wing continue mingling in White River City? It'll be all right. Just go. Remember, the moment you arrive, immediately use a Guild War order to seal the location. Don't allow anyone from World Dominators to use a return scroll to leave that area, and make sure you kill every single one of those bastards. Teach them that there's a price to pay if they wish to take advantage of Zero Wing. Feng growled murderously, although Feng advocated a low-profile and secretive development. That did not mean that he would receive enemies with a smile. Even when said enemy banged on their front door, whether it was Darkstar or World Dominators, if they really thought Zero Wing was a sickly animal that they could easily bully, they should get ready to pay a heavy price. But what do we do about Fire Dance? And the others? There's still more than 50 players with them, and they're all the cream of the crop of our guild. Now that they are all red names, if they die, our guild will suffer tremendous losses. Although Aqua Rose could discern Feng's rage and killing intent from the tone of his voice, she still tried to dissuade him. I'll save Fire Dance and the others. Feng answered with absolute confidence. Aqua Rose sighed at Feng's answer. However, she no longer chose to pursue the matter, and instead, she said, "Fine, but as the guild leader of Zero Wing, don't you think you should say a few words to your fellow guild members as well? You haven't expressed your intentions since Darkstar declared war against us. Although nobody in the guild has said anything about it, considering the weight of this incident and the declaration of war against world dominators, how can you stay silent?" After the war with Darkstar began, both murderous intentions and excitement swept through everyone in Zero Wing. Many in the guild had expressed their eagerness for vengeance, speaking in the guild channel about how they were going to teach the bastard from Darkstar a lesson and show Darkstar know how amazing Zero Wing was. However, as the intensity of the battle between both guilds grew and the number of deaths increased, the atmosphere in Zero Wing became heavy. Even though they had fought for so long, they still hadn't managed to break past Darkstar's blockade around the Silverleaf Forest. The number of dead Zero Wing elites inside the Silverleaf Forest also grew as time passed. Hence, it was inevitable that Zero Wing's momentum would falter at this point. Most of the Zero Wing members had already lost their motivation to continue fighting, not to mention carrying out a pincer attack on World Dominator Feng, of course, was aware of Aqua Rose's concerns. However, compared to just speaking through the guild channel, Feng had taken more decisive action and directly uploaded a post to the official forums Darkstar. Today you've dared to send tens of thousands of players to hunt the hundreds of players of Zero Wing. My Zero Wing guild will return this slight 100-fold. Even if we're down to our very last breath, we will massacre your 30,000 members as payback. The name of Black Flame, the chief forger of Starmoon Kingdom, had long since spread throughout the Starmoon Kingdom. Moreover, Zero Wing was also the first guild to own a guild residence. The moment this post uploaded, it immediately garnered the attention of the residents of Starmoon Kingdom. Crap. Are they starting an all-out war? I show my support for Zero Wing. Zero Wing is as amazing as expected. Even though there are only several hundred, Darkstar actually had to send tens of thousands of players to hunt them. Does anybody know the final result? I heard that Zero Wing had lost over 300 members to Darkstar already, and there are still a few dozen being hunted down. On the other hand, Darkstar has already lost over 1,000 members. Right now, every player in White River City is discussing this matter. Amazing! With just several hundred players on their side. Even when faced with more than 10,000 players, they can still kill over 1,000 players. Dozens are still alive, too. I also want to join Zero Wing and become an expert. I despise Darkstar. If they can, they should duel Zero Wing fairly. What's so great about using numbers to bully someone? I am one of the members of Zero Wing that have been surrounded and killed. You guys should have seen how amazing our guild's Sister Dance and Brother Black fought. Sister Dance weaved across thousands of players, killing over 100 Darkstar members in a row. Brother Black's spells instantly vaporized hundreds of Darkstar members the moment it landed. I have a video recording of the battle, so come to Zero Wing's forum section if you want to have a look at it. After Feng uploaded his post, the entire forum exploded in a storm of comments. The players that had only recently started playing God's Domain also started paying attention to Zero Wing as a result of this commotion, especially after seeing the battlefield containing thousands of players in comparison. The battle scenes they usually saw in movies were boring. The scene where countless stars crashed onto the battlefield, destroying the land and instantly turning hundreds of players into ash, especially stunned them. They couldn't help their boiling blood after watching this scene. After watching this video, many players started considering joining Zero Wing. Chapter 302, Strong Capital. Feng had used the name of Black Flame when he uploaded his post. Hence, just a few minutes after the post went live, it had already received a massive amount of visitors. The number of replies easily passed 10,000. Shortly after, the post had been automatically pinned at the top of the forums by the game officials, and there was also an additional bright red war tag on the post. This single word was eye-catching. Meanwhile, due to Feng's post, the originally crestfallen guild members' fighting spirits immediately reignited, and they hungered for Darkstar's death. Moreover, the video of Darkstar's ambush of Zero Wing had also shocked its viewers. The video allowed everyone to understand that even players could become so powerful. When the stars of light descended, the scene seemed as if the world was coming to an end, and within an instant, hundreds of players had been vaporized. Even players outside of the spell's damage range were not spared, as the wind generated by the spell's impact sent them flying. Seeing the power of this skill, everyone finally understood why Blackie had such a high level. Everyone else struggled to kill a single monster. Blackie could simply lure several hundred monsters and kill all of them with a single move. How can anybody hope to compare to such a leveling speed? After watching this video, countless players started dreaming of the day that they, too, could possess such power. Such a skill was far more useful than any piece of quality equipment. Darkstar, just you wait. I will kill everyone who tries to block our way. That's right. Brother Black and Sister Dance are waiting for us right now. How can we be so shameful? Aren't they just 6,000 monkeys? Even if I have to die 10 times over, I will extinguish Darkstar. The members of Zero Wing all released spirited battle cries as they glared at the members of Darkstar blocking their path. As long as Aqua Rose gave the command, they would charge and take action. However, just as they turned their gazes to Aqua Rose, Zero Wing's vice leader, Feng's voice suddenly dominated the guild channel. I'm sure everyone is clear about what has happened today. Darkstar has declared all-out war against us, and they wish to wipe our names from White River City. Although we, Zero Wing, have just started our journey, and the member count of our guild cannot compare to the other guilds in White River City, Darkstar has actually started a war with us, thinking that we are easy to bully. What do you all think we should do about this? Kill them all. That's right. Why should we fear fighting back? Now let's show those bastards that, if they wish to swallow us whole, they should prepare to lose a few teeth. Since everyone is going to try their best, as the guild leader, I cannot be stingy. Before the battle, I sent for someone to retrieve some battle tools stored inside the guild warehouse. Everyone should now look for Vice Leader Aqua Rose for your share. Also, for those who participate in today's battle, you will gain 10 guild points for each enemy you kill. Those who manage to accumulate 10 kills will be rewarded 1 piece of secret silver equipment, while those who kill 50 will get a piece of fine gold equipment. If you manage to kill 100, you will even receive a private room in the guild residence. Even if you die in battle, you will still receive 10 guild points as compensation. The moment Feng finished his monologue, everyone's hearts beat fervently, and their eyes glowed with excitement. Wing's administration was very thorough, and one could only use guild points to exchange for items from the guild warehouse. However, it was extremely difficult for members to earn guild points. If converted to coins, each guild point was worth around 30 copper. Meanwhile, trading them for a level 10 bronze equipment required 30 guild points, which would be 9 silver coins. Currently, level 10 bronze equipment only sold for around 7 to 8 silver coins on the market. To put it simply, it was not a worthwhile exchange. It was also for this reason that another batch of players had withdrawn from the guild. In fact, this was something Feng and Aqua Rose had already taken into consideration. If the guild sold equipment cheaper than market price, then many members would try to take advantage of this fact to trade for guild equipment to resell elsewhere. They could then use the money to buy guild points again. Hence, the high prices were set to prevent an outflow of guild equipment and items. However, after the emergence of the guild residence and the additional benefit of renting private rooms, everyone in the guild no longer had a disfavorable opinion of the guild's administration. On the contrary, they all felt that the administration was extremely fair. Private rooms were something ordinary players dared not even dream of obtaining in other guilds. After all, the land in White River City and each guild residence could only contain a limited number of private rooms. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the guild would surely occupy these rooms. Ordinary members would never be able to enjoy this benefit. Yet, Zero Wing had defied all expectations and actually opened up a few private rooms for ordinary members. Ordinary members of Zero Wing could actually rent these private rooms for a low cost of only 2 guild points per day, although the price was slightly higher than staying a night at a hotel. Unlike hotels, one could accumulate double EXP buffs from private rooms. With this feature, it was definitely worth spending a few extra copper coins. The members present in this battle also heard of the benefits provided by other guilds. Although other guilds also provided rewards and compensation to its members for killing and dying in battle, the amount offered was far worse than Feng's 10 guild points equaled 3 silver coins. There were 3,000 members participating in this battle. If each one of them managed to kill one enemy, the total guild points awarded would be the equivalent of 9,000 silver coins or 90 gold. This was a massive sum of money. Moreover, Feng also promised to compensate for each guild member's death. At the very least, he would have to spend over 100 gold if converted to credits. 100 gold would be worth over 1 million. This situation reaffirmed everyone's confidence in Zero Wing's financial resources and background. With such great benefits, powerful financial resources, and most importantly, such an amazing guild leader, was it possible for such a guild not to grow powerful? Even if I have to die, I'll still drag at least 10 guys with me. Humph, don't you have any ambition? Didn't you hear the guild leader say that he would reward those who managed to get 100 kills with their own private room? You have to be capable of actually doing that first. Have you not seen how easily Brother Black and Sister Dance managed it? The momentum pushing the guild members to kill their enemies was stronger than ever now. Although the guild would only rent out, not sell, any of the private rooms, one could imagine how much a private room would cost. It was definitely not something worth a measly 1,000 guild points. Although their chances of actually killing 100 people were slim, there was still a small possibility. Naturally, they would fight for that glimmer of hope. Everyone, come to me to receive the frost grenades. Each person will only get 2. Party leaders will get 3 frost grenades and 1 tier 0 attack or defense magic scroll. Team leaders and vice team leaders will receive 5 frost grenades and 1 tier 1 magic scroll. After Feng finished his speech, Aqua Rose started distributing the supportive tools to every guild member in order to display Zero Wing's might to everyone in Star Moon Kingdom. Feng bled his pockets dry this time. He retrieved all the supportive tools from inside the guild warehouse for this battle. The moment everyone received the supportive tools, everyone felt even more certain of their victory over Dark Star. Just by arming all of them with a single frost grenade, they could easily force Dark Star's 6,000 members to eat a huge loss. Adding in the control effect of the frost grenades, their chances of defeating these 6,000 players increased by at least 30%. Vice Leader Aqua, how should we fight? We'll all listen to your commands. That's right. With these tools of war, I can easily kill over 10 people and earn a ton. 100 people, here I come. Let's hope that those bastards don't run away. Everyone started joking around as they felt confident in defeating Darkstar now. Since everyone is ready, follow me. Aqua Rose nodded. The next moment, however, she turned around and ran in the opposite direction of the Silverleaf Forest. Chapter 303, Hold Nothing Back. Deep inside the Silverleaf Forest. Boss, I don't know what's going on with Zero Wing, but they've retreated from Silverleaf Forest's entrance. An assassin who used stealth to stalk Zero Wing's troops reported in the team chat. It seems that they're giving up on trying to get in. Haha, that Black Flame made such a bold statement. Yet now, he's fleeing with his tail between his legs? If we upload this news to the forums, he will definitely become a laughingstock. South Wolf laughed loudly when he received this report. Lone Tyrant's lips curled into a sneer as well, saying contemptuously, Zero Wing is just a gathering of nobodies. Since the very beginning, they have never stood a chance at victory. They should consider themselves lucky. If they waited until we finished wiping out Zero Wing's core team, we would have turned around and begun a pincer attack on them with World Dominators. At that time, even their remaining 3,000 to 4,000 members would have no hope, and Zero Wing would utterly disappear from White River City. Guild Leader Tyrant is as amazing as expected. It turns out that you had such a plan readied as well. No wonder you are an expert capable of competing with Gentle Snow over White River City. Not only do you possess extraordinary strength, but your intellect is also at the top of White River City. South Wolf flattered as he came to a realization. As long as you can remove Zero Wing's name from White River City, the only obstacle in your way will be Ouroboros. However, with Darkstar and World Dominators working together, even the team led by Gentle Snow would no longer pose a threat. At that time, Guild Leader Tyrant would become the true overlord of White River City. It's still too early to make such claims. Lone Tyrant chuckled as pleasure filled his heart. He then continued, saying, Ultimately, Gentle Snow is a well-known expert and leader in the virtual gaming world. I'm afraid that I'll need more strength before I can chase her out of White River City. When the time comes, it will also depend on whether or not Underworld plays its part. Ha ha ha. Guild Leader Tyrant can rest assured. As long as Darkstar possesses a high chance of becoming the overlord of White River City, Underworld will invest greatly in it. When the time comes, Underworld will send even more experts to help Darkstar solidify its position as overlord. South Wolf laughed, answering with certainty with your word. South Wolf, I can rest assured. Lone Tyrant laughed with South Wolf currently. Confidence regarding Darkstar's future filled Lone Tyrant now that Zero Wing has given up on saving Fire Dance and the core members. Although I pity them slightly, we should still quickly end their lives. When South Wolf thought of Fire Dance's sexy body, a lecherous smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Elsewhere, Fire Dance and her group were currently in a very precarious situation. Players from Darkstar had them surrounded, and although they had constantly carved out a path of bodies, they could not use return scrolls to escape. Darkstar had the Silverleaf Forest under siege, and all exits were blocked. If this situation continued, they would, sooner or later, lose their lives. However, they could not afford to die. At this moment, there were only 30-plus players remaining in their team, and they all were red names. As for herself and Blackie, their names were already close to turning black now. If they died, losing 3 or 4 levels would only be a small matter. The most crucial point was that they could not afford the loss of their equipment sister, Fire Dance. What are we going to do now? The bastard from Darkstar have discovered our location again, Lonely Snow asked. At this moment, he appeared to be in quite a sorry state. After being surrounded and attacked over a dozen times, his willpower had started to falter as well. Unfortunately, no matter what they did, they could not find a way to escape from Darkstar's retreat first, then talk. Aqua Rose and the others are currently breaking through the entrance now. Moreover, they also have a large stock of supportive tools, so they can definitely break past Darkstar's blockade. We just need to hold on for a little while longer before we're rescued. Fire Dance had also racked her mind, trying to think of a way to escape. However, Darkstar simply had too many players. No matter how they tried to run, another group of players always waited for them. If not for the fact that their equipment and techniques were so impressive, they would have long since died, just as everyone was desperately running for their lives. Feng contacted Fire Dance and suddenly joined the team guild leader. Guild leader, you're finally here. A glimmer of hope immediately flared in Blackie's heart when he noticed Feng join the team. Blackie's opinion of Feng had reached blind worship long ago, and he believed that there was nothing that Feng could not accomplish. In fact, Blackie wasn't alone in having such an opinion. Everyone in the core team thought so as well. Meanwhile, the originally gloomy atmosphere instantly dispersed upon Feng's arrival. Guild leader, you're even more amazing than the Fountain of Life. By simply joining the team, you have caused everyone's spirits to recover instantly. Their fighting powers have doubled. Fire Dance joked on. I never knew I had such an effect. Feng laughed. They all could not help but laugh with him instantly. The atmosphere relaxed. How are things on your side? Feng asked. Darkstar has us forced into a corner, and it's practically impossible for barge through any of the exits. At most, I think we have another half an hour before we'll have to make a final stand against them. Fire Dance gave Feng a brief explanation of their current position. Meanwhile, as a veteran of the battlefield, Feng quickly grasped the general situation. If Fire Dance and her group faced Darkstar's 3,000 players in direct combat, the conclusion would be obvious. Even if they had Feng with them, the result would be the same. After a long moment of silence, understand. Head to these coordinates. I'll meet you guys there, Feng said. Now that Fire Dance's group had been forced to such a corner, even Feng could not turn the tides. Darkstar had 3,000 players fighting for them, not just 100 or 200. At this stage of the game, most players should have already learned quite a few skills, and of them, there would definitely be a few life-saving skills. Furthermore, their fighting techniques would have improved greatly. It was no longer possible for Feng to slaughter them by the hundreds as he had with Martial Union. Fortunately, Feng was very familiar with the Silverleaf Forest. After giving it some thought, he concluded that there was only one location Fire Dance, and the others could head to survive. The chances for survival was less than 30%. However, a 30% chance of survival was far better than none at all. After all, if they faced Darkstar's 3,000-strong army, they would die 10 out of 10 times. Hopefully, Aqua Rose can take action quickly. Otherwise, we really will suffer a total defeat, following which Feng disconnected his call with Fire Dance. He then activated the 7 Luminaries ring space movement once more, teleporting to the meeting location that he gave Fire Dance's group. Although Guild War orders could seal off the usage of teleportation scrolls, they were completely useless against the power of the 7 Luminaries ring. On the gravel road leading to the Silverleaf Forest, the players from World Dominators had already started battling the players from Ouroboros. Throughout their battle, both sides had constantly sent for more reinforcements, involving more and more players in the fray. Both sides were first-rate guilds with extraordinary backgrounds. To hinder General Snow's advance, World Dominators had sent over 10,000 players to this fight. Meanwhile, General Snow had even more players on her side. Currently, her army had increased to over 14,000 players. The intensity of the battle between these two guilds far outstripped the battle between Darkstar and Zero Wing. This massive encounter had shocked many players in White River City. Just what was happening in White River City? Why were 4 of the top 6 guilds in White River City battling it out against each other? Moreover, it wasn't just a minor skirmish between guilds. These 4 guilds had actually started a full-fledged war against each other, where only one side would rest when the other was obliterated. Such a situation was simply unimaginable in other cities. Players were still in the initial stages of God's Domain, and currently, every guild in God's Domain fully occupied themselves with raiding dungeons and development. Yet, these 4 guilds in White River City actually dared to start a full-fledged war. Regardless of which side won or lost, they would all be losers in God's Domain. Snow. This war is getting out of hand. Both sides have already incurred over 1,000 fatalities. If this situation continues, Emperor's Light and the Assassin's Alliance might be tempted to take advantage of the situation. I think we should retreat for now. After fighting for so long, we have fulfilled our duty to Zero Wing, Zhao Yuru urged as she looked at Gentle Snow, who currently issued commands. Chapter 304 Ferocious Beasts Released. In reply to Zhao Yuru's suggestion, Gentle Snow merely shook her head and revealed a smile, not bothering to give any additional explanations. Are we just going to continue fighting like this? Although we have the advantage right now, if we wish to repel world dominators, our losses will be immense. We might very well ruin the great advantage we have in White River City. Snow, you should know that the people of Starmoon City have long since had an opinion of you. If we lose the advantage we have in White River City, they will take advantage of the situation and cause you trouble. Zhao Yueru could not make sense of Gentle Snow's thoughts. Although they were good friends with Black Flame, it wasn't enough of a reason to destroy the influence they had obtained through painstaking efforts. The fight between their two guilds was no longer a simple skirmish, but a war that involved over 10,000 people without sufficient benefits. One should never start a war was not a child's game. Not only were they required to give out rewards and compensation to the participants, but they also needed to pay for many other expenditures. To put it plainly, war was just a way for players to waste money. Though, it would not have mattered as much if they could pay these expenses using credits. After all, their families in the real world were both wealthy and influential. They could easily ignore such insignificant expenses. However, what they were not spending credits, but coins, a commodity that could not be easily obtained if they continued fighting this war. The advantage they previously held over the other guilds in White River City would fall behind. Significantly, Zhao Yuru knew that Gentle Snow was a person who spoke of righteousness and possessed high morals. If it were for a personal matter, she would never allow her companions to fight in such a desperate war. It was also the reason many experts willingly followed and respected her, even if it were for personal reasons. Gentle Snow absolutely would not drag in the entirety of Ouroboros in White River City. Is Zero Wing truly worth the effort to attempt to win this battle and protect them? Zhao Yueru asked in confusion. Yes. I believe my own foresight. Gentle Snow's crystal-clear eyes glowed with firm confidence. In truth, Gentle Snow wanted to say that she believed in Black Flame and Yi Feng's potential. In addition, there was also a great power hidden behind Black Flame. Even to this moment, Gentle Snow had yet to glean any important information about Black Flame. Not only could he form a connection with the Star Street trading firm, but he was also allowed to sell his products there. This was definitely not a feat that any ordinary power could help achieve. At the very least, to this day, Gentle Snow had yet to find any other guild successfully forming a relationship with the NPCs of a trading firm. Moreover, the experts in Zero Wing had practically appeared from thin air. If one claimed that no power supported Zero Wing from behind, then how was it even possible for a recently established guild like Zero Wing to draw in so many experts? Hence, Gentle Snow felt confident that she had made the right decision. However, if Gentle Snow discovered that Feng had simply recruited people in Jinhai City who had been experts in the past, just what would her expression be? As the desperate battle between Ouroboros and World Dominators continued, the vice leader of World Dominators, Blood Halberd, experienced a slight headache. Has that Gentle Snow gone insane? Isn't she just helping out some foreign guild? Is there a need to try so desperately? Blood Halberd appeared disappointed and confused as he looked at the casualty report he had received. As of this moment, they had lost over 1,500 players. Just the compensation they had to pay out had already reached astronomical amounts. The more Blood Halberd read the death toll written in the report, the darker his expression became. No matter how he considered things, World Dominators would undertake a huge loss this time. Guild Leader Tyrant, World Dominators has incurred an immense loss due to your great plan. If you don't compensate us appropriately, don't blame me if the relationship between our guilds turns sour. Blood Halberd was furious now. He felt that Lone Tyrant had used him as cannon fodder. Vice Leader Blood, please calm your anger. This entire incident was purely an accident. I did not expect Gentle Snow to be a madman. Rest assured, I will definitely compensate you for your losses. Lone Tyrant agreed to Blood Halberd's demands without hesitation. Or to put it another way, he did not dare hesitate. Although Dark Star was powerful in White River City, it was still weaker than Ouroboros. If a misunderstanding occurred with world dominators, it would be a disaster if they joined hands with Ouroboros to deal with Dark Star. Hence, Lone Tyrant had no choice but to compensate them. After all, he was the one who had requested world dominators to hinder Ouroboros. However, Lone Tyrant's heart ached when he thought about how he needed to compensate for over 1,500 deaths fine. Since Guild Leader Tyrant has made such a promise, I won't say anything more. While Blood Halberd and Lone Tyrant conversed, Aqua Rose and the members of Zero Wing finally arrive at the battlefield between Ouroboros and World Dominator. Sits up to all of you now. Feng spoke in the Guild Channel. Guild Leader, leave it to us. At worst, we will just have to die once. No matter what, we're going to teach World Dominators that if they wish to join hands with Dark Star to face us, they better not think of leaving unscathed. Right? Since they wish to start a war, we will show them that anybody who dares provoke Zero Wing will suffer the consequences. Energy filled the 3,000-plus members of Zero Wing that had hurried to the battlefield. The moment Feng gave the order, they would instantly transform into ferocious beasts and tear apart their enemies. Good. Listen to my command. Assassins, your job is to use stealth and sneak over to World Dominators' healers. Shield Warriors, Guardian Knights, Berserkers, and Swordsmen, all of you are to charge into the heart of World Dominators and break their formation. Healers, follow the group closely and keep everyone in the unit alive. As for ranged attackers, block their path of retreat. We will not let a single one of them leave here alive. Aqua Rose will be in charge of commanding the range classes. Under Feng's commands, everyone from Zero Wing took organized action. Very quickly, more than 300 assassins snuck to World Dominator's rear lines. Meanwhile, as all of the players from World Dominators were occupied with their battle against Ouroboros, none of them managed to discover the forces of Zero Wing arriving behind them, let alone the assassins sneaking up on them. Assassins, confirm your targets. Have 2 people deal with each target and kill the healers with certainty. Do not give World Dominators a chance to react. Feng said in the Guild Channel. Guild Leader, we're in position. The assassin party leader reported. Good. On the count to 5, take action together. After the assassins make their move, Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights, remember to activate your life-saving skills immediately as you start your charge. You all are to become a wall for everyone else and block of every bit of damage sent at you. As you move closer to World Dominators, everyone is to attack using the frost grenades that you received to break their first line of defense. Afterward, shatter their formation. Does everyone understand? Feng said, following which, as Feng started his countdown, everyone began to grow nervous. It was especially true for the assassins tasked with launching the first attacks. Meanwhile, the healers of World Dominators stood comfortably in their positions as they carried out their duties. None of them had any sense of danger instilled in them at all. However, they could not be blamed for this. After all, they had an army of over 10,000 strong between the perceived enemy and themselves. No enemy should be able to touch them unless they broke through the defensive lines. Also, even if 1 or 2 players managed to sneak past the front lines, what could they possibly do to several hundred healers? The moment they revealed themselves, they would die instantly. Good. On my command, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, kill. Let not a single one of them go. After Feng's shout, all 300-plus assassins took action simultaneously, with every 2 assassins launching attacks on a single healer. When ambushed by an assassin, any ordinary healer would lose more than half of their HP, let alone an ambush by 2 elite assassins momentarily. Many of World Dominator's healers felt a sting at the back of their heads. After they were forced into a fainted state, 2 piercing cold daggers slashed across their necks, followed by 2 frightening damages appearing above their heads. In the next moment, their bodies were no longer under their control. In the blink of an eye, World Dominators lost close to 200 healers. Immediately, Zero Wing's melee players began their charge. A moment later, Aqua Rose used a Guild War order to lock down the entire region, preventing any from using a return scroll to leave the battlefield. Chapter 305, Zero Wings Might. The sudden loss of almost 200 healers stunned everyone from World Dominator sits in ambush. Run. Faced with several hundred assassins, so close without any protectors by their side, the only way the healers of World Dominators could escape death was to run towards the main army of World Dominators. However, healers were inherently slow. The assassins from Zero Wing quickly caught up to them originally. If these healers had worked together to retaliate against the assassins from Zero Wing, they could have at least offered some semblance of resistance. It would not have been so easy to kill them, however. Their decision to run immediately created chaos, and those who could have originally survived died as well without any healing or resistance. These healers were lambs to the slaughter. Zero Wing's assassins killed them arbitrarily. By the time the rear guards of World Dominators came to the rescue, a majority of their healers were already dead. Just as the surviving healers thought they were safe, they quickly discovered several thousand players charging in their direction. Every one of these players was like a ferocious tiger as they crashed into their enemies' ranks, and the several hundred players who serve as World Dominators' rear guards were instantly dispersed. This situation allowed the assassins to continue their slaughter of the healers' guild leader. Not good. Our rear line has been ambushed, and we've lost over half of our healers already. These newcomers are fierce, and the rear line needs help to hold them off. One of the team leaders defending against Zero Wing's ambush hurriedly reported, "What? Who are these people?" Blood Halberd had been busy issuing commands from the front lines all this time. The moment he received the report, he immediately turned to look. He discovered that there were actually several thousand players charging and killing into their ranks, and anyone from World Dominators who tried to block their charge instantly died. These newcomers were like a sharp blade, instantly splitting World Dominators' forces in half with their precision. Charge World Dominators currently fought a desperate battle against Ouroboros, and the damage they received from such an ambush was self-evident without the healer support. The Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights who stood on the front lines rapidly fell, one after another. The front line was also continuously forced into a retreat, and within moments, over 100 players from World Dominators had died. Damn. Just who are they to actually dare start a war against World Dominators? Do they not want to live anymore? Blood Halberd's eyes had already become blood red from anger. He wished he could immediately chop their ambushers into a million pieces. Guild leader. They're wearing a six-winged emblem on their chests. They should be players from Zero Wing. A ranger reported. Zero Wing? Weren't they fighting Dark Star? Why have they suddenly appeared here? Questions filled Blood Halberd's mind. However, he halted his thoughts as he spoke through the guild's war channel. These losers have actually dared ambush us. They're simply overestimating themselves. Everyone, turn around and focus all your attacks on Zero Wing. Wipe these fools from Zero Wing out first. Blood Halberd was one of the upper echelons of World Dominators, and he had experienced many battles that involved tens of thousands of players in the past. Thus, he was very clear on what actions he needed to take. Right now, World Dominators was no longer a match for Ouroboros in this battle. Now that Zero Wing had ambushed them from behind, launching a pincer attack with Ouroboros, World Dominators was in a fatal situation. If they continued this battle, they would suffer total annihilation. The only options they had was to either break through from one side or defend their positions and wait for help. Since the second option was clearly not viable, the only option they had left was to break through and escape this battlefield. However, it was clearly impossible for them to break through from Ouroboros' side. That left them with annihilating Zero Wing. Regarding numbers and total combat power, World Dominators was above Zero Wing by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, on Ouroboros' side, Gentle Snow very quickly noticed that someone had ambushed World Dominators. Moreover, the ambush came from directly behind World Dominators. Although Gentle Snow did not know who launched the attack, this was a great chance that she could not miss. They might even be able to give World Dominators a huge blow in this situation. Everyone, charge forward. Don't let World Dominators reorganize their formation. Gentle Snow commanded her forces, wearing a faint smile on her face to readjust their formation. World Dominators turned around to attack Zero Wing. Unfortunately, that decision came at a high price. Unwittingly, World Dominators lost thousands of their members. Blood Halberd's heart bled at this sight. Although they had fought Ouroboros for a long time, they had only lost around 1,000 or so players. Now, in just a few short minutes, they lost several times that amount. Kill. Annihilate Zero Wing. Blood Halberd bellowed through the guild channel as he pointed his sword at Zero Wing's 3,000 members currently. World Dominators still had close to 10,000 players alive. It would be an easy task for them to deal with just 3,000 players. Both sides immediately entered a desperate struggle, flames and arrows filling the skies. A few independent players that stood a distance away were thoroughly shocked when they witnessed this scene. This battle was far more realistic and shocking than any movie they had watched before. Sounds of smashing and swords clashing filled the surroundings. There was also the constant stream of spells bombarding the land, sending debris and dust flying into the air. This was truly a bloody battlefield. In this battlefield, personal strength was insignificant. When struck by hundreds of fireballs and frost arrows, even the most powerful MTs would die instantly. Very good. It should be about time to use them now. Feng closely observed the battle through the live stream from Aqua Rose. After watching both sides clash for some time and seeing how closely packed the players on the enemy side were, Feng commanded in the guild channel, "Use all your frost grenades and magic scrolls now. Hold nothing back and use all of them at once." The members of Zero Wing, who had long since hungered for this moment, immediately tossed the frost grenades in their hands. This time around, the members of Zero Wing only used basic frost grenades. Moreover, frost grenades were only half as effective when used against players, so each basic frost grenade only dealt 100 damage to players. However, with several thousand players using them simultaneously, the accumulated damage could easily exceed 10,000 points. Currently, a majority of the players in God's Domain were around level 15, and even top-tier experts would be level 20 at best. Meanwhile, a level 20 Shield Warrior or Guardian Knight would only have around 3,000 HP. In the face of so many basic frost grenades, these players were cannon fodder. They could die at any given moment. Shortly after the basic frost grenades were thrown, a large swath of players from World Dominators died. As for those lucky enough to survive, they transformed into pure white ice sculptures immediately. The reinforcements from World Dominators who were just about to charge over were stunned stiff on the spot, intense fear permeating their hearts. As for Gentle Snow, who stood at a far distance, she had only noticed the center of the battlefield suddenly transforming into a snowy field in this lush green land surrounded by blistering hot temperatures. This white contrast made for relatively beautiful scenery. However, Blood Halberd was not in the mood to appreciate this pleasing sight. Zero Wing's combined frost grenade attack had instantly killed over 1,000 players. Adding in the follow-up control effect to the frost grenades and Ouroboros' continuous assault from behind, the death toll in this brief moment was at least 3,000. Moreover, even without this wave of frost grenades, Blood Halberd had discovered something very important. Although Zero Wing only had around 3,000 members, a large majority of them were elite players. Not only did they possess high levels, but their equipment was also of good quality. With these two advantages, these players could easily take on 2 to 3 average players. If the 10,000 or so players of World Dominators faced off against 3,000 average players, it would not take them very long to annihilate the latter and break out of this pincer attack. However, it was a completely different story if they faced 3,000 elite players. There was absolutely no way to break through this hurdle in a short time. Not to mention, they also had to pay a huge price to do so. It was the same situation when World Dominators had initially hindered Ouroboros' advance towards the Silverleaf Forest. At that time, they had only used several hundred elite players to block Ouroboros' army of 2,000 players. Now that World Dominators faced 3,000 elite players, in addition to the previous frost grenade attack, Blood Halberd began to consider suicide. If he had known about this earlier, he would have chosen to break through the pincer attack through Ouroboros' side. It would have been much easier that way. How did Zero Wing come into possession so many elite players? Blood Halberd could neither understand why nor did he try to understand it, as there was only one thing he could do right now. Everyone, listen to my command. All of you use return scrolls and leave this place immediately. Blood Halberd shouted reluctantly in the guild channel. This could not be helped. If they received several more waves of frost grenade attacks from Zero Wing, in addition to Ouroboros' assault, world dominators would be annihilated. There was only one thing they could do now: escape. Although it would be both costly and time-consuming to use return scrolls, and even more people would die, it was a much better alternative than suffering total annihilation. Guild leader, this is not good. This area has been sealed. We can't use return scrolls. Chapter 306. The price of being a passerby. His subordinates report stunned Blood Halberd. Do they really intend to fight to the bitter end? Blood Halberd's eyes turned crimson. His current mood similar to an imminent volcanic eruption, with the entire area sealed off, preventing the use of return scrolls. World dominators had no way to escape the steep slopes on both sides of this area, left only one line of movement available. One could only advance forward or retreat backward. There was no third option available. Right now, however, Ouroboros blocked the road back to the city, while Zero Wing blocked the road to the Silverleaf Forest originally. Blood Halberd felt only contempt for Zero Wing's attempt to launch a pincer attack on world dominators, now that he had personally witnessed Zero Wing's strength. However, Blood Halberd no longer dared underestimate Zero Wing, whether it was Ouroboros or Zero Wing. Neither of them was easy to deal with. Blood Halberd's current situation could be perfectly described as being stuck between a rock and a hard place. However, inaction would similarly result in world dominators' complete annihilation. Originally, world dominators had come to this place simply to aid Darkstar in delaying Ouroboros' advance. Now, however, they had become the center of the war. Everyone, defensive formation. Blood Halberd commanded after a bit of thought. Not daring to delay any longer, the members of world dominators immediately formed a circle to repel attacks from both sides and reduce their losses. Meanwhile, Blood Halberd sent out a communication request to Lone Tyrant. Originally, Lone Tyrant was still joyous over locating Fire Dance's group. However, he suddenly received an urgent call from Blood Halberd Vice Leader. Blood, I will definitely send over the compensation after this entire matter is dealt with. Please stop rushing me, Lone Tyrant said, slightly annoyed. Compensation? Blood Halberd's anger boiled over when he heard this word. Originally, Darkstar was the one responsible for dealing with Zero Wing. However, world dominators now had to handle both Zero Wing and Ouroboros, placing Blood Halberd's guild in such a dangerous situation. Was this something mere compensation could make up for? Guild leader Tyrant, I promise to help you delay Ouroboros, not to start an all-out war with them. Now, not only have you let Zero Wing's forces run away, you're even making world dominators face two guilds at once. Meanwhile, you, Guild Leader Tyrant, only know how to utter the word compensation? Guild Leader Tyrant, you're good. You're very good. The more Blood Halberd spoke, the angrier he got. He felt that Lone Tyrant had plotted against world dominators all this time. First, Lone Tyrant had let them fight it out with Ouroboros. Then, he had allowed Zero Wing's forces to escape. In order to escape, Zero Wing could only pass through the area where world dominators and Ouroboros were fighting. In the end, Zero Wing had no choice but to start a fight with world dominators. With this plan, Lone Tyrant could kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Success meant that 3 of the top 6 guilds in White River City would receive a huge blow. With Darkstar the only beneficiary of this chaos, Lone Tyrant was certain that there was a misunderstanding the moment he heard Blood Halberd's words. After all, he had not intentionally allowed Zero Wing to escape. Instead, the players from Zero Wing had left on their own, and they just happened to encounter world dominators on their way back, which resulted in world dominators suffering a pincer attack. Everything was simply a coincidence. As for Zero Wing's decision to directly oppose world dominators, any normal person would not do that currently. Darkstar was in an all-out war with Zero Wing, a war that would end only when one side was completely annihilated. Just before, Black Flame had even publicly declared that he would make Dark Star pay the price of 30,000 people. So, why would they suddenly go and provoke a first-rate guild like World Dominators? Only a person who wished to die a quicker death or a person with brain damage would declare war simultaneously on two of the top 6 guilds in White River City, however. No matter what Lone Tyrant said now, Blood Halberd definitely would not believe him. Hence, Lone Tyrant hurriedly said, "Vice Leader Blood, I truly know nothing about this matter. I'll send my army over there right away. If we execute a pincer attack, I'm sure we can wipe out Zero Wing." "Well, come quickly then," Blood Halberd shouted in rage. The more he listened to Lone Tyrant speak, the more disgusted he was with this person. Lone Tyrant had actually used World Dominators as bait. However, the priority right now was for the guild to escape this predicament. Everything else was secondary. "Okay, I'll have them head over immediately." Lone Tyrant ended the call and promptly contacted his troops stationed outside the Silverleaf Forest. Of the 6,000 players there, Lone Tyrant sent 5,000 over to deal with Zero Wing, while the remaining 1,000 stayed behind to continue blocking the exits of the Silverleaf Forest. However, as time slowly passed, World Dominator situation turned grimmer, and grimmer. Zero Wing's 3,000 elites were incredibly zealous. After several consecutive charges, although Zero Wing lost several hundred of their members, World Dominators lost at least 3 to 4 times that number. Not to mention, Ouroboros was also madly assaulting them on the other side after gathering up his courage. One of the team leaders of the elite teams, Lonely, walked up to Blood Halberd and asked in a soft tone, "Guild leader, if this situation continues, we'll definitely be finished. Are the reinforcements from Dark Star not here yet? If the elite members of World Dominators were to lose 2 or 3 levels, in addition to most of the weapons and equipment on their bodies, World Dominators would definitely not be able to compete for White River City any longer. I know that. But they still need around 10 minutes before they can arrive." At this moment, Blood Halberd's heart was bleeding in pain. However, he was helpless in this situation. Unless, of course, Zero Wing or Ouroboros showed mercy and let them go. Blood Halberd's eyes shone when this thought occurred to him. He was not out of options yet. World Dominators and Ouroboros were bitter enemies, so it was obviously impossible to ask Ouroboros to show mercy. However, there was a slight possibility of success with Zero Wing. After all, World Dominators had never come into direct conflict with Zero Wing before. Also, Zero Wing's main enemy was Dark Star, while World Dominators was simply a passerby in this matter. Hence, Blood Halberd immediately tried to contact Feng. "Vice Leader Halberd, to what do I owe this pleasure?" Feng asked, a smile on his face. When he received Blood Halberd's call, he had chosen to accept it right away. "Guild Leader Black Flame, the war between our guilds is just a misunderstanding. World Dominators has a feud only with Ouroboros. We came here simply to fight Ouroboros, and we truly never intended to fight your guild. In regard to the losses and inconvenience caused to your guild, I can compensate you on behalf of World Dominators. As long as Zero Wing stops attacking us right now, I will immediately have our guild's finance department send over 1 million credits to serve as compensation. What do you think, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Although Blood Halberd had tried to speak casually, he could not completely hide the panic in his tone. After all, at least one elite member of World Dominators was dying with each passing second. 1 million credits in past virtual reality games. Even well-known gaming workshops needed a month's time to earn such a sum. Hence, Blood Halberd's offer of 1 million clearly showed his sincerity, so it was all a misunderstanding. Feng acted as if he had come to a sudden realization, letting Blood Halberd feel a hint of hope. However, before Blood Halberd could even feel joy, Feng's tone changed abruptly as he said, "I am moved by Vice Leader Halberd's generosity. Sadly, one of my shortcomings as a person is that I am extremely headstrong. Since it is a misunderstanding, let us just continue this misunderstanding then. You're making an enemy out of World Dominators. Aren't you afraid of our retaliation?" Blood Halberd screamed, in anger. "Vice Leader Halberd, what's there to get angry about? The moment we started playing this game, we were bound to meet with some trouble. If you aren't even prepared to suffer such a small setback, I think it is better for you to retire sooner rather than later. Although World Dominators is only playing the role of a passerby in Darkstar's plan this time, by provoking Zero Wing, you also have to pay a terrible price. Sure, Feng chuckled. However, don't you worry. Darkstar will soon be joining you all. After Sure Feng disconnected the call, he then contacted Aqua Rose, saying, no need to be polite. Leave none of them alive. Show everyone the consequences for those who dare to be a passerby and have thoughts about Zero Wing. Chapter 307, Famous in a Single War. Damn, this black flame is practically a mad dog that bites anyone it sees. Blood Halberd cursed. I'll definitely remember this matter. If there is a chance in the future, I'll definitely not let him off. Vice Leader, we've lost too many healers. This long battle is also taking a heavy toll on the remaining healers' mana. They can't leave their combat status to use the magic spring, so they can only rely on mana recovery potions to replenish their mana. However, most of them have already consumed all the potions they have. If the reinforcements from Darkstar still don't arrive, we will definitely be finished. Lonely reported hurriedly naturally. Blood Halberd was aware of this matter. Before Zero Wing's intervention, World Dominators had been able to split its healers into two teams, with one team healing the players at the front and the other falling back to replenish their mana, and rotate them accordingly. However, Zero Wing's ambush had taken out over half of World Dominators' healers. If World Dominators were to insist on maintaining the rotation system, its death toll would at least double damn that lone tyrant. If he had not goaded me into hindering Ouroboros, we would not have fallen into this situation. Blood Halberd also hated Lone Tyrant greatly at this moment, regretting his decision to listen to him if he had known that Zero Wing was so powerful, and also how insane Black Flame was. He definitely would have chosen to watch this entire affair play out from a safe distance. In the end, he now suffered from his own decision originally. There had already been a gap between World Dominators and Zero Wing in overall combat power. Now that World Dominators had lost the support of its healers, that gap had widened further following the crippling of World Dominators' healers. Its players were like wheat being reaped, their lives effortlessly harvested by the members of Zero Wing. In contrast, Zero Wing's healers carried out their task with great zeal. The frontline players of Zero Wing found it hard to die, even if they wanted to within moments. The mortality ratio of the two guilds soared to frightening heights when Zero Wing initiated their ambush. The mortality ratio had only been 1 to 3, with World Dominators having the higher number of deaths. Now, however, that ratio had risen to 1 to 8 and would soon approach 1 to 9. In other words, for every player Zero Wing lost, World Dominators would lose 8 or 9 players on the other front. The players from Ouroboros were fighting valiantly as well, and they had succeeded in pushing the original mortality ratio of 1 to 1. 2 up to the current ratio of 1 to 3. No, we can't wait any longer. At this rate, we'll be completely annihilated by the time the reinforcements from Darkstar arrive. Both anger and grief filled Blood Halberd at this moment. World Dominators had started this war with over 10,000 members. Yet, now only 5,000 or so members remain alive. Immediately, Blood Halberd shouted in the guild channel, "All of you, charge together with me. We're leaving with as many lives as we can." At Blood Halberd's command, everyone from World Dominators commenced a desperate charge while ignoring even the magical bombardments from enemy mages naturally. Such an exodus only made it much easier for Zero Wing and Ouroboros to kill them. The price these two guilds had to pay also lessened greatly. However, with 5,000 plus players desperately trying to escape en masse, it was also impossible for the two guilds to kill every single one of them in the end. Less than 500 of the 10,000 plus members World Dominators had started this war with made it out alive. Everyone else died after suffering such a massive loss. World Dominators no longer had any chance of competing for dominance in White River City. Zero Wing really is amazing. Although they only number around 3,000 or so, a large majority of them are actually elite players. After obtaining victory in this battle, Zhao Yueru had a renewed opinion of the guild called Zero Wing with only around 5,000 members in Zero Wing. Its total member count was not even comparable to a third-rate guild's. However, after Zhao Yueru witnessed the combat power its 3,000-plus members displayed in this battle, she no longer found it strange for Zero Wing to be considered one of the top 6 guilds in White River City. Zero Wing was indeed worthy of its fame. Second-rate and third-rate guilds would be no match for Zero Wing at all. Moreover, the destructive force displayed by the frost grenades that Zero Wing had used was simply too shocking if not for those tools of mass destruction. This war might still be ongoing right now, while the price Ouroboros had to pay would also be greater snow. Your foresight is as diabolical as always. Zero Wing is indeed not a simple existence, Zhao Yueru giggled. Although world dominators managed to escape with a few hundred of its members, its heavy losses this time means it no longer has any chance of fighting over White River City. Without this old nemesis of ours, Ouroboros has a greater chance of becoming the overlord of White River City. Gentle Snow rolled her eyes at the giggling Zhao Yueru. The girl actually dared describe her in such a way, however. Zero Wing's performance had truly surpassed her expectations, although Zero Wing had a mere 3,000 or so members on their side. In the face of world dominators' overwhelming numbers, Zero Wing had lost only a paltry 1,000 or so members. This was definitely a brilliant battle record if the beginning of this battle had not been so intense. The peak of mortality occurring during this period of time, Zero Wing would have lost at most 500 or 600 members in this entire battle. Meanwhile, world dominators had lost over 10,000 players. One could just see how powerful Zero Wing was after the end of the battle. Both sides started distributing the spoils of war, even leaving aside the equipment that was originally dropped by both sides. The number of weapons and equipment dropped by the 10,000-plus players from world dominators remained quite considerable very quickly. Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow agreed to split the loot in a 2-to-8 ratio based on the total value of all the equipment dropped. Zero Wing would receive 20% of the total loot, while Ouroboros would receive 80%. However, Zero Wing would mainly receive equipment of bronze rank or higher. Aqua Rose settled for such an unbalanced ratio due to Feng's arrangements. As to why Feng would propose such a division, firstly, it was his form of gratitude for Ouroboros' aid. Secondly, they had no use for that many pieces of equipment, the reason being, most of the equipment left behind by world dominators were not even bronze rank. As for mysterious iron equipment, there were only a pitiful amount of them dropped in this battle. Arming the guild's normal members with such poor quality equipment might be fine, but for the elite members, Feng had yet to fall to such a low standard. Hence, he was satisfied as long as he could obtain some bronze-ranked weapons and equipment to arm the newcomers of the guild. Meanwhile, after the battle involving tens of thousands of players ended, the independent players who had been observing it uploaded recordings of the entire battle to the forums. The battle instantly became a sensation in White River City. Nobody could have ever imagined that Zero Wing was actually so fierce. Its battle record was also brilliantly amazing, however. Zero Wing's decision to fight world dominators confused many. Instead of killing the members of Dark Star, they had chosen to annihilate world dominators, which had played the role of a passerby. Many people posted about Zero Wing's ruthlessness for such a decision. In regard to this, Feng did not offer any explanation. Even when Aqua Rose raised this matter to Feng, he only laughed it off without saying anything. In truth, Feng really did have his own motives for making such a decision. On one side, there was Dark Star, a guild supported by a gigantic existence like Underworld. On the other, there was World Dominators, a first-rate guild with an extraordinary background. If these two guilds cooperated to suppress Zero Wing, such an alliance would be detrimental to Zero Wing's development in White River City. Even with the help of Ouroboros, after Feng found out that these two guilds had joined hands, the first thing he thought to do was to annihilate World Dominators in White River City. Although World Dominators was a first-rate guild, their main force was not based in Starmoon Kingdom. There were countless cities in God's domain. After World Dominators spread its forces widely, it had only a few experts in each city. The guild would only make a small investment in a small city like White River City. However, everything would change if world dominators truly had a good chance of becoming the overlord of White River City. At such a time, the guild would definitely increase its investments greatly, and then world dominators' power in White River City would grow several-fold, making it even harder to deal with in the past. Blood Halberd had achieved amazing feats in White River City. He also had the help of a first-rate expert like Lonely, so he had managed to develop the guild to the point where it had the possibility of becoming the overlord of White River City. As a result, world dominators had boosted the number of experts and funding it sent over, in order to solidify its influence over White River City. Thus, the guild's power in White River City greatly increased, and it became even more powerful than the current Ouroboros now that world dominators had decided to oppose Zero Wing. Feng definitely could not allow it to develop in White River City. Otherwise, they would have to face a powerful foe in the future. This was also the reason why Feng Xianyang decided to annihilate Zero Wing without hesitation. After Feng rejected Feng Xuanyang's proposal, although Feng Xuanyang's decision was due in part to his vicious personality, the more important reason was how very great a potential a guild that possessed a guild residence had. If he did not destroy Zero Wing while the guild was still in its infancy, he would be raising a tiger to serve as his future enemy. Feng's actions were exactly the same as Feng Xuanyang's. He was killing a powerful opponent that was still in its cradle. Meanwhile, world dominators starting a fight with Ouroboros at a place with only one escape route was the perfect chance for Feng to do so. Naturally, Feng would not let such a rare chance get away. Shortly after the battle with world dominators ended, Fire Dance and the others also arrived at the location. Feng had appointed guild leader. We've already arrived at the location you specified. What are we supposed to do next? Fire Dance said in the team chat after confirming her group's location. Chapter 308, Black Flame and Yifeng. Good. I'll head over there now, Feng said. Standing atop a tree, he inspected his surroundings before jumping off the tree and proceeding towards the meeting point. Now that Fire Dance and the others had accomplished the difficult first step, what remained depended solely on luck. If his plan worked, then Fire Dance's group would succeed in escaping. As for directly confronting Darkstar, choosing to face over 3,000 elites from Darkstar was simply suicidal. Oh, someone's coming over while Feng was traversing the forest. His keen five senses suddenly picked up on movement a short distance away. He promptly jumped up onto a tree towards the west side of the forest. A team of over 100 elite players was currently searching the vicinity as they moved. The majority of these players were red names, creating a very eye-catching sight. Moreover, none of them tried to hide their presence, which made it very easy for Feng to discover the Munkle South Wolf. Zero Wing has played a significant role in the war between Ouroboros and world dominators this time. We also can't overlook the combat power Zero Wing displayed. It is definitely not as simple as it appears in the video recordings of their battle. If Zero Wing had not suddenly ambushed world dominators from behind, world dominators would not have lost so overwhelmingly. Now, world dominators in White River City is only an empty shell of its past self. Blood Halberd is also continuously lambasting Lone Tyrant with a barrage of curses. However, since Lone Tyrant does not dare to become hostile with Blood Halberd, he has no choice but to suffer in silence. Black Flame is truly decisive with his actions. Not only did he eliminate world dominators from White River City, he has also severed a large portion of Darkstar's support. In addition, the post he made before declaring war on Darkstar has led to the war between Zero Wing and world dominators receiving widespread attention. Using only 3,000 players to defeat a first-rate guild like world dominators, with such a brilliant battle record, Zero Wing has instantly risen to fame from this single battle, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Even I'm starting to admire this person named Black Flame. The commentary of the female summoner walking beside South Wolf on Zero Wing's battle was eloquent. She spoke as if she knew every little detail of Feng's plan. This girl was around 20 years old. She had a pair of beautiful eyes that was both bright and dazzling, making it difficult to discern the girl's thoughts. Her cherry lips were currently tilted up slightly, while her eyelids were curved into small crescents. The girl exuded a calm and mysterious aura. During the few occasions when she giggled, she would also reveal a noble and elegant temperament that drew the attention of others despite themselves alone. You are Underworld's female Juga. How can you uplift others' prestige while downplaying your own worth? That black flame simply got lucky. He definitely isn't as smart as you make him out to be. South Wolf felt that Yulon overestimated Black Flame, who South Wolf believed was simply an arrogant and despotic person. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's victory in the war this time, and the subsequent trouble that visited Dark Star were simply coincidences. There is nothing worthy of their concern. Maybe I am overthinking things. Yulon laughed, having no intention of refuting South Wolf's words, although Zero Wing has risen to fame with this single battle, and they have also managed to cause us some trouble. Their core team is still trapped in this Silverleaf Forest. We have them completely surrounded now. Even if Ouroboros and the rest of Zero Wing rush over here right away, they will still be too late to change anything. As long as Zero Wing's core team is annihilated, the guild itself will receive a fatal blow. At that time, we'll see how Black Flame can continue acting rampantly. South Wolf scoffed proudly. Zero Wing had only managed to garner the reputation it had today due to their continuous monopoly of the top 10 positions on the ranking list of White River City. The 8 experts of Zero Wing were known by all, and they still occupied the top 8 positions on the ranking list until this day. Nobody had managed to threaten their positions all this time. If these 8 players died today, they would definitely fall out of the top 10. Subsequently, Zero Wing would also lose the fame and prestige it possessed. I guess this could be considered a flaw of guild leader Black Flame. Players have always worshipped the strong. Although occupying the top position on the ranking list would bring him great benefits, if he fails to maintain this position, it would instead become a sword that will stab him in the heart. Yulon nodded. In the middle of South Wolf and Yulon's conversation. An assassin suddenly spoke in the team chat. Brother South Wolf, I found them. Assassins were not only proficient in the art of assassination, they were also proficient in the art of tracking. Hence, assassins were definitely the best choice when hunting for players good. Even the heavens are aiding me. I will bring an end to Zero Wing. Blade, immediately inform guild leader Tyrant of this, and have them come quickly. We'll go ahead and delay Fire Dance's group. The moment everyone arrives will be their time of death. South Wolf laughed. It is a pity Yi Feng isn't with them. Otherwise, I will definitely make him regret making a mockery out of Underworld. Regardless, I will use the deaths of Zero Wing's core team members as a greeting gift to him. Yi Feng? Uncle South Wolf, are you referring to the God-ranked expert of White River City, that Yi Feng? Yulon suddenly grew interested. What dogs, fart expert? If he had not hidden himself, I would have already made him kneel and beg for forgiveness by now. South Wolf said in disdain. Yulon entered a deep contemplation after hearing South Wolf's words. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face and a hint of joy glimmered in her eyes. It was as if she had found a new toy to play with. Laughing lightly, she said, "First, there is Black Flame, and now, there is Yi Feng, a God-ranked expert. Zero Wing is truly an interesting existence." Just as South Wolf's group was closing in on Fire Dance and the others, Feng hid himself within the dense treetops, waiting for South Wolf's group to approach him. Guild leader, we're ready, Fire Dance said through the team chat. Good. Fire Dance, you and the other assassins sneak over to their healers and prepare an ambush. Make sure to maintain a certain distance from their group and be careful of detection. Although it is unlikely that any of them have learned a stealth erasing skill, we cannot rule out even the slightest possibility. Wait until they have entered Blackie's attack range, then make your move. No matter what, do not let them discover our tracks, Feng said quietly. After Feng had discovered South Wolf's group, he had immediately contacted Fire Dance and ordered them to ready themselves to get rid of these players. Feng had chosen to do so mainly because it was of utmost importance that Darkstar not find out where they were going. South Wolf's elite team consisted of over 100 players. All of them possessed relatively good quality equipment. Although there were a few bronze equipment mixed in, most of them were using mysterious iron equipment. This team was definitely one of Darkstar's core teams conversely. Although Feng had only around 30 players on his side, every one of them was an expert. It was not exactly impossible for them to eliminate these 100-plus elite players in a short amount of time. Not to mention, Feng still had plenty of basic frost grenades and Tier 1 magic scrolls on him. Naturally, he had distributed quite a lot of them to Fire Dance and the others in addition. If they could kill all these elite players, the deaths would cause significant damage to Darkstar, so why not? Leave it to me. Saying so, Fire Dance immediately led 5 assassins and snuck. Overall, though, South Wolf's group consisted of 100-plus elite players. Their levels were only around level 17, with level 19 being the highest. Meanwhile, Fire Dance was currently level 21. Fire Dance's techniques and equipment also surpassed these elite players by leaps and bounds. All these factors combined allowed Fire Dance to effortlessly sneak up on the enemy's healers. The 5 other assassins accompanying Fire Dance were not weaklings, either. They were all core members of Zero Wing, sporting equipment of Mysterious Iron rank or above, and were also at level 20 right now. When they snuck up on the healers of Darkstar, none of them were detected, so when South Wolf and his group walked into Blackie's attack range, they all remained unaware of the looming danger kill. Feng commanded through the team chat, and immediately, everyone sprang into action. Chapter 309, Boss Ranked MT. The 10 healers from Darkstar did not detect the presence of the 6 figures. Swiftly closing in on them at all. Fire Dance was extremely quick. She crossed the distance of 8 yards within an instant. The level 19 cleric that Fire Dance approached had no clue whatsoever. The cleric did not sense even a threat of danger as a snowy, cold dagger stabbed into the back of his head. Before the cleric could even feel pain, another dagger, this one scorching hot, slashed his neck. After placing the level 19 cleric in a fainted state, Fire Dance immediately followed up with a flurry of attacks. Backstab, Shadow Strike, Quadruple Assassinate. A series of frightening damages appeared above the cleric's head. Fire Dance was currently using the pair of fine gold ranked daggers she had received from Feng. In addition, the equipment she wore consisted of fine gold and even dark gold items. For her, dealing with a cloth armor class like a cleric was a piece of cake. She instantly killed the level 19 cleric, who did not possess even 1,800 HP. The other 5 assassins that moved with Fire Dance performed similarly well, killing their targets almost as quickly as Fire Dance had hers. They actually dared to lay an ambush on us. What a bunch of suicidal fools. Everyone, do not panic. Guardian Knights, cast Protection Blessing on the healers. Rangers, mark those fools immediately. Absolutely do not let them disappear again. Elementalists, use Ice-type magic to restrict their movements. Everyone else, charge at them. South Wolf quickly issued commands after discovering the deaths of 6 of their healers. A cold sneer on his face, the shield warriors and berserkers closest to the healers reacted quickly. They used charge on the 6 enemy assassins in an attempt to save the remaining healers in their team simultaneously. The Guardian Knights of Darkstar cast Protection Blessing on the 4 remaining healers, reducing the physical damage they received by 50%. One could not help but admit that the Darkstar elites were truly skilled players. Their response made it practically impossible for Fire Dance's group to kill the remaining 4 healers now in the face of the shield warriors and berserkers' charge, and also the barrage of frost arrows sent by the elementalists. Fire Dance and her fellow assassins promptly used wind steps, gaining more than a second's worth of invincibility, thanks to the skill's effect. All 6 of them then turned around and ran, leaving behind only the corpses of the 6 healers they killed as they plunged into the forest. Despicable assassins, chase after them. Make sure you don't lose track of them. South Wolf bellowed, anger filling his heart. Their team consisted of 100-plus elite players. Yet, not only had they lost 6 of their healers in an ambush by 6 assassins, they had even allowed these ambushers to escape. Wouldn't they become laughingstocks if others were to find out about this matter? Before the elites of Darkstar could set off in pursuit of Fire Dance's group, the female summoner, Yulan, suddenly shouted loudly, "Do not chase after them. Everyone, scatter immediately." The moment Yulan finished speaking, she promptly sprinted away from this part of the forest. South Wolf was confused by Yulan's actions, failing to understand why she would do such a thing. However, he still chose to listen to her advice and started running at the same time. In the distance, Blackie finished chanting the final verse of his spell's incantation. In the next moment, an enormous, golden magic array appeared in the sky, covering a large part of the forest. Shortly after, a dazzlingly brilliant star appeared from the magic array and plummeted towards the forest one after another. The Dark Star Elementalists, with quick reactions, responded by immediately activating instantaneous movement. Meanwhile, the other classes also activated their own life-saving skills while doing their best to escape the effective range of the attack. However, there were a few players from Dark Star that failed to respond appropriately. Moreover, Blackie's Stars of Light possessed a very large effective range. Hence, when the first star impacted the ground, the blast caught over a dozen Dark Star players. The continuous bombardment of the Stars of Light easily wiped out even shield warriors that possessed more than 3,000 HP. To put it simply, all those within the Stars of Light's effective range died. What an amazing skill. Now that I'm seeing it in person, this skill is extraordinary as expected. Aside from Black Flame and Yi Feng, the top ranker of White River City cannot be taken lightly either. Although Yulan had managed to avoid the bombardment of the Stars of Light, she still could not help but marvel at the terrifying, destructive power of the skill Yulan. If not for your reminder, we would have lost more than just a dozen or so members. At this moment, South Wolf had yet to recover from his shock. After all, he had originally been standing at ground zero of the attack. If he had not escaped as quickly as he had, he might have been among the dozen or so players who had died. Uncle South Wolf, please contact Guild Leader Tyrant immediately and have him on the lookout in their vicinity. Make sure they don't split up, as the ambushers from Zero Wing are definitely not limited to just those 6. Yulan said in the team chat after surveying her surroundings. Yulan, you worry too much. Although we have lost some of our people, this team of ours consists entirely of Dark Star's elite. Fire Dance's group has only around 30 or so members remaining. In a direct confrontation, they stand no chance against us at all. The most they can achieve right now is an ambush on us. Now that they have revealed themselves, it is the perfect chance for us to pursue them. So, how can we choose to wait for our deaths in this place? South Wolf felt that Yulan was panicking slightly after seeing the Stars of Light originally. Yulan had wanted to dissuade South Wolf. However, the latter was simply too impatient. He also did not wish to miss this great chance to get rid of Fire Dance and her group. Hence, before Yulan could say anything more, South Wolf had already led the team off, charging in the direction where Fire Dance and the others had disappeared just in time. Seeing South Wolf and his team running over, Feng revealed a smile as he waved his hand. At Feng's gesture, Cola and the other plate armor classes immediately charged forward to meet with the Dark Star members. The moment South Wolf's group noticed the dozen or so Zero Wing members charging at them, they too did not hesitate to hasten their steps, their eagerness to get rid of Cola and the others showing clearly in their eyes. Cola was the chief MT of Zero Wing, and his current level was at level 21. In addition, Cola was mostly geared with fine gold equipment, secret silver being the poorest quality for the items he had on him. The Arclight Guard in his hand was also a dark gold ranked shield. With such good items, Cola's HP exceeded the 3,900 threshold, and his defense was likewise frightening. When a flame explosion sent by one of Dark Star's elementalists landed on him, the spell barely managed to deal slightly over minus 300 damage. The caster of the spell goggled from shock when he saw such a low damage, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Meanwhile, an arrow shot by a ranger from Dark Star dealt only around minus 100 damage. The attack could barely be considered a scratch on Colado. Make matters worse, Cola also excelled at dodging. In the face of a sky filled with spells and arrows, Cola actually managed to dodge over half of these attacks. Meanwhile, standing at the rear, Violet Cloud merely had a gesture with her delicate hand, casting a basic recover on Cola instantly. The spell fully restored the 400+ HP Cola lost, returning the Guardian Knight to full health. Moreover, Recover was a skill that restored the target's HP once every 3 seconds for a duration of 15 seconds. Seeing this scene, everyone from Darkstar was immediately dumbfounded. What kind of healer is she? I am a cleric as well. Yet my Recover can restore only around 200 HP each time. She's already comparable to the top 5 healers of Darkstar. A cleric for Darkstar commented in shock originally. They were already having a hard time trying to kill Kola. Now that there was also an amazing healer supporting him from behind, it was simply impossible for them to kill him. Shortly after both sides started confronting each other, the players from Darkstar suddenly discovered a shocking matter. Kola's HP had actually risen past 5,000. Moreover, the heals he was receiving had also increased from the original 400 plus to 500 plus, making him even more impossible to kill. Unknown to the members of Darkstar, Kola's sudden upgrade was all due to the Arclight Guard's passive skill, Sound of Life. Every time Kola received an attack, he would receive a stack of Power of Life. Each stack of Power of Life increased Kola's maximum HP by 3%, and the healing he received by 2% for 1 minute, and Kola could accumulate a maximum of 10 stacks of Power of Life. Hence, Kola suddenly became much more powerful. Kill him. All range classes focus fire on him. South Wolf knew that if Kola did not die, it would be a huge blow to the team's morale. Therefore, killing Kola had priority immediately. Half a dozen berserkers surrounded Kola, while the range damage dealers sent a continuous stream of attacks at him. They no longer treated Kola like a player, but a boss monster in response to their actions. Kola simply smiled in disdain. He then activated Protection Blessing, reducing the damage he received by 50% now. The highest damage the players from Darkstar managed to inflict on Kola did not exceed minus 200 points. A majority of the attacks were even below minus 100 damage. In the face of Kola's 5,000 plus HP, such damages were simply insignificant. However, due to the large number of attacks, Kola's HP quickly fell below the 50% threshold. Right then, Violet Cloud took action again. She casually cast Guardian Shield and Recover on Kola. At Violet Cloud's current level, her Guardian Shield would provide her target with a buff that could absorb over minus 700 damage. She followed up with Healing Light in the next moment. A healing value of plus 1,600 appeared above Kola's head, in addition to the 500 plus HP regenerated with Recover. Kola's HP instantly went back up to full again. Chapter 310, Reversal. Originally, the Guardian Knight Kola was already a huge headache due to his high HP and defense, and Darkstar's players exerted quite a lot of effort in order to reduce his HP by over half. Yet, in the next moment, he was now back to full health. South Wolf nearly popped a vein when he witnessed this scene. Although Kola was an MT, the damage he dealt was not one bit low. A casual slash from his sword could deal around minus 300 to minus 400 damage to Darkstar Shield warriors. If Kola used a skill, he could even deal minus 500 to minus 600 damage, which was even higher than that of the Berserkers of Darkstar. Moreover, Kola could tank 4 Berserkers simultaneously, all by himself, and he even managed to send them flying back. Meanwhile, such a boss-ranked MT was now immortal due to a single cleric from Zero Wing. However, this still was not the end of South Wolf's headache. The MTs in his team were relatively high-ranking MTs in White River City, but the 2 Berserkers named Lonely Snow and Water Buffalo still sliced them up in no time. For example, one of the Guardian Knights of Darkstar had come under the combined assault of the 2 Berserkers. At first, the Guardian Knight had received 2 normal attacks from the Berserkers. Unfortunately, both attacks had achieved a critical hit, with Lonely Snow dealing over minus 1,400 damage and Water Buffalo dealing over minus 1,300 damage. Without leaving any gaps, the 2 then followed up with Beheaded, both of their skills dealing over minus 1,000 damage each. As a result, even though the Guardian Knight had 2 healers focusing on him, his 3,000 HP was still reaped away within an instant. Meanwhile, Fire Dance was even more amazing than the 2 Berserkers. After dishing out a flurry of attacks, she followed up with a 7-star Eviscerate that achieved a critical hit, dealing over minus 2,300 damage. Within moments, one more Guardian Knight of Dark Star died. South Wolf had even begun to suspect that the members of Zero Wing were no longer playing the same game Dark Star's players were after all. Whether it was Zero Wing's MT, healer, or DPS, all of them were so powerful. On the other hand, the players of Dark Star were like paper, dying from just a touch with merely a brief exchange. South Wolf's team had already lost 9 members. It should be known that all these players were core members of Dark Star. They were not random noobs that could be found anywhere on the streets of White River City. Each and every one of them was a skilled player, and they all had a good sense for battle. Although they were not comparable to experts, neither were they far from one. Yet, even so, these elite players still died with barely any resistance as the battle continued. The players from Dark Star grew more and more frightened. They had yet to kill a single player of Zero Wing, even until now. This was definitely a huge psychological blow to the elites of Dark Star. Don't panic. We outnumber them thrice over. Assassins and Rangers take out their healers first. As long as the healers are dead, the others will soon follow, even if their combat power is superior. South Wolf was no idiot, and he immediately sought to utilize Dark Star's advantage Zerg tactics. It was the easiest tactic for obtaining victory in any virtual reality game. As South Wolf had the numerical advantage, he could afford to divide his troops into 2 groups, one to pin down the enemy forces, and another to circle around and strike at the enemy's weak point very quickly. Over 20 assassins and rangers from Dark Star flanked Zero Wing's forces and immediately charged towards Violet Cloud's group of 5 healers. Contrary to expectations, however, even when Violet Cloud's group noticed Dark Star's players charging towards them, none of them chose to run away. Instead, they continued healing their allies at the front, paying no attention to their attackers at all in regard to the healer's lack of reaction. Dark Star's players did not give it too much thought. They simply continued charging forward, having concluded that Zero Wing's healers had already given up on escaping when there was only a short distance of 8 yards between the assassins and Violet Cloud's group. An intermediate frost grenade suddenly landed, exploding in the midst of the assassins. Dark Star's rangers, who stood 30 yards away, also received an intermediate frost grenade of their own in the blink of an eye. Both groups were frozen solid. A damage of -400 also appeared above each of their heads, although the 8 assassins immediately used Vanish to escape the freezing effect. They were still unable to advance as an ice wall appeared, blocking the path between them and Violet Cloud's group. Meanwhile, the person responsible for casting this ice wall was one of the 5 demon generals that Feng had recruited. Ice Queen Su Chinlio Ice Wall was the perfect skill for this scenario without magic immunity. If the assassins were to charge into the ice wall, their movement speeds would slow to a crawl. At that time, their fates would be as good as sealed. Although Ice Wall had a short duration of only 2 to 3 seconds, it still provided the healers with a brief, but important, moment of respite. As for the Rangers of Dark Star, none of them had any skills that could be used to dispel the effects of control skills, and neither did any of them possess any life-saving skills. Hence, they could do nothing but stand there and watch. At this moment, Feng used silent steps and suddenly appeared behind these frozen rangers. To Feng, a group of immobile players was entirely negligible. Feng was currently at level 23. He was also equipped with the newly acquired 7 Luminaries ring and had recently received the Golden Stigmata. His overall attributes surpassed these elite players manyfold. Moreover, Feng currently had the Aura of Fire activated, the Aura effect increasing his damage by 30% while also reducing his target's defense by 30% immediately. Feng sent a level 8 Thundering Flash at the group of Rangers. Green arcs of lightning crackled as they instantly pierced the bodies of these Rangers. Damages of -1,102, -1,528, and -2,140 appeared above each of the 12 Rangers' heads. Although none of Feng's attacks had achieved a critical hit, these Rangers had only around 2,000 HP. Meanwhile, Feng's Thundering Flash had dealt more than -4,700 damage in total, far surpassing the Rangers' maximum HP. The members of Dark Star saw Feng killing all those Rangers with a single strike each, and every one of the witnesses was completely dumbfounded. Their jaw hanging wide open, South Wolf nearly had his eyes pop out of their own sockets. The 12 Rangers simultaneously collapsed to the ground, their actions in complete unison. In the next moment, piles of weapons and equipment were scattered around their bodies. In this chaotic battlefield, this scene was both striking and shocking. The 12 Rangers were all either level 18 or level 19 players. Most of the equipment they used was also level 15 mysterious iron equipment, and every one of them had more than 2,000 HP yet. They were killed off so easily. Moreover, it wasn't just one person that got killed, but an entire group. For a moment, South Wolf believed that he was dreaming. He even considered giving one of his subordinates a slap and then asking said subordinate if it hurt, to confirm whether or not this was a dream. As for the assassins of Darkstar who had been waiting for the ice wall to disappear, after witnessing this unforgettable scene, they had completely forgotten their original task of dealing with Violet Cloud's group of healers. They idly stood there as they watched their ranger companions die, their minds empty of all thought. They then swallowed a big gulp of saliva as they suddenly recalled an important matter. With the number of murders they had committed so far, if they died as well, not only would they lose 2 to 3 levels, they would even lose all the equipment on their bodies. Watching from a distance, Blackie was similarly astonished by the instant deaths of the 12 elite players. However, he had long since grown inured to Feng's horror-inducing feats, so he quickly regained his composure and threw a basic frost grenade at the still-dazed assassins of Darkstar, freezing them once more this time. None of the assassins could use Vanish to remove the freezing effect on them. Hence, they could only obediently stay frozen, following which Blackie chanted an incantation and used Hellflame. One could easily imagine the might of a Hellflame that was powered by the epic rank staff Mavis's Guard. Damages of over -1,000 points immediately appeared above these assassins' heads, and within 3 seconds, all of these assassins turned into ashes, leaving behind a pile of shining weapons and equipment. However, this was still not the end. After Feng had dealt with Darkstar's Rangers, he then cast Firestorm, the activatable skill of the Aura of Fire at the heart of the battlefield. Firestorm inflicts 500% damage within a range of 10 by 10 yard for 5 seconds, cooldown 5 minutes. In terms of damage, Firestorm did not lose out to Stars of Light by much. However, it had a much smaller effective range currently. Cola was surrounded by plenty of Darkstar's elite players. Before anyone could react, a storm of flames suddenly emerged above them, and the HP of all of Darkstar's players within 10 yards of Cola fell at a crazy rate. Though Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights were classes with high HP and defense, Feng's equipment was simply too amazing, which resulted in his current attack power being well over 800 points. With such a high base value, even though the Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights of Darkstar possessed plenty of damage reduction items, they still received more than -2,000 DPS. As for the other classes, they received more than -3,000 DPS even when the Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights activated their life-saving skills, which allowed them to have the damage they received. They still could not avoid death after Firestorm ended. All of Darkstar's players caught within its effective range were reduced to cinders. Only Cola and the other frontline members of Zero Wing remain alive. Darkstar's 40 or so frontline players had died all of a sudden. Zero Wing's side outnumbered Darkstar's Black Flame. Why are you here? South Wolf instantly recognized the person responsible for killing the majority of Darkstar's players. At this moment, South Wolf's eyes were filled with incomparable shock as his trembling finger pointed at Feng's crimson-red name. South Wolf failed to understand why Black Flame would appear at this place. He also could not understand why Black Flame was so powerful. Wasn't Black Flame just a forger? Originally, there had been a huge numerical difference between the two sides. However, in the blink of an eye, a strategic change occurred, all because of Black Flame's fleeting blow. Darkstar was no match for Zero Wing, even when Darkstar had the advantage of numbers. Now that the situation was reversed, the end result was obvious. Chapter 311, Absolute Control. Watching up to this point, South Wolf knew that defeat was inevitable, though he was loath to admit it, and his heart was filled with indignation. Currently, his team had fewer than 30 players, and practically all of them were mages and healers. He alone was the only melee class alive. With such a team composition, Darkstar stood absolutely no chance against Zero Wing's core team, which currently consisted of over 30 players. The single sword strike Black Flame had displayed far exceeded Southwolf's imagination. Not only was Black Flame inconceivably fast, his grasp of his skills had also reached perfection, as shown by his single attacks, impeccable coverage of all 12 rangers. Such a feat required one to possess excellent control over the skill itself and the angle of attack, as well. Southwolf was no fool, and neither was he a greenhorn that had been playing virtual reality games for only 1 or 2 years. As a representative of Underworld, he had met with and recruited lots of gaming experts before. He had also participated in a considerable number of team battles, so his experience in a virtual gaming world was quite plentiful. Naturally, he understood the strategy Black Flame had used since the start of the battle. Black Flame made the Guardian Knights, Shield Warriors, and other plate armor classes charge forward to lure the members of Darkstar into gathering around them. The female cleric, Violet Cloud, was pivotal to this strategy. Although on the surface her healing ability was only double that of the healers of Darkstar, the effectiveness she displayed during the team battle far surpassed that of 3 or 4 healers combined. Violet Cloud had an excellent grasp of the battle situation. Not only could she keep Kola alive and well, she could also simultaneously stabilize several other players' HP. Throughout the battle, she performed smoothly and calmly. She was definitely not an existence to be trifled with. Originally, Zero Wing already had powerful experts like Fire Dance, the team leader of Zero Wing's core team, and Blackie, the #1 player on White River City's ranking list. Now, Southwolf suddenly discovered that Zero Wing possessed not only Fire Dance and Blackie, Kola and Violet Cloud were definitely first-rate experts as well. Everyone else in Zero Wing's core team were also all experts. Meanwhile, Black Flame, who had suddenly appeared, was even more terrifying. The strength he displayed far surpassed that of all those previously mentioned. The scene Southwolf witnessed was like a replay of the God-ranked expert Feng slaying the hundreds of players of Martial Union. Southwolf could not figure out why there were so many experts gathering at a newly established guild like Zero Wing. Even a guild that was newly established by a major corporation could not achieve what Zero Wing had managed in such a short amount of time. Southwolf truly wondered how Black Flame had accomplished such a feat. Although Southwolf was shocked by Black Flame's personal strength and by Blackie, who possessed a strategic level skill that could affect the entire battlefield. Black Flame, you are indeed amazing. However, the entire Silverleaf Forest is already under Darkstar's control. Although your team of 30 or so players can easily defeat an elite team with more than 100 players, do you think you could do the same against 3,000 players? You have simply delayed the time of your demise. Southwolf laughed coldly as he looked at Feng, his current appearance making it seem as if he no longer cared about the many elite players that had died. Let's go. It will be their time of death when Guild Leader Tyrant arrives. Since his team was no match for Zero Wing, Southwolf naturally would not remain in this place and increase his losses. The fact that he had discovered Black Flame, Zero Wing's guild leader, here easily made up for the elite players he lost. After all, Black Flame's death would become a huge blow to Zero Wing's reputation and prestige in White River City. Coming and going as you wish. Do you think the Silverleaf Forest is your house? Feng smiled calmly, his eyes revealing a cold, killing intent. Since you've already pursued us to this place, I insist that you stay. Do you think you can keep me here? Southwolf laughed in disdain. He was an assassin, the class that boasted the greatest survivability in the wild. If he hid himself in the dense forest, nobody would be able to find him. You can try. If any single one of you manages to escape today, then I will let you go. Feng waved, and all 30-plus members of Zero Wing immediately charged forward, starting their hunt of Southwolf and the surviving players of Darkstar. The reason why Southwolf had never participated in the battle before was to leave a path of retreat for himself. This was a habit of his. After all, once he entered combat status, he could no longer use stealth. At that time, he would only be left with Vanish to enter stealth mode. However, Vanish was a life-saving skill, so it should only be used at the most crucial of moments, looking at the enemy players charging at him. South Wolf revealed a disdainful expression, just as he was about to use stealth and hide himself in the dense forest. What's going on? South Wolf suddenly discovered that he could not use the skill. Like a prisoner deprived of his freedom, South Wolf frantically called out his skill bar to look for the cause of this situation. Boss South Wolf, we can't use our skills. What are we supposed to do now? The elementalists of Dark Star asked, frightened originally. They had intended to cast Ice Wall to delay Zero Wing's charge. Now, however, none of them could use any of their skills, and an elementalist that could not use skills was like a lamb to the slaughter. Aside from sacrificing their lives to earn a few extra seconds for their allies, they were helpless. Run first, talk later. South Wolf was confused about this situation as well, and he suspected that something must have gone wrong with the system. Since none of them could use skills, they could only rely on their 2 feet to escape as an assassin. South Wolf had great confidence in his own speed, however. Just as he was turning to escape, he suddenly discovered that his movement speed had been greatly reduced. Everyone else from Dark Star faced a similar situation as well. Just what is going on? South Wolf started panicking as the players of Zero Wing raced closer and closer to them. However, he was simply helpless in the situation. In the next moment, South Wolf noticed a black figure dashing past Cola and the others. Like a mad gale, the figure instantly caught up with the escaping players of Dark Star. This person was none other than Feng himself at present. Feng's agility exceeded 240 points, and there were also the bonuses provided by the equipment he wore. In terms of movement speed, Feng was definitely ranked at the apex of Starmoon Kingdom. Feng used silent steps and appeared behind South Wolf like a ghost. He then said softly, "I've already said that you can't escape." Previously, while Feng was conversing with South Wolf, he had secretly switched the aura of fire on the 7 Luminaries ring to the aura of time. Meanwhile, the aura of time reduced the movement speed and attack speed of enemies within a 100-yard radius by 20% and increased the cooldown of their skills by 20%. When its activatable skill, Absolute Time, was used, it would even prevent enemies within a range of 50 by 50 yards from using any skills or tools for 20 seconds. After Feng used Absolute Time to envelope this entire area, everybody from Dark Star could not use any skills or tools for 20 seconds. Dark Star's current surviving members mostly consisted of mages and healers, so this restriction had truly rendered them completely helpless. One could say that the moment South Wolf's team stepped into this region of the Silverleaf Forest, their lives passed in Feng's hands. Just what did he do? South Wolf's heart was filled with shock when he noticed Feng appearing behind him before South Wolf could even ponder on the subject. Feng's abyssal blade had already left its scabbard. Countless silver lights pierced the numerous vital points on South Wolf's body. South Wolf had only leather armor, so every one of Feng's attacks managed to cause over -500 damage, while critical hits dealt over -1,000 damage. On the other hand, the mysterious iron-ranked chest piece South Wolf wore was like a piece of tofu. Not only was it easily pierced by Feng's abyssal blade, each attack it received greatly diminished the armor's durability. Just 3 strikes had nearly reduced it to scrap. Already Feng's attacks were lightning fast, and he had brandished his sword 8 times in a single series. By the time South Wolf had recovered from shock, his 2,000+ HP was completely gone. Suddenly, South Wolf's field of vision turned gray, while his body fell to the ground involuntarily. Even as he died, shock and confusion still filled his face. As South Wolf had not participated in any of the battles so far, his name remained white all this time. After he died, only 1 piece of equipment dropped by his body. He also lost only a single level. However, were Feng's attacks as simple as they looked? The reason why Feng had chosen not to use any skills and had instead carried out only normal attacks was to destroy the equipment on South Wolf's body. When South Wolf died, nearly half of the equipment on his body had already turned to scrap. Now that he had dropped yet another piece of equipment, he had definitely suffered heavy losses. Chapter 312, Diving into Danger Alone. After South Wolf died, the members of Dark Star were like headless flies. Frightened and scared, They fled in all directions. Zero Wing's berserker, Lonely Snow, swiftly closed the gap between him and an elementalist of Darkstar to 20 yards before using charge to instantly catch up to and incapacitate the elementalist. After that, Lonely Snow used Thunderclap, Violent Strike, Suppression, and Whirlwind Slash in rapid succession, making quick work of the elementalist following closely. Everyone else from Zero Wing took action, as well against a group of mages and healers that could use neither skills nor tools, in addition to the fact that these classes were innately slow runners. The members of Zero Wing required no time at all to finish off the surviving Darkstar members. As these players died, they left behind piles of weapons and equipment. What a fun battle. Those bastards from Darkstar think that they're so amazing, but now all of them are dead. Cola laughed loudly as he looked at the weapons and equipment scattered all over the ground. The frustration he had accumulated from continuously running away was completely swept away. Now Fire Dance nodded her head in agreement, a faint smile appearing on her face. She then said with a light chuckle, "This battle was indeed a good stress reliever. None of us died this time, while Darkstar lost over 100 players. After this battle, Darkstar will have to reorganize their plans to pursue us." If they could deal with a team of over 100 elite players in such a short time, it also signified that Darkstar would be simply sending its members to their deaths if a team had fewer than 200 or 300 players. In order to reduce its losses, Darkstar would definitely consolidate its teams and at least double or triple the member count of each team at this moment. Blackie and the others were laughing without restraint as well. After all, they were able to kill over 100 elite members of Darkstar. This would, without a doubt, be a huge blow to Darkstar. Collect the loot. Darkstar will be arriving here soon. Feng commanded the loot they obtained from killing the 100-plus elite members of Darkstar was extremely bountiful. They had collected close to 1,000 weapons and equipment, and a majority of them were even mysterious iron rank. The harvest they got from this single battle far exceeded even the harvest Aqua Rose obtained from the battle that involved tens of thousands of players. Even Feng was somewhat moved by this harvest kill and plunder just from this battle. They had obtained the resources required to arm an elite team of 100 players. This was precisely the reason why, in the past, many large guilds preferred to kill and plunder the core teams of smaller guilds. Not only could they increase their guild's fame and prestige by doing so, they could also make a huge profit. They could upgrade their weapons and equipment much faster this way. Compared to raiding dungeons and killing bosses, however, the harvest from this battle was still insufficient to offset the losses Zero Wing had suffered. After all, the weapons and equipment of Darkstar's elites were inferior to those of Zero Wing's elite members, not to mention those of Zero Wing's core members. Every core member of Zero Wing possessed quite a few pieces of secret silver ranked weapons and equipment, and some even possessed fine gold and dark gold ranked weapons and equipment. Guild leader, why aren't you leaving? Fire Dance looked curiously at Feng, who had jumped onto a large tree. "You guys go first. I'll hold down the fort." Feng was not a lord who would sit comfortably in his throne while his subordinates fought. Since he was already here, naturally, he needed to take something away from Darkstar. But, guild leader, this place is too dangerous. You're also not an assassin, Fire Dance said worriedly. You guys have done enough. Let your guild leader handle the rest. Feng waved them off, hurrying Fire Dance and the others to the designated location. Upon hearing Feng's words, everyone from Zero Wing was immediately moved in God's domain. Guild leaders who were willing to brave danger for his fellow guild members were definitely as rare as a phoenix's feather. Not to mention, Feng was currently a famous existence in God's domain. If he were to die, his reputation would be greatly affected. Then, I'll stay behind as well. Blackie said, "How could I be left out from such an important matter?" Cola stepped forward. Suddenly, everyone else started voicing intentions to remain. "All of you, stop making a fuss and leave with me. You all will only be a hindrance to guild leader if you stay behind." Fire Dance could feel the cold, killing intent radiating from Feng at this moment. She knew that he could no longer hold himself back. She then raised her head and looked at Feng, saying, "Guild leader, you have to be careful. Rest assured I know my own limits." Feng laughed. He then retrieved a basic stealth scroll from his bag. This scroll allowed players to enter stealth mode. The stealth scroll's effect had a duration of 1 hour, and as long as players did not carry out any attacks during this period of time, the scroll would remain in effect. Shortly after Fire Dance and the others departed, Yu'lon came hurrying over to this place with a huge team of more than 300 players. Sure enough, all of them died. Yu'lon sighed softly when she saw the ground littered with corpses. However, she was not surprised by this outcome. Obviously, the ambush before was meant to lure them into a trap. However, South Wolf had been too eager for success, which resulted in a team wipe, as she had expected to revive them. Yu'lon said to the healers in her team immediately. The 30-plus healers in the team started using resurrection skills if players died outside of a dungeon. There were 2 methods for them to revive. The first method was to revive back at the cemetery. However, players were required to wait for half an hour before they could do so. The other method was to have one of the healer classes use a resurrection skill. Players could be revived immediately using this method. However, upon resurrection, players would have to wait another 10 minutes before resurrection skills could be used on them again. A short while later, all 100-plus elite players had been revived. Meanwhile, after being resurrected, South Wolf felt fortunate over the fact that he was not a red name. He had only lost 1 piece of equipment and fallen by 1 level after he died. Yet, when he discovered that most of the equipment he wore had been turned to scrap, he nearly went insane. South Wolf had been using level 15 Mysterious Iron Set equipment, which could be obtained only from a level 15 team dungeon. In order to obtain the complete set, South Wolf had expended a huge amount of time and effort. Now, however, all of them were destroyed. Unlike field bosses, team dungeons reset only once every 3 days, and there were only a limited number of level 15 team dungeons within the region of White River City. Gathering the complete set had taken South Wolf 2 cycles. If he wished to obtain the set once again, he would have to wait through another 2 cycles. At this moment, Lone Tyrant arrived at the scene. He then asked, "South Wolf, what happened here? How did all of you die?" South Wolf was someone from Underworld, so he did not particularly care how many players from Darkstar had died. He cared more about himself instead. However, the same could not be said for Lone Tyrant. The strength of Darkstar determined his future as its guild leader. Now, more than 100 elites from his guild had died for no reason. The worst part was that these elites had lost most, if not all, of their weapons and equipment. The levels they lost could be recovered, but it would not be as easy to recover the equipment. We were lured into an ambush unprepared, and all of us got killed. However, I discovered something even more important. I don't know how he managed it, but Black Flame is now with the core team of Zero Wing. He has also become a red name at this point, so this is the perfect chance for us to destroy Zero Wing. Although Black Flame is very powerful, we should have no problems dealing with all of them if we send a team of 300 to 400 players. We can still catch up if we chase after them right away. South Wolf's words immediately allowed Lone Tyrant and Yu'lon to come to a realization. Truly an interesting person. Yu'lon muttered softly, her interest towards the player named Black Flame growing. As for Lone Tyrant, his expression turned grim upon receiving this piece of information. Obviously, with Black Flame commanding Zero Wing's core team, their combat power had increased to frightening heights. Also, from South Wolf's description of the one-sided battle that took place before, Lone Tyrant also learned that Black Flame was a great expert. Not only did Black Flame possess extraordinary combat power, he also possessed a strategic level skill. A team of 100 elite players would definitely be insufficient to deal with him. Hence, they needed to rearrange their team compositions. Each team now had to have 200 players at the very least. Otherwise, they would only suffice as cannon fodder. Black Flame, you've actually dared show yourself here. Since you've come seeking your own death, don't even think about leaving this place alive today. Lone Tyrant revealed a sinister expression. He inwardly mocked Feng for his foolish actions. In order to save Zero Wing's core team, Feng had actually disregarded the dangers and barged into Lone Tyrant's domain. Feng must not know how to write the word death. Chapter 313, Killing the Commander. Gather everyone immediately and surround this area. I don't believe that they can grow wings and fly away, Lone Tyrant sternly issued his command. The news of World Dominator's defeat had already spread, and very few in White River City did not know about the battle that took place. This result had greatly boosted Zero Wing's prestige if Darkstar could get rid of not only Zero Wing's core team, but Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. Also, then they could destroy the fame that Zero Wing had accumulated up until this point. At that time, Darkstar would also garner fame themselves, killing two birds with one stone. Naturally, Lone Tyrant would not let go of such a valuable opportunity immediately. Everyone from Darkstar started moving. Previously, they had tried to cover too large an area in their search. Now that Feng and the core team of Zero Wing had exposed themselves, Lone Tyrant quickly concentrated their hunt. Soon, more and more Darkstar members gathered at the stated location in the dense forest. Feng, who remained hidden in a tree, did not panic at this situation. Instead, he continued to wait for all the members of Darkstar to arrive. Come. The more, the merrier. Feng inwardly chuckled as he saw that the number of players gathered had already exceeded 1,000 before the battle even started. Feng had already considered the consequences. If he had not come fully prepared, he would not have allowed Fire Dance and the others to obliterate South Wolf's team of Elite's guild leader. Our members have surrounded this part of the forest. As long as any Zero Wings members show themselves, it will be their death, a ranger reported as he walked up to Lone Tyrant. Good. Start shrinking the encirclement. Lone Tyrant laughed satisfyingly. He then looked towards Ming Sha, the team leader of the Underworld Guards, and respectfully said, "In a moment, we will have to rely on Brother Ming Sha and your men to take care of the experts from Zero Wing. Rest assured, young Master Feng sent us to deal with Fire Dance and her team of experts. Although there is now an additional Black Flame added to the equation, the Underworld Guards can resolve this solution all the same. We won't let any of them escape." Ming Sha replied and nodded his head in order to extinguish Zero Wing's core team. Feng Xianyang had specifically sent a team of Underworld Guards to assist Darkstar. Feng Xianyang had gone all out on this hunt. Every Underworld Guard was an expert that Underworld had spent many years searching for to recruit. Underworld had also spent massive amounts of resources on nurturing these experts further. Compared to Absolute Heaven, the top-tier assassin that Feng faced before, these Underworld Guards were stronger, not weaker. Meanwhile, Feng Xianyang had sent a team of 20 of such guards. One could just imagine the frightening might this team possessed. Even a 100-man elite team from Darkstar was no match for this team. Also, the leader, Ming Sha, was an expert among experts. In the virtual gaming world, he ranked near the top. Regarding pure combat techniques, he was on the same level as the Snow Goddess, Gentle Snow. However, as Gentle Snow was in possession of a huge amount of resources, in terms of equipment, Ming Sha was definitely no match for her originally. Feng Xianyang had arranged for Ming Sha to go to White River City to deal with Yifeng. However, Yifeng was simply too elusive, as if he had completely vanished from White River City. Hence, Feng Xianyang sent Ming Sha to deal with the top experts of Zero Wing, such as Fire Dance and Black Ian. Regards to Ming Sha's strength, Lone Tyrant had personally experienced its power. Even though he was clearly above Ming Sha in terms of levels, and his equipment was of higher quality, he still suffered defeat at Ming Sha's hands in less than 20 exchanges. On the other hand, he had only managed to reduce Ming Sha's HP by 1/10. Meanwhile, after taking some time to focus on upgrades, Ming Sha's equipment could now compare to Lone Tyrant's. Now, Ming Sha was mostly geared with several pieces of level 15 secret silver set equipment and fine gold equipment. He also wielded a level 15 fine gold greatsword, the Bone Shatterer. His equipment certainly ranked at the very top of White River City. Lone Tyrant had estimated that, if he fought Ming Sha now, he would last 10 exchanges at most before his defeat. Now that he had so many players surrounding this area and a powerful team of experts like the Underworld Guard supporting him, even a top-tier assassin like Fire Dance could not escape. Just as Lone Tyrant felt confident and was about to declare that he would annihilate everyone from Zero Wing, a figure suddenly appeared in the top of a nearby tree. Someone's there. Ming Sha, who possessed acute senses immediately discovered the figure as Ming Sha turned his sights to the intruder. Everyone similarly followed his line of sight. Indeed, in the top of the tree, they discovered a person quietly watching them. Black Flame. South Wolf immediately recognized the figure, his eyes burning with rage as he revealed this person's identity at South Wolf's reminder. Everyone finally realized Feng's identity. After all, Black Flame had always been a mysterious existence, and most players had never actually seen Black Flame before. Now that this intruder had revealed himself, everyone from Dark Star discovered that Black Flame was just an ordinary-looking, middle-aged man. He did not even possess the type of aura that a guild leader should have. No matter how they looked at him, he was only an ordinary man, so it is guild leader Black Flame. I didn't expect you to show yourself here, since you have refused to walk the path towards heaven and have instead barged your way down to hell. Today will be the day that you die. Lone Tyrant laughed coldly. He then commanded, "Everyone, kill him." Immediately, over 1,000 players from Dark Star surrounded and charged at Feng. Their encirclement was tightly packed, and not even a fly could get past them. Faced with over 1,000 players charging at him, Feng did not panic in the slightest. Instead, his eyes emanated a chilling glow as he glared down at Lone Tyrant, smiling faintly. It was as if these 1,000+ players meant nothing to him. Meanwhile, as the recipient of this gaze, Lone Tyrant's heart inadvertently quivered. However, Lone Tyrant quickly dispelled this feeling because he did not believe Feng could do anything to him while so many players surrounded him in the next moment. However, Feng vanished from the treetop, and everyone's sight. This is not good. He's trying to escape. Quickly, use flare. Lone Tyrant hurriedly shouted. The Rangers quickly used flare upon receiving Lone Tyrant's command, brightly illuminating the surrounding area. Within the effective range of flare, all stealth-type skills would lose their effects. Yet, even after tens of flares have been launched, Feng's figure still could not be found. What the players of Dark Star did not know was that, after Feng had activated the Ring of Nothingness, his first task was not to escape, but to leap forward and charge towards the tree closest to Lone Tyrant. Hence, the flares used to seal his path of escape served no purpose whatsoever. Damn it. He plans to kill his way over. Use flare and shine guild leader Tyrant's surroundings. When Yulan recalled the faint smile on Black Flame's face as he pinned Lone Tyrant with a glare, she instinctively felt that Feng aimed to kill the commander only. By doing could Feng possibly redeem Zero Wing's fame and prestige. At that time, even if Dark Star managed to annihilate Zero Wing's core team, it would not damage Zero Wing's reputation if Lone Tyrant, Dark Star's guild leader, died at Black Flame's hands. After all, even though Zero Wing only had tens of players on their side, they would still have managed to kill Dark Star's guild leader while under the protection of over 1,000 players at that time. Dark Star would be the one suffering humiliation. Why are you all still daydreaming? Move. Yulan angrily shouted when she noticed that none of Dark Star's Rangers had reacted. However, Yulan suddenly felt that something was amiss. Instead of looking towards the outskirts of the encirclement, all of these Rangers stared at the space above her. Immediately, Yulan raised her head, discovering a figure falling towards her, and this figure was none other than Feng himself. Panic surfaced on Lone Tyrant's face. He never imagined that Feng would be so suicidal as to come for his life. Black Flame. If you wish to die, then I'll grant your wish. The corners of Lone Tyrant's mouth raised slightly. He then picked up his shield and sword, fully prepared to guard against Feng's attack. What amazing courage! Ming Sha, who stood by Lone Tyrant's side, brimmed with fighting spirit right now, his eyes glowing as he watched Feng fall. He then retrieved the Bone Shatterer from his back and stood in front of Lone Tyrant, acting like a highly defensive wall. Ming Sha secretly admired Feng's performance, and he deeply wished he could properly exchange blows with this man. However, responsibilities came first, so he had no choice but to get rid of Feng. Even with Ming Sha protecting Lone Tyrant, Yulan still felt that something was off. After all, why would an intelligent and resourceful man like Black Flame carry out such a reckless action? As insurance, Yulan hurriedly commanded, Guardian Knights, use Protection Blessing on Guild Leader Tyrant. All healers focus on healing Guild Leader Tyrant as well. Do not let Black Flame succeed. Chapter 314, True Expert. When Feng landed soundlessly on the ground, he was only 20 yards away from Lone Tyrant in the next moment. Sacred Heals graced Lone Tyrant. One after another, Lone Tyrant was one of the top 10 players on the ranking list of White River City. He was one of the apex MTs throughout White River City as well. Although he was only level 21 at the moment, he had over 3,700 HP, and he was not much weaker than Kola. With high HP in defense, physical damage classes such as Assassins, Berserkers, Swordsmen, and Rangers would find it extremely difficult to kill Lone Tyrant. Not to mention, Lone Tyrant now had a large team of healers keeping him alive. Moreover, there was also the great expert, Ming Sha, currently guarding him. Hence, Yulan was greatly confused as she watched Feng's foolish actions. Let me see what you are made of. Ming Sha smiled at the oncoming Feng, and at the same time, he lifted the Bone Shatterer and slashed it down at his enemy. The Bone Shatterer was a massive greatsword, yet Ming Sha wielded it nimbly and accurately. In a single strike, he had completely sealed off Feng's path of advance at this moment. The surrounding melee players of Dark Star charged at Feng, intending to make mincemeat of him. Meanwhile, the mages standing a short distance away also started casting their spells. As long as Ming Sha managed to delay Feng for a few more seconds, Feng would receive the bombardment of hundreds of spells. Even Zero Wings Chief MT, the Guardian Knight Kola, would lose his life if he received so many spells, not to mention a swordsman like Feng. Yet, as if he did not see these mages readying their attacks, Feng continued to charge forward, showing no intentions of slowing just as Ming Sha's second strike was about to land on Feng's body. However, Feng's entire person disappeared. Subsequently, Ming Sha's Bone Shatterer struck only air, generating a powerful gust of wind. The Elementalists, Cursemancers, Summoners, and all other range classes that were about to launch their attacks also interrupted their chanting after they lost sight of their target. Where is he? When Ming Sha failed to find Feng in front of him, he could not help but examine his surroundings. Suddenly, Ming Sha felt a chilling intent coming from behind him. Spinning around, he discovered that, just like a ghost, Feng had soundlessly appeared behind Lone Tyrant. If not for his acute senses, he would not have detected Feng's presence at all. After Feng used silent steps to appear behind Lone Tyrant, he immediately activated Absolute Time. With himself as the center point, all enemies within a 50-yard radius were now unable to use any skills or tools. Feng then brandished the Abyssal Blade, casting Abyssal Bind on Lone Tyrant. Meanwhile, Lone Tyrant only felt a cold wind blowing on his back. Only after Feng started brandishing the Abyssal Blade did Lone Tyrant notice that someone stood behind him. Horrified, Lone Tyrant hurriedly leaped forward, hoping to dodge the attack aimed at his back. As insurance, Lone Tyrant even intended to cast Protection Blessing on himself. However, Feng was simply too fast. He had activated Absolute Time and Abyssal Bind almost simultaneously. Discovering that he could not activate Protection Blessing, Lone Tyrant's heart grew extremely anxious. In the next instant, 9 pitch-black chains bound his body, preventing him from moving even an inch. Meanwhile, the healers standing in the distance could only watch this scene play out. With their skills locked, the most they could do was provide moral support. Seeing that Feng was the only person standing close to Lone Tyrant, Ming Sha realized that he had been tricked. Feng had deceived him into leaving Lone Tyrant's side. Suddenly, a feeling that he had just been played for a fool grew in Ming Sha's mind. This was the first time he had felt such a feeling. Lone Tyrant was bound and completely unguarded right now. He was unable to resist in the slightest. If he, Ming Sha, had stayed by Lone Tyrant's side, even if Lone Tyrant were bound, he could have still helped defend against attacks. Now, however, he was almost a full 10 yards away from Lone Tyrant. If this were any other day, he could have closed the distance between them using the charge he had specifically reserved. Now, however, none of his skills would work. Even if he wanted to save Lone Tyrant, he was powerless to do so. However, He only needed around 2 seconds to close a distance of 10 yards. As long as Lone Tyrant could survive that long, Ming Sha was confident in stopping Feng, preventing Feng from dealing any more damage to Lone Tyrant naturally. Lone Tyrant had considered this as well. Hence, even when faced with Feng's Abyssal Blade and Purgatory Shadow, he still revealed his confidence, as if saying, "What can you do to me?" He was a Guardian Knight who possessed 3,700 HP. It was simply impossible for Feng to kill him in 2 short seconds. Unfortunately, reality had cruelly slapped Lone Tyrant in the face when Feng's chop landed on Lone Tyrant, who now had his defense reduced by 100% due to the effects of the Abyssal Bind. A frightening damage of minus 1,500 appeared above Lone Tyrant's head. This single slash had erased Lone Tyrant's confidence. Now, an expression of fear decorated Lone Tyrant's face instead. Immediately, Lone Tyrant struggled to escape Abyssal Bind. However, no matter how much energy he expended, the bone-chilling chains remained unperturbed. This was the first time Lone Tyrant had felt so powerless. He had over 1,000 subordinates and a team of experts protecting him. Yet, Feng regarded them all as nothing. Now, he could not even resist while Feng arbitrarily slaughtered him. Feng lifted the Abyssal Blade high. In the next moment, the Abyssal Blade, which was covered in green arcs of lightning, descended, and 3 arcs of lightning penetrated Lone Tyrant's body. 984, minus 1,370. 1892 after Thundering Flash ended. Lone Tyrant's body fell to the ground from beginning to end. Feng had only used 2 moves to finish off Lone Tyrant, and the time he spent doing so had not exceeded 1 second. Feng's attack power thoroughly shocked everyone from Dark Star. Feng's performance was simply stunning. Even when faced with over 1,000 elites from Dark Star, he managed to kill Dark Star's guild leader. Lone Tyrant Ming Sha was also stunned by this scene. He had never imagined that Lone Tyrant would die so quickly under Feng's assault. "Everybody, get him. No matter what, do not let him escape." Ming Sha bellowed as he felt unprecedented humiliation after finishing off Lone Tyrant. Feng sent a chilling gaze to his surroundings. Those who received his gaze inadvertently halted their steps, and none dared to look Feng in the eyes. Feng was like a king that had descended from heaven. Nobody dared compete with him over dominance. Faced with Ming Sha's glare, Feng simply raised his index finger at Ming Sha. He then made a hooking motion with his finger and softly chuckled. Ming Sha's rage burned even brighter after receiving such a blatant provocation. Immediately, he lifted his greatsword and charged at his opponent in reply to Ming Sha's actions. Feng gently waved the Abyssal Blade as he walked forward. Feng had the presence of a king facing an ant's challenge, his mind appearing completely at ease when the 2 swords collided. Sparks flew. The impact of the attack forced Ming Sha to retreat multiple steps before he could stabilize himself. Feng, however, had not moved an inch. The gap in strength between the two was clear at a glance, giving Ming Sha no time. Feng instantly charged forward and brandished his sword. 1 slash. 2 slashes. 3 slashes. Feng's attacks were like a violent gale. Ming Sha desperately dodged and blocked the onslaught. However, each time Ming Sha was knocked back, it was very difficult for him to stabilize his form. After receiving over a dozen attacks, Ming Sha finally failed to block an attack. He received a hit to his abdomen, and the blow sent him flying. However, Feng was not done. Feng's feet suddenly exerted an explosive force, creating a deep pit in the ground as his body shot towards Ming Sha like an artillery shell. While his body remained in midair, Ming Sha was unable to exert any force to retaliate or dodge the moment Feng shot past Ming Sha. He brandished his swords multiple times. Each and every attack struck Ming Sha's vital points, all of them causing over minus 600 damage. In the blink of an eye, Ming Sha's life was no more. The scene dumbfounded the audience from Dark Star. What they had witnessed was simply Feng flying past Ming Sha, followed by silvery sword streaks wrapping around Ming Sha's body. By the time Feng passed Ming Sha's body, Ming Sha was already dead. Meanwhile, After Feng dove into the dense forest with a few leaps, his figure completely vanished at this time. Some of Dark Star's members finally responded and rushed in the direction Feng had disappeared. Yulan, do we chase after him? South Wolf worriedly asked as he looked to Yulan. South Wolf was very clear about just how powerful Ming Sha was. Yet, such a powerful expert still died at Feng's hands. Moreover, from beginning to end, Feng had not used any skills in the exchange with Ming Sha. He relied purely on techniques to kill his opponent. This was something that South Wolf had never dared to imagine possible in the past now. However, South Wolf finally realized what a true expert was. Yulan shook her head and released a soft sigh, saying, "No, if Black Flame possesses such strength, even if we chase after him, what can we actually do to him? Not to mention, our speed can't compare to his at all. We should save our energy and give up." First, he had killed Lone Tyrant, Dark Star's guild leader, amidst an army of thousands. Next, while he was escaping, he managed to kill an expert like Ming Sha. This time, Dark Star had truly lost all dignity. Even if Dark Star managed to exterminate Zero Wing's core team at a later date, it would only add on to the gossip about Dark Star this time. Dark Star had truly suffered a defeat. Chapter 315, Breaking Past the Encirclement. Are we giving up just like that? South Wolf still held some resentment in his heart. After all, Feng had killed him once before. Then, what do you propose? Yulan revealed a calm smile. She then pointed towards the direction of a silverleaf forest in which Feng had disappeared, saying, "If you aren't satisfied, be my guest. However, you have already fully experienced Black Flame's horrifying might. Under that complete silencing skill, he can easily kill whoever he wants. As long as the cooldown for that skill refreshes, he might turn around and start another massacre. At that time, the first target he'll go after will be you." When South Wolf heard her reasoning, cold sweat permeated his forehead as he recalled the scene of Feng killing Ming Sha before escaping. Even until now, fear lingered within him, but how should we explain things to young Master Feng? Although South Wolf feared Feng Xinyang was not someone he could afford to provoke a deal with young Master Feng. Today, we experience Black Flame's true strength, so consider it a great harvest. As for the other matters, let's leave those to Guild Leader Tyrant to deal with," Yulan said as she revealed a mysterious smile. She then turned around and left feeling helpless. South Wolf sighed and departed with Yulan now that both Lone Tyrant and Ming Sha had died. What could he, South Wolf, possibly do? Moreover, his main task for today was to show Yulan around the guild and allow her to assess the situation at Dark Star. Hunting Zero Wing was a side task. At a lake nestled in the Silverleaf Forest, Fire Dance and the other core members of Zero Wing had been waiting for a long time now. However, even after so much time had passed, Feng had yet to show up, causing them all to grow slightly anxious. Sister Fire Dance, guild leader, still hasn't shown up yet. Why don't we check on him? One of the 5 demon generals, the assassin, Flying Shadow, asked in the past. Flying Shadow had been a solitary person. However, his strength could rank at the very top of Shadow. Although he had not performed any outstanding feats during the early stages of the game, he had not performed badly either. In general, he had been an average player in this life. However, after Feng recruited him into the Zero Wing workshop, he immediately assigned him to Zero Wing's core team. Many in the guild had initially voiced their opinions against this matter. However, as time slowly passed, everyone finally realized that Feng's decision was still as impeccable as always. It was not something the likes of them could hope to compare to within the Zero Wing's core team. Fire Dance had always been the publicly acknowledged #1 assassin of Zero Wing. Meanwhile, the position of #2 assassin had been undetermined. However, after Flying Shadow joined the guild, his techniques rose rapidly with each passing battle and friendly competition. Very quickly, everyone began to acknowledge him, and now he was considered the most powerful assassin in Zero Wing after Fire Dance now. Since guild leader has chosen to stay behind, he obviously is confident of obtaining victory. We will only be a hindrance if we try to help. Fire Dance shook her head and rejected Flying Shadow's proposal. In reality, however, She was also worried about Feng at this moment. A black figure pierced through the brush, landing by the lakeside soundlessly before anyone noticed. This black figure had arrived before them. Fire Dance and Violet Cloud were the first to detect this figure's presence instinctively. Fire Dance retrieved the daggers from her waist, preparing to meet with a great enemy soon after. Everyone else discovered the presence of this newcomer as well, and they too promptly readied their weapons, although they could not see this black figure's appearance clearly. The pressure the figure emitted was no less than a Lord-ranked boss guild leader. Fire Dance quickly recognized Feng's appearance, and she was greatly shocked when she felt his aura previously. As they had been in a hurry to escape, she had not noticed Feng's change. Now that she confronted Feng face to face, she suddenly realized that Feng's strength had greatly improved. Right now, even she could not determine exactly how powerful Feng was. It was especially true for the sharp and frightening aura he emanated. It seems that all of you have improved greatly recently. You actually managed to discover me so quickly. Feng examined his guild members and revealed a satisfied smile. Battles in God's domain were unlike any other virtual reality game. The improvement of a person's strength was not limited to techniques and equipment. One must also possess a bestial intuition. After all, the penalty for death was not low, so such an intuition was essential when engaged in combat in the fields. In reality, if players did not suffer death when grinding out in the fields, they could easily reach level 200 within 2 years. Yet, Feng had taken a decade to reach level 200 in the past. Death was inevitable when battling in God's domain. In the past, Feng had died countless times while participating in all sorts of combat in God's domain. Danger always lurked around the corner. Guild wars were only a small part of the dangers in God's domains. It was of utmost importance for a player to nurture a bestial intuition to avoid unnecessary deaths. It was also a key to leveling up quickly. People's lives in reality were simply too peaceful, so this bestial intuition had been completely buried deep in their bodies. However, as players experienced more battles in God's domain, this intuition would slowly rise to the surface. Meanwhile, the rate at which players improved also correlated to how strong their intuition became. And this was one of the main factors differentiating average players from experts. Feng chose to appear so stealthily to test everyone's intuition, and the result had not disappointed him. Compared to several days ago, everyone present had improved greatly. Though, when compared to Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, everyone else's improvement paled slightly. Nevertheless, they were still much stronger than the average elite player. After Feng finished evaluating everyone's strengths, he then said with a smile, "All right, let's leave this place. Follow me." Leave. This was exactly what everyone had constantly tried to do. However, it was simply too difficult to accomplish. Currently, Darkstar's forces locked down the Silverleaf Forest. With their team of slightly more than 30, it was impossible to fight their way out of the forest in the next moment. However, Feng gave everyone an underwater breathing potion. This potion allowed players to breathe underwater for half an hour, following which Feng gulped down the breathing potion and jumped into the lake. He then dove into the depths of the lake. The team copied Feng's actions, drinking the breathing potion and jumping into the lake as well. This lake was not just a pool of stagnant water. Instead, it connected to the other lakes found in the Silverleaf Forest. A player in the past had accidentally stumbled on this particular secret. This player had only managed to discover this secret as he tried to catch the silver carp found in the Silverleaf Forest. The silver carp was a precious cooking ingredient, and its flavor far surpassed the carp found in the real world. Moreover, after eating the dishes made using the silver carp, there was a very small chance for players to receive a permanent increase of 1 point to a basic attribute. Players could receive up to a total of 20 attribute points through consuming these delicacies. Unfortunately, the attribute rewarded was always random. Even so, players still valued the silver carp. Many players who were Gurmans and wished to increase their strength would willingly spend a massive sum of money to purchase silver carp. So, silver carp had always been short in supply, and their prices had steadily increased over time. Back in the day, plenty of players would come to the Silverleaf Forest to fish for the silver carp. There is also no lack of bloodbaths due to competition over these silver carp, as Feng led everyone through one underwater tunnel after another, gradually distancing themselves from Darkstar's encirclement. However, Darkstar still held Silverleaf Forest's exits. So, it was impossible for them to depart from the forest safely. A Guild War order could seal an area for 24 hours. During this period, no one could use return scrolls in this area. In addition, if enemy guild members logged out of the game while in this area, they would receive very harsh punishment. This punishment was far more severe than even the penalty for death, as it was meant to prevent players from abusing this method to avoid the war. However, Guild War orders had a cool-down time of 2 natural days. In God's domain, that would be 96 hours. Hence, after players managed to endure and survive through the Guild War order's effective period of 24 hours, they could return directly to the city using a return scroll. Feng intended to take advantage of these underwater tunnels before anyone discovered their existence. By doing so, they could escape Darkstar surveillance and wait out the seal of the Guild War order. Darkstar had a lot of members inside the Silverleaf Forest. However, due to Feng's group killing one of their teams, which had consisted of over 100 elite players, in addition to Feng's impossible feat of killing both Lone Tyrant and Ming Sha amidst the encirclement of over 1,000 players, Darkstar no longer dared spread their forces too thin. They even called for more reinforcements to the Silverleaf Forest. Yet, even after thoroughly searching the area where the previous battle took place, they still could not manage to locate any traces of Feng, and the others' time passed. Little by little after his resurrection, Lone Tyrant was like a madman as he sent out all members of Darkstar to hunt Feng's team in the Silverleaf Forest. His insanity also attracted the attention of the players in White River City. Why was Darkstar sending even more players to the Silverleaf Forest? Were the thousands of players they had sent there before not enough to deal with the core members of Zero Wing? At this time, a new post from Black Flame appeared on the forums, and within the post, there was a video. This video bore the title, Darkstar's Guild Leader, Lone Tyrant's Death. Chapter 316, Shocking Starmoon. The confrontation between Darkstar and Zero Wing had already become explosively popular on the forums previously. Using the name Black Flame, Feng had declared that he would exact vengeance against Darkstar in response. Those who knew of Darkstar's strength were not optimistic about Zero Wing's chances of success. After all, everyone knew that Zero Wing had only recently established. It did not possess a significant background. However, Zero Wing was still the first guild in Starmoon Kingdom to possess a guild residence, so most considered it to have great potential. If it's been a few more months developing, it might become an existence that surpassed even Darkstar. At the moment, though, it was simply too early for Zero Wing to go against Darkstar yet. Sometime later, such remarks about Zero Wing completely disappeared. World Dominators, veteran first-rate guild, had actually suffered defeat. Moreover, the guild had been eliminated from the competition for dominance over White River City. Zero Wing had played a significant role in achieving this feat, so it was apparent that Zero Wing was not as weak as everyone had imagined. Hence, the moment the video of Feng killing Darkstar's guild leader, Lone Tyrant, uploaded, its popularity instantly grew. In particular, the scene where Feng indifferently faced off against an army of over 1,000 elites and managed to kill Lone Tyrant by himself garnered huge amounts of attention. Feng's actions made it seem as if killing the enemy commander while surrounded by an army as simple as taking something out of his pockets. A scene that was only possible in storybooks had actually occurred in reality in the face of Feng. The guild leader of Darkstar was like a little kid. Even as Lone Tyrant died, he had not offered the least bit of resistance. On the other hand, just a glance from Feng caused the thousands of players of Darkstar to freeze in fright. At that time, Feng was like a king. Before him, everybody else could only submit. Also, the scene in which Feng killed Ming Sha as he departed was even more amazing. Anybody could tell at a glance that the berserker, Ming Sha, was not just an ordinary expert. Yet, even so, Feng killed him effortlessly. However, This did not mean that Ming Sha was weak. Instead, Feng was simply too strong. This black flame is too powerful. With his skills, he can rank on the God's Domain Experts list. Not likely. That's the God's Domain Experts list you're talking about. The Secret Pavilion has collected information on all experts in God's Domain to compile that list, and the God's Domain experts that rank on it are all monsters. Previously, even though the God-ranked expert, Yi Feng, had killed over 100 players all by himself, he still failed to earn a spot on that list. The Secret Pavilion was famous in the virtual gaming world, and one could find the Secret Pavilion's presence in practically every virtual reality game available. The experts list compiled by the Secret Pavilion was also well received by many players. After all, by browsing through the experts list, one could easily find information such as the major events that had occurred in God's Domain, what kind of experts were present in the game, who the #1 player was, and more. Players had no need to go through the trouble of searching for such information through the official forums. Any player who managed to earn a place on the experts list was a target for recruitment of all of the major workshops in the gaming industry. Although nobody knew whether Black Flame was capable of ranking on the experts list, undoubtedly he had already earned his fame in Starmoon Kingdom in the future. Whenever people talked about Zero Wing, the first thing that would come to their minds would be Black Flame. Damn it. Damn that Black Flame. Lone Tyrant burst into an uncontrollable rage when he discovered the video Feng had uploaded. His original plan to destroy Zero Wing had completely backfired, and instead, he became the laughingstock throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Have we not found them yet? Lone Tyrant bellowed. Dark Star had suffered a tremendous loss this time. Not only had it lost more than 1,000 players to Zero Wing, but Dark Star's fame and prestige had also been destroyed. Lone Tyrant's reputation had gone up in flames. To make things worse, he still had to compensate World Dominators for its losses. The amount they had to pay would definitely put a dent in Dark Star's funds, damaging the guild's development in this war. Dark Star had suffered a double loss. However, Lone Tyrant was completely helpless about this situation. Guild leader, we've already increased the number of people searching for them to 15,000. However, it's as if they grew wings and flew away. Even after rummaging through the entire Silverleaf Forest, we still can't find any traces of Zero Wing. I suspect that they have long since left the forest. Otherwise, if Black Flame and the core members of Zero Wing were still here, Zero Wing's and Ouroboros' forces would have carved a path of blood into this forest by now. They wouldn't have dispersed and went on to do their own things. Lone Tyrant's confidant explained slowly. Before, Lone Tyrant's anger had blinded him, so he had not considered this. However, now that he thought it through, it was as his confidant said. If Black Flame, Zero Wing's guild leader, were still trapped deep in his enemy's territory, how could the other members of his guild possibly sit and do nothing? They would have charged forward in desperation. If Zero Wing had joined hands with Ouroboros, based on Dark Star's strength, Dark Star would have no choice but to back off. Yet Zero Wing had not done so. Even the reinforcements Lone Tyrant had called in from White River City received no obstruction whatsoever from the other guild. Based on Zero Wing's inaction, one could conclude that Black Flame had indeed already left the Silverleaf Forest. Damn that Black Flame. We've wasted so much time and manpower. Lone Tyrant's eyes burned with anger. However, he was simply helpless against Zero Wing. It was no longer possible to deal with their enemy now. Previously, he had the help of World Dominators to hinder Ouroboros. Now that World Dominators was out of the competition, if Dark Star wished to deal with Zero Wing, it would have to fight both Zero Wing and Ouroboros simultaneously. Even with Underworld support, it was still not an opponent for these two guilds. Suddenly, Lone Tyrant seemed to age by several years. Pass on my command. Everybody is dismissed. Those who should rest, rest. Those who wish to level up, go level up. As for the rewards and compensations, I will issue those later. After Lone Tyrant finished speaking, as if all the strength in his body drained away, his entire person became powerless. Soon after, everyone from Dark Star departed from the Silverleaf Forest, one after another. As for the seal of Guild War Order, that too had dissipated. When the thousands of players from Dark Star hunted Feng's group, having nothing better to do, Feng and the others had spent their time searching for silver carp at a lake currently, nobody that knew how precious silver carp were. Moreover, now that the underwater areas of the silverleaf forest had yet to develop, one could find a large number of silver carp in the lakes, in the area even in the very beginning. Each silver carp sold for 20 silver coins. Presently, 20 silver was worth 3,000 credits. It could compare to the monthly salaries of white-collar workers. By the time everybody discovered the silver carp's value, its price had soared from the initial 20 silver coins to 2 gold coins. To an average player, such an amount was a fortune during the several hours Dark Star had hunted them. Feng and the others had managed to catch over 20 silver carp. They even discovered multiple treasure chests. Although they were only bronze and mysterious iron rank, it was still a considerable harvest. Guild leader, as you predicted, Dark Star has released the seal on the Silverleaf Forest. Fire Dance reported excitedly, although everything had gone according to Feng's plan. When everyone witnessed the area seal lifting so quickly, they could not help their astonishment. It was as if everything was within Feng's grasp. That's that. However, we are now red players. If we aren't nobles of White River City, we won't have any way to enter the city safely. Most of us are already level 20, so if we wish to upgrade ourselves further, we need to complete our class change. Let's first wash away our red names. Otherwise, we can't enter White River City to accept our class change quest. Feng was not particularly surprised about the seal on the Silverleaf Forest releasing. After spending so much time and manpower, Dark Star had still failed to locate any of them. As long as Lone Tyrant was not an idiot, he would definitely stop searching for them like a fool. Chapter 317, Town Capture. Guild Leader. Our names are as red as blood right now. Most of us have killed more than 10 people, while Blackie and I have killed more than 100 each. We'll need to waste a lot of time to cleanse our red names completely. By the time we do, most of the players from the other guilds will have already reached level 20. Fire Dance said as she smiled bitterly if a player wished to remove their status as a red name. They needed to remove the crime value they had accumulated. One of the most common ways to get rid of crime value was to wait, as a player's crime value decreased over time. However, if one's crime value is excessively high, they needed to punish evil and promote righteousness. However, although killing NPCs such as villains, criminals, and bandits would significantly reduce a player's crime value, there was no other benefit for doing so. Killing these NPCs would not provide players with any additional rewards or EXP. Moreover, these NPCs were very few and usually scattered all over God's domain. It would be fine if players hunted for these NPCs by themselves, but hunting as a group would be time-consuming and inefficient indeed. Let's forget about cleansing your red names for now. We'll raise our White River City reputation. As long as you become nobles, entering the city as red names will not have significant consequences. We should have no problems taking on a class change quest. Feng made his decision after some thought. Otherwise, it would take around 2 to 3 days' effort to cleanse such a high crime value. Everyone fell speechless when they heard Feng's decision to raise their reputation in White River City to the degree of becoming a noble. Feng made it sound as if becoming a noble of White River City was as easy as buying cabbage from the market. It was extremely difficult for players to raise their White River City reputation, and one needed to invest a lot of time to accumulate sufficient reputation points to become a noble. In this case, it would be much easier to hunt for NPC Bandits Guild Leader. Do you have a method to increase our White River City reputation quickly? Blackie knew that Feng would not speak without reason. Suddenly, his eyes shone with a hint of excitement as he looked to his guild leader for answers, a noble of White River City. Currently, one could count the number of players that had become nobles of White River City on one's fingers. After becoming a noble, not only could one purchase a business stall in White River City, but one could also receive high-level quests in the city. The rewards were enough to drool over. Although the EXP rewarded was low, the monetary rewards consisted of silver coins, not copper coins. Most importantly, nobles could receive a 10% discount when purchasing items in White River City. They could also receive a 30% discount when repairing weapons and equipment. Currently, every time they went to repair items, they would always leave with a stomach ache due to the quality of their items. The repair fees were at least 6 times higher than the average player, as if they could become nobles of White River City. In the future, they would not become poor bastards whenever they needed to repair their equipment. They might even get the chance to enter the nobles' district. Feng rolled his eyes at Blackie, saying, "Do you really think it is so easy to become a noble?" The team could not help their laughter at Blackie, as he nearly choked from Feng's reply. Although it is not easy to raise one's reputation in White River City, if one wishes to increase it quickly, there is indeed a method to do so. Guild leader, is there really such a method? Kola asked excitedly. It was an absolute nightmare for him whenever he had to repair his equipment out of cloth armor, leather armor, and plate armor. The repair fees for cloth armor were the cheapest. On the other hand, plate armor cost the most to repair, and normally, the fees were at least double that of cloth armor. There is one method. Town capture. Feng nodded, revealing a mysterious smile. Feng's announcement stunned his guildmates. What kind of trouble was Feng trying to stir? They had just escaped from Darkstar's pursuit. Yet, now, they were going to capture a town. Town capture? Kola was confused. Although he did not know why Feng suggested they capture a town, such a thing was not easy. Level 50 elite NPCs guarded every town. There were even Tier 2 NPCs protecting them. Even with their strength combined, they wouldn't be a match for even a single level 50 elite NPC, not to mention a Tier 2. That's right. However, we're not going to capture just any town. Instead, our aim is Creek Town, one of the towns within the White River City region that's occupied by evil-aligned NPCs. As long as we capture this town, we can obtain a lot of White River City reputation points. If we're lucky, there might even be unexpected rewards, Feng explained. However, it won't be easy. I'll need to make some preparations before we set off. Just stay here and catch some fish for now. I'll head back and make the necessary arrangements. I'll notify you guys once I'm done. After Feng said so, he used a return scroll town capture. During the middle stages of God's Domain, this was a commonplace activity for players. There were plenty of small towns in God's Domain, and a majority of these towns were not under the management of any kingdoms or empires. Instead, other forces occupied these towns. So long as players wished to establish their own empire in God's Domain, it was a must for them to occupy towns. Meanwhile, if players wished to occupy a town, they needed to chase away the forces that occupied said town first. Only by doing so could they turn the town into their own guild town. They could then slowly develop and upgrade the town's rank. It was also not impossible for players to develop a town to surpass even Starmoon City. However, the conditions for doing so were extremely demanding, so it was very difficult for players to succeed. Moreover, capturing a town was easier said than done, even if the current #1 guild in White River City, Ouroboros, went all out. They should not have any clue of how to capture a town. It should be impossible for Ouroboros to capture even the most bordered and resource-poor town. On top of that, now that Feng had unsealed the Endless Abyss, towns had upgraded their overall strength in preparation for the assault from demonic beasts, making it even more challenging for players to capture a town. However, Creek Town, the town Feng had chosen as his target, was slightly special. There was a hidden quest in White River City that would greatly reduce the overall strength of Creek Town. If the town were weakened, capture would become far easier. However, in order to accept this hidden quest, at the very minimum, one must first become a Viscount of White River City. Fortunately, Feng just happened to be just that. After Feng returned to White River City, he suddenly became the focus of the entire city. Any players who saw him immediately began whispering to companions or strangers by their sides. Feng was a celebrity right now, and everyone in White River City knew about him, although part of the reason why Feng attracted so much attention was due to his blood-red name. The actual cause for his fame was due to the name Black Flame. The video of the battle in the Silverleaf Forest was extremely exciting. The scene where Feng had leaped high into the air to finish off Ming Sha was particularly unforgettable. Countless players had tried to mimic Feng's actions. Unfortunately, average players could, at most, jump 2 to 3 meters high. Compared to Feng, who had managed to reach a height of 8 meters, The gap between them was simply too massive. Moreover, Feng had brandished his sword 6 times while in midair, and every strike accurately landed on Ming Sha's vital points through their attempts to mimic Feng's actions. Everyone's admiration for him grew. Everyone knew that a player's basic attributes determine the gap between them and others. Only after making a comparison did they know just how wide the gap was between them and Feng Guild leader Black Flame. When will Zero Wing hold another mass recruitment? I've been waiting to join Zero Wing for a long time now. A level 17 male swordsman asked loudly. That's right. This little girl wishes to join Zero Wing as well. Big brother Black Flame, please tell this little sister when you'll recruit again. It can be our little secret. I promise not to tell anyone. A beautiful female summoner asked sweetly. Everyone's eagerness to join Zero Wing grew greater and greater. If Zero Wing had not announced to the public that it had temporarily halted recruitment in order to fine-tune the management of the guild, the stampede of players might have trampled Zero Wing's recruitment area. By now the crowd's enthusiasm started to make even Feng grow afraid. Without a better choice, he said, everyone can rest assured that Zero Wing will definitely recruit for more members. Moreover, we will have even more slots available during the next recruitment. As for the time and venue, the recruitment will be held in 3 days at Zero Wing's guild residence. I hope that everyone will show up for the registration when the time comes. Finished speaking, Feng hurriedly escaped. If he remained any longer, he might not be able to get away in 3 days. Great! I can use that time to improve my techniques and strength. I will definitely pass the test and become a member of Zero Wing. After receiving a specific time, everyone grew even more enthusiastic. They all swore to join Zero Wing no matter what in their minds. Zero Wing stood out like a sacred temple of expert assassin fire dance, Guardian Knight Cola, Elementalist Aqua Rose, Berserker Lonely Snow, Cursemancer Black Cloud, Cleric Violet Cloud, Swordsman Black Flame, Swordsman Yi Feng, and many other experts all belonged to Zero Wing. These experts possessed brilliant battle records in God's domain, and they were far stronger than other guilds' experts. Chapter 3:18 Bloodhand. Feng's return immediately attracted the attention of the various powers in White River City when these powers learned about Feng's return. In addition, his blood-red colored name, they knew that Dark Star's Encirclement had failed. Dark Star had dispatched over 10,000 members during this encounter. Yet, they still failed to annihilate Zero Wing's core members. This conclusion had greatly boosted Zero Wing's fame. Moreover, Lone Tyrant's death at Feng's hands had also been a huge blow to Dark Star's reputation, excluding World Dominators, which had already been eliminated from the competition for the dominance over White River City. Dark Star's current reputation ranked at the very bottom of the top 6 guilds of White River City. As a result, many players who had originally intended to join Dark Star now had their sights on Zero Wing instead. As things stood, it was only a matter of time before Zero Wing surpassed Dark Star after escaping the attention of the passionate players surrounding him. Feng immediately draped a black cloak over his shoulders, covering his face and hiding his name. He then hurried towards the Adventurers Association of White River City. On the way, Feng contacted Aqua Rose and had her bring around 60 core members to the Adventurers Association to meet up with him 20 minutes later. Aqua Rose showed up at the entrance of the Adventurers Association with the requested guildmates. Every one of these core members wore equipment that was mysterious iron rank and above. Among them, many possessed secret silver equipment. The group looked dazzling when they stood in front of the entrance, invoking the envy and admiration of many passing players. Although Dark Star's ambush and the battle with World Dominators had significantly damaged Zero Wing, fortunately, the guild possessed a relatively large stock of bronze and mysterious iron equipment to compensate for the loss. Only some time was required to regain the lost levels. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose's group consisted of players that had been busy raiding dungeons while the guild war had taken place. They had not been able to make it in time to help Big Sis Aqua. Why do you think the guild leader called us here? A female cleric called Snow Goose asked curiously. Isn't it obvious? Dark Star caused us trouble, picking a fight. Our guild leader obviously wants us here to plan our payback. A berserker said, laughing. That's great. The dungeon we raided before was too far away, so we couldn't join in the guild war. Now, I'll get to teach those bastards from Darkstar a lesson. Snow Goose giggled as she waved her delicate fist around watching this scene. Aqua Rose could not help but laugh, saying, "Snow Goose, aren't you a little too aggressive? Although the guild leader hasn't expressed his plans for us yet, I feel that he called us here for something else. Otherwise, if we start a war against Darkstar with the few numbers we have here, we won't even fill in the gaps between their teeth. Stop guessing blindly. In any case, we'll know what he wants us to do soon enough." Hearing that their guild leader had called them here for something else, Snow Goose's mood dampened slightly. The others also revealed disappointed expressions. Sure, Feng finally arrived after Aqua Rose and the others had waited at the Adventurers Association's entrance for a short while. Guild leader, why are you still wearing a cloak? Are we not allowed to expose ourselves in this operation? Should we leave and sneak back over here? Aqua Rose could not help her confusion when she saw Sir Feng hiding his face. At this moment, Sir Feng looked like a wanted criminal who was afraid of being discovered. I hadn't intended to use it. However, being too famous doesn't help me either. If I remove my cloak, I don't think I will get further than the front door of the Adventurers Association, Sir Feng said, laughing bitterly. Forget about it. Invite me to the team, and let's get down to business. From Sir Feng's brief explanation, Aqua Rose imagined the comical scene of a horde of players mobbing Sir Feng. Involuntarily, Aqua Rose's lips hooked up into a bright smile. The dignified guild leader of Zero Wing had been fearless even against an army of thousands. Yet, now he was actually afraid of his fans' enthusiasm. After Aqua Rose invited Sir Feng to the team, she passed the team leader position to Sir Feng after becoming the leader of the team. Sir Feng immediately examined everyone's level, and he could not help but feel proud at what he saw. A majority of the team was level 19, while a small portion had already reached level 20. This was unimaginable in any other guild. As the various large guilds competed over the first clear of the 3 great dungeons, naturally, they would not hurry to level up. In truth, the guild's actions were similar to putting the cart before the horse. Although obtaining the first clear of the 3 great dungeons was important, God's Domain worked differently from other MMOs. If players paid too much attention to their gains and losses during the early stages of the game, they could easily miss other opportunities. Take the promotion to become a Tier 1 class, for example. Level 20 dungeons specifically catered to Tier 1 classes. The only reason Fire Dance and the others had managed to clear level 20 dungeons was mainly due to the excellent equipment they possessed. Otherwise, it would have been extremely difficult to achieve such a feat. Not to mention, there were still the 50-man and 100-man level 20 large-scale team dungeons. Hence, the earlier they completed their Tier 1 promotion, the better their chances were of obtaining the first clear of the 100-man team dungeon. The only benefit of obtaining the first clear of the level 10 3 great dungeons was fame among players. By obtaining the first clear of a level 20 100-man team dungeon, however, not only could they increase their fame, but they could also encounter a great opportunity. Let's head to the second floor, Sir Feng said in the team chat. Normally, nobody visited the second floor of the Adventurers Association. This place did not receive individual guild players. Instead, this place was exclusive to guild team's sister Aqua. Why do you think the guild leader has led us here? Snow Goose asked curiously. I don't know. Aqua Rose shook her head. She, too, could not see through their guild leader, Sir Feng. However, it was precisely because of this that she had chosen to join Zero Wing. She then continued, however, this is where guilds come to take on large-scale quests. I wonder what kind of great quest the guild leader plans to accept. At this time, Sir Feng sat in front of the VIP counter. With a smile, the beautiful receptionist behind the counter asked, "Lord Viscount, how may I be of service today? I wish to take on a guild crusade quest." Sir Feng requested. Okay. However, as the Zero Wing Guild is only a 3-star guild, there are only 4 locations available for a crusade. May I know which location Lord Viscount desires? The receptionist listed the 4 locations. They were rather remote towns, barren wastelands. However, dark forces occupied each location. Without 2 to 3,000 level 30 Tier 1 players, one should not even consider capturing it. Of course, this was only in the case for attacking normally. If it were a crusade, however, the difficulty of capturing the town would significantly decrease. Even so, it was still extremely difficult. If one attempted to capture these towns with only 100 players around level 20, it would be Suicide Creek Town. Then, Feng was very familiar with the crusade quests available in White River City. He chose Creek Town, which was occupied by the Bloodhand Association, without hesitation among the many dark forces in the White River City region. The Bloodhand Association was one of the weakest and smallest powers. It ranked at the very bottom. Taking on any of the other 3 locations, each of which was controlled by lower-middle-class dark forces, will be nothing more than suicide for Feng and his team. They would have no chances of successfully capturing the town at all. Okay. A 1-star crusade quest will require a deposit of 30 gold coins. If the quest is not completed within 5 days, then the deposit will not be refunded. Snow Goose, who currently stood behind Feng, widened her delicate mouth in shock when she heard the requirement of a 30 gold deposit. Just what kind of quest was this? To think that they actually needed to pay a deposit before accepting the quest. Moreover, the deposit was even 30 gold coins. Big Sis Aqua, what kind of quest is that? It actually needs 30 gold coins. Even if I sold myself, I still wouldn't earn so much money. Snow Goose said. Stunned Snow Goose's words left everyone speechless. Feng, on the other hand, merely revealed a calm smile as he paid the 30 gold coins deposit gladly. He then said in the team chat, "This is a guild crusade quest. Unless one becomes a true noble of White River City, they can't even accept such a quest. Moreover, 30 gold coins is actually very cheap." Cheap. Everyone was truly speechless this time. At this stage of the game, 30 gold coins was practically the maximum a third-rate guild would possess. If they could not complete this crusade quest, those 30 gold coins would be gone forever. Chapter 319, Windbreaker. After Feng accepted the 1-star guild crusade quest, he led everyone to the Twilight Temple. The Twilight Temple was a main hub for healer classes. Here, clerics, oracles, and druids could take on quests that rewarded high-level skills related to their class's guild leader. "What are we doing here?" Aqua Rose asked, confused. "Were you looking for assistance?" Feng smiled faintly, not bothering to explain further. After entering the main hall of the Twilight Temple, they saw level 180 elite guards crowding the temple. This hall also contained the statue of the Twilight Goddess, below which stood a level 200 priest dressed in Redan. Oracle advanced to priest after reaching tier 2. To Feng and the others, a level 200 priest was an existence that they could only revere. At this moment, however, this priest dressed in red took the initiative to walk up to Feng and welcome him. "Greetings, Lord Viscount," the priest said, fawning. "Greetings, esteemed Lord Priest. I wish to purchase some water of life. Do you have some here?" Feng asked softly. The water of life was the spring water taken from the fountain of eternal life. It was sacred medicine in God's domain that could heal any wound in an instant. It could even regenerate a person's lost limbs, so the water of life was extremely valuable. To NPCs, the water of life held great importance. The Twilight Temple worshipped the Twilight Goddess. Meanwhile, the Fountain of Eternal Life was a godly relic that the Twilight Goddess had bestowed upon the Twilight Temple. Hence, throughout God's domain, only the Twilight Temple could possibly obtain the water of life. Lord Viscount, water of life is precious. This is a gift of the Twilight Goddess to we humans, and every drop is a treasure. It is not something a priest like myself can give to others casually, so I beg for Lord Viscount's forgiveness," the priest said, appearing slightly angry. However, a Viscount was a person of relatively high status in White River City. Even if Feng's request angered the priest still had to endure and hold it in. If any other player stood in Feng's place right now, the priest might have thrown them out of the temple already naturally. Feng knew this, although he had guessed that his identity as a Viscount would not get him the water of life. The priest's unwavering refusal still shocked him slightly. Feng then activated the golden stigmata and looked at the priest, asking, "Will this not do?" Suddenly, twinkling golden stars appeared in Feng's dark pupils. His body began to emanate a terrifying aura. In the face of this aura, the priest felt even his soul tremble. The priest was the manager of this twilight temple, so it was only natural that he would possess vast knowledge regarding God's domain. Stigmata were the war god's temple's symbol of supremacy, and they were categorized into 3 different colors: silver, gold, and purple. A person capable of controlling a golden stigmata was definitely a core character of the war god's temple. Is it really not possible? Feng asked again. In truth, he was not confident in obtaining the Water of Life if players wished to purchase the Water of Life from the Twilight Temple. The prerequisite was sufficient status among humans. As to what degree of status, even Feng was unsure. However, characters like Weissman, the controller of a city, could definitely purchase some. Feng was not a city lord, so if he wished to purchase the Water of Life, he could only try his other identities. If it were not possible to obtain any, he would have to look for other assistants to help him with the crusade quest instead. After he gained sufficient status in the future, he would return and purchase Water of Life after some struggling. The priest finally opened his mouth and said, "Lord Viscount, with your esteemed status, you can purchase 1 drop. Okay, I'll take it," Feng replied, slightly excited. However, his excitement confused the members of Zero Wing behind him. Wasn't it just a single drop of Water of Life? Yet it actually caused their usually calm and indifferent guild leader to grow excited. Could this Water of Life possibly be an epic item? That will be 300 gold, Lord Viscount. The priest carefully took out a small crystal vial from his pocket. Within this vial, there was a single droplet of dark blue liquid aqua. Rose immediately revealed a shocked expression when she heard the required price of 300 gold. The others were stunned as well. However, Feng was not surprised by this price. Instead, he handed over 300 gold to the priest without hesitation. His actions even seemed a little impatient. Aqua Rose was speechless when she heard the price for a drop of Water of Life. There was not a single guild in God's domain that could possibly afford such an amount. Hence, when she saw Feng hand over 300 gold to the priest, her disbelief was overwhelming. Although Aqua Rose had long since known that Feng was rich, she never thought his fortune was this vast. No, a Wonder Guild leader said that 30 gold was cheap before. Snow Goose finally understood Feng's words back at the Adventurers Association. Indeed, compared to 300 gold, the 30 gold deposit for the Guild Crusade quest was nothing. With 300 gold, one could fully arm a 100-man elite team with mysterious iron equipment. In the end, just how deeply hidden is this guy? Just how much do I not know about Zero Wing? Aqua Rose shifted her gaze to Feng, a complicated feeling possessing her heart. If Lone Tyrant of Darkstar knew about this, he would definitely regret making an enemy out of Zero Wing. Wars between guilds were mainly competitions in financial power. Meanwhile, by showing off its own financial power, Darkstar had simply shown off its slight skill in front of an expert. However, what Aqua Rose did not know was that Darkstar could have caused Feng some significant problems had they really annihilated Zero Wing's core team. After all, Blackie wielded an epic rank staff. The others also possessed excellent dark gold items. If Darkstar had managed to obtain these items, the consequences would have been unimaginably dire. After Feng obtained the Water of Life, he hurried over to a simple and crude-looking house located in the slums of White River City. In this house lived a middle-aged man with only a single arm. Originally, this man had been a powerful Tier 2 swordmaster. However, during the Great Demon War, he had lost one of his arms, and subsequently his strength deteriorated, reverting to an ordinary citizen. This man was Kite. Even before he had lost his arm, Kite had not been very famous in Starmoon Kingdom. After all, he was simply a Tier 2 swordsman, something common. The reason Feng had come for Kite was mainly that of his potential. 5 years after God's Domain had officially launched, Kite had another name, Windbreaker. Nobody would have thought that a one-armed man living in the slums of White River City would, after becoming the personal guard of a player, one day grow to become a Tier 5, titled Sword Saint. The more shocking matter was the fact that the owner of this Windbreaker was actually just an independent player with subpar techniques, and this player was simply a lifestyle player. However, Due to the presence of this Tier 5, titled Sword Saint, this insignificant, independent player had actually become an existence that nobody dared to provoke casually. The same went for the first-rate guilds. At that time, many first-rate guilds and super guilds had also offered astronomical prices in order to recruit this independent player. Moreover, the prices they offered were much higher than what they would usually offer when recruiting a Tier 5 expert. The reason being, NPCs were different from players. NPCs of the same rank were much more powerful than players, not to mention a Tier 5 Sword Saint that received the title. Kite's strength far surpassed other ordinary Tier 5 Sword Saints. If ranked according to tiers, a title Sword Saint could be considered a Tier 5 class, and only Tier 6 God rank players could possibly suppress this Windbreaker. Esteemed Lord Viscount, how may I be of service to you? Kite asked in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing when he saw Sir Feng entering his house. Although he had become a cripple with low status, his bearing was completely different when compared to the priest back at the Twilight Temple.
Chapter 4794. Swoosh. Swoosh, 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 a faint whistling sound rang out. 9 rays of light blasted over from a distance. In the blink of an eye, they stopped abruptly in the void one after another. They were 9 ferocious space beasts, all of which were about 100,000 feet in size, but they were of different races. These 9 ferocious beasts were the strongest in the Ferocious Beast Alliance, the 9 ferocious beasts. They had now arrived at their destination. As their figures stopped abruptly, their eyes flashed as they looked at the void in front of them at the same time. There, in the void about 100 million miles away, there was a light gray light cluster that looked about the same size as an ordinary star. It was quietly standing there like a gray black hole. It was actually just a void passage that was jointly opened by some ancient desolate supremacies of the ferocious beasts. It had always been standing there, unremarkable, but it was the holy land of all the ferocious beasts in this chaotic world fragment void. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Boom. The 9 ferocious beasts lined up around the light gray light cluster. Without any hesitation, they acted immediately. There was a thin crack in between their eyebrows. 9 light beams of different colors shot out from it, bringing a whistling sound in the void. These light beams were the bloodline light beams formed by the 9 ferocious beasts burning their soul blood. At this moment, they shot out and gathered together in the blink of an eye, forming a larger and more dazzling light beam. In a flash, they rushed into the light gray light cluster, and there was no more sound. Outside the light cluster, the 9 ferocious beasts were not in a hurry. After they gathered the light beams that contained their bloodline aura and shot them into the light cluster channel, they waited quietly. At the same time, he was secretly guessing which existence would awaken from his deep slumber this time around. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, a day had passed. However, these 9 ferocious beasts were not impatient at all. They were still very quiet because they were awakened in this way. No one knew better than them about everything. In fact, if there were no accidents, in the independent cave on the other side of the light cluster channel, there should be 1 or 2 desolate supremacies that had awakened. However, after sleeping for such a long time, even if their consciousness returned, they would still need a certain amount of buffer time. The full recovery after a long period of sleep was originally a gradual process. If they were too anxious, it would not be good for them. There was a hidden danger. Roar. Roar, another day had passed. Finally, there was movement in the gray light cluster. 2 roars came one after another. It was clear that they did not belong to the same existence, but the aura revealed was the supreme desolate supremacy realm. The 9 ferocious beasts waiting outside the gray light cluster were stunned at the same time, then their faces showed a joyful expression, and they cried out softly, 9 desolate supremacies. The 9 desolate supremacies. Desolate supremacies. The 2 desolate supremacies have awakened and are about to descend. My ferocious beast federation will finally not have to endure that vexation anymore. At least we can protect ourselves. Listening to the movement, this time it seems to be the wolf supremacy and the insect supremacy who have awakened. These are two 7th order late-stage desolate supremacies. They are definitely not to be underestimated. Shio shio, roar. As the soft roar sounded, from the gray light cluster in front of them, 2 light rays shot out in an instant and landed in the void between the 9 ferocious beasts. They were a silver wolf and an insect that looked somewhat similar to a rhinoceros beetle. They must be the wolf supremacy and the insect supremacy that the 9 ferocious beasts had just mentioned. At this moment, the wolf supremacy and the insect supremacy of the Fern Beast Alliance had awakened and rushed out of the independent cave. Although their bodies were not huge, and they did not show their bloodline true form, only about 10,000 feet tall, the cultivation aura that emanated from their bodies was extremely terrifying. Without exception, both of them were late 7th order supreme desolate supremacies. They were stronger than the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile. Why did you wake us up? There are already 9 of you gathered here. Is there anything that you can't solve? At this moment, as they descended, the 2 desolate supremacies who had just been awakened swept their gazes across the 9 ferocious beasts in the surrounding void. The questioning voice was also transmitted, and there was a hint of displeasure in it. According to their original plan, this hibernation would only end at the moment when the Great Desolate Era fully descended. At that time, even if they could not reach the 9th Order Desolate Supremacy, it was still very possible for them to reach at least the 8th Order. But now, because they were awakened early, their cultivation strength was only at the 7th Order. It would be difficult for them to break through again. In this regard, the 9 ferocious beasts who had awakened the wolf supremacy and the insect supremacy were obviously well aware of this. At this moment, when they saw the other party directly asked about this matter as soon as they arrived, the 9 ferocious beasts felt embarrassed and shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Then, they used their divine sense to communicate. In just a few breaths, the complicated situation in this great desolate world fragment was roughly explained and explained. The Master of the Magic Hole. Yi Xian, the Heavenly River Star Master. Does he have such a powerful combat power? Even the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Demon Alligator are not his opponent. Strange, among the creatures of the Great Desolate Era, there were no such 2 existences. Could it be that they rose up in the later generations? How could they reach such a height? After understanding the situation clearly, the displeasure on the faces of the wolf supremacy and the insect supremacy disappeared. It was replaced by a touch of suspicion and confusion. They had been hibernating for countless years. Now that they had just woken up, they heard that 2 such powerful existences had risen in the later generations. In this great desolate world fragment, even the veteran desolate supremacy, the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Demon Alligator were not their opponents. The shock in their hearts was naturally imaginable. You just said that the Heavenly River Star Master, Yi Xian, has a supreme treasure. Are there 9 black dragons pulling the one? As soon as they finished explaining the general situation, the 2 insect supremacies suddenly turned their heads and looked at the 9 ferocious beasts. Their eyes flashed as they asked. The 9 of them were stunned at the same time and nodded subconsciously. Their faces were also showing a confused look. It really is him. How dare he rampage at the edge of the Great Desolate Beast Alliance? He is really arrogant. After getting the answer, the insect supremacy's body was instantly filled with a monstrous murderous aura. Before he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. Looks like the Heavenly River Star Lord, Yi Xian, that you guys were talking about, has come. Moreover, he doesn't seem to be very far away. Although that one carriage is a primordial treasure that can conceal its presence and avoid detection, the arachnids possess a unique bloodline talent that can't be hidden from him. Seeing that the insect supremacy had left, the wolf supremacy also turned his head and looked over. After saying that, his entire figure instantly turned into a faint light. In a flash, he rushed into the void and disappeared. This was clearly the rhythm of a battle that was about to break out. Everything happened so fast that the 9 ferocious beasts were completely caught off guard. They turned their heads in shock and exchanged glances with each other. Only then did they come back to their senses and followed. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4795. Whoosh! In the void, a black ray of light shot past at an extremely fast speed, just passing by the edge of the star field occupied by the Beast Alliance. This ray of light was the demon dragon's imperial carriage. However, Yi Xian was not in the Phoenix room. Only the 7 girls were there. They had just finished their seclusion and walked out of the forbidden land of sunrise, using the demon dragon's imperial carriage as a means of transportation. They wandered in this void to relax. Since they were here to relax, the 7 girls naturally adjusted the power of the demon dragon's domain. Although the curtain-like mist in the front yard of the demon dragon's domain had already been lowered, it didn't completely cut off the area. Even looking from the outside, one could vaguely see the scene inside, but it was hazy and charming. Rumble! Right at this moment, an earth-shattering sound suddenly came from the void. In front of the void where the demonic dragon imperial chariot was flying, a huge crack opened. From within, a space bug clan member with long tentacles darted out, looking extremely ferocious. Its body was originally only about 100,000 feet long, but the moment it rushed out of the crack, it instantly expanded. In less than half a breath of time, this space insect race was already as big as a star. Compared to him, the demon dragon imperial carriage was actually not that big. It was too eye-catching. At this moment, such a huge space bug suddenly rushed out in front of them. The 7 girls reacted immediately, and the demon dragon's imperial carriage came to an abrupt stop in the void. Immediately after, a soft cry of surprise came from the front yard of the Phoenix room. Supreme Primordial. It's actually at the late stage of the 7th order. This is troublesome. Damn bug, this sovereign hates bugs the most, but this time I met such a big one, and I can't beat it. It's really infuriating. Boom. Rumble. Before the 7 girls' soft cries of resentment could be heard, an earth-shattering roar came from the left side of the Beast Alliance's star field. Turning his head to look, he saw a huge silver wolf the size of a star pouncing towards him at a high speed. Behind the silver wolf were 9 other beasts of different bloodlines, all of which were mighty figures of the primordial era. As for the silver wolf's cultivation level, it was the same as the space bug tribe that appeared first. It had reached the Supreme Desolate Realm, and it was at the 7th rank of the Supreme Desolate Realm. It was a powerful late-stage Desolate Venerable. In the blink of an eye, another late-stage 7th rank Desolate Supremacy had arrived. Other than that, there were 9 other desolate primordial great figure ferocious beasts like them. In the blink of an eye, 11 figures had already formed an encirclement around the demonic dragon chariot that had stopped abruptly in midair. This was clearly the rhythm of their attack. The expressions of the 7 maidservants had already changed. Amidst the thick resentment that could not be dispersed, there was also a faint trace of worry. Now, the 7 of them had recovered to the peak of their cultivation in their previous lives, which was the Desolate Antiquity Great Perfection Stage 9, or half-step Desolate Supremacy. Although he was only a half-step Desolate Venerable, the 7 sisters had a tacit understanding of each other. If they were to fight together, even a true primordial sovereign might not be able to do anything to them. But this only referred to the early-stage Desolate Supremacy, but now, among the 11 huge figures that surrounded the demonic dragon chariot in the distance, there were actually 2 primordial sovereigns, and they were both late-stage 7th-ranked Desolate Supremacies. With such powerful strength, even if the 7 sisters and the 9 powerful demonic dragons were to join forces, they would not be able to shake either of the 2 late-stage Desolate Supremacies. In the face of such a situation, escaping was the only choice. No matter how unwilling they were, there was nothing they could do. Thinking of this, the corpse ancestor Hitorigami immediately moved. The demonic dragon chariot that was originally motionless in midair turned into a ray of light in the blink of an eye and rushed to the right side of the space. There were two mighty figures that were guarding in the distance. The defense line was relatively weak, and it was the best place to break through. Roar. Screech. Seeing that they were treated as soft persimmons by the other party, the two mighty figures that were blocking in front of them were instantly furious. They raised their heads and roared. The aura in their body instantly surged to the extreme. It was clear that they were going to block with all their strength. You can't escape. At this time, an incomparably arrogant voice suddenly sounded in the void, revealing endless disdain. Buzz. As this voice sounded, in another direction in the distance, the two long antennae on the forehead of the huge space bug clan that was like a star suddenly trembled violently. With the appearance of the tremor, there was a low buzzing sound that was so high that it was terrifying. At this moment, ripples that were as fine as scales appeared in the vast expanse of space within a radius of 10 billion kilometers. It was like a pool of still water that was suddenly wrinkled by a gentle breeze. This was clearly due to some kind of bloodline talent of the insect lord. Although it did not completely seal off the void, it affected its structure. The direct result of this was that the demonic dragon chariot, which was originally shooting forward at an extremely fast speed, suddenly slowed down. Furthermore, it slowed down to a point that made one's hair stand on end. It was like a cheetah that had suddenly charged into a quagmire. It was trapped deep in the quagmire and couldn't move at all. This insect is not simple. It has mastered the extremely strong power of the space law. The void within a radius of 10 billion miles is affected by the power he used. It is impossible to escape now. Seeing this scene, Corpse Ancestor Hitorigami's face instantly turned gloomy. As she whispered, she once again changed the power of the demonic dragon chariot's domain. The only thing we can do now is to be trapped here and wait for Master to rescue us. Fortunately, the Imperial chariot is a remote ancient supreme. In addition to the extreme luxury, the most important thing is defense. Although these two Seven Empress Desolate sovereigns are powerful, even if they join forces, it will take at least a day to break through the Imperial chariot's power domain. Speaking up to this point, her words paused as a helpless expression appeared on her face. She shook her head and bitterly smiled. I hope Master can make it in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid we seven sisters will be in trouble again this time. Swoosh. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. As soon as Corpse Ancestor Hitorigami's voice fell, there was a faint sound of breaking through the air. The 11 high-level beasts of the Beast Alliance were approaching, and there was even a voice of divine sense. Huh? There are only 7 girls. Where is the Sky River Star Lord Yi Xian? Get out here, I will meet him. These words came from the Wolf Sovereign on the right side of the void. At this moment, as the figure approached about 100 million miles, the 11 figures came to an abrupt halt again at the same time. Then, the Wolf Sovereign, whose body was like a star, suddenly opened his bloody mouth. A lightning-like crescent moon slashed out at an extreme speed that was almost faster than the speed of light. This is just a warning. If you don't show yourself in 10 breaths, I will tear apart your chariot. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4796. The Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun, inside the Magic Hall. Yi Xian hadn't been in seclusion recently because he hadn't fully assimilated the gains from his last breakthrough into his body and soul. Although his state of mind was strong, it wasn't time for him to enter seclusion again. Unless there was another earth-shattering battle, the demonic hall had already ruled the world in this fragment of the primordial world. Even the blood-colored Qilin, the 9 netherworld demon crocodile, the 9-headed blood flood dragon, and the azure sky rock were hiding and did not dare to show their faces. As for the others, it could be said that although this great desolate world fragment was vast and boundless, it wasn't an easy task for Yi Xian to find an opponent to have a good battle with. Perhaps this was the feeling of being lonely at the top. Just as Yi Xian was sighing with emotion, the void of this great desolate world fragment suddenly started to change. The 5 great alliances that had originally submitted to the Demon Palace actually announced their withdrawal in a short span of a month, leaving them alone. It stood. On the Star Alliance's side, the Blood Dragon, the Azure Rock, and the Battle Lion all moved over. The Alliance's military strength increased by 20 billion battleships, 25 primordial beings, and the blood-devouring lion that could reach the 7th rank Desolate Supremacy under its secret technique. With the return of the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock, their combined strength increased by leaps and bounds. As for the alliance of 10,000 races, the Space Rats, the Hell Ants, the Giant Ferocious, and the Evil Slime all moved over. The Alliance's military strength increased by 40 billion battleships, 24 late-stage primordial beings, and 4 mid-stage primordial beings. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but be a little speechless at this kind of strength. As expected of an ancient race, they had a rich foundation. 4 primordial beings had arrived. What really shocked him was the Human Federation. The immortal 9 stars, the Sky Absolute Palace, and the Temple of Glory had all arrived at the same time. Aside from the tens of billions of battleships, there were 36 supreme beings, 36 primordial beings, and even 6 primordial beings. In addition to Dier, who had just broken through to the Desolate Supremacy realm, the Human Federation had a total of 7 Desolate Supremacies. Compared to the Star Alliance, the alliance of 10,000 races, and the Magic Hall of the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun, it was a one-sided affair. It could even be said that even the Magic Hall was no match for the Human Federation. This sudden turn of events caught Yi Xian off guard. Not long ago, he had lamented that it was so difficult to find someone to fight a good fight with. But now, there were more than a dozen supreme masters of the remote antiquity in the void of the fragment of the untainted land. Any one of them had the qualifications to fight him head-on. For a moment, Yi Xian couldn't even decide who to attack first. But then, he suddenly felt a throbbing in his heart. It was the presence of the demon dragon, a primordial treasure that had already been refined by Yi Xian. If there was any unusual movement, with Yi Xian's current cultivation base and strength, as long as they were in the same universe, inside, he could instantly sense it. In that instant, his expression changed abruptly. It was extremely gloomy, and his words were extremely cold. The Beast Alliance. How dare you attack my imperial carriage? I don't know who to attack first. Since you're here to die, I'll grant you your wish. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's figure flashed, and with a faint sound of breaking air, he disappeared, at the edge of the Beast Alliance's planetary system. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The Wolf Sovereign, whose body was as large as a star, suddenly opened his bloody maw. A lightning-fast crescent moon slashed out at an extreme speed that was almost faster than the speed of light, heading straight for the besieged demonic dragon imperial carriage. At the same time, his voice came out, "This is just a warning. If you don't show yourself within 10 breaths, this sovereign will tear down your imperial carriage." Boom! The dignified late-stage desolate sovereign actually took advantage of fellow Ye's absence to bully his retinue, and even said that he would tear down his imperial carriage. You have such big words. Have you asked this, Lord? Just as the Wolf Sovereign's voice fell, a shocking explosion suddenly came from the void not far behind him. Then, a voice that was clearly filled with laziness came out. There was not even a crack in the void, but the figure of the Master of the Magic Hall strangely appeared out of thin air. Moreover, it was clearly in its complete state. Its body was 60 million miles long, which was bigger than the Wolf Sovereign and the Insect Sovereign, which were the size of stars. 2 circles. Bang! Almost at the same time as the figure appeared, Yi Xian did not hesitate to attack. He punched out diagonally and hit the Wolf Sovereign's right rib. In an instant, his terrifying figure, which was like a star, was sent flying backwards. In the void, there seemed to be a faint groan. It was obvious that although this punch did not seriously injure him, he was definitely not much better off, the current Yi Xian, under the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, had reached the 7th order of the desolate ancient sovereign, which was equivalent to the wolf's sovereign. However, if you were to add on the fact that the boundless energy and blood within his 60 million kilometer body would increase his cultivation by 1 level, then his peak combat strength would be comparable to that of a desolate sovereign of the 8th step. Yi Xian was originally determined to obtain this punch, and at the very least, he would be able to injure Lang Xun. However, the final result disappointed him. After all, the other party was an ancient late-stage desolate sovereign. Although he was caught off guard and did not dodge, the power within his body had already been mobilized. That was why, although he was sent flying, he was not seriously injured. You are quite resistant to beatings. Unfortunately, none of you can leave today, Walala. Turning his head and glancing in the direction where the wolf's sovereign was sent flying backwards, Yi Xian's voice had just fallen when the sound of splashing water could be heard. The entire body of the violent ape collapsed in an instant, turning into a sea of blood that spread out, enveloping a corner of the universe. Roar! Roar! Screech! Immediately after, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, shocking roars and whistling sounds rang out. In the midst of the shocking boundless sea of blood, in the blink of an eye, 3 huge figures rose from the ground in an instant. They were the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient demonic ape. One was a body of flesh and blood, which was the star violent ape. One was a skeleton, without any flesh and blood, just a purple-gold skeleton, exuding an endless murderous aura, incomparably ferocious. One was a body of black fog. Although it was also in the shape of a violent ape, its body was a black fog. Even its pair of eyes were only 2 purple lights, which looked extremely strange. In just a short breath, the 3 blood sea avatars had been condensed. And the cultivation aura emitted from their bodies were all at the 7th order of the desolate ancient sovereign. But in fact, the true combat strength of these 3 blood sea avatars, due to the support of the boundless vitality in the 60 million mile long body, had all reached the level of an 8th order desolate sovereign. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 4797. Roar! Roar! Screech! As the blood sea spread across the sky, the 3 blood sea clones raised their heads and roared at the same time. Their violent aura filled the sky, and the void trembled because of it. The expressions of the 9 ferocious beasts who had gathered around changed at once, and they subconsciously retreated hundreds of millions of miles away. This was a completely instinctive reaction. The Demon Hall Master's ferocious reputation was too resounding, and he had long left a shadow in their hearts. At this moment, when they saw the 3 blood sea clones appear, their sense of danger dropped sharply, and they retreated reflexively. At the same time, the Wolf Lord, who was sent flying by Yi Xian's punch, and the Insect Lord, who was hundreds of millions of miles away in another direction, had a drastic change in expression. Blood Sea Secret Technique. You've actually completely comprehended the power of the clones. What's your relationship with the Master of the Blood Sea? No, this is the Master of the Blood Sea Supreme Secret Technique. How could it be leaked so easily? But this person is clearly not the Master of the Blood Sea. His aura is too unfamiliar. What's going on? The Wolf Lord and the Insect Lord were like the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Gloom Demon Crocodile. They were all existences that had lived from the beginning of the primordial era to the present. Therefore, they naturally saw through Yi Xian's Blood Sea secret technique at a glance. In the beginning of the primordial era, the Master of the Blood Sea was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Void Tortoise, the Golden Divine Dragon, and the Primordial Yiksha. He had once used this unique secret technique to dominate the world. However, they could not figure out how the Blood Sea secret technique of the Blood Sea secret technique had fallen into the hands of an outsider. It would have been fine if it was just the tip of the iceberg, but it was clear that the other party had completely comprehended it. Roar, if you want to fight, then fight. What's with the nonsense? Ignoring the other party's confusion, the cosmic violent ape immediately raised its head and let out a furious roar. Then, with a flip of its hand, the big-headed black cudgel appeared in its hand, and it was dragged by it as it charged toward the insect lord. I hate bugs the most in my life. Son, in today's battle, let's destroy them first. Screech. Almost at the same time, the skeleton avatar of the three Blood Sea avatars also raised its head and roared fiercely. A cold light flashed in its eyes. Its figure flashed, and it turned around and shot toward the wolf sovereign, who had just stabilized his body in the distance. A gloomy voice rang out at this moment, "Big wolf dog, you are mine." Shio, a faint whistling sound rang out, and the black mist doppelganger of the three Blood Sea doppelgangers instantly appeared behind Lord Insect without uttering a single word. It was clear that the skeleton avatar was going to temporarily stall the wolf lord, and then the flesh avatar and the black mist avatar would launch a pincer attack to kill the insect lord. I have to say, the idea is not bad. Realizing this, a look of disdain flashed across Insect Supremacy's eyes. His gaze swept across the approaching violent ape and black fog avatars in front and behind him. He sneered, "Unfortunately, even if all of you have battle strength that is comparable to an 8th rank Desolate Supremacy, and even if all of you join forces, besieging and killing me, but wanting to kill me is still a bit of a fantasy." At the end of his words, his tone changed, revealing a thick sense of ridicule. "Late-stage Desolate Supremacy is not so easy to kill, is that so?" In front, a violent ape took over the conversation and sneered casually. However, the movements of his hands did not stop at all. The big-headed black stick that was originally behind him was instantly raised high, and like a spine of heaven and earth, it smashed towards Insect Supremacy's head. And one T/fall. This black stick is actually also a desolate ancient treasure. Seeing the big-headed black stick, Insect Supremacy was slightly shocked, but he quickly recovered. His figure shot to the left, and a mocking tone came out of his mouth. "Your battle strength is comparable to an 8th rank Desolate Supremacy, and you even have a desolate ancient treasure level big black stick in your hand. The power of this blow is amazing. If it was a middle-stage Desolate Supremacy, it is very likely that he would have died here. Unfortunately, this sovereign is a late-stage 7th order, so dodging your attack is not difficult. No matter how terrifying the attack is, if it can't hit the target, it's just a joke in the end. Violent ape, your ferocious power can only crush some low-level existences. Facing a late-stage Desolate Supremacy of the same cultivation level, you're only so-so. What can you do to me?" Huff! Before he could finish speaking, a howling sound that sounded like the howling of a violent wind suddenly came from behind him. At this moment, the black mist avatar made its move. It did not attack the Insect Supremacy together with the violent ape. Instead, it waved its hand towards the left side of the Insect Supremacy. As he waved his hand, a 9-colored light that looked like a firefly shot out. Its speed was extremely fast, faster than lightning, and at the same time it shot out, it expanded explosively against the wind. In less than half a breath of time, this originally insignificant 9-colored light that was as small as a firefly had already evolved into a vast and boundless 9-colored sea of flames, completely sealing off the left side of the Insect Supremacy. Now, he could either stop abruptly and forcefully resist the big-headed black stick that was smashed down by the violent ape, or he could only continue to dodge sideways and crash into this 9-colored sea of flames with an astonishing aura. Without a doubt, this was a very difficult choice. For the Insect Supremacy, the only meaning of these two choices was to choose which method to use. To bury himself and disappear into thin air. Shinong 9-colored flame. That's impossible. Screech. Almost at the same time that this 9-colored sea of flames suddenly appeared in the void, the Insect Supremacy, who had a mocking smile on his face, instantly changed his expression. As his body shook violently, an incomparably shrill cry of alarm and ruthless howl came out of his mouth. At the same time, his huge body that was originally dodging to the left also came to an abrupt stop at this moment. barely stopping at the edge of the nine-colored sea of flames. This was his choice. As an ancient existence that had lived from the beginning of the ancient era to the present, the insect supremacy naturally understood the terror of the Shinong nine-colored flame. In his opinion, if he rushed into the nine-colored sea of flames like this, the result would definitely be death. However, if he stopped abruptly and forcefully resisted the big-headed black stick that was smashing down from above, although it would definitely be extremely miserable, it would probably only be a 9 out of 10 death. It was just life. No matter what. At least there was still a glimmer of hope. Do you want to ask for the last glimmer of hope? Unfortunately, you are thinking too much. As if he had guessed the other party's thoughts, at this moment, the corner of the violent ape's mouth slowly revealed a disdainful smile. At the same time, the big-headed black stick that was raised high in his right hand also used all his strength and instantly fell down. Bam! This explosion was earth-shattering. The insect supremacy's body did not move in the void at all. He did not even need to aim at all. He was smashed by the big-headed black stick that was falling down from above. In the blink of an eye, he exploded into a cloud of blood mist, which was swept up by the violent ape and absorbed into his body to begin the blood essence condensation. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 4798. Yi Xian's 3 avatars moved at the same time. The blood avatar temporarily held back the wolf sovereign, while the skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar attacked the insect sovereign from the front and back. One used the 9-colored flame sea to block the insect sovereign's path of retreat, while the other swung the big-headed black stick. With just one blow, the insect sovereign, who was caught off guard, had its head smashed open and died. All of this happened too quickly. No one could react in time. When the wolf sovereign, who had just clashed with the blood avatar, regained his senses, the insect sovereign's body had already exploded into a bloody mist. It was absorbed into Yi Xian's body and sent into the Shinong treasure cauldron to be refined by the blood essence. He already had a desolate supremacy blood essence in his hand, which he had obtained by accident. Now that he had killed the insect sovereign, he had obtained another desolate supremacy blood essence. The number of desolate supremacy blood essences in his hand had reached 2. Turning his head, the wolf sovereign, who had just clashed with the blood avatar, trembled violently. He could not believe what had just happened, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The 9 ferocious beasts, who had already retreated to the distance, trembled violently. Their expressions changed drastically as they cried out in shock. How is this possible? The insect sovereign was blown apart by a single blow. This is a late-stage rank 7 desolate supremacy. It has lived since the distant primordial era until now and has only just awakened. Hiss! What terrifying combat strength! The 3 Blood Sea avatars of the Magic Hall Master already have the combat strength of a rank 8 desolate supremacy. In addition, the big-headed black stick is a primordial supremacy. The insect sovereign was caught off guard and was killed. More importantly, the 9-colored flame sea. The insect sovereign could have dodged the big-headed black stick, but because of the 9-colored flame sea, it had no choice but to stop abruptly. Even the insect sovereign is afraid of the flame, not daring to touch it even at the risk of being smashed to death. What is it? It looks like... Heavens, that is the Shinong 9-colored flame, the heavenly flame of the primordial treasure Shinong treasure cauldron. It has already grown to the level of 9-colored flame. This is the precious flame of the earth that even a half-step heavenly Tao expert would be afraid of. What? Even the Shinong treasure cauldron is in his hands. What kind of monster is this? As cries of alarm rang out, the bodies of the 9 ferocious beasts trembled violently, and they subconsciously wanted to retreat again. Yi Xian's skeleton doppelganger and black mist doppelganger were about to charge at the wolf sovereign after killing the insect sovereign. With a thought, Yi Xian immediately issued a command. Screech! Screech! Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless! Almost in the next instant, 9 earth-shattering roars suddenly rang out from the area where the demonic dragon was situated in the distance up ahead. Just a moment ago, Yi Xian had activated the demon dragon chariot's inner defensive field with all his might. As a result, the 9 silent demon dragons suddenly moved. The 9 black dragons had already fallen countless years ago, but after being refined by Yi Xian and the 9 dragons' Azure One carriage into the Devil Dragon Imperial Chariot, they were basically puppet-like existences. As long as the Demon Dragon Imperial Chariot's inner field was activated, they could be activated like puppets and rush out to kill the enemy. Previously, Yi Xian was limited by his own cultivation base and was unable to display the true combat strength of these 9 demon dragons. But now, this problem no longer existed. As the earth-shattering roars rang out, the one carriage's shaft that was bound to their bodies instantly retracted. The 9 black dragons that were no longer bound instantly soared into the sky. Their bodies that were originally only 100 feet tall rapidly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! Rumble! The movement was so loud that the universe erupted with a rumbling sound. In less than half a breath, the 9 black dragons had already reached 100 million feet in size. Each of them raised their heads and roared, instantly spreading out in all directions. From the periphery, they sealed off an area. Immediately after, the Corpse Ancestor, Drought Demon, and the other 7 desolate ancient cultivators also soared into the sky. The 7 desolate ancient cultivators were the Corpse Ancestor Drought Demon, the Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing, the Desolate Electro Lady, the Mysterious Maiden of the 9th Heaven, the 9-tailed Celestial Fox, the Celestial Phoenix Maiden, and the Xixia Fairy. In the distant Desolate era, they were once known as the 7 Great Desolate Ancient Cultivators and were famous for a time. Later, an unprecedented battle broke out in the Desolate Ancient era, and all 7 of them fell. Although they had been reborn for some time in this life, they had not shown their faces in the outside world. Even if they did, it was in the primordial void. What's more, after being reborn in this life, whether it was their appearance or aura, they were different from their previous life. Not to mention the Wolf Sovereign and the 9 ferocious beasts blocked by the 9 black dragons in the void, they had never seen them in the distant Desolate Ancient era. Even if they had seen them, they would definitely not recognize them now. In this life, they had just fully recovered their cultivation base to the peak of their previous life, reaching the great perfection of the 9th stage of the Desolate Ancient era. They wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to come out and relax, adjust their mentality, and then go back into seclusion to break through to the supreme Desolate Ancient realm. But now that they had encountered such an unlucky thing, it really made them feel suffocated and angry. Previously, because Yi Xian had not arrived, they knew that they were no match for him and did not want to be at a disadvantage, so they stayed in the demonic dragon imperial carriage and did not rush out. But now that Yi Xian had arrived, the 7 girls could no longer hold back. Almost at the same time when the demonic dragon imperial carriage was activated by Yi Xian and the 9 black dragons soared up, they had already rushed out of the carriage's vestibule. The 7 girls had a tacit understanding, and at this moment, rushed out of the carriage's vestibule and seemed to form an incomparably mysterious joint attack formation that was invulnerable. At the same time, an incomparably cold voice came out from their mouths as they rushed out and chased after the 9 ferocious beasts. Old fogies, weren't you all very arrogant just now? Now that we have come out, where do you all run to? There are 9 of you, and only 7 of us sisters. In this battle, you all have the advantage, so why are you so panicked? Is running useful? The 9 black dragons formed a formation and trapped you all around. If you are not a desolate supremacy, you will not be able to break through in an instant. This battle, you all have to fight, even if you don't want to. Screech! Screech! At the end of the sentence, the 7 girls raised their heads and roared at the same time. The half-step desolate supremacy cultivation of the 9th rank great perfection in their bodies was activated to the extreme in an instant. Waves of extremely ferocious oppressive aura swept out. In the blink of an eye, it gathered together and turned into a monstrous murderous aura that even the primordial supremacy would be shocked. It rushed towards the 9 ferocious beasts who had just been blocked by the formation formed by the 9 black dragons. It rumbled and crushed. Seeing this scene, the 9 ferocious beasts trembled violently. They turned their heads and looked at the 9 black dragons that had formed a formation in front of them, trapping them in this star field. They could not break through in a short period of time. After exchanging glances with each other, their eyes instantly burst out with a fierce light. Roar! Roar, roar, roar! In desperation, the 9 old fogies immediately raised their heads and roared. The chi and blood in their bodies were pushed to the extreme, and their bodies rapidly expanded. The expression on their faces instantly became extremely ferocious, revealing endless madness. Chapter 4799. Boom! Rumble, in the void, an earth-shattering roar sounded. The 7 primordial cultivators, including Hitorigami, Ho-Ching, Desolate Electro-Lady, Empyrean Maiden, Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox, Celestial Phoenix Maiden, and Xixia Fairy, were fighting against the 9 mighty ferocious beasts of the Beast Alliance. Although there were 9 mighty ferocious beasts, their cultivation levels were different. The strongest among them was only at the Great Perfection Stage 9 of the Primordial Era. However, the 7 primordial cultivators were all Great Perfection Stage 9 of the Primordial Era, or half-step desolate supremacies. Even if there were 2 fewer of them, they did not need the help of the 9 black dragons that were responsible for sealing this corner of the void to help. It could be said that they could easily kill the 9 mighty ferocious beasts. Screech, screech. Hitorigami and Ho-Ching were the first to attack. They rushed to the left and each locked onto a mighty ferocious beasts. They raised their heads and roared. In an instant, corpse-like evil spirits gushed out of their bodies. They rolled like a raging river and majestic like the ocean. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 2 giant heads that were as big as stars. They opened their ferocious mouths. In just one mouthful, they swallowed the 2 mighty ferocious beasts. Immediately after, a chilling crunching sound was heard. The 2 ferocious beasts only let out a few miserable howls before they fell silent and died. The desolate Electro-Lady and Empyrean Maiden rushed to the right. There were also 2 mighty ferocious beasts in this direction. They were also locked onto by the 2 ferocious beasts. They each rushed to one of the ferocious beasts and attacked instantly. Gotcha! There was not even a rumbling sound of thunder. Instead, the sound of lightning suddenly rang out in the void. A golden lightning bolt that was tens of thousands of feet thick suddenly appeared above the head of a mighty ferocious beast. It struck straight at the top of its head and instantly caused its body to explode. This was the desolate Electro-Lady's attack. Her golden lightning was a special lightning bloodline that was related to the power of laws. In addition, the ferocious beasts were weaker than her by a few levels. It was only natural that they would be killed in one strike. After ending all of this, the desolate Lady of Lightning waved her hand, and an invisible force swept out, gathering all of the majestic chi and blood that was formed after the body of this ferocious beast exploded. He immediately compressed it into a ball of blood that was about 10 feet in size and kept it in his body. He was going to give it to Yi Xian later so that he could condense it into a blood essence for him. Ming, at the same time, the 9 Heavens Maiden also made her move. A green mist gushed out from her body and instantly enveloped her entire body. In less than half a breath, this green mist, which was already comparable to a giant star, actually expanded and contracted in an instant, transforming into an incomparably huge 9th heaven mystic bird. Both its beak and claws emitted a green sharpness. It flapped its wings and flew up, pouncing on the back of a powerful ferocious beast. With just a swipe of its claws, it instantly tore apart a powerful ferocious beast whose aura had long been locked onto. Bang! Almost in the next instant, the body of this powerful ferocious beast exploded into a mist of blood. The 9th heaven mystic bird waved its claws, and in an instant, an invisible force swept out, gathering all of the majestic chi and blood that was formed after the body of this powerful ferocious beast exploded. Ming, screech! At the same time, in the void in front of the left, there was also an incomparably resounding clear cry, as well as a soft whistle that revealed an endless sense of laziness. Turning around, it was the Celestial Phoenix Maiden's nine-tailed Celestial Fox who was making a move in this direction. The Celestial Phoenix Maiden had the bloodline of the true Phoenix in her body, and at this moment, had already manifested her bloodline true body. She had transformed into an incomparably dazzling supreme true Phoenix, mighty and gorgeous. Her entire body was bathed in the true Phoenix heavenly fire, imperceptibly exuding a sense of disdain and arrogance. At this moment, as this gigantic supreme true Phoenix stretched out her neck and let out an incomparably resounding clear cry, a great river of flames formed from the endless true Phoenix heavenly fire instantly sprayed out from her mouth. In just half a breath, it had already completely enveloped the powerful ferocious beast whose aura had already been locked on. An incomparably shrill howl was heard. This powerful ferocious beast's body was bound by the great river of flames of the true Phoenix heavenly fire, and could not move at all. He only struggled for a breath of time before his entire body exploded, and all of the majestic blood mist was sucked into the supreme true Phoenix's stomach. As for the nine-tailed celestial fox, at this moment, she had also revealed her bloodline true body. This was an incomparably charming snow-white jade fox. Her fox fur was as white as snow, and her hair was silvery, shining with the round luster of jade. The jade fox's body was not very large, only about 10,000 feet long. Behind her, 9 furry tails of the same color swayed without wind, but the speed was very slow, imperceptibly exuding an extremely languid feeling. The strange thing was that the nine-tailed celestial fox clearly did not do anything unusual. She only raised her head and let out a soft howl, but the powerful ferocious beast whose aura was locked on by her suddenly came to an abrupt halt. He just floated in the void like that, his eyes staring blankly, and he did not do anything else. Following this scene, the nine-tailed celestial fox finally stretched her back. Her figure was like a leopard cat as she stood on her hind legs and stepped on the soft fox steps. She seemed to be very far away, but with just one step, she had already arrived beside this powerful ferocious beast. Bang! She still did not need to make a move. After the nine-tailed celestial fox approached, she just lightly brushed her 9 fox tails on this dazed ferocious beast, who seemed to have fallen into some kind of illusion. His huge physical body had already exploded with a loud bang, and just like that, his body and soul were destroyed. Of course, this powerful ferocious beast's physical body exploded into a majestic blood chi that could not be wasted. The nine-tailed celestial fox raised her head and inhaled. All the blood mist that was about to spread out in the void instantly turned into a river of blood and entered her body. She would give it to Yi Xian later on to condense the blood essence of the powerful ferocious beast. In the blink of an eye, 6 of the 7 gorgeous cultivators had already made their moves. It was as if they had killed a powerful ferocious beast in an instant. At this time, an earth-shattering roar came from the left front. Fairy Zi Xia, one of the 7 gorgeous cultivators, had finally made her move. Boom! Rumble! Fairy Zi Xia was still in her human form, and even her body shape had not changed. However, the powerful ferocious beast that she had locked onto had a body like a giant star. Compared to the two, Fairy Zi Xia was not eye-catching. However, at this moment, along with the earth-shattering roar, endless purple mist gushed out from her seemingly petite body. It rolled like a river and gathered under Fairy Zi Xia's feet. In an instant, it had gathered into a purple ocean. Imperceptibly, a supreme and majestic aura spread out. Fairy Zi Xia's eyes flashed, and her figure, who was standing on the sea of clouds, instantly disappeared. The sea of mist that exuded the endless Myrtle Emperor's aura also surged and turned into a giant purple dragon. After a clear roar, she had already arrived in front of the powerful ferocious beast. She raised her forelimbs high and pressed them down with a loud bang. The powerful ferocious beast's huge inner body exploded with a bang. Chapter 4800. In a short period of time, the 7 gorgeous cultivators attacked almost at the same time. Each of them killed a powerful ferocious beast. It only took 3 breaths of time, so short that it was almost negligible. After 3 breaths of time, only 2 of the original 9 powerful ferocious beasts of the Ferocious Beast Alliance were left. Although these 2 ferocious beasts were the strongest, like the 7 gorgeous cultivators, they had also reached the Great Perfection Stage 9, which was the half-step Desolate Supremacy realm. But at this point, the annihilation of these 9 ferocious beasts was unavoidable. It was as if it was destined. The 7 gorgeous cultivators were fighting 7 against 2. In addition, there were also 9 powerful black demonic dragons in charge of sealing this corner of the void. If they were to let them escape, it would be too ridiculous. The 7 gorgeous cultivators were all existences that had experienced the Great War of the Desolate Era. With their rich experience, it was naturally impossible for them to make such a mistake. Roar. Whoosh! Seeing this scene, the black fog avatar in the distance waved his hand and retrieved the 9-colored flames sea that filled the void. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, he immediately turned around and rushed into the distance. The skeleton avatar was the same. It held the big-headed black stick in its hand and let out a shocking roar. In the blink of an eye, it followed behind, in front of the 2, billions of miles away, the flesh avatar, Bao Yuan, and the Ferocious Beast Alliance's Wolf Lord were fighting fiercely. Although Bao Yuan's cultivation realm was the same as Wolf Lord, he was only a late-stage 7th-stage Desolate Supremacy. However, his true battle strength was comparable to a late-stage 8th-stage Desolate Supremacy. The battle had only lasted for a dozen breaths of time, and Wolf Lord had already fallen into a disadvantage. Although it was not to the extent that he could only defend and had no power to fight back, it was not far away. However, he was a powerful late-stage Desolate Supremacy after all. If Bao Yuan alone did not use the Fallen Sky Bow and other powerful abilities, and without the big-headed black stick and Shinong Cauldron in his hands, it was impossible to kill him. In fact, Bao Yuan did not have such thoughts at all. He only wanted to delay Wolf Lord and prevent him from attacking the 7 gorgeous cultivators. At the same time, he could not get away. Obviously, he did it, because whether it was the 7 gorgeous cultivators, the skeleton avatar, or the black fog avatar, the battle was almost over. Roar, damn it, a dignified Desolate Supremacy, are you planning to bully me with numbers? At this moment, the skeleton doppelganger and the black mist doppelganger roared and charged over. However, they were held back by the violent ape and were unable to extricate themselves. The wolf sovereign's eyelids twitched as he raised his head and let out a furious roar. You're speaking as if you weren't bullying the weak with numbers. Bao Yuan curled his lips. Yi Xian's spiritual sense voice resounded as well. It could be heard clearly in the entire void. Now that it's your turn, you're using such words to provoke me. To think that you're a late-stage Desolate Supremacy. Do you have any shame? Moreover, these are just my 3 Blood Sea clones. I am the only one. If you are not convinced, why don't you make 3 of them yourself? PFFF, these words were too hurtful. The wolf sovereign was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with grief and indignation. Of course, he could create a clone, but to have the same cultivation level as his main body was a fool's dream. Not to mention the late-stage Desolate Supremacy realm, he wasn't even at the early-stage Desolate Supremacy realm. At most, he was at the late-stage Desolate Supremacy realm. What's more, the more clones there were, the greater the impact on one's body. Now that he was being beaten up in his peak state, if he were to create a few more clones, wouldn't he be in an even worse state? Roar, screech. At this moment, the skeleton doppelganger and the black fog doppelganger had already arrived in front of him. They each occupied one side, forming a tripartite formation. Together with the violent ape, they surrounded the wolf sovereign. Without any hesitation, the black mist clone waved its hand, and a nine-colored ray of light shot out at an extremely fast speed. It was faster than lightning, and at the same time, it expanded explosively against the wind. In less than half a breath, this originally insignificant nine-colored light had already evolved into a vast nine-colored flame sea, and it was spreading to the left and right at an extremely fast speed. It was clearly trying to completely seal off the space where the Wolf Sovereign was, leaving no room for escape. Shenong nine-colored flame. In that case, this stick should be the Shenong pestle. Moreover, in your hands, there is still a Shenong treasure cauldron that you have yet to use. Seeing this nine-colored sea of flames, the Wolf Sovereign's eyes flashed with a dark light. He was absent-minded for a moment, and his eyes were somewhat blank. Even the words in his mouth were like whispers in his sleep. He knew that he would definitely die today. Furthermore, after he died, the Ferocious Beast Alliance would not be able to escape this calamity. Even the independent Grotto Heaven where many ferocious beast almighties and desolate supremacies were still slumbering would fall into the hands of the Demon Hall. Today, this sovereign admits defeat, but don't be complacent. The Beast Clan will one day seek revenge. Thinking of this, the Wolf Sovereign seemed to have made some kind of decision. His eyes became incomparably firm, and his voice suddenly became sharp. Halfway through his words, he actually raised his head and roared, roar. Explode. Bang! With the last roar, the Wolf Sovereign's huge body instantly exploded. This was the rhythm of his body and soul exploding at the same time. The energy was so majestic that even Yi Xian's three Blood Sea doppelgangers had a drastic change in expression at the same time. Whoosh! As the Wolf Sovereign's huge body exploded, a grey light shot out from his body and directly rushed into the Beast Alliance's star domain in the distance. Its speed was extremely fast, and it had disappeared in the blink of an eye. In this regard, Yi Xian did not intercept it, because this light had nothing to do with the Wolf Sovereign. It was not his soul that was trying to escape, but more like an energy imprint used to activate some kind of ancient formation. Of course, the more important reason was that he was completely unable to free himself at this moment. Although the Wolf Sovereign was a late-stage desolate sovereign of the Seventh Order, and now that his body and soul had exploded together, although he could injure Yi Xian, it was only a light injury at most. It was impossible for him to even be seriously injured. However, the 7 beautiful cultivators and the 9 black demonic dragons in the distance were different. If they were raged by this violent energy, the 7 beautiful cultivators would definitely be seriously injured again. This was definitely not what Yi Xian wanted to see. These 7 girls had just recovered their peak cultivation from their previous lives, and were planning to adjust their mentality before going into seclusion to break through to the Supreme Desolate Realm. If they were to be severely injured at this time, it would be too big of a blow to them. Therefore, no matter what, he could not let this majestic and violent energy wreak havoc. If it was someone else, they would not be able to do anything even if they wanted to. However, Yi Xian was different. He had the Shenong treasured cauldron. Although the power of the late-stage desolate sovereign's self-destruction was terrifying, it was still far from being able to shake the Shenong treasured cauldron. It was not only a supreme desolate sovereign, but also a precious treasure of the great desolate era. How could it be destroyed so easily? Chapter 4801. Whoosh! As the Wolf Sovereign's huge body exploded, a grey light shot out from his body and directly rushed into the star domain of the Beast Alliance in the distance. Its speed was extremely fast, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Although Yi Xian saw this grey light, he did not intercept it. Because judging from its aura, the grey light clearly had nothing to do with the Wolf Sovereign. It was not his divine soul that was trying to escape, but more like an energy brand used to activate some kind of ancient formation. His guess was indeed correct. This was the truth. Facing Yi Xian, who was sitting on the Shenong treasured cauldron, and the Shenong exotic flame in the cauldron had grown to the level of a 9-colored flame, he knew that there was no chance of survival at all. Even if he self-destructed and wanted to escape with a wisp of his divine soul, it was absolutely impossible. Therefore, the Wolf Sovereign did not do so. What he sent out was only a gray light that had nothing to do with him. This gray light shot out, and after entering the depths of the star domain where the Beast Alliance was located, it went straight to the gray light cluster that was regarded as a holy land by the countless forbidden beasts in the void of this fragment of the universe. And it disappeared into it at the first moment. Then, an upheaval occurred, boom. Rumble. An earth-shattering rumble resounded, and the entire void could be heard clearly. At this moment, as the undetectable gray light rushed into the gray light ball, the entire gray light ball that was as huge as a star was instantly like a giant head. It was as if a sleeping beast had suddenly awakened. As the earth-shattering rumbles continued, an invisible and mysterious power spread out from the gray light ball. All the star beasts in this area, no matter how strong or weak they were, could sense it clearly. Roar! Roar! Screech! At this moment, all the ferocious beasts in the innumerable planets of the Ferocious Beast Alliance roared, revealing endless joy and excitement. They felt the call, the ancient call from their bloodline. All of a sudden, as if they were on a pilgrimage, all the ferocious beasts in the universe rushed out of the life stars where they were staying. They used their fastest speed to rush to the source of the ancient bloodline call, which was the gray light cluster that seemed to be the awakening of the dormant ferocious beasts. At the same time, an extremely terrifying suction force suddenly emanated from this mysterious gray ball of light, and it was only effective towards the ferocious beasts in the starry sky. However, the stars in space weren't affected at all. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! As the gray light cluster slowly rotated, it became like a gray vortex. An extremely terrifying suction force came, and the large number of beasts that were converging toward the gray light cluster in the void instantly increased their momentum by more than 10 times. A series of piercing noises rang out. This was the noise caused by a large number of ferocious beasts in space being sucked into the gray light ball as their bodies turned into streaks of light. All of this happened too quickly. In just a dozen breaths, there were countless ferocious beasts in the vast galaxy occupied by the Ferocious Beast Alliance. But now, more than 70% of them had entered the gray light cluster. A low hum sounded, and the rotation of the gray light cluster came to an abrupt stop. Then, it quickly condensed inwards, turning into a speck of light in the blink of an eye, and disappeared. Roar! Roar roar roar, screech. In the void, countless ferocious beasts roared and howled. In the vast star field occupied by the beasts, there were still nearly 30% of the ferocious beasts left, but now it was as if they had been abandoned. Among the shocking roars and howls, there was nothing that could be seen. It was filled with anger and desperation. Walala. As the wolf sovereign's physical body exploded, Yi Xian's 3 blood sea clones instantly collapsed, turning into a rain of blood that merged into the vast sea of blood beneath his feet. Almost at the same time, the entire vast sea of blood quickly condensed into a single point. On the contrary, the 9-colored sea of flames that was originally rolling in from all directions suddenly soared in power, enveloping all the violent energy of the wolf sovereign's explosion. Whoosh! At the same time, a ray of light shot out. As it expanded in the wind, it turned into the Shenong treasure cauldron. It was as huge as a star, standing in the void. The weak blood light immediately rushed into the treasure cauldron. Then, from the mouth of the Shenong treasure cauldron, which was filled with 9-colored mist, an incomparably powerful suction force came out. The 9-colored flame that had just enveloped the violent energy formed by the explosion of the wolf sovereign's physical body, the sea disappeared in an instant. It was pulled into the treasure cauldron and sent to the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron, where it began to condense blood essence. And this would also allow the number of desolate sovereign blood essence in Yi Xian's hands to break through to 3. Whoosh! The sound of air breaking rang out, and Bao Yuan's figure rushed out of the cauldron. However, he had already returned to his original height. With a wave of his hand, the Shenong treasure cauldron that was as large as a star turned into a ray of light and rushed into his body, disappearing. Screech! Screech screech screech! in the distant void, the 9 black dragons raised their heads at the same time and let out a heaven-shaking screech. Then, with a flash of their bodies, they rushed towards the demonic dragon carriage. There was no need for them to form a large formation to seal that corner of the void, because the remaining 2 powerful beasts had been killed, and the 7 gorgeous cultivators had stopped. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After turning their heads and exchanging glances, the 7 gorgeous cultivators waved their hands at the same time and sent out 1 or 2 blood beads that were about 10 feet in radius. They were the blood beads that they had obtained from killing the 9 powerful beasts. With their abilities, they could only compress the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the 9 powerful beasts to this extent. Therefore, they could only give it to Yi Xian and let him send it into the Shenong treasure cauldron. With the power of the 9-colored flame sea in the treasure cauldron, he could completely refine it into a powerful treasure pill. Previously, the Supreme Expert's blood essence in Yi Xian's hands had already been used up, and he had refined a batch of level 29 Desolate Sovereign pellets. Now, there were only a few Desolate Sovereign pellets left in his hands, and each of the 7 great beauties gave one to him. Now that he had obtained 9 more blood essences, as long as he was willing, he could refine another batch of level 29 Desolate Sovereign treasure pills at any time. However, Yi Xian clearly did not plan to do so. Even if 2 of the 9 blood essences were of the highest quality, if nothing unexpected happened, it would only be able to refine 7 level 29 Desolate Sovereign treasure pills at most. The benefits were not maximized, and with the Desolate Sovereign treasure pills in his hands, he was not in a hurry. He needed. Therefore, he decided to keep these 9 blood essences in his hands, and refine them when he needed them in the future. Presumably, he would have more blood essences in his hands at that time. This was an extremely rare resource, and no matter what, he had to maximize the utilization of this resource as much as possible. Considering that there were other forces and Alliance scouts secretly watching in the distant void, the 7 gorgeous cultivators did not greet Yi Xian as their master. After thanking him politely, they immediately returned to the demon dragon's carriage. They left immediately. As for Yi Xian in his ape form, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he turned his head to look at the depths of the star field occupied by the Beast Alliance in the distance. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 4802. Whoosh! A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out, and a figure appeared without warning in the deepest part of the star field occupied by the fierce Beast Alliance. It was Yi Xian in the form of a violent ape. This was the place where the grey ball of light had been standing, but it was now empty. There were only some fierce beasts wandering in the distance, and from time to time, they would let out 1 or 2 angry and unwilling roars. There's actually a trace of the aura of the primordial void. After spreading out his divine sense and sweeping the surroundings, Yi Xian's eyes immediately locked onto the spot where the grey ball of light had turned into a wisp of grey light and finally disappeared completely. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he muttered softly. Obviously, there was originally an independent grotto heaven here, but in the end, because of some kind of arrangement, the entire grotto heaven had disappeared, and in all likelihood, it had gone to the primordial void. To be able to make such a big move, it was naturally not an ordinary existence. At the very least, it had to be a supreme primordial stage 9th stage powerhouse, which was a half-step heavenly Tao powerhouse. And from the fact that this mysterious independent grotto heaven had taken away more than 70% of the fierce beasts of the Fierce Beast Alliance before leaving, this person was most likely an ancient high-ranking member of the Fierce Beast race. However, this matter had no effect on Yi Xian. If he wanted to go to the primordial void, he could do it at any time. Now that the other party had left with more than 70% of the fierce beasts in the Fierce Beast Alliance and entered the primordial void, at most, the news that the violent ape was in this primordial void fragment would leak to the primordial void. Yi Xian no longer cared about this point. The current him, even in that primordial void, was an overlord who could do whatever he wanted. Not to mention, in the most powerful forbidden areas and star fields on both sides of the primordial void, existences at the level of supreme primordial void did not dare to easily appear. The void tortoise had always been lying in wait, eyeing them covetously. It was waiting for a desolate to appear so that it could hunt it down and gather the desolate supreme blood essence needed to refine the level 30 heavenly path treasure pill. After putting this matter aside for the time being, Yi Xian immediately extended his divine sense with all his strength. In an instant, it enveloped the entire fierce beast alliance. Although this area was vast, there were not many ferocious beasts left. Before the independent cave left, it had taken away more than 70% of the ferocious beasts. Now that there were so few left, Yi Xian was not interested in them at all. The key was that they were too weak, there wasn't even a single emperor. This was expected, an emperor-level being, no matter how far away they were, wouldn't miss the final chance to leave. Even though there were still quite a number of space beasts left, the strongest ones were only emperor-level undyings, and they were only at the initial level. Even if they were taken in as subordinates, it would take a lot of time and resources to grow. Yi Xian wasn't interested at all. Thinking of this, he immediately turned around and left. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire figure turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. Roar! Ruthless, with Yi Xian's departure, the remaining ferocious beasts in the star field occupied by the Star Alliance rushed out of the edge of the star field one after another. Some were alone, some were in groups of 3 to 5, dispersing in all directions. Even though this star field was good, the fierce beast alliance only existed in name now, and there wasn't even a single undying emperor left. The other powers and alliances would definitely covet the many life stars in this star field, and soon, an army would invade this star field. Whether it was the Survivors Alliance or the Star Alliance, the Myriad Races Alliance, and the Human Federation from the 3 main dimensions of the sky, it was not good news for them. In the end, they would either be killed or enslaved. It was better to take advantage of the current situation and disperse. This scene was witnessed by the scouts from various powers and alliances in the distant void outside the star field. Everyone looked at each other in horror. All the ferocious beasts in the fierce beast alliance were dispersing like birds. This was clearly a sign that the alliance was disbanded and no longer existed. However, they couldn't determine the reason behind this. Because even if the master of the magic hall just killed 2 ferocious beasts, desolate supremes, and 9 powerful ferocious beasts, there should still be some ancient beings of this level in the depths of the ancestral land of the fierce beast alliance. They should be in hibernation. They originally wanted to leave because they couldn't wait to report everything that happened here to the higher-ups of their clans as soon as possible. However, at this moment, after seeing the countless ferocious beasts of the fierce beast alliance dispersing in groups of 2s and 3s, the scouts from various alliances and powers suppressed their urge to leave and stayed in hibernation in the distance. It was not until there were very few ferocious beasts that rushed out of the star field that the scouts drove out of their hibernation place and rushed into the star field ahead to investigate. Soon, exclamations were heard. What? The entire star field is empty. The fierce beast alliance has completely disbanded. Just now, I did a soul search and found out that in their ancestral land, there was a mysterious gray ball of light that had moved away. It took away more than 70% of the ferocious beasts in the alliance. No wonder the remaining ferocious beasts chose to flee in all directions. Among them, there isn't even a single undying emperor. If they stay here, they won't be able to defend at all. Instead, they will become prey. Only 4 of the 5 alliances are left. The Demon Hall Master is alone, and in one battle, he has already destroyed one. Hong! Hong long long! Amidst the earth-shattering exclamations, the scouts from various powers and clans drove out of the star field occupied by the fierce beast alliance. They used their fastest speed to return to their clans. This was because they still had to send the news back and let the higher-ups decide whether to accept this vast star field left behind by the fierce beast alliance. One had to know, this was a big piece of fat meat. In just a few days, everything that happened in the Fierce Beast Alliance had spread throughout this vast and boundless void fragment of the wilderness. Other than the Fierce Beast Alliance, the remaining 4 alliances and the other powers and clans that didn't form an alliance were all shocked when they heard the news. Within these 2 years, the Fierce Beast Alliance had actually silently awakened 9 powerful ferocious beasts and 2 desolate supremes. And these 2 desolate supremes were late-stage desolate supremes of the 7th stage. Coincidentally, Sky River Star Master Yi Xian's Demon Dragon Imperial Chariot was being driven by 7 beautiful attendants to play. Coincidentally, when they passed by the star field where the Fierce Beast Alliance was located, they actually courted death. The 9 powerful ferocious beasts and 2 desolate supremes attacked at the same time, surrounding the 7 beautiful attendants and the Demon Dragon Imperial Chariot. All of them were surrounded. What was strange was that Sky River Star Master Yi Xian wasn't there. No one knew where he went. At the most critical moment, the Master of the Magic Hall angrily rushed out of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land and directly arrived at the Fierce Beast Alliance. With thunderous methods, he battled the 9 powerful ferocious beasts of the Fierce Beast Alliance. And the 2 late-stage Desolate Supremes were killed in one fell swoop. As a result, the independent grotto heaven of the Fierce Beast Alliance's ancestral land and the depths of the star field also changed. It took away 70% of the ferocious beasts and migrated away. The remaining 30% of the ferocious beasts also scattered. Now, the entire star field occupied by the Fierce Beast Alliance was completely empty. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website, M. Chapter 4803. The result of this battle shocked all the forces and clans. The moment the news spread, the entire vast and boundless void fragment of the untainted land fell silent. At that time, there were scouts from all the forces who were watching the battle in the distant void. Not only did they spread the final result of this battle, but they also recorded the entire process of the battle in great detail. Matter in fact, the entire battle situation did not need to be described because the scouts of all the major forces had recorded the video in the distant void. All the details could be seen clearly in the video. Here at this time, in the main control hall of a flagship with a diameter of 1 million meters in the Sky River Star of the Sky River Sector, a group of senior officials of the Sky River Sector gathered together. Bao including Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Demon King Mo Wen Tian, Demon King Imperial Uncle, Dark Turtle Clan Leader Ming Zhou, Mad Mosquito Emperor, as well as Old Man Xianyuan and Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other senior officials of small idol forces and clans. Dang, of course, there were also the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. However, the atmosphere in the hall was somewhat oppressive and gloomy because the 3 girls still looked angry. Obviously, they were still angry. In this regard, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, and the other senior officials could only look at each other and shake their heads with bitter smiles. Because of this, even they didn't know what words to use to persuade him this time. Previously, the holographic image screen was playing the earth-shattering battle that took place in the void outside the ominous Beast Alliance a few days ago. The live scene of the battle was extremely clear, from beginning to end. In this battle, Yi Xian did not reveal his true appearance. Instead, he appeared as the Master of the Magic Hall, so there was no flaw in this. However, the situation at that time was different. In order to kill the venerable insect and venerable wolf of the Ferocious Beast Alliance, not only did he use the big-headed black stick and the 9-colored flame sea, he even used the Shannon Cauldron at the last moment. The higher-ups of the Sky River Galaxy were all very familiar with these treasures. It could be said that these treasures were all branded with Yi Xian's mark, but now they were in the hands of the Master of the Magic Hall. However, he didn't show himself. This was too suspicious. Even a fool could see that something was wrong. Soon, the video ended. Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were gritting their teeth. The other 2 did not say anything. At this critical moment, they followed the lead of their big sister, Purplish Warbler. As for the latter, after the video ended, he immediately glanced at all the high-level officials of the Sky River sector in the hall. Finally, his eyes fell on Mosquito Butcher. He gritted his teeth and said, "Old Mosquito Butcher, tell me, that big monkey. Who is he?" Old Mosquito Butcher was so shocked that his whole body trembled. The bitter smile on his face deepened. Everyone else secretly heaved a sigh of relief and turned to look elsewhere. It was as if they didn't see or hear what was happening in front of them. Old Mosquito Butcher looked around and saw that no one was willing to share his joys and sorrows. He was so angry that he rolled his eyes. In the end, he shook his head and sighed. He said with a bitter smile, "Since you asked me, then. Tell me. There are two possibilities. First, that big monkey." "No, I mean the master of the magic hall is actually that kid surnamed Yi. He lied to us earlier. However, when the Big Five Alliance attacked the magic hall together, that kid surnamed Yi and the master of the magic hall appeared at the same time and fought against the enemy. Therefore, the possibility of this happening is not high. It should only be about 30%, since it's 30%, it's not completely impossible. After all, although the master of the magic hall sent out all three of his Blood Sea avatars, that was before that kid surnamed Yi appeared. After that kid surnamed Yi appeared, he kept one of his avatars in the magic hall and didn't appear again. Therefore, this is also quite suspicious." At this point, Old Mosquito Butcher paused for a moment. After a few moments of silence, he suddenly changed the topic and said, "As for the second possibility, that is that our current guess is overthinking. The two of them are not the same person at all. Although the master of the magic hall used the big-headed black stick and the farmer god's cauldron in the battle against the Beast Alliance, it's very likely that the kid surnamed Yi temporarily lent the big-headed black stick and the farmer god's cauldron to the master of the magic hall because of their good relationship. As for the 7 girls being besieged, he wasn't there, didn't the kid surnamed Yi say earlier? He had something very important to do, and it was extremely urgent, so he left in a hurry. Perhaps it wasn't convenient for him to bring the 7 girls with him to do this. Since that's the case, the 7 girls can't be wandering outside without some protection. It's understandable that he left the demon dragon chariot for them to play with. Their mode of transportation. Crunch, crunch. At this point, the 3 girls suddenly made a lot of noise from grinding their teeth. Their faces were extremely ashen, and it was clear that they were going to grind their teeth to pieces on the spot. They stared at Old Mosquito Butcher so hard that their gazes could almost spit fire. At this scene, Old Mosquito Butcher heard the chilling crunching sounds and shuddered reflexively. He subconsciously changed his words. Feng turned around and continued, "Of course, although this is only this old man's guess, but if this is really the case, then Yi is in the wrong. No matter how weak the 7 girls are, they're all powerful beings of the primordial era at the pinnacle of level 9. We don't even have one half-step desolate master in the vast Milky Way sector, but there are 7 of them together. Comparatively speaking, you've, Little T, and Qian Ru are only undying emperors now, and you haven't even become universe knights yet. Comparatively speaking, you definitely need more protection than them. That kid didn't even consider this. It's simply crunch, crunch." When he finished speaking, the 3 girls started to grind their teeth even louder. They stared at Old Mosquito Butcher fiercely, as if they were about to attack at any time. "Did I say something wrong?" That's right." Old Mosquito Butcher was stunned. After a while, he suddenly realized something. He slapped the back of his head, and a touch of indignation appeared on his face. "Look at me, I'm so old and muddle-headed. The key is not the problem of cultivation, but the problem of distance. Those 7 girls called him master earlier, but they're obviously just maids. But you're different. Who in the 3 main planes of the starry sky doesn't know that you 3 girls are Yi Xian's confidants? This guy is such a jerk. He went out for a stroll and met a few wildflowers, and he completely forgot about the flowers at home. He needs to be taught a lesson. When he comes back in the future, I'll teach him a good lesson. Evil can't be encouraged, and it must be nipped in the bud, this matter. I support with both hands. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4804. In the depths of the star field occupied by the Survivors Alliance, there was a giant cyan life star. This giant cyan life star was the headquarters of the Survivors Alliance. In the east of the star, there was a towering mountain facing the sea, and there was a palace at the top of the mountain. This was the headquarters of the Survivors Alliance. Now, there were more than 200 figures in the palace, and all of them were Universe Knights or above. More than half of them were Universe Knights, more than 100 of them were Universe Knights, more than 40 Universe Masters, and 24 Universe Supremes. In addition, there were 3 powerful beings from the Primordial Era. As for the Primordial Era Supreme, there was no one. The 3 powerful beings of the Survivors Alliance were in the middle stage of the Primordial Era Supreme, and they had only awakened in the past 2 years, so they didn't participate in the previous battle of the Magic Hall. The other one was the Elder who led the army of the Survivors Alliance and the other 4 alliances to attack the Magic Hall 2 years ago, but he wasn't here now. In that battle, his cultivation was at the 7th step of the Desolate Ancient Era, and he was beaten up by Yi Xian. Furthermore, he was rewarded with a large amount of purple gold precious medicines and 9-colored divine medicines. After returning, he went into seclusion, and within a short 2 years, he had already broken through to the great perfection of the 9th step of the Desolate Ancient Era, which was the half-step Desolate Sovereign Realm. In the last meeting, this black-robed powerful being said that he would go out to do something, and then he would go into seclusion. If there were no accidents, he would be able to break through to the Primordial Era Supreme within a short time. Such words shocked everyone at that time, but none of the high-level people present dared to ask about it, including the other 3 powerful figures of the remote antiquity era who had awakened in the past 2 years. Since then, this black-robed powerful being left the Survivors Alliance, and no one knew where he went. In fact, this person secretly went to the Magic Hall to visit the Master of the Magic Hall. Dang! On that day, Yi Xian promised him that if he broke through to the 9th stage of the Primordial Era Supreme, he could go to the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun and ask the Master of the Magic Hall for a level 29 Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill. This Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill could help him break through to the Primordial Era Supreme in a short time. Yes, at that time, the Black-Robed Supreme Expert didn't completely believe his words. Even though he personally saw Yi Xian casually bestow a large amount of purple gold medicine and the legendary 9-colored divine medicine, he still couldn't believe it. 'Cause this was simply too shocking. A single pill could allow him to smoothly break through to the Supreme Primordial Realm in such a short period of time. This simply overturned his worldview. One had to know which Primordial Great Perfection Stage 9th Order expert didn't need a long period of accumulation and some luck to successfully break through. For example, the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock were like that. Back at the end of the Desolation Era, they were already Desolate Ancient Almighties at the Great Perfection Realm of rank 9. However, they only became rank 1 Desolate Supremacies now. However, even though it was hard to believe, he had indeed successfully raised his cultivation from rank 7 Almighty to complete rank 9 Almighty in a short period of time. Now that it was time to ask for and swallow the level 29 Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill, the black-robed mighty figure finally couldn't hold back and went to the Magic Hall with a tentative attitude. The result was no doubt that Yi Xian, who received him as the Master of the Magic Hall, directly gave him a level 29 Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill. As a result, there were only 5 Desolation Supreme Treasure Pills left in his hands, but Yi Xian didn't feel the pinch. On the one hand, with this Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill, he could gain more, which was enough to pull the Survivors Alliance into the Magic Hall camp. On the other hand, in the future, this level 29 Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill could still be refined again. When the black-robed mighty figure asked for a level 29 Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill and returned to the Survivors Alliance, the changes in the Beast Alliance had not yet happened. Although he didn't know what this level 29 meant, he understood the 4 words Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill, and it made his heart excited, and he entered into seclusion at the first time. Counting the time, now a full 10 days had passed. 4 days ago, the changes in the Beast Alliance exploded. After a battle, the entire Beast Alliance disappeared from this piece of chaos fragment void. The original 4 major alliances, in the blink of an eye, only 4 were left. All of this was so unreal that even all the powerhouses in the Star Alliance, the alliance of 10,000 races, and the Human Federation felt like they were in a dream, and they were greatly shocked. Like the Beast Alliance, the Survivors Alliance's strength was now in an awkward position, so it was natural that they were even more shocked because of this. Matter in fact, as soon as the news of the shocking changes in the Beast Alliance came, a group of senior members of the Survivors Alliance had already hurriedly gathered here. Although there was a mighty figure present, all of them were only at the middle stage of this realm, and they had only awakened in the last 2 years. They had never participated in the battle in the Magic Hall 2 years ago, so they didn't know much about the various alliances and the Magic Hall. Therefore, the 3 of them didn't dare to make any decisions. Everyone could only anxiously wait for the black-robed mighty figure to come out of seclusion. Now, another 6 days had passed. Counting the time, the black-robed mighty figure had entered seclusion to break through to the Supreme of the Ancients' realm. It had been a full 10 days, but there was still no sign of him coming out of seclusion. Sigh, we are really a bit whimsical. We actually gathered here to wait for him to come out of seclusion. The dead silence in the hall was suddenly broken at this moment. One of the 3 mighty figures showed a wry smile on his face, shook his head and sighed. We are also mighty figures of the Ancients, so we naturally understand how difficult it is for a peak stage 9 powerhouse to break through to the Supreme of the Ancients' realm. In my impression, the one who took the shortest time to break through to the Supreme of the Ancients' realm seemed to have spent tens of thousands of years. And under the circumstances of some kind of amazing opportunity, he smoothly broke through. At this point, he no longer mentioned this matter. Instead, he sighed softly again. After looking around at the hundreds of high-level members in the hall, his eyes fell on the other 2 mighty figures. With a flash of light in his eyes, he continued, "The 2 of you, it seems that only the 3 of us can decide how to deal with the existential crisis facing the Remnant tribe this time." Boom. Rumble. As soon as his words fell, in the void of the Remnant Alliance outside the star, there suddenly came a few thunderous roars. The power was so amazing that the giant star under their feet seemed to tremble slightly. Everything happened so suddenly that everyone in the hall was caught off guard. They were stunned on the spot. Then, including the mighty figure who just spoke, all the high-level members of the Remnant Alliance in the hall suddenly seemed to sense something. Their faces changed wildly, and they exclaimed in horror. "What? This is the aura of the lightning tribulation, and it is the lightning tribulation of the desolate supremacy. The tribulation clouds are gathering inside the star field occupied by our Remnant Alliance." God, the old ancestor succeeded. 10 days. It only took him 10 days. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 4805. The Survivors Alliance, inside the star field. Boom. Rumble. In the air, there were several thunderous roars. The power was so amazing that the giant star under their feet seemed to tremble slightly. Everything happened so suddenly that everyone in the hall was caught off guard and stunned on the spot. Immediately afterward, all the high-level members of the Survivors Alliance in the hall seemed to have sensed something. Their expressions changed wildly, and they exclaimed in horror. Without any hesitation, they rushed out of the hall and out of the star's atmosphere. Come in the void outside the star where the Alliance headquarters was located. Looking up, there was a dense black tribulation cloud gathering above a star on the right side in the distance. Even the entire star was shrouded in it. Look! Seeing this scene, the hundreds of high-level members who rushed out of the Alliance headquarters were all surprised after being stunned for a moment. That star was the star where the black-robed powerful figure was cultivating in seclusion. At this moment, the aura emitted from the dense tribulation cloud that shrouded the entire star was the desolate supremacy lightning tribulation. There was no doubt that it only took him 10 days to successfully break through. Now, he was already a newly promoted desolate supremacy. His aura spread out, and the heavens and earth sensed it, which led to the gathering of the tribulation cloud. At the thought of this, the three middle-stage mighty figures exchanged glances. They were so excited that it was as if they had just been injected with chicken blood. They raised their heads and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that our survivors' clan would have such a terrifying desolate supremacy. In just 10 days, he successfully broke through to the supreme desolate supremacy realm. This is simply unheard of. With such talent, what is a small supreme lightning tribulation? He can get through it by lying down. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, along with the wild laughter of the three of them, which was filled with endless joy, it resounded throughout the entire star field. Battleships and the figures of the survivors rushed out from the various life stars in an instant. Some of them had a look of fear on their faces because they didn't know what was going on. Some of them even thought that the Demon Palace was attacking them and regarded them as the second target to be destroyed after the Beast Alliance. They were so scared that they were trembling all over. Now that they suddenly heard the words of the three remnant people, everyone was startled, then they cheered with joy. In their view, it was absolutely unprecedented for the Desolate Supremacy realm to smoothly break through to the Supreme Desolate Supremacy realm in just 10 days. The Survivors Alliance suddenly had such a talented Desolate Supremacy in this worrying situation. This was clearly the rhythm of their destiny. Even if they didn't immediately turn the situation around, at least they would no longer be as anxious as they were now. Humph! What are you howling for? My lightning tribulation hasn't even started yet, and you're already crying. There was a joyous atmosphere all around, but suddenly, an extremely discordant cold snort was heard. Everyone was so shocked that their expressions froze, and they all turned around in astonishment. Look! In the line, in the star covered by endless tribulation clouds in front of them, a figure suddenly rushed out at this time. It was the powerful figure in a black robe who was in seclusion here. No, it should be called the black-robed Desolate Supremacy now. Because, the aura emanating from his body was the Supreme Desolate Supremacy realm. Only yes, although he successfully broke through in just 10 days, he was actually shocked and happy, but with the arrival of the tribulation clouds, after feeling the invisible aura of the tribulation locking on him, the black-robed Desolate Supremacy suddenly felt a little inexplicable uneasiness. His foundation was not very stable. Now facing such a terrifying Desolate Supremacy lightning tribulation, it was impossible to say that he had no confidence. But the probability of successfully resisting was absolutely less than 30%, and the probability of being killed by the tribulation lightning on the spot was as high as 60%. As for the probability of being seriously injured, it was only 50%. Because of this, his mood was so depressed at the moment. After coming out of the star where he was in seclusion, he was really angry when he saw such a joyous scene outside. At this moment, after scolding lightly, he glared fiercely at the high-level members of the remnant people. Then his figure flickered, and he immediately rushed out of the star field where the Remnant People Alliance was located. Regardless of whether he could survive or not, he couldn't cross the tribulation in the star field. Otherwise, who knew how many powerhouses of the remnant people would become collateral damage? Moreover, while rushing out of the star field, he secretly sent a distress signal in the direction of the rising sun forbidden land where the magic hall was located. Although he had not yet crossed the tribulation and his realm was unstable, he was indeed a supreme desolate supremacy, so he could still do this. However, it was really hard to predict whether the master of the magic hall would help. At this moment, as the black-robed desolate supremacy left quickly with the terrifying tribulation cloud shrouding the sky above his head, the high-level members of the remnant people, who were confused by his previous scolding, turned to look at each other in surprise. Then, with the suspicion in their hearts that was so thick that they couldn't get rid of, they all followed, and their figures shot out. After a while, a group of high-level members rushed out of the star field and looked up. Hundreds of millions of miles away, the figure of the black-robed desolate supremacy could be seen. The tribulation cloud shrouding his head was surging more violently, and the tribulation lightning was about to strike at any time. Their faces changed, and their hearts were in their throats. Boom. Rumble, Kacha. Almost in the next moment, the tribulation cloud high in the sky suddenly surged. After a crisp sound like tearing silk, a thick purple-gold lightning instantly struck down. In the blink of an eye, it completely shrouded the figure of the black-robed desolate venerable. In an instant, the area within 100 million miles had turned into a sea of purple-gold lightning. The violent aura was shocking. The tribulation lightning came quickly and dispersed even faster. In the blink of an eye, the endless sea of lightning that enveloped 100 million miles had completely dissipated, revealing the black-robed desolate supremacy's figure. His clothes were tattered, and his chest was stained with blood. His aura was so weak that it was unbelievable. This was clearly the rhythm of him being seriously injured. Phew. At the same time, the black-robed desolate supremacy, who was seriously injured, raised his hand and put a compressed 9-colored divine medicine into his mouth. The injuries in his body quickly healed, but he was no longer able to resist the second tribulation lightning. There was no need to mention the third tribulation. It was very likely that he would not have the chance to let the other party descend, because he would most likely die on the spot during the second tribulation lightning. At this moment, his eyes were filled with endless unwillingness. After going through so many hardships, he finally broke through to the desolate supremacy realm, but because he was not stable at all, he would die during the tribulation lightning. This was really infuriating. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out, and the tribulation clouds in the sky instantly surged even more violently. After a short breath of time, an incomparably thick purple-gold lightning bolt had already smashed down. Seeing the second purple-gold tribulation lightning strike down, the black-robed desolate supremacy closed his eyes in despair. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website, M. Chapter 4806. Whoosh. Just as the black-robed sacred venerable was in despair, a crack suddenly appeared in the distant void. A purplish gold seal rushed out from within. It was Yi Xian's Rai Di seal. He naturally would not watch the black-robed desolate venerable die, but he could not personally descend. Therefore, he sent the Emperor's seal over. It just so happened that this was a kind of good fortune for the thunder spirit within the Emperor's seal. Screech! Almost at the same instant the Emperor's seal appeared, an even more joyous screech came from within the Emperor's seal. It emitted an even more powerful aura. It was none other than the mighty figures of the primordial era. The last time, the Emperor's seal's thunder spirit had broken through to the mighty figure of the primordial era during the lightning tribulation due to the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill formula. Now, it was already a stage 1 mighty figure. At this moment, the screech that came out was the Emperor's seal's thunder spirit rejoicing. To it, this kind of lightning tribulation was the best opportunity to temper itself. The thunder spirit within the Emperor's seal had its cultivation level skyrocketed the last time. After a period of nourishment and absorption, its current realm had already stabilized. And this time, after sensing the powerful aura of the lightning tribulation, the Emperor's seal's thunder spirit rejoiced again. This was because this was its opportunity. After the baptism of the lightning tribulation, the Rai Di seal would become even more powerful. The Emperor's seal's thunder spirit would also have a high chance of transforming again. This was a great fortune, so naturally, it was extremely excited. It had a feeling that it could no longer hold back and wanted to rush out. Kacha! An ear-piercing crisp sound was heard. In the blink of an eye, the second wave of purplish-gold tribulation lightning struck down. Not a single bit of it leaked out. All of it was absorbed by the Rai-D seal. Screech, the Thunder Spirit's joyous screech came from within the Emperor's seal once again. This time, it was eating to its heart's content. The tribulation lightning contained a special energy that was extremely beneficial to the Thunder Spirit. However, no matter how powerful the tribulation lightning was, it would not cause any harm to it. It was a Thunder Spirit, and it had always been nurtured within the Rai-D seal. That was the source of all lightning in the world. On the contrary, because of the second wave of tribulation lightning, its cultivation had increased by a large amount. It was on the verge of a stage 2 mighty figure and could break through at any time. And because of this, it was clearly more for the third wave of lightning tribulation lightning that would be even more powerful. In anticipation, rumble, kacha, as soon as the Thunder Spirit's joyous roar faded, before anyone could react, a third crackling sound came from the horizon. A thicker bolt of purple-gold lightning, reaching a length of 200,000 feet, instantly came crashing down. Screech, as this bolt of lightning was instantly swallowed by the Rai-D seal, a joyous roar once again sounded from within the seal. The cultivation aura that was faintly emitted instantly increased from level 1 Almighty to level 3. He had stepped into the peak of the early stage of the Almighty and was only one step away from the middle stage of the Almighty. This time, the Lightning Emperor Seal's fortune was too great. Although it was only a stage 3 primordial being, due to its lightning spirit constitution, its combat prowess was terrifying. Even a stage 6 mid-stage peak stage 6 primordial being might not be a match for it. As for late-stage primordial beings, they could only flee in fear. He retreated in fear. Hiss, after the lightning tribulation ended, the Emperor's seal didn't stop for a moment. A crack appeared in the void, and the Emperor's seal turned into a purple-gold light and rushed into it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Rumble, until this moment, the injuries in the black-robed desolate sovereign's body had fully recovered, and because of the baptism of a wave of lightning tribulation, his realm was slightly stabilized. However, to completely stabilize, it still required a certain amount of time to absorb and digest. As the rumbling sound of thunder became weaker and weaker, the vast tribulation cloud that originally shrouded his head had unknowingly dissipated and could no longer be seen. The black-robed desolate sovereign looked in the direction where the Rai-D seal disappeared in a daze, and his face was full of gratitude. Others didn't know, but he knew who did it just now. Wow! Until this moment, the senior members of the Remnant People and the countless Remnant People powerhouses, who had been completely stunned like petrified in the distance, finally regained their senses. The sound of gasping was overwhelming, and all kinds of horrified exclamations sounded like a tide. The entire void was boiling, and there was a hubbub. What happened? The old ancestor's desolate sovereign lightning tribulation is over just like that. He only withstood the first wave of lightning tribulation. This is too comfortable, it's simply making people jealous, were the last 2 waves of lightning tribulation swallowed. Hiss. Even the lightning tribulation can be swallowed. What is the origin of the seal just now? It must be related to the thunder. There was a violent roar coming out from it. At first, it was only a stage 1 powerful figure, but after swallowing 2 waves of lightning tribulation, it suddenly rose to a stage 3 powerful figure. There must be a thunder spirit in the seal. This is a big gain. These are not important. The most important question is, who does this seal belong to? Who helped the old ancestor of the Remnant People Alliance to cross the tribulation? To be able to possess such a seal, even the thunder spirit in it is a desolate supreme. This mysterious existence must be a desolate supreme. Could it be that there is a powerful desolate supreme in our remnant tribe? Everyone, return to the Alliance star field immediately. Without waiting for the exclamations around the void to die down, the black-robed desolate sovereign, who had changed into a black robe and returned to his original state, had already transmitted his voice through his spirit consciousness. Halfway through his words, he looked at the senior members of the remnant people, who were still puzzled, nodded, and said, "Follow me. Now that I have successfully broken through, the situation in the void has changed again. The Remnant People Alliance should also make a decision. Choose." In the depths of the star field occupied by the Remnant People Alliance, on the towering peak in the east of the giant green life star. In the palace, there were more than 200 figures, all of whom were Universe Knights and above. More than half of them were Universe Knights, more than 100 of them were Universe Masters, more than 40 of them were Universe Masters, and 24 of them were Universe Supreme Masters. Besides them, there were 3 powerful figures of the Desolation era. At this moment, the senior members of the Remnant People Alliance were all puzzled, and without exception, they all looked at the black-robed desolate sovereign, who was sitting high in the palace. But no one made a sound, waiting for his instructions. Xiao. Xiao. The senior members of the alliance in the palace looked around. The black-robed desolate sovereign was not in a hurry to explain everything, nor did he immediately make a statement. Instead, he waved his hand and shot out 2 fine rays of light. The fine rays expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into 2 canisters of liquid, which were suspended in the center of the palace. One of them was the purple crystal medicine, and the other was the 9-colored godly medicine. After doing all this, the black-robed desolate sovereign nodded with a faint smile and said, "You are all senior members of the Remnant People, and you have been refining flesh medicine all your life. Presumably, I don't need to explain what these 2 canisters of flesh medicine are, right?" This move made the senior members of the Remnant People in the palace stunned. Then, with a large number of gasps, everyone's expression changed instantly, and they exclaimed in horror, "Please remember the domain name of this book." Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4807. The actions of the black-robed Huang Zun stunned all the high-level members of the Remnant People in the hall. Immediately afterward, with a series of gasps, everyone's expression changed instantly as they exclaimed in horror, "What? This aura! Hiss! Purple crystal treasure medicine! 9-color divine medicine! Oh my God, is this a dream? These are all legendary existences, how could they appear in front of us? And they are so huge, with a radius of 10 feet each. Old ancestor, where did you get such supreme resources?" "I understand, the old ancestor has been in seclusion for 2 years, and he successfully broke through from rank 7 to peak rank 9. It must be because of these purple crystal treasure medicine and 9-color divine medicine. If there are these 2 supreme resources, it is not a problem to break through to peak rank 9 in 2 years, but how many purple crystal treasure medicine and 9-color divine medicine would it take? I'm afraid it would be at least 1,000 feet in radius, right? How is it possible? For such supreme resources, even a few dozen feet is a luxury, let alone 1,000 feet. I dare not dream of such extravagant hope." "You are right, the cultivation resources consumed in my previous 2 years of seclusion are indeed all purple crystal treasure medicine and 9-colored divine medicine. Moreover, I have consumed nearly 1,000 feet in radius." When the exclamations in the hall gradually subsided, everyone's expression was even more horrified as they gathered their gazes again. The black-robed Huang Zun, who was sitting at the top of the hall, nodded with a faint smile. After looking around at everyone, he continued, "However, the total amount of purple crystal treasure medicine and 9-colored divine medicine in my hands is 100,000 feet in radius. I still have a lot." Hearing this, the high-level members of the Remnant People in the hall immediately had their eyes lit up, and their breathing became rapid. Especially the 3 middle-stage powerful figures, their chests were undulating with excitement. With so many purple crystal treasure medicine and 9-color divine medicine, even if they could not break through to the desolate realm in just 2 years, it was completely no problem for them to break through to the late stage of the rank 7 realm. That was completely different from the current middle-stage powerful figure. Concept. Seeing that the crowd was about to make a ruckus, the black-robed desolate sovereign frowned and waved his hand. "This sovereign has not finished speaking, do not make a ruckus." Then, seeing that everyone suppressed the excitement in their hearts and calmed down again, he continued, however, with just these purple crystal elixirs and 9-colored divine elixirs, at most, you can only quickly push your cultivation to the great perfection of the 9th order. As for breaking through to the Supreme Desolation realm, I believe you all know that it can't be achieved with just hard work and the accumulation of cultivation resources. It requires opportunity and luck. If there is no opportunity, it is common for people to be stagnant for tens of thousands of years. It's a problem. This was the key point, and it was also the issue that all the high-level members of the remnant people were most concerned about. At this moment, from the black-robed desolate supremacy's words, it seemed like he was going to reveal everything. Everyone immediately held their breaths as their eyes flashed with excitement. They had an intuition, an extremely strong intuition. The old ancestor in front of them was very likely to have found a secret method that could allow a great perfection of the 9th order to smoothly break through to the Supreme Desolation realm in a short period of time. If this was the case, it would be a shocking piece of news, and all the strong people in the starry sky would go crazy for it. You guessed right, before this sovereign went into seclusion, I already knew that I would be able to smoothly break through to the desolate sovereign realm in a short period of time. The reason for this is because this sovereign swallowed a level 29 desolate sovereign pill. Turning his head and looking at the crowd again, the black-robed desolate sovereign suddenly threw out a heavy bomb, shocking all the high-level members of the remnant people in the hall, and that level 29 desolate sovereign pill, as well as all the purple crystal elixirs and 9-colored divine elixirs in this sovereign's hands. The divine elixirs were given by the Master of the Magic Hall and the Master of the Sky River Star, Yi Xian. At this point, the black-robed desolate sovereign no longer spoke. The entire hall fell into a complete silence. All the hundreds of high-level members of the remnant people all opened their mouths wide, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Their expressions were very interesting, but they were completely petrified, as if they had just been struck by lightning. At this very moment, everyone's mind was in a complete mess. They didn't understand what all this had to do with the Master of the Magic Hall and the Master of the Sky River Star, Yi Xian. Even if these things were given to the black-robed desolate sovereign by the high-level members of the Beast Alliance, it would be easier for them to accept. Although the Beast Alliance and the remnant people were mortal enemies in the starry sky, the black-robed desolate sovereign had just been abused by the Master of the Sky River Star, Yi Xian, 2 years ago, and countless strong people in the starry sky had seen it. Thinking of this, everyone in the hall suddenly had a flash of inspiration. It seemed that when the 5 alliances joined forces to force the Magic Hall to abdicate, only the Remnant People Alliance was the first to leave. Then, the Beast Alliance wanted to leave, but some of their high-level members were killed on the spot. Yes, at that time, this sovereign and the Master of the Sky River Star, Yi Xian, were just acting. Seeing that everyone seemed to be thinking of that, the black-robed desolate sovereign smiled faintly and said with a thick face, in fact, long before the abdication, this sovereign had represented the Remnant People Alliance to have a private meeting with the Master of the Magic Hall and the Master of the Sky River Star, Yi Xian. And we reached an agreement. Since then, the Remnant People Alliance has been an ally of the Magic Hall and the Sky River Star region. Everyone is on the same side. Those purple crystal elixirs, 9-colored divine elixirs, and the level 29 desolate sovereign elixir were all given to this sovereign by the 2 masters. Even the thunderstrike that was used just now was secretly done by the Master of the Magic Hall. Of course, these top cultivation resources, including the level 29 desolate sovereign elixir, you will have the opportunity to have them in the future. At that time, this sovereign heard the Master of the Sky River Star, Yi Xian, mention that it seems that the perfect pill formula of the level 30 Heavenly Path elixir has been successfully deduced by him, and only needs to be refined. Although this sovereign doesn't know what it is, you should be able to guess some of it just by listening to its name. Perhaps soon, the Master of the Magic Hall and the Master of the Sky River Star, Yi Xian, will break through again and step into the Supreme Heavenly Path realm. Wow! When he said this, all the high-level members in the hall were shocked again, and exclamations sounded like a tide in an instant. Everyone, you have seen the situation in the Star region now. As for where the Remnant People Alliance should go, I think there is no need to say more. After the exclamations in the hall gradually stopped again, the black-robed desolate sovereign nodded again. With a solemn look on his face, he said in a deep voice, "This sovereign means to ally with the Magic Hall and the Sky River Star region." I don't know what you all think. A group of high-level members looked at each other with different expressions on their faces. They even fell into deep thought, but gradually, no one knew what was in their minds. Everyone's breath gradually became heavy. They looked up at the black-robed desolate sovereign, and the expression on their faces was excited. They were excited. The result was already indescribable. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4808. A mysterious and ancient void. At the end of this mysterious void, there was a blood-colored membrane that looked like a canopy in the sky. It looked inconspicuous, but it had already blocked a terrifying battleship army of 100 billion here for more than 50 years. This battleship army of 100 billion was the missing Tianji clan. Now, after discovering this blood-colored membrane, the Tianji clan's battleship army had been continuously bombarding it for more than 30 years, but they still couldn't completely break through it. When this blood-red barrier was first discovered, the clan leader of the Heavenly Legacy clan, even came here in person. He brought several clones of the Desolate Era that he had recently refined to attack it together, but to no avail. No one knew what was on the other side of the blood-colored membrane, but one thing was certain, and that was that the blood-colored membrane at the edge of the membrane had such a terrifying defensive ability. In this way, if it was broken, they would enter the membrane. If they could break through it, the world on the other side of the membrane would definitely be richer in resources than this mysterious void. In order to achieve this goal, the clan leader, had issued a death order. No matter what, no matter the price, no matter how long it took, this blood-colored membrane had to be blasted open. This foreign void that was connected to the first universe by a secret passage was the mysterious void that the Tianji clan had entered when they migrated. In this void, there were many corpses of powerful primordial life forms, and there was no lack of quasi-primordial life forms among them. Powerful beings and true primordial beings. The Tianji clan's clan leader, had decided to take advantage of the changes in Tianji City to move the entire city and the entire Tianji clan to this mysterious void. His goal was to use the corpses of powerful primordial life forms that could be seen everywhere in this void to allow the entire Tianji clan to undergo a magnificent transformation and evolution in a short period of time. Many things could happen in more than 50 years. The Tianji clan had used the strength of the entire clan, and countless intelligent robots as a tireless labor force. Now, the clan's overall transformation and evolution had already achieved shocking results. Back then, the size of Tianji City was only like a small planet. But now, after multiple upgrades, the size of the Tianji City had even surpassed some extremely rare giant stars, becoming a true star fortress. However, the change in size was only one of the transformations and evolutions of the Tianji City. That's all. Back then, the Tianji City was built from the toughest new universe alloy, both inside and out. It had the form of a regular continent and a wartime fortress. And now, everything had been fully consolidated and improved. The current Tianji City was no longer purely made of the latest cosmic alloy. Used all the power of the Heavenly Legacy clan to collect all kinds of top-quality materials, such as the True Dragon's Dragon Tendon, the Fire Phoenix's Phoenix Marrow, the Black Dragon's Dragon Spine, and so on and so forth. These Desolate-era creatures were extremely powerful when they were alive. Even though they had fallen for countless years, their remains were still very powerful. But the Heaven's Legacy race had plenty of ways to divide it up and use all sorts of suitable materials to transform the cold Heaven's Legacy city made of pure cosmic alloy into a city made of cosmic alloy and the flesh and blood of primordial creatures. Biohazard Fortress. Even its original 2 forms had doubled in number, reaching a total of 4 forms. In addition to the original regular continent form and the wartime spherical fortress form, the current Heaven's Legacy city had 2 other simulated forms. In a short period of time, the entire enormous Heaven's Legacy city, which contained terrifying combat power, could transform into a gigantic demonic dragon or a black phoenix with shocking wingspan at DE's command. In the past 50 years, all the official members of the Tianji clan, including the clan leader DE, had improved their cultivation base and strength at a rapid pace. They had used the blood and flesh of countless powerful creatures from the desolate antiquity era to improve their cultivation base and strength. Their cultivation base. And just like how they transformed the Heaven's Legacy city, they collected top-quality materials such as the dragon tendon and phoenix marrow to transform their own mechanical bodies step by step. Some powerful Heaven's Legacy race members even gave up on their human bodies and directly used the remains or treasured body of a huge primordial creature as the foundation, carefully sculpting it step by step from the inside out. In the end, the electronic consciousness entered the new giant body created by the combination of the remains of primordial creatures' treasured bodies and the power of modern technology. It was as if it had become a feather and was completely reborn. With a shake of its body, it had become a living being with the addition of powerful primordial creatures with the power of technology. Now, even within the Heaven's Legacy race, no one knew where DE's original body was, what form it was in, and what level its cultivation base had reached. And in addition to the transformation and evolution of all the official members of the race, the Heaven's Legacy race had also used the vast amount of primordial creatures' treasured bodies in this void in the past 20 years to create a large number of intelligent robots that were not in human form. Their numbers were increasing, and their combat power was extremely shocking. They were called mechanical battle beasts. Now, the number of mechanical battle beasts that the Heaven's Legacy race had transformed was almost innumerable. Although they were actually created from the remains of various primordial creatures' treasured bodies with the addition of technological elements, such as the scales and skin on the surface of their bodies, they were the latest biochemical products. Buzz, boom, rumble. At this moment, as another order was issued, the entire vast and boundless void instantly hummed like a tide. This was the sound caused by the cannons of 100 billion battleships charging at the same time. A huge roar sounded, and the cannons of 100 billion battleships fired at the same time. Countless energy light pillars of different diameters shot forward from different angles and finally gathered together. They formed a terrifying energy light pillar that was so wide that it made one's hair stand on end. In the blink of an eye, it fell on the blood-colored membrane that stretched across the void like a canopy in the sky. This time, the blood-colored membrane that had not been torn apart until now completely collapsed the moment the energy light pillar from the gigantic battleship cannons hit it. Roar. After 50 years, has it finally been blasted open? At this moment, the gigantic dragon that had been lying in the dark void behind suddenly wriggled. In less than 3 breaths, it had turned into a round star that was about the same size as the immortal star. It was a gigantic star, but it was glowing with a faint golden light. The gloomy and cold luster emitted a formless and sharp baleful aura. This was the Heaven's Legacy city that now had 4 forms, and its power had skyrocketed countless times. At this moment, the roar that came from the Heaven's Legacy city came from DE. From the aura, it was already the cultivation of a late-stage desolate supremacy. Children, the time for slaughter has come. Heaven's Legacy race, advance, please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4809. The Human Federation. Right now, the Human Federation was flourishing beyond compare. With the arrival of the immortal 9 stars, Sky Absolute Palace, and the Temple of Glory, whether compared to the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 races, or the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of the Rising, the Human Federation was crushing them. They were already crushing their opponents, and they were practically dominating the competition. In one night, in addition to the tens of billions of battleships, 36 Universe Supreme Beings, 36 Primordial Beings, and even 6 Primordial Supreme Beings were added to the fleet. Including D-Air, who had recently ascended to Desolate Supreme, the Human Federation now had a total of 7 Desolate Supremes. With such a foundation, there was no race or faction that could match them in the void of the primeval realm fragment. Even the Magic Hall could not compare to them. Because of this, not only had the Human Federation been thriving in the star field recently, but even in the void outside the star field, battleship teams could be seen patrolling back and forth. Such a scene was a stark contrast from the cowardice before the arrival of reinforcements. Over the last few days, the void of the primeval realm fragment had not been peaceful, and undercurrents were slowly surging. That was especially so when the Beast Alliance was removed from the list after the recent battle, which left all the major factions in shock. However, on the Human Federation side, even the lowest-ranked champions of the Starry Sky were certain of it, and could even throw their heads back and laugh smugly after hearing the news. From their point of view, it was clear that the Demon Palace was panicking and could no longer sit still. That was why they provoked the Ferocious Beast Alliance, a pushover who had no reinforcements to come. Unfortunately, it was no longer able to create any deterrence effect on the Human Federation. Right now, the leaders of the 3 factions who had just arrived were merely adjusting their states and familiarizing themselves with each other. At the same time, they were using this time to gain a better understanding of the void of the primeval realm fragment, as well as the various alliances and factions. Once the Federation's various affairs were on track, the leaders would definitely order a punitive expedition against the Magic Hall, and that was what all the champions of the Starry Sky of the Human Federation were waiting for. They were all too eager for a complete turnaround and the feeling of being able to hold their heads high again. Yes. With such a thrilling expectation, all the members of the Human Federation were waiting for that moment fervently. In the void hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the star field where the Federation was located. At this moment, several patrol fleets of the Human Federation were wandering at the edge of this huge wormhole that could allow a giant planet to pass through. Boom! Rumble, all of a sudden, an earth-shattering roar came from the wormhole. The scene was exactly the same as when the core powers of the 3 camps of the Human Federation had arrived. All the warships of the few fleets that were patrolling nearby came to an abrupt halt in midair. Then, cheers echoed vaguely, as if they were informing each other that the second batch of reinforcements of the Human Federation was coming again. Boom! Before they could send this delightful news back to the headquarters of the Human Federation in the star field, a huge object suddenly rushed out from this huge wormhole. Its size was not inferior to that of an immortal star, just like a giant planet. In fact, this huge object that rushed out from the wormhole was indeed a planet. However, it was different from ordinary planets. Its entire body was green, and its surface was extremely smooth, emitting a green metallic luster. At first glance, it was simply a huge metal ball. Buzz, this metal ball seemed to be alive. As soon as it rushed out from the wormhole, an extremely low buzzing sound suddenly came from inside it. Amidst this, a series of clicking sounds could be heard, as if countless mechanical gears were rotating and grinding together. At the same time, along with the earth-shattering clicking sounds, this huge metal ball was rapidly changing its shape. Some protrusions extended from every part of the ball, and in less than half a breath, it turned into a greenish-black dragon. It was a demonic dragon. The demonic dragon's body was extremely huge, nearly 100 million miles long. It had exceeded the size of the previous ball form. Even Yi Xian, in the ninth transformation of the demonic ape, was several times smaller than it. What was even more strange was that this greenish-black demonic dragon's body also emitted a dazzling metallic luster. This was clearly a demonic dragon made of metal. This was too terrifying, and it was beyond everyone's expectations. In the void, all the experts in the Human Federation's fleets were stunned. Their mouths were wide open, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Their faces were full of disbelief. They suspected that they were in a dream. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Right at this moment, countless sounds of space being torn apart resounded from the wormhole in front of them. Numerous rays of light rushed out from the wormhole one after another. Their momentum was majestic, and their numbers covered the heavens and the earth. There were hundreds of millions of them. After these rays of light rushed out from the wormhole, they also stopped abruptly in the void of the universe outside the wormhole. Some of them were smaller metal balls with different colors of metallic luster on their surfaces. Some of them were huge fortresses, but their shapes were strange and ferocious, and they had the characteristics of different ferocious beasts. After the smaller metal spheres came to an abrupt halt in midair, a low hum and mechanical grinding sound could be heard coming from within them. Along with these strange sounds, the shape of the metal balls also changed rapidly. In the end, they turned into space beasts of different shapes. Their bodies were tens of millions of miles long, and they were as big as small stars. Their surfaces were all glowing with a faint metallic luster. Just like that, they were like mechanical ferocious beasts of different shapes. And there were at least tens of millions of such mechanical ferocious beasts. The auras they emitted were extremely terrifying, and they were all above the undying realm. Among them, there were even many emperors and emperors. Some were even larger, and the auras they emitted were even at the Universe Supreme, Universe Master, and Universe Supreme level. This scene lasted for a full 2 hours. During these 2 hours, the wormhole in the void in front of them was like a geyser erupting. A large amount of rays of light shot out and stopped abruptly in the void. Then, they transformed into all kinds of shapes. Some were space beasts, and some were conventional space fortresses and various battleships. However, without exception, all of them had some characteristics of ferocious beasts. Only the metallic luster on their surfaces proved that they were only similar to ferocious beasts in shape. In essence, they were clearly composed of machines. Finally, within the fleets of the Human Federation in the surrounding void, countless great beings of the Human Federation, who were stunned, reacted one after another. Like a tide, they cried out in astonishment, "My God, this is a mechanical army. The number of battleships is close to 100 billion, look at the insignia on the battleships. They are clearly from the Tianji clan, alert. Alert! Enemy attack! Report immediately. The Tianji clan is attacking." At this moment, the Human Federation was in complete chaos. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 48:10. In that unknown and mysterious void, the Heaven's Legacy race army had spent 50 years just bombarding that blood-colored void membrane. If one were to include the time they had spent burying their heads in that mysterious void, it would have been nearly 100 years since the Heaven's Legacy race had migrated overnight from the first universe. After 100 years, the Tianji clan that disappeared overnight reappeared, descending on this chaotic space fragment. In just 2 short hours, the Heaven's Legacy race members had all charged out of this wormhole in space far away from the Human Federation star domain. Ruth's Tianji clan of today was completely different from the one of 100 years ago. There were over 100 billion modified battleships. Among them, there were over 10 million official Tianji clan members, metal balls that could transform into stars at any time, and mechanical beasts of different shapes. 10 million Tianji clan members was not a large number, but without exception, they were all above the undying realm. Among them, there were tens of thousands of Universe Knights, close to 10,000 Universe Masters, close to 1,000 Universe Supremes, and close to 100 Primordial Great Beings. As for the number of Primordial Great Beings, it was still unknown, but they definitely existed. At least, in Tianji City, which transformed into a giant demon dragon as soon as it rushed out of the wormhole, there were a few vague auras of desolate masters. Ruth's terrifying overall strength was far beyond the Human Federation star sector. In fact, except for the desolate supremacy, whose combat strength was unknown, the overall strength of those below the desolate supremacy level, even if the Star Alliance, the alliance of 10,000 races, and the Human Federation, which had just received a large number of reinforcements, were put together, they were still no match for the Tianji clan. Ru. It was a formation that could sweep through the entire void fragment of the primordial world. It was full of confidence. Ru. Obviously, with the arrival of this terrifying army, the Human Federation star sector, which was closest to the Tianji clan, was in chaos. Countless battleships rushed out of the star sector and formed a battle formation in the vast space outside the star sector. The atmosphere was extremely tense, and a battle could break out at any time. However, but to everyone's surprise, this powerful army of the Heaven's Legacy race did not immediately begin the battle. They had clearly recognized that the people who had charged out from the Star region were their old rivals, the two great human factions and the former Myriad Luo Federation. This was obvious from the insignia on the battleship. They were all old rivals who had fought each other for tens of thousands of years, so they could tell at a glance. No, perhaps it was because he had just arrived, so he didn't know much about the void fragment of the untainted land, let alone the structure of the various forces in this void. Sukathis, after the Heaven's Legacy race army finished gathering, not only did they not immediately begin the battle, they instead began to slowly retreat. They circled around the massive wormhole that they had just descended through, retreating to the left and right sides of the wormhole to 100 billion li away. Only then did they begin construction on the countless abandoned stars of the star field. It was clear that they were going to set up camp in that star domain where most of the stars were abandoned. This was completely understandable. The tens of millions of Heaven's Legacy race clansmen were all mechanical lifeforms, and the hundreds of billions of battleships were all intelligent robots, mechanical beasts, and the like. There was simply no need for life stars. Even the most barren of abandoned stars could be turned into a star fortress armed to the teeth in a short period of time. Although more than 90% of the stars in this star domain were abandoned stars, they had the advantage of being numerous. One could see a star every so often, and it was the best place for the Heaven's Legacy race to set up camp. However, this scene was incomparably bitter for the Human Race Federation. In terms of overall strength, the current Human Race Federation was no match for the Heaven's Legacy race, and it just so happened that this massive wormhole was in this part of the void and could not be moved away. The three great human empires of the Third Universe and the other reinforcements would all come through here. In this situation, even if the Human Race Federation could not afford to offend them, it would be impossible for them to move away. Only to be able to confront the Heaven's Legacy race from 100 billion li across the void and be in a state of extreme tension at all times. For the time being, they would not be able to take care of the magic hull. Everything that happened here spread throughout the vast and boundless untainted land fragment void within 10 days. Every major faction and race was in an uproar, especially the Star Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance, who were completely dumbfounded. The Beast Alliance had just been destroyed by the Magic Hall, and apart from the Magic Hall and the Sky River sector, there were only the four great alliances left in this part of the void. But now, in the blink of an eye, the Heaven's Legacy race had arrived, and they were even more powerful than before. For a moment, the power structure of this part of the void was in complete chaos. The Magic Hall was in imminent danger, and as long as the Star Alliance, the Myriad Races Alliance, and the Human Race Federation worked together, the Magic Hall would be destroyed. But now, everything had become incomparably complicated, and no one dared to act rashly. The Human Race Federation was like this, the Star Alliance was like this, and the Myriad Races Alliance was like this as well. The only exception was the Magic Hall. No one had expected that the Magic Hall would make a move at this time, and that it would be the master of the Magic Hall alone, Star the Sky Alliance. The Star Alliance's strength had skyrocketed. With the migration of the Bloodrakes, the Azure Rocks, and the Battle Lions, the Alliance's conventional forces had increased by 20 billion warships. In terms of high-end combat power, there were 25 primordial great beings, not to mention those who were not great beings. In addition, the nine-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock had also returned. Together with the blood-devouring lion, whose combat strength could reach the 7th rank Desolate Supremacy under the secret technique. The Star Federation now had 3 primordial supremes, one of whom even had the combat strength of an advanced stage. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Starry Sky Alliance headquarters, on the peak of a towering mountain, a group of Star Alliance executives were having a secret meeting. Large, there were not many figures in the hall, only about 100. At the top were the 9-headed Bloodrakes, the Azure Rocks, and the Bloodthirsty Lion. 25 primordial great beings from the 3 races were seated at the front of the hall. Large below the hall were dozens of universe supremacies. As for the universe masters, they were not qualified to enter the hall. Sky, it had been 3 days since the news of the mechanical race's arrival. During these 3 days, the executives of the various races in the Star Alliance had been analyzing and deducing the changes to the situation in space caused by this incident. The hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Several great beings were arguing, each with their own opinions. Hong. Tashaw. Right at this moment, a thunderclap suddenly resounded from outside the star. Its momentum was too vast, and it caused the star beneath their feet to tremble slightly a few times. Shocking! After the deafening noise, a voice that could be heard throughout the entire star field was heard. Little Loach, Mixed-Hair Bird, and Lion Fur Dog, the 3 of you, get out here. In the hall, the executives of the Alliance who were in the middle of a meeting were all stunned. Their minds went blank, and they were all dumbfounded. Please remember the domain name of this book. The mobile version of this book. Chapter 4811. Boom! After a deafening explosion, a voice reverberated throughout the Star Alliance. Little Loach, Mixed Feather Bird, and Lion Fur Dog, you 3, get your asses out here. This was clearly the voice of the master of the magic hole. Even if they had never heard of him, they could guess who he was from the way he addressed himself. Even a fool would know who the Little Loach, Mixed Feather Bird, and Lion Fur Dog were. In the Great Hall, the leaders of the Star Alliance who were in the middle of a meeting were stunned. Their minds went blank. Reflexively, they turned to look at the 9-headed Blood Dragon, Azure Sky Rock, and Bloodthirsty Warlion. Their expressions were incomparably complicated. Who's that outside? And who's Lion Fur Dog? At the head of the palace, the blood-devouring war lion, who had never come into contact with Yi Xian, was stunned for a moment. Although it had vaguely guessed the truth, it wasn't willing to believe it in its heart. As a result, it subconsciously asked with a stupefied expression, this was awkward. The Star Alliance leaders in the hall looked at each other. Their necks were red, and their expressions were strange. But no one dared to say anything. Even the 9-headed Blood Flood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock looked constipated. Although no one answered, this silence was actually the best answer. The blood-devouring war lion was instantly certain of its guess. Furious, it raised its head and let out a furious roar. Its figure flickered and disappeared from the hall in an instant. He was an existence who had lived from the end of the primordial era to the present. Although his cultivation was only at the primordial realm, no one had ever dared to treat him as a primordial expert. Even the average primordial expert wouldn't dare to provoke him, but now, the Grand Master of the Demon Hall had come to provoke him. Not only had he called him out, but he had also called him a lion's dog in front of the entire Star Alliance. It was a great humiliation. Only by fighting and killing his opponent could the hatred in his heart be appeased. Sigh. His figure disappeared with a roar. The Star Alliance experts in the hall had bitter expressions on their faces. The 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock shook their heads and sighed. However, they didn't dare to tarry for too long. All of them stood up at the first possible moment, left the hall, and headed out of the planet, outside of the planet, in the region of space occupied by the Star Alliance. In his ape form, Yi Xian stood alone in the void with his arms crossed. His eyes were cold as he stared at the planet where the Star Alliance's headquarters was located. More than 100 million miles behind him, a planet with life had turned into cosmic dust. Large and small star fragments were floating in the void. Moments ago, he had suddenly barged into the Star Alliance and destroyed the planet with a single punch. Countless Alliance experts had perished along with him. The brutality of this scene frightened the other existences in the surrounding planets. They immediately fled in all directions or hid in their own cave abodes, not daring to make the slightest move. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the giant planet where the Star Alliance's headquarters was located. A golden figure rushed out like a meteor. It was the enraged blood-devouring war lion. "You're that ape. You really don't know what's good for you. Today, I will kill you with my own hands." Roar! The blood-devouring war lion raised its head and roared, 9 changes of the berserk lion. 9th change. Boom! Following the roar, the blood-devouring war lion's aura instantly became incomparably violent. Its originally 10,000 zhang tall body rapidly expanded. In just 3 short breaths, it had already reached a height of 60 million li. At the same time, the aura of his cultivation base had also increased. Previously, he was a rank 6 almighty, but now, he was a rank 7 desolate venerable, the same as the ape. At this moment, the ape and the blood-devouring war lion were facing each other in the cosmic void hundreds of millions of miles away. Both of them were 60 million miles tall, and the aura of their cultivation bases were at rank 7 almighty. However, in fact, due to the support of the majestic blood chi in their huge bodies, their actual combat strength was comparable to a rank 8 desolate venerable. At this moment, Yi Xian was a little dazed. Other than the void giant tortoise, Xingbo, and the headless infant corpse, the blood-devouring war lion in front of him was definitely the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. He just did not know how long the blood-devouring war lion's 9 changes of the berserk lion could last. Roar, whoosh. Bao Yuan glanced at the blood-devouring war lion. As soon as he roared, the sound of water splashing could be heard. Bao Yuan's body collapsed and turned into a sea of blood that spread out and covered a corner of the void of the universe. Roar. Screech. Following that, from 3 different directions of the vast sea of blood, there were shocking roars and screeches. In the shocking sea of blood, in the blink of an eye, 3 huge figures rose from the ground. They were the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient ape demons. The first was the flesh and blood body, which was the violent ape of stars. There was also the skeleton body without any flesh and blood. It was just a purple-gold skeleton that exuded an endless murderous aura. It was incomparably ferocious. As for the black fog body, although it was also in the shape of a violent ape, its physical body was covered in black fog. Even its pair of eyes were merely 2 rays of purple light. It was extremely strange. In just a breath's time, the 3 blood sea avatars had condensed, and the aura they exuded was at the 7th order desolate venerable realm. In fact, the true battle strength of these 3 blood sea avatars was comparable to an 8th order desolate venerable realm expert due to the support of the majestic blood sea avatars. None of them were weaker than the blood-devouring war lion in the void hundreds of millions of miles away. What? You want to fight me with numbers? Come, this lord will fight your 3 blood sea avatars alone. Seeing this scene, the blood-devouring war lion's eyes flashed coldly. His voice was filled with endless disdain. He actually dared to say that he wanted to fight the 3 blood sea avatars of the Magic Hall Master alone. How domineering. Dream on. Do you have the qualifications? Among the 3 blood sea avatars, the violent ape rolled his eyes. Before he finished speaking, he flipped his right hand and the big-headed black stick appeared in his hand. Dragging it behind him, he rushed towards the blood-devouring war lion in a flash. Roar. Preposterous. Hearing Yi Xian's words, especially when he saw that the violent ape had only sent out a flesh and blood clone, took out a large black club and charged towards him. The blood-devouring war lion, which was hundreds of millions of kilometers away, flew into a rage. After raising its head and letting out a roar, it immediately rushed out. In the blink of an eye, the two of them clashed in the void. Earth-shattering rumbles resounded, and the void within hundreds of millions of miles was completely chaotic. The aura was so violent that it was impossible to see the scene at the center of the battlefield from the outside. It was clear that they had met their match and were fighting to their heart's content right from the start. Chapter 48:12. Obviously, Bao Yuan and the bloodthirsty war lion were evenly matched and would not be able to determine the winner anytime soon. However, as time passed, the one who was at a disadvantage could only be the blood-devouring war lion. This was because his 9 Berserk Lion transformation bloodline secret technique would definitely have a time limit no matter how long it lasted. However, Yi Xian's 9 demonic ape transformations didn't have a time limit and had already been deduced to perfection. In fact, if necessary, Bao Yuan could kill the bloodthirsty war lion in a short period of time with his Skyfall Bao. However, he did not want to reveal his trump cards so soon. All in all, there was no need to worry about the battle between Bao Yuan and the bloodthirsty war lion. There would be no suspense in the outcome, as Bao Yuan left to fight the bloodthirsty war lion. The skeleton and Black Mist doppelganger in the vast blood sea turned to look at the Alliance headquarters. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, faint sounds of breaking through the air were heard. Almost 100 figures rushed out from the planet's atmosphere. All of them were high-ranking members of the Star Alliance. Their leaders were the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock, both First-Order Desolate Supremacy. 25 Primordial Supremacies followed closely behind them. Screech! At this moment, the skeleton doppelganger suddenly raised its head and let out a ferocious roar. Before the roar died down, its body had already turned into a purple-gold light and punched forward. Damn it, this guy is targeting us again, what the hell? This is the 3rd time. The 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock trembled when they saw the skeleton doppelganger throwing a punch at them. Their expressions changed drastically as they cried out in alarm. At this moment, the two of them had completely lost their minds. They even felt resentment towards the bloodthirsty war lion. It was fine that the Star Alliance was independent, but they had to declare that the Magic Hall would release the Blood Dragon, Azure Rock, and War Lion clans immediately. Otherwise, they would start a war. This guy was the cosmic ferocious ape, famous for its bad temper. Did he attract the enemy's attention? Although the Star Alliance's strength had skyrocketed, they were still no match for the Magic Hall. At least in terms of high-end battle strength, it was definitely not enough. 3 desolate venerable level battle strength was simply not enough to be put in the eyes of others. On the other hand, the blood-devouring war lion had the battle prowess of a 7th order desolate venerable. Even if he fought the Blood Sea Avatar alone, he was not afraid at all. However, the two of them were clearly implicated. Even if they fought the Blood Sea Avatar side by side, they would definitely be tortured. Counting the previous 2 times, wasn't this the 3rd time? Unfortunately, this was the Star Alliance's headquarters, and all of the Bloodrakes and Cyan Rocks were already here. Even if they wanted to escape, it was impossible. No matter how depressed he was, he could only grit his teeth and endure. Roar. Screech! In their grief and indignation, the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock each raised their heads and let out an earth-shattering roar and roar. Then they rushed out side by side and faced the skeleton avatar that was punching at them. The 2 old men's faces darkened at the sight of the avatar's murderous aura. They'd thought that the bloodthirsty warlion's arrival with the Bloodrakes, Rocks, and War Lions was a cause for celebration for them and the Star Alliance. He could finally hold his head high. But the truth was, the Star Alliance's overall strength had indeed increased, but they were still no match for the Magic Hall. And for the two of them, the migration of the Bloodrakes and the other tribes was a shackle they couldn't shake off. They had been beaten twice by the Master of the Magic Hall, but at least they could escape. But now, it was impossible for him to escape. Thinking about it carefully, he was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, the three of them passed by each other. Facing the skeleton doppelganger that was coming at them with a murderous aura, the nine-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock did not dare to face it head-on. Now that they had leaped forward, they just wanted to lure the skeleton doppelganger away, so that their clansmen in the Alliance Star sector behind them would not be implicated. The moment they passed by each other, the nine-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock pushed the power in their bodies to the extreme, but they didn't attack. Instead, they defended with all their strength. They didn't even dare to face the skeleton avatar's attack head-on. They tried to avoid it as much as possible. Oh whoa, whoa whoa. After the loud noise, two miserable howls rang out. The back of the nine-headed blood dragon's head was swollen with a huge bloody bump, which looked extremely frightening. The left side of the cyan sky rock's chest was also swollen. A large number of cyan feathers fell off, revealing the pale golden skin. It was a ghastly sight. Although they were severely injured and wished they could turn around and leave immediately, this time, the two old men could not help themselves. After rushing tens of millions of miles away, they suppressed the grief and anger in their hearts and turned their heads to look at the skeleton doppelganger. In order to draw him away and prevent their clansmen in the star area from suffering, their hearts were bleeding, but they had to force anger on their faces. They raised their heads and roared endlessly, roar. Screech, Bao Yuan, your skeleton avatar isn't very good. It's too weak. Its punch is so soft and weak. It's like scratching an itch, that's right. If you have the ability, scratch me a few more times. I'm feeling uncomfortable all over, swish. Boom. Rumble. Before the voice died away, the skeleton avatar's eyes flashed, and its entire figure disappeared in the distant void in an instant. Almost at the same time, it appeared between the nine-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock. Without saying a word, it directly punched out. Currently, Yi Xian's cultivation had already reached the 7th order of the desolate ancient sovereign. If he were to add on the fact that his 60 million kilometer long flesh peak and his boundless vitality would increase his cultivation by 1 level, his true combat strength would already be comparable to a desolate sovereign of the 8th step. An 8th order desolate venerable against a 1st order desolate venerable, even if it was 1 against 2, as long as the opportunity was right, there was a possibility of killing the opponent in 1 blow. The reason why the skeleton avatar was staring at the nine-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock was because of this purpose. These were 2 primordial supremes. If they could be killed in a battle, Yi Xian would instantly obtain 2 desolate venerable blood essences. The significance was simply too great. Even he couldn't help but feel excited. However, these 2 old fellows were all old foxes who had lived from the primordial era to the current era. In addition, the big-headed black rod and the 9-colored flame sea were not in the skeleton avatar's hands. Even if Yi Xian's current combat strength was comparable to an 8th order desolate venerable, it was still not easy to kill them all in 1 battle. It could even be said that it was a small probability. It required the elements of opportunity and timing, therefore, at this moment, he was not in a hurry at all. The skeleton avatar's divine sense firmly locked onto the 9-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock, not letting go of any details. He was waiting for the best opportunity to strike, and then he would kill them in 1 blow. Chapter 48:13. At the edge of the Star Alliance's planetary system, a large number of fortresses were erected in the void. None of them dared to make the slightest movement. In front of the fortresses were the 9-headed blood Wirm and the Garuda Peng, followed by nearly 100 figures. They were all high-ranking members of the Star Alliance. Among them, there were 25 great beings from the various races in the 2nd universe, and the rest were universe masters and universe supremes. These fellows were all high and mighty existences in their respective clans. Usually, they would look at others with their dark nostrils. But now, they were all shrinking their necks and trembling in fear. It was obvious that they were scared out of their wits. These 25 great beings from the primordial era were all brought here by blood-devouring lion from the 2nd universe. They had never seen the Master of Magic Hall before. Although he was well known these days, it was completely different from seeing him with their own eyes. Now, the Master of Magic Hall was domineering. The moment he appeared, he waved his hand and produced a blood sea. The 3 blood sea bodies were all late-stage desolate masters of the 7th order of the primordial era, and together with the majestic power of blood in his huge body, their combat power was comparable to that of an 8th-stage desolate master. Even the blood-devouring war lion fell into a disadvantageous position as soon as the battle began after it was lured away by the violent ape, one of the 3 blood sea clones. Even though it wasn't reduced to only being able to parry and not have the ability to counterattack, it wasn't far off. As for 9-headed blood dragon and cyan sky rock, who were only 1st-stage desolate masters, they were even more miserable. The moment they met, one of them had a swelling on the back of his head, and the other had a bald chest. However, in order to lure away the skeleton body of the Master of Magic Hall, they had to suppress their anger and take the initiative to provoke him. This tragic scene moved the nearly 100 high-level members of various races in front of the Fortress Army in the Star Alliance Star Sector. The group of Universe Masters and Universe Supremes blushed, and they were so excited that their chests rose and fell. They turned to look at each other and exclaimed, "Blood Dragon Ancestor and Cyan Sky Rock Ancestor are so righteous." In order to protect our race, they didn't hesitate to face violent ape skeleton body and bear the pressure alone to lure it away. This is the demeanor of an ancestor of a clan. He has such a noble demeanor. 31. Today's battle was won by the Master of the Magic Hall. Even if the 3 desolate supremes of the Star Alliance are heavily injured, they will still be able to rise again in the future. That's right. Our clansmen will never be swayed by such an ancestor. No matter how cruel the Master of the Magic Hall is, he won't be able to subdue us. It's a pity that the 3 ancestors only managed to lure away the Magic Hall Master's flesh and bone clones. However, the Magic Hall Master has 3 Blood Sea clones, and that Black Mist clone is extremely powerful as well. If we let him rush over without the ancestor stopping him, the painstaking efforts of the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and War Lion ancestor would have been wasted. Once they are able to survive this battle, they will definitely pursue this matter. It's a pity that we are only Universe Masters and Universe Supremes. Even if we fight side by side, we won't be a match for that Black Mist clone. We won't even be able to withstand a single finger from him. We will all be annihilated instantly. Sigh. If only I had the combat power of a desolate supremacy right now. Even if I was only a great being from the primordial era, with dozens of great beings attacking together, we would definitely be able to stop the Black Mist clone of the Master of the Magic Hall Master. Alas, it's a pity that the 3 ancestors took such painstaking efforts just to protect the countless clansmen behind them whose cultivation and strength were insufficient. Now, it's impossible for them to defy the heavens, and all their efforts and sacrifices will be in vain. It's truly sorrowful. As they spoke, the dozens of Universe Masters and Universe Supremes were choking with sobs. They all turned to look at the 25 great beings from the primordial era standing in the void space before them. It was obvious that they were hinting at the 25 great beings to act quickly and lure away the last Black Mist clone of the Master of the Magic Hall Master's 3 Blood Sea clones. This was to prevent the clansmen behind them from being caught in the crossfire. Howl. You bunch of fellows. The war has just begun, and you're already crying. A bunch of trash. Howl. 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 Not far from the void space in front of them, the faces of the 25 great beings from various clansmen were all green and white. They all looked embarrassed and angry, and they all roared at the top of their lungs. Before their roars died away, they turned to exchange a look. Grief and indignation appeared on their faces, and they braced themselves and rushed forward one after another. In their hearts, they hated the dozens of Universe Masters and Universe Supremes behind them to the core. These fellows were obviously saying this on purpose. This was an overt scheme. They were forcing them to take the thunder in front of countless great beings of the Alliance. Unfortunately, even if they knew this, there was nothing they could do about the current situation. They could only brace themselves and go to their deaths. Otherwise, whether or not blood-devouring war lion, nine-headed blood dragon, and cyan sky rock could survive this battle, they would never be able to return to the Star Alliance or their clansmen in the future. They would be isolated and despised by everyone. Howl. At this moment, the black fog body in the void space hundreds of millions of miles ahead let out an earth-shattering howl as soon as it saw the 25 great beings of the Star Alliance rush out from the void space. The vicious howl was filled with boundless excitement and excitement. Yi Xian's real target this time was actually the 25 great beings of the Star Alliance who had come to this fragment of the void space not long ago. In his eyes, these were 25 pieces of blood essence of great beings. Now, he only had 5 level 29 Desolation Supreme pills left, but he still had 9 pieces of blood essence of great beings. However, only 9 pieces of blood essence of great beings were enough to make a few Desolation Supreme pills. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't plan to start the process right away. He wanted to collect more blood essence of great beings. If he could kill all 25 great beings of the Star Alliance who had just arrived, he would have 34 pieces of blood essence of great beings. In that case, he would have a total of 34 blood essences in his possession. Among them, there were even a few that were refined from the blood essence of the 9th stage cultivators after their bodies exploded. In this way, if there were no accidents, he would be able to refine at least 30 level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure pellets from these 34 almighty blood essences. This was definitely a sure thing. Because of this, Yi Xian didn't even take the 9-colored Sea of Flames with him when he fought the 9-headed Blood Dragon and Cyan Sky Rock on his own. Because killing the 9-headed Blood Dragon and Cyan Sky Rock was a secondary goal for him. Now, he left the 9-colored Sea of Flames for the Black Fog body. As soon as it was released, it would be able to trap the 25 great beings of the Primordial Era who were hundreds of millions of miles away in the void space. Once the Black Fog body rushed into the Sea of Flames, the Primordial Era beings of the Star Alliance would be like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Chapter 48:14. Whoosh. Phew, boom. Rumble. With a sharp sound of breaking air, the black mist avatar's shoulders shook and its entire body disappeared. When it reappeared, it had crossed hundreds of millions of miles in an instant and was in the void not far from the 25 Primordial Era great beings of the Star Alliance. A cold light flashed in the black mist avatar's eyes. With a wave of his hand, a faint 9-colored light like a firefly shot out and expanded in the wind, turning into a vast sea of 9-colored flames. In the void, whistling sounds were incessant, accompanied by an incomparably deep rumbling sound. The 9-colored sea of flames that suddenly appeared spread out like mercury, sweeping in from all directions and dyeing a large part of the void of the universe. All of this happened too fast. The 25 Primordial Era great beings of the Star Alliance who rushed out from the void in front of them did not expect the Black Mist Avatar to have such a vast sea of 9-colored flames. They were only Primordial Era great beings. Even the 2 most powerful existences among them were only Great Perfection rank 9 mighty beings, which was the half-step Desolate Supremacy. The Black Mist Avatar that attacked at this time was a 7th stage Desolate Master, whose battle strength was comparable to an 8th stage Desolate Master. The difference in strength between them was too great. With the Black Mist Avatar's sudden attack, they could not react in time. When they came back to their senses, the 25 Primordial Era great beings and the vast void of 200 million miles around them had been completely enveloped by the spherical 9-colored Sea of Flames. The interior of this huge sphere was their cage. There was no way to escape because no matter which direction they tried to break through, they would come into contact with the 9-colored Sea of Flames. That was a definite death sentence. Turning their heads to look, all they could see were 9-colored flames rising endlessly from all directions. The sky, the earth, and the void were all connected together. They were completely trapped by this sea of flames. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 25 primordial era great beings came to an abrupt halt. Their bodies shook violently, and their expressions changed. They cried out in horror, revealing endless despair. Nine-colored sea of flames. Heavens, this is the Shinong nine-colored flame. We've been tricked. This guy's real target isn't the blood-devouring war lion, the nine-headed blood dragon, or the azure sky rock, but us. That's right, his black fog avatar's combat power is comparable to a rank 8 desolate supremacy. It's more than enough to deal with 25 of us, but he left behind the nine-colored flame sea, which is very important to the other two battlefields. This is clearly overkill. None of this makes sense. The only explanation is that he wants to use this nine-colored sea of flames to seal all of us. This way, when he starts the slaughter, he can prevent the other powerful beings from escaping. He's clearly trying to annihilate all of us. What is the master of the magic hall scheming? He didn't want the 3 powerful beings from the primordial era, but left the nine-colored sea of flames for the black mist clone to deal with us. He's King bullying us. Fellow Taoists, stop howling. Look, he's already charging over. This old man is unwilling. Roar. Roar, screech. The 25 primordial masters of the Star Alliance finally realized the danger they were in. Despair gripped their hearts, and with the threat of death looming over them like never before, they threw their heads back and roared. They were filled with unwillingness. In the midst of this earth-shattering roar, a black shadow appeared out of nowhere not far from them. But after a flash, it disappeared from where it was. At this moment, the 25 powerful beings from the remote antiquity era who were trapped in the sphere of the nine-colored fire ocean felt chills running down their spines. The unknown fear made their scalps numb. They looked around nervously, feeling as if they were about to be attacked by an enemy. Whoosh. Boom, almost in the next moment, a faint sound of something breaking through the air was heard. A black shadow suddenly appeared behind one of the powerful beings. It wasn't as large as 60 million kilometers as before because that was too big for assassination. This was just a group of mighty figures from the primordial era that were like ants. Even if the black fog avatar gave up on the augmentation of 1 rank from the boundless blood and chi in his massive body, he was still a rank 7 desolate supremacy. Crushing this group of mighty figures from the primordial era was just like crushing a group of ants. Saying that it was a tiger in a flock of sheep would be an exaggeration. At this moment, the black shadow that appeared behind the primordial era's great being was only a few feet tall, but the aura it exuded was terrifying. The moment it appeared, the primordial era's great being, who was its first target, felt his scalp explode. He opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, he would never have the chance. As soon as the black mist clone appeared, it stretched out its right fist. There was not the slightest bit of energy, and the simple punch directly landed on the primordial era's great being's back. After a huge explosion, the primordial era's great being exploded. It was all too unexpected. As the earth-shattering explosion rang out, the feral beast didn't even have the chance to react before its body turned into a cloud of blood mist that rapidly spread. Whoosh! The black mist clone waved its hand at once. An incomparably majestic and invisible force rolled out of its body, covering a radius of 10 million kilometers. It swept up all the blood mist that had just spread and absorbed it into its body. After the battle, it would send it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron. And so, it began to condense blood essence. It only took half a breath to complete all of this. Just as half a breath passed, the black mist clone's figure disappeared. When it reappeared in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of another primordial era's great being 100 million kilometers away. At this moment, the primordial era's great being was looking back warily. After all, the being who had just fallen had been caught off guard and blown up by the black mist clone's punch that suddenly appeared behind him. Under his habitual thinking, he reflexively believed that if the black mist clone's target was him this time, it would definitely appear behind him. Although he wasn't confident that he could escape, his strong desire to live still made him focus all of his attention on the area behind him. Unfortunately, the Black Mist clone didn't play by the rules. When the Primordial Era's Great Being turned around, it just so happened to appear in front of the Primordial Era's Great Being. Moreover, it was so quiet that not a single movement or energy spread out. Boom! Pfft. By the time the Primordial Era's Great Being sensed danger and realized that something was wrong, the Black Mist clone had already raised its hand again and lightly punched out, smashing into the Primordial Era's Great Being's chest. There was no suspense at all. As a huge explosion rang out, the Primordial Era's Great Being turned into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist in the blink of an eye. Chapter 48:15. Swish! As the second target exploded into a mist of blood, the Black Mist clone waved his hand, and an incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from his body, enveloping a radius of millions of miles. The majestic blood mist that had just spread out was all swept up by him, absorbed into his body, and sent to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron after the battle. Just like that, he began to condense blood essence. This time, it only took him half a breath. After the successful attack, the Black Mist clone disappeared again in the blink of an eye. This scene frightened the other great beings of the Primordial Era. There were only 25 of them in total, and now 2 of them had been killed in less than 3 breaths. It was as if they were vegetables. If this continued, they would all be wiped out in less than half an incense stick of time. If this continued, they would definitely be defeated one by one in a short period of time. With these thoughts flashing through their minds, the remaining 23 great beings of the Primordial Era turned to look at each other in horror, exchanging glances with each other. Swish! Before they could communicate with each other through divine sense, with a weak sound of breaking through the air, the Black Mist clone, which was only about 10 feet tall, appeared hundreds of millions of miles away in the blink of an eye, right on the right side of the third great being of the Primordial Era. Screech! This time, the great being of the Primordial Era immediately felt the arrival of danger. Before the Black Mist clone could make a move, his body suddenly trembled, and in a mixture of shock and fear, he raised his head and let out an incomparably mournful howl. Bang! Puff! Unfortunately, all of this could not change anything. Before he could finish his howl, the Black Mist clone had already made his move. It was still a simple punch, smashing into the right shoulder of the great being of the Primordial Era. The next scene was as expected. After a huge explosion, a muffled puff sound was heard, and the great being of the Primordial Era turned into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist in the blink of an eye. Swish! This was already the third target, but he still could not withstand the blow of the Black Mist clone. His entire body exploded into a bloody mist, and the Black Mist clone immediately waved his hand. An incomparably majestic and invisible force swept out from his body, enveloping a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The majestic blood mist that had just spread out was all swept up by him. He kept it in his body and sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron after the battle to start the blood essence condensation. In a short period of time, 3 powerful Desolate Era experts fell. Their bodies exploded, turning into a bloody mist that was collected by the Black Mist clone. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Such powerful existences, yet not a single hair was left behind. Roar! Screech! Ruthless, 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 all of this was too horrifying. The remaining 22 powerful beings of the remote antiquity had long been scared out of their wits. They roared in horror and anger, and subconsciously gathered together, trying to protect each other. At the same time, divine consciousness voices filled with fear and shock rang out, reverberating endlessly in this sealed void that was enveloped by the 9-colored sea of flames. Damn it, this is the rhythm of slaughtering all of us. Everyone, gather together. We can't let him attack us one by one like this. Otherwise, none of us will be able to escape. We will all die here today. Is it useful to gather together? The difference in strength was like a natural chasm that could not be crossed. However, at this moment, the surrounding void was enveloped by the Shenong Flame Sea, and there was no way to escape. This time, we were in a situation of certain death. This is the end. Master of the Magic Hall, is there no turning back for today's matter? There is no unresolvable enmity between us, we can all sit down and talk about it. That's right, the Star Alliance does not have to be independent of the Magic Hall. The bloodthirsty war lion was just being impulsive, we promise that we can persuade him and let the Star Alliance return to the embrace of the Magic Hall. That's right, from now on, we will never be unwavering. As they finished speaking, the 22 almighty figures of the primordial era were practically begging. Dignified almighty figures were begging for mercy right now, and it was obvious how strong the terror and despair in their hearts were. However, none of this could move Yi Xian. At this moment, he was standing in the space of the universe that was 50,000 kilometers away. His figure was still only around 3 m tall, yet his small figure was suffused with an aura of supremacy that couldn't be withstood, and he looked down upon the world. Hearing the pleas of these pitiful beings, the Black Mist doppelganger's eyes flashed with disdain and mockery. He replied indifferently, "There is no need. The Magic Hall is not a place where anyone can come and go as they please. You only have one chance, and I have already given it to you. Since you have given up, there is only one outcome for you, death." Xiao. Before the last word had even fallen, his figure had already strangely disappeared amidst a sharp sound of breaking through the air. In less than half a breath's time, he had crossed the distance of hundreds of millions of miles and appeared in front of the group of powerful beings of the remote antiquity era. In a short period of time, the 22 surviving powerful beings of the remote antiquity era had gathered together in endless fear. Like frightened trapped beasts, they huddled together in a corner to seek shelter. Now, the Black Mist doppelganger's figure flashed and shot out. He had no intention of dodging at all and directly rushed in front of these people. After his figure came to an abrupt stop, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the Black Mist doppelganger, and he immediately punched out. At the same time, a domineering voice of divine sense resounded in this sealed void. "Didn't you want to huddle together to seek shelter? This is good, it saves me the trouble, I'll just kill you all together." Boom! Rumble! Before the voice of the divine sense had finished, the Black Mist doppelganger had already stretched out his arm and punched out. This time, he used all his strength. The energy was raging, and the momentum was too majestic. Wherever his fist passed, the void exploded with thunderous sounds and shattered inch by inch. It was clear that he wanted to kill all 22 powerful beings of the remote antiquity era with a single punch. Among this group of people, the most powerful beings were only 2 half-step desolate masters of the remote antiquity era who were at the great perfection of rank 9. However, the Black Mist doppelganger was a rank 7 desolate master. Even if it was 1 against 22, if they did not dodge, the punch would be enough to wipe them all out. Roar. Screech. Screech, lunatic. This guy is a lunatic. Heavens, he wants to kill 22 powerful beings of the remote antiquity era with a single punch. Such a terrifying method of killing was unheard of even in the distant remote antiquity era. This is a true god of slaughter. Run, what are you still standing here for? This old man has just said that the difference in strength is too great. Even if we were to gather together, it would be meaningless. Just as the other party said, this way, it would save him a lot of trouble. This is clearly the rhythm of annihilating all of us with a single punch. Screech. Why is this happening? I can't accept this. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 48:16. Rumble, bang. Pooh. Pooh, pew, pew. Cries of despair came from the front, but the black fog avatar did not move at all. A cold light flashed in its eyes as it pushed its cultivation to the limit. With a punch, the sky changed color, and the void shattered inch by inch with a low rumble of thunder. Following that, after a series of earth-shattering bangs, there was a continuous and muffled pu-pu-pu sound, the 22 primordial age of antiquity being shrieked in despair when they saw the fist of the black mist clone. Then, they fled in all directions with horrified expressions on their faces. However, they were only primordial era experts and could not be compared to the 7th Order primordial era's Black Fog avatar. The Black Fog avatar was already in front of them, and with a punch, its speed was incomparably fast. Although most of the 22 primordial era experts fled in all directions, there were still a few unlucky fellows who were a step too slow. There were a total of 7 primordial era experts. In fact, compared to the other 15 primordial era experts, they were only half a step slower, but that half a step was enough to decide their life and death. The Black Fog avatar attacked for the 4th time, and although it was still a simple punch, the momentum was clearly different from before. It was no longer a sneak attack that caught him off guard. Instead, it was an open and above-board attack in front of him, an all-out attack. Rumbling sounds shook the sky, and there were even muffled sounds that made one's hair stand on end. There was no suspense in the scene before them. After the loud explosion, the 7 primordial era experts who were half a step too slow and could not escape in time turned into a bloody mist in the blink of an eye, and quickly spread out, shio. Although the majestic power of this attack was divided among the 7 primordial era experts, they still could not withstand the Black Fog avatar's attack, and their bodies exploded into bloody mist. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and there was no way to make up for it with numbers. As the 7 blood mists exploded, the Black Fog clone immediately waved his hand. An incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from his body, enveloping a radius of tens of millions of kilometers. The majestic blood mists that had just spread out were all swept up by him. After the battle, he would send it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, and then, he would use the blood essence condensation. At this point, the Black Fog avatar had killed a total of 10 primordial era experts in a short span of 10 breaths. On average, it was 1 primordial era expert per breath. This was absolutely terrifying. The remaining 15 primordial era experts who were fleeing in all directions were already trembling in fear, and their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. They did not dare to stop, and they continued to move at high speed in this void that was hundreds of millions of miles of space sealed by the 9-colored sea of flames. It was as if this would allow them to avoid a calamity. To them, this short span of 10 breaths was definitely the most terrifying moment of their lives, but to Yi Xian, it was a wonderful moment that he had never experienced before. In 10 breaths, he had obtained 10 blood essences of primordial era experts. This was simply unimaginable in the past. Thinking back, in order to obtain a single blood essence of a primordial era expert, he had to put in a lot of effort, secretly set up an ambush, and even had to go through a great battle before he could obtain it. Compared to now, everything back then was like a lifetime ago. This was the beauty of great strength. It made Yi Xian's Dao heart firmer, and unknowingly, his state of mind had improved a little in this wonderful experience. But this was far from the end. Of the 25 primordial era experts of the Star Alliance, he would not let any of them go today. Every one of them represented the birth of a 29th level desolate sovereign pill. It was of great significance, and there was no room for error. Right now, he had only killed 10 out of the 25 powerful figures from the remote antiquity era. Only 40% of them were left. 15 of them were still fleeing in this sealed void that was hundreds of millions of miles wide like trapped beasts, waiting for him to reap their lives. Whoosh! A sharp sound rang out as the black mist avatar disappeared from where he stood. In less than half a breath, he had traversed 200 million miles and arrived on the other side of the void. Although the last 15 primordial era almighty beings did not dare to gather together again, they basically stayed in this area. They did not dare to get too close to the Black Fog avatar, for fear that they would become the next target of the Black Fog avatar. Although everyone would die in the end, if they could die later, no one would be willing to be the first to die. What if a miracle happened in the next instant? Bang! Pfft! Unfortunately, there was no miracle this time. As soon as the black fog avatar appeared, it had already made its move. It was still a simple punch, but it had calculated the direction and angle of the punch. This time, it did not move at all. It stayed where it was. When the punch was thrown, the black mist avatar's body, which was only a few feet tall, was propelled forward by the violent energy of the punch. It was as fast as a shooting star. There were 5 primordial era experts at different distances in the black mist avatar's path, some close, some far away. There was no suspense in what happened next. After a huge explosion, there was a muffled thump as a punch was thrown. The black mist doppelganger instantly passed through the towering body of the primordial era great being. The primordial era expert's body turned into a bloody mist in the blink of an eye, but the black mist avatar's momentum was still there. It could even be said that the primordial era expert was completely unaffected. Whoosh, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, in the short span of a breath, the other 4 targets in the path of this punch were also unable to withstand the attack of the black fog clone. Their entire bodies exploded into a bloody mist, and they died just like that, their bodies and souls annihilated. It was only at this time that the black mist avatar stopped abruptly in the void of the universe hundreds of millions of miles away. With a wave of his hand, an incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from his body, enveloping the vast void of hundreds of millions of miles behind him. It swept up the majestic blood mist that had just spread out and sent it into his body. After the battle, he would send it to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space in the cauldron to start the refinement of blood essence. In the blink of an eye, another 5 primordial era experts had fallen. With their deaths, the number of blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had soared to 24. Presently, there were only 10 supreme figures of the primordial era left. Once all 10 were annihilated, the objective of this battle would be considered to have been perfectly accomplished. Chapter 48:17. Bang! Pfft! Unfortunately, there was no miracle this time. As soon as the figure of the black fog clone appeared, it had already made a move. It was still a simple punch, but it had accurately calculated the direction and angle of the punch. With one blow, another 5 powerful beings of the primordial era fell in an instant, and with their deaths, there were only 10 powerful beings of the primordial era left in this void that was trapped by the 9-colored flame sea. According to the style of his previous punch, with one punch, his body would shoot forward like a meteor and instantly penetrate 5 powerful beings of the primordial era. Now, the 10 surviving powerful beings could be completely wiped out in 2 blows, ending the rhythm of the battle. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 10 surviving powerful beings of the primordial era were so frightened that their bodies trembled again. After turning their heads and exchanging a look, they were shocked and cried out involuntarily, "Damn it, not only can we not gather together, we can't even stay in the same area." His divine sense is too powerful, and his calculation ability is amazing. His punch can produce the effect of the heart-piercing chain, spread out immediately. Whoever is picked by him is unlucky, but is this useful? In less than half an incense's time, there are only 10 of the 25 powerful beings of the primordial era left. Even if we are struggling at death's door, how long can we last? Why don't we gather together and self-destruct at the same time? Since we are going to die anyway, let's fight it out with him. T. He is a late-stage desolate supremacy, and we are only 10 powerful beings. Even if we self-destruct, it won't hurt him at all, and it will save him some energy. If you want to die, then go ahead and deliver yourselves to me. This old man will not accept his fate until the very last moment. Even if I am going to die, I will not end my own life. I need him to do something to take this old man's life. Roar. I don't want to. Screech. Boom. Pfft. As these cries and screams filled with endless despair resounded, the last 10 surviving powerful beings of the primordial era no longer dared to gather in one area. They each chose a direction and scattered in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the Black Fog clone smiled, revealing a look of disdain and mockery that was so thick that it could not be dispersed. He was only around 10 feet tall, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of one of the primordial era beings. Without the slightest hesitation, the moment his figure appeared, he immediately stretched out his arm and punched out. The void trembled, and there was a low buzzing sound. There was no suspense in what happened next. After a huge explosion, there was a muffled thud, and the primordial era mighty figure turned into a red mist of blood that quickly spread out. Swish. This guy's cultivation level was not weak. He was one of the 2 half-step desolate supremacies among the 25 mighty beasts. However, even so, he was still unable to withstand the Black Fog Avatar's attack. His entire body exploded into a bloody mist and dissipated. The Black Fog Avatar immediately waved his hand, and a majestic invisible force rolled out from his body, covering a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The majestic bloody mist that had just spread out was all swept up by him. After the battle, he would send it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space to start the blood essence condensation process. This scene once again shocked the other 9 mighty beasts. In their opinion, the fall of the first of the 10 remaining mighty beasts was clearly the beginning of the final massacre for the Black Fog Avatar. Soon, this unprecedented and terrifying massacre would come to an end. When that time came, they would no longer exist. Their countless years of arduous cultivation would all be collected by the Black Fog Avatar with a wave of his hand. And the majestic bloody mist that would definitely be used after the battle. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the last remaining 9 mighty beasts began to tremble. At this moment, the incomparably intense fear of death had completely destroyed their minds. Begging and pleading voices rang out again. Lord Demon Lord, must you kill us all? No matter what you need the bloody mist from our bodies for, now that only 9 of the 25 mighty beasts are left. Isn't it enough to harvest 16 of them? If that's really the case, we are willing to submit. We can swear an oath that we will never betray you. Otherwise, we will be destroyed by the heavens and earth. Furthermore, we will definitely kill another primordial mighty for you, Lord Demon Lord, to make up for the loss of our lives. This is a win-win deal. 9 primordial mighty beasts, although your magic hall is powerful, you are the only one who is strong. Do you have any primordial mighty beasts? Once the 9 of us join, the magic hall's power structure will be more reasonable. That's right, Lord Demon Lord, this is a win-win situation. We will not let you suffer any losses. If Lord Demon Lord agrees, we will immediately swear an oath to withdraw from the Star Alliance and join the Magic Hall, pledging our lives to you. Or, the Black Mist doppelganger was about to charge at one of the dire beasts when he heard these words, but stopped abruptly in midair. Originally, he had planned to kill all 25 dire beasts of the Star Alliance in this battle. But now that he heard these 9's suggestion, he was a little tempted. Originally, he only had 9 blood essences in his possession. After killing 9 ferocious beast almighties in this battle, the number of blood essences in his possession had increased to 25. Although killing these 9 fellows would increase the number to 34, if they were left behind, the effect would obviously be greater. As for more blood essences, he could always make a trip to the Alliance of 10,000 Races, where 24 primordial mighty beasts of the first universe's former slave races had arrived. After all, the captive army of the 5 legions under the Magic Hall was now composed of captives from the Blood Wyrm, Azure Rock, and Battle Lion races. And these 9 primordial mighty beasts just so happened to be from these 3 races, 3 from each race. If they joined, not only would the countless captives of the Blood Wyrm, Azure Rock, and Battle Lion races in the captive army settle down, but these 9 old fellows would also be completely loyal. After all, although they had submitted to save their own lives, when they came to the Magic Hall in the future and saw so many of their clansmen living a good life and improving their cultivation strength, their feelings for the Blood Wyrm and the other 3 races would gradually fade. When that time comes, it would be equivalent to the 9 of them leading a branch of their own race to live in the Magic Hall, living and developing better than their original clansmen. That way, they would naturally be loyal. At this thought, the Black Mist doppelganger's eyes flashed with a cold light. He nodded immediately and spoke with his consciousness. That's fine too. My Magic Hall happens to have countless members of the Blood Wyrm, Azure Rock, and Battle Lion races. In the future, you will be their ancestors and lead them. What are you waiting for? Swear an oath. I can change my mind at any time. Chapter 48:18. Once the decision was made, the Avatar's expression darkened. What are you dawdling for? Make the oath. I can change my mind at any time. The joy came so quickly that the 9 remote antiquity experts from the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the Cyan Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan were stunned. Tight. Their faces lit up with ecstasy. Without the slightest hesitation, they all swore the oath. From now on, they would have nothing to do with the Blood Wyrm, Azure Feng, and Battle Lion clans. From now on. From this moment on, they were under the command of the Magic Hall, the master of Magic Hall's most trusted subordinates. Whoosh! After the cut, the Black Fog Avatar waved its hand. In a flash. In an instant, the 9-color flame sea that shrouded the vast void of hundreds of millions of miles condensed in an instant. In less than a second, it turned into a weak firefly. It shot into the forehead of the Black Fog Avatar and disappeared. While at this moment, with the disappearance of the 9-colored sea of flames, the scene outside the sealed space within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers could finally be seen clearly. The 9 mighty figures of the 3 clans, who had already gathered together in the rapid shooting, turned their heads and looked around in confusion. As the scene in the void around them entered their vision, they actually had the illusion that a lifetime had passed. There is no need for you to participate in this battle. However, since I have come to the Star Alliance, I cannot return empty-handed. The Black Mist doppelganger finally turned to face the 9 of them. Its eyes flashed with a cold light as it spoke through consciousness. The Star Alliance's fleet is up ahead. The 9 of you, attack immediately. Each of you will take 10 million strongholds, large or small, as proof of your allegiance to me. The 9 primordial ancients were stunned, but they didn't show any signs of resistance. They had already made the oath, there was no turning back. For example, today, Yi Xian had ordered them to seize 10 million strongholds from each of their clans in front of the Star Alliance. Although it was embarrassing, it was a good thing. At least they would no longer have any hope of returning to their clans. Roar! Hiss! At this point, the 9 heads exchanged a look. Without hesitation, they threw their heads back and let out a roar of rage. Their auras surged, and with a shake of their shoulders, they charged toward the Star Alliance army at the edge of the Star Alliance's planetary system. Today, the 3 primordial supremes of the Alliance, the blood-devouring lion, the 9-headed blood dragon, and the azure sky rock, were still fighting against Yi Xian's 2 blood sea doppelgangers. All of them were at a disadvantage and the situation was not good. Tiancheng, the most powerful beings of the Star Alliance, were the dozens of universe supremes. Besides, they had provoked the 9 great beings of the 3 races with their words, forcing them to rush into the void with the other great beings of the primordial era. That was how they had ended up in their current state. Yes, therefore, when they saw the 9 powerhouses of the 3 clans who had already betrayed them and rushed towards them with murderous intent, they instantly trembled violently. Their expressions changed drastically, and they all exclaimed in horror, "What's going on? Weren't there still 25 almighty patriarchs half an incense stick of time ago? How long has it been, and there are only 9 left?" Hiss! The Devil Preceptor's Black Mist doppelganger is terrifying. He killed 16 almighty patriarchs in such a short time. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the Star Alliance is down to 9 almighty patriarchs. This is a shocking massacre. What great beings! These 9 old men have already betrayed us. In order to survive, they have pledged allegiance to the master of the magic hall. Now they are rushing towards us with murderous intent. Are you all blind? Damn it, each of them wants to rob 10 million large and small fortresses as proof of allegiance. Isn't that a total of 10,000 fortresses? These are not ordinary battleships. These are fortresses with diameters of 50,000 meters and 100,000 meters. The master of the magic hall is too cruel. It's useless to say more. Retreat. Return to the star field and leave behind the 90 million fortresses and our people. Otherwise, they will be attracted to the star field. These are our people who have been sacrificed temporarily. We will rescue them in the future. Howl. What are you waiting for? Apart from the designated 90 million fortresses, the rest of the warships are to return to the star field. Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. Rumble. The dozens of Universe Supreme Beings and Universe Masters retreated immediately to the Star Alliance's star domain behind them. Their voices were filled with unwillingness to admit defeat. The countless starry sky battleships that had been arrayed at the edge of the star field all opened their kinetic energy cabins at the same time. With an indescribable panic, they quickly retreated towards the interior of the star field. However, there were a total of 90 million fortresses, large and small, as well as countless experts of the Blood Flood Dragon Clan, Green Rock Clan, and Battle Lion Clan within those fortresses. They had become abandoned pawns, and this was something that could not be helped. Otherwise, if the 9 Supremes had not taken the initiative to keep them, these traitorous 9 Supremes would definitely have killed their way into the galactic region to fulfill the request of the Master of Magic Hall. Century their losses would definitely be even more disastrous. At this very moment, the experts of the Blood Flood Dragon Clan, Green Rock Clan, and Battle Lion Clan, who had been abandoned within those 90 million fortresses, were obviously having a mental breakdown. For the clans that they had always believed in, they must have felt a sense of loss and even anger in their hearts at this very moment. This was exactly what Yi Xian wanted to see. Soon, as the 90 million fortresses, large and small, which had been abandoned, sailed towards the star field with unwillingness, the 9 ancient supreme beings, who were originally filled with murderous intent, also stopped immediately. But they all turned to look at Black Fog Body. They were clearly waiting for his next instruction. I have already said that there is no need for you to intervene in this battle. Black Fog Body nodded, obviously very satisfied with this result. After the 9 of them scanned the 90 million fortresses of various sizes that were heading toward them, they nodded and continued, immediately lead this army of fortresses to the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. Tell the Green Bull and the 6-headed Blood Flood Dragon to enlist the 3 races in this army of fortresses into the captive army of the Demonic Palace's 5 armies. As for the fortresses, hand them over to the nomadic army. Boom. Rumble, roar. Screech. Following his order, the 9 supreme beings of the 3 clans immediately raised their heads and roared violently. Then, they leaped and shot towards the void on the right. In these 90 million fortresses, all the commanders and higher-ups did not dare to make any movements. They obediently gave orders, and all the kinetic energy cabins of the fortresses were fully activated. They followed behind the 9 supreme beings of the 3 clans and drove towards the forbidden land of Rising Sun, where the magic hall was located. Not long after, the army disappeared at the end of the void to the right and was no longer visible. Only then did the eyes of the Black Fog clone flash with a cold light. He turned his head and looked at the 2 battlegrounds in the distance. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 48:19. In the void on the left far away, in a vast land with a radius of 10 billion miles, the Qi was in complete chaos, and endless energy was raging. This was the terrifying scene caused by the fierce battle between 3 powerful primordial supremes. To be precise, among the 3 primordial supremes, 2 of them were being beaten up. They were the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock. The battle had lasted for half the time it took for an incense stick to burn. From the beginning, the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock were in an absolute disadvantage. Although they had more people, they were all first-ranked Desolate Venerables, while the skeleton avatar they were fighting was 7th-ranked Desolate Venerables. And due to the majestic chi and blood within Pang Da's terrifying body, his true battle strength was enhanced by another level. He had already reached a level where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with a rank 8 Desolate Supremacy. Half an hour the time it took to burn a stick of incense was not long, but it was not short either. The nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock, who were in an absolute disadvantage from the beginning, were in a very sorry state. Their huge bodies were full of blood and swollen lumps, which looked shocking and made people gasp. No. After all, they were powerful primordial supremes, and the skeleton avatar did not have a top-grade treasure like the big-headed black stick, and it did not even control the 9-colored flame sea. Although he could use the fallen sky bow and other supreme theurgies, it was not worth it at all. That was why the skeleton avatar had never used it. Because of this, although the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock were in a very sorry state, they did not die, nor were they seriously injured. These two guys were old foxes who had lived from the end of the primordial era to the present, and they had rich battle experience. They could often avoid a thunderous attack at the most critical moment. Even if the skeleton avatar punched with all its strength, it could have killed them in one fell swoop. But in the end, they would only be slightly injured. Big. Although these two old fellows had been beaten black and blue all this while, their bones were still very tough. Perhaps it was because they had been abused more than once, and had long gotten used to it. At this moment, their fighting spirit was high, and they felt as if they were getting braver the more they fought. Yes, to be precise, it should be, the more the battle went on, the braver they got. Roar! Screech, Bao Yuan, it's impossible for this avatar of yours to annihilate me and Qingpeng. You're destined to return empty-handed in today's battle. That's right. Including this time, Xuejiao and I have been abused by you 3 times. We will remember this debt. In the future, when the other desolate supremacies in the clan wake up one after another, there will be a time to settle the score. Up until now, although they had been tortured quite badly, at least they hadn't been seriously injured. Naturally, they were even further away from the so-called death. Such a result made the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock calm down. They actually started to clamor again, roaring like thunder, Xiao. Boom. Rumble. Before their roars had even died down, the skeleton avatar turned its head to look at them, and a faint light flashed through its eyes, following which it instantly disappeared into the distance. Several at the same time, he appeared between the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock. Without saying a word, he threw out 2 punches, bang. Bang. Roar. Roar. Caught off guard, the 2 old men were punched again. In an instant, they let out an incomparably mournful howl. This was the full-force attack of a rank 8 desolate supremacy. If it hit them, even if they were rank 1 desolate supremacy, they would still end up exploding and dying. However, these 2 old fellows were too slippery. Their divine sense for danger was too sensitive. Even if this attack was definitely caught off guard, they still managed to dodge to the side at the most critical moment. They weren't even hit by this punch. It was only a slight scratch. Such a result made the skeleton avatar frown again. Just as his shoulders shook and he was about to step forward again to give the 2 old fellows another punch, the skeleton avatar seemed to have sensed something. His figure suddenly paused, and he turned around to look behind him. Xiao! At this moment, along with an extremely sharp sound of breaking through the air, a black shadow was shooting over at an extremely fast speed. It was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was already close. It was the black fog avatar of Yi Xian's 3 blood sea avatars. body. The cultivation aura emanating from it had also reached the 7th stage. Look at that. Seeing this scene, the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock were shocked. They subconsciously raised their heads to look at the edge of the Alliance star field in the distance. In the past 15 minutes, they had been focused on dealing with the skeleton avatar. They had no time to spare the slightest bit of divine sense to pay attention to the situation at the edge of the star field in the distance. Here, when they saw the black fog avatar suddenly shooting over, they realized that something big might have happened over there. On the line, the edge of the Star Alliance's planetary system was completely empty. All of the Alliance's battleships and elites had retreated into the system, but the 9-headed serpent and the cyan rock didn't know that. Such as now that they saw that the edge of the star field, where there was originally a huge warship fleet, had become empty in a short period of time, their hearts trembled, and they immediately roared. Roar. Screech, damn you, violent ape, what did your black fog avatar do? Where is the Alliance army under my command? If you dare to hurt my clansmen, I will definitely not let you off for today's matter, Shio. Phew. Before he had a chance to cry out in alarm, the black mist clone that was already over 100 million kilometers away abruptly waved a hand through the air as a cold light flashed through its eyes. With a sharp sound of breaking through the air, a 9-colored light that looked like a firefly soared in the wind. In an instant, it turned into a majestic 9-colored flame sea, sweeping toward the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock. If let this flame sea seal around them, coupled with the addition of the black fog avatar, even if these two old guys had the cultivation strength of the desolate master, the outcome of today's battle would be unpredictable. Such as, most likely, it was because he was unwilling to die here. Look at that. Seeing this scene, these thoughts flashed in his mind. The 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock, who were about to shoot out, suddenly stopped. Immediately afterward, almost subconsciously, the two of them channeled the power in their body to the extreme at the same time. They tried their best to retreat quickly. You only want to leave now. A faint light flashed in the eyes of the bone avatar, and the extremely cold voice of divine thought came out instantly. Unfortunately, it's too late. Boom. Rumble, hiss. Almost at the same time, tens of thousands of miles behind the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock who were retreating rapidly, a crack suddenly appeared in the void along with the earth-shattering roar of thunder. Two faint sounds of breaking through the air came, then two rays of light shot out from the crack. They expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, they had reached thousands of miles. They were the bloody unicorn and the 9U demon crocodile that had disappeared for a long time. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version reading website, M. Chapter 4820. Boom. Hiss. Tens of thousands of miles away, along with the earth-shattering roar of thunder, a crack suddenly appeared in the void. Two faint sounds of breaking through the air could be heard, and then two fine rays of light shot out from the crack. Under the wind, they had already reached tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, extremely huge. They were the long-lost scarlet unicorn and 9 hell demon alligator. These two old fellows were the same as the void tortoise, golden divine dragon, and desolate Yiksha, supreme experts who had existed since the beginning of the desolate era. Although their cultivation strength was not as strong as the void tortoise and the other peak 9th stage desolate venerables, they had also reached the 7th stage and were late stage desolate venerables. But, not long ago, their cultivation strength had only recovered to the 4th order desolate venerable realm, which was still quite a distance away from the peak of the 7th order desolate venerable realm. But, now, in just 2 years, these two old fellows had some kind of opportunity, and their cultivation realm had skyrocketed again. Although they had not recovered to the late-stage 7th order, they were already 6th order desolate venerable realm. In terms of realm, compared to Yi Xian's 3 blood sea avatars, they were only 1 level weaker. Dang! However, if the 3 Blood Sea avatars were to be considered, then even if the current blood-colored Qilin and the 9 Demon Crocodile were to be restored to the 6th rank Desolate Venerables, compared to the 3 Blood Sea avatars, there was still a gap of 2 ranks. If the 3 Blood Sea avatars were to be considered, if it was just the 2 of them, Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea clones would be able to fight 3 against 2. Although they wouldn't be able to kill the Blood Qilin and the 9 Hell Demon Alligator, or even severely injure them, they would still be able to beat them up. But, now, in addition to these 2 old fellows, there was also a 7th Order Blood-Devouring Lion, and 2 First Order Desolate Venerables, the 9-headed Blood Crocodile and the Azure Sky Rock. It could be said that the situation of the battlefield had a huge reversal in an instant. Previously, Yi Xian had the absolute advantage. With the Violent Ape holding back the Bloodthirsty War Lion, the Skeleton Doppelganger and the Black Mist Doppelganger were fighting the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock. Under such circumstances, coupled with the addition of the 9-colored Sea of Flames, it was absolutely not impossible to kill the 9-headed Blood Wyrm and Azure Sky Rock on the spot today. And the possibility of this happening was very high. But now, it was completely different. Although Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea avatars had the terrifying battle strength of an 8th level Desolate Venerable, the other side had 5 Desolate Venerable level experts, the Crimson Unicorn, the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, the Blood-Devouring War Lion, the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock. Among them, the Blood-Devouring War Lion had late-stage combat strength, while the Blood Unicorn and the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile were only 1 stage away from late-stage Stage 7 combat strength. The 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock were more than enough to make up for this difference. If they were to really engage in an all-out battle, the battle strength of both sides would basically be on par. As such, there was no need to continue this battle. Because to Yi Xian, even if he had the upper hand and could not kill one of them, it would be pointless and meaningless to fight. Clang! However, if he were to use the Fallen Sky Bow, not to mention the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock, even the Blood Unicorn, the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile and the Blood-Devouring War Lion could be killed by his arrow. But that was completely unnecessary. Yi Xian did not want to reveal the Fallen Sky Bow. This was his trump card, and now was not the time to reveal it. Roar. Screech. At this moment, following the sudden arrival, the Blood Unicorn and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile's consciousness immediately locked onto Yi Xian's Skeleton Doppelganger and the Black Mist Doppelganger. The energy in their bodies surged, and they each let out a shocking roar and howl. Bao Yuan, after 2 years, we finally meet again. Although your cultivation strength has increased by 1 level, and you are now a late-stage 7th stage Baron Supremacy, but our cultivation has also increased from the 4th stage to the 6th stage. The gap between us has narrowed. We have been looking forward to this battle for a long time, although the 2 of us are still not your match, but if we join forces with the War Lion, the Blood Dragon and the Azure Rock, our overall strength will not be weaker than yours. We have nothing to fear, the 2 of us are rootless duckweeds. From now on, we will stay in the Star Alliance. Bao Yuan, your era is over. With the passage of time, the 5 of us in the Star Alliance are now not weaker than you. In time, when our cultivation strength increases by another level, it will be the time of your magic hall's destruction. Roar, you are just losers. Even if you join forces, it won't change anything. In response to these provocative words, the Skeleton Doppelganger raised its head and roared angrily. The Consciousness Doppelganger's voice echoed through the void. Don't forget, although your overall combat strength can already contend with this king's, and even be on par with him, this king is only 1 person, and there are 5 of you. You still have the nerve to be so arrogant. Don't you feel ashamed? As he spoke, Here, the Skeleton Doppelganger turned its head and looked in another direction. 10 billion miles away, Bao Yuan and the Blood-Devouring War Lion were engaged in a fierce battle. The void was in chaos, and even the Consciousness Doppelganger couldn't detect anything. The intensity of the battle was too strong. There is no need to continue this battle, for I have already achieved my goal. Whoosh! As the skeleton doppelganger finished speaking, it turned its head and looked in the direction of the battle. In the distance, a blood-red light shot towards it. It was the blood-devouring war lion fighting the blood-devouring war lion, Bao Yuan. Walala, with the arrival of Bao Yuan, Yi Xian's three-blood sea doppelganger instantly collapsed, turning into a rain of blood that merged into the vast blood sea under his feet. Almost at the same time, the vast blood sea also quickly condensed into a point. Then, Bao Yuan, who had just disappeared, once again stepped out of the void. Although his body was only about 3 meters in size, the aura of cultivation that emanated from his body was incomparably majestic. He was actually a 7th-order Desolate Master. Roar! Bao Yuan, where are you going? Stay and fight for another 800 rounds. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out from a distance in that direction. Anger before the roar fell, the huge figure of the blood-devouring war lion had already appeared from the end of the void. It was thousands of miles long, but it was obviously in a sorry state. Its entire body was covered with swollen blood bags of various sizes. It was a ghastly sight. You have already been tortured by me to this extent, and you still have the face to call yourself arrogant. Looking over, a hint of disdain flashed in Bao Yuan's eyes. He mocked loudly, then he turned around. With a shake of his shoulder, his entire figure turned into a faint light and blasted away at an extremely fast speed. However, his consciousness doppelganger's voice still echoed in the void for a long time. The 5 of you better work harder and raise your cultivation strength. Otherwise, the next time we fight, I will definitely kill 2 or 3 of you. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 48:21. Swoosh! A faint sound of something breaking through the air was heard, and a figure came from afar. It was Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian was in the form of a violent ape, but his body was only about 3 feet tall. He was still in the state of the 9th transformation of the 9 changes of demonic ape, so his aura was at the late stage of the 7th order of the remote antiquity Supreme Master. Now, the situation in the fragment of untainted land was completely different from a few months ago. Originally among the 5 alliances, the Ferocious Beast Alliance had been eliminated, and the Supreme Holy Land in the hearts of all the Ferocious Beasts' forbidden areas, which was the Grey Light Ball, had disappeared. It took countless ferocious beasts to the Hongmeng Void. As for the Survivors Alliance, all of them had surrendered to the Magic Hall. Yi Xian already knew about this, but he didn't immediately send all of them to the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, where the Magic Hall was located. By even the Sky River Star Domain was still outside, and the countless experts in the Remnant Star Domain were not in a hurry to receive them immediately. Among the other 3 alliances, he had just visited the Star Alliance. He had killed or surrendered the 25 great beings of the remote antiquity Supreme Master, which had completely collapsed. Although the Survivors Alliance now had 5 Desolate Masters after the addition of the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9th Secret Demon Crocodile, there were only a few Desolate Masters left. However, there were only a few dozen Universe Supreme Beings and Universe Masters below Baron Master. The great beings who were capable of overseeing an area had been cut off. It could be said that there was a shortage of new talents. This, even if the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9th Secret Demon Crocodile, the 9th Secret Demon Crocodile, the Blood-Devouring Lion, the 9-Headed Blood Dragon, and the Cyan Sky Rock joined forces, they could fight Yi Xian's 3 bloody sea bodies to a draw. However, considering the safety of countless subordinates in the Star Alliance, they would definitely not start a war in a short time. At least, they would wait until the Blood Dragon, the Cyan Rock, and the Battle Lion had moved to the Ancestral Land, and new great beings of the remote antiquity Supreme Master or great beings had awakened. Once the war started, there would be at least a great being guarding the headquarters of the Alliance. Only then would they consider the war against the Magic Hall. After that, there were only 2 alliances left. Human beings. The Human Federation was currently locked in a fierce battle with the newly arrived Heaven's Legacy race, and Yi Xian had no intention of joining in on the fun. At the very least, he had no intention of doing so until he had reaped enough benefits. This is the arrival of the Divination clan could be considered a stroke of bad luck on the part of the Human Federation. They had created a giant wormhole that allowed imperishable stars to pass through, allowing the imperishable 9 stars, the Sky Extinction Palace, and the Temple of Glory, the former headquarters of the 10,000 Net Federation, to arrive smoothly. But because of this, the Celestial Legacy race was also drawn over. Yes, Yi Xian did not plan to get too involved in this matter. He had to destroy the Heaven's Legacy race, but he had no plans to ally with the Human Federation. Although Yi Xian was also a human, he didn't have a good impression of the two camps of the human race, be it the Immortal Dynasty of the Science and Technology camp or the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace of the Cultivation camp. For example, the Xianyuan family, the Duanmu family, and the other factions and clans that were originally part of the human race's science and technology camp and were on good terms with Yi Xian had all left the Human Federation and were now in the Sky River Quadrant. For example, therefore, even from an emotional point of view, Yi Xian did not have to care about the Human Federation's survival at all. Moreover, although the Heaven's Legacy race was powerful, the Human Federation was not weak either. Their overall strength was definitely one of the top in this void fragment, and even the Magic Hall could not compare to them. For this reason, in addition, under the command of the Imperial Preceptor of the Eternal Dynasty, the heir of the human race's science and technology camp, there was still a powerful army of the mechanical race. Now, it had not been exposed. Based on this point alone, it could be concluded that the true strength of the Human Race Federation had not been displayed at all. Therefore, it was impossible for Yi Xian to be involved in the war between the Human Federation and the Heaven's Legacy race at this time. He would let them fight each other and spend some time in that distant star quadrant first. Apart from the Human Federation, there was only the alliance of 10,000 races left. The alliance of 10,000 races was formed by the slave races of the original First Universe. To be honest, the Space Rats, the Hell Ants, and the giant Ferocious race had once formed an alliance with Yi Xian. But now, the Demons, the Blood Mosquitoes, and the other races and forces that had formed an alliance with Yi Xian were still in the Sky River Quadrant, firmly allied with the victorious Return Army and the Sky River Army under his command. However, the Space Rats, the Hell Ants, and the giant Ferocious race had long forgotten about their alliance, as if it had never happened at all. This was good too. Otherwise, on account of their friendship in the past, Yi Xian would be too embarrassed to attack the alliance of 10,000 races now. Wrong, his next target was the alliance of 10,000 races. A month ago, the alliance of 10,000 races had received reinforcements from the first universe of the starry sky, and its combat strength had greatly increased. Like the Human Federation and the Star Alliance, it had also announced that it would withdraw from the Magic Hall, and from then on, it would have nothing to do with it. This time, the Space Rats, the Hell Ants, the giant Ferocious race, and the evil Slime race had also migrated. The Alliance's forces had increased by 40 billion battleships, 24 late-stage mighty figures, and 4 middle-stage primordial supreme figures. Previously, the reason why Yi Xian raided the Star Alliance was to try and see if he could kill the 9-headed Blood Dragon or the Azure Sky Rock. But, this was only a secondary purpose. His main purpose was still the 25 primordial supreme figures in the Star Alliance. Such as today, there were only a few level 29 desolate supreme pills left in his hands. Once the generals under his command made a breakthrough in their cultivation and rushed into the Primordial Supreme Realm, they would return to the Primordial Supreme Realm. At that time, the generals under his command would need more level 29 Desolate Supreme Pills, which would greatly increase the number of level 29 Desolate Supreme Pills. Just these few Desolate Supreme Treasured Pills were clearly not enough to be distributed. As such, therefore, Yi Xian planned to take advantage of the current situation to kill as many Primordial Supreme Pills as possible. In this way, When he was in need of level 29 Desolate Supreme pills in the future, he could refine them at any time and solve the urgent need in an instant. With this purpose in mind, his trip to the Star Alliance this time could be said to be a great harvest. The original 9 blood essences of the Primordial Supreme pills had soared to 25. But this was still not enough. 25 blood essences of the Primordial Supreme pills, even if 4 of them were of the highest quality, according to Yi Xian's calculation, refining 25 Desolate Supreme pills was a sure thing. The probability of refining 26 pills was about 80%. 27 pills, only 60% was left. 2. The probability of refining 18 pills was directly reduced to less than 40%. According to his estimation, he would need at least 40 level 29 Desolate Supreme pills to meet his needs in the future. Therefore, he still had to kill the Primordial Supreme beings. This time, after leaving the Star Alliance, he did not immediately return to the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. His only purpose was to strike while the iron was hot and go to the star field where the alliance of 10,000 races was located. He wanted to kill the 24 primordial supreme beings that had just arrived not long ago. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4822. The star field occupied by the alliance of 10,000 races was located on the other side of the chaos fragment. It could be said that it was extremely far away. However, this distance was not a problem for Yi Xian, whose peak battle strength had reached the 7th order supreme of the ancients. He didn't even need to use his full strength. He just casually skimmed through the void, and it only took him a few days to arrive at the star field's destination. News of everything that had happened in the Star Alliance had spread throughout the Yorwild's fragment of heaven and earth. In this vast expanse of space, all the major forces had sent out a large number of small fleets of scouts to roam about, passing information to each other at a speed that was even faster than Supreme Primordial could travel through space with his physical body. When the news spread, the entire void was in an uproar. This period of time had not been peaceful at all. Undercurrents had been surging in the void of the fragment of untainted land. Some of the weaker clans and forces even began to miss the 2 years of peace that had ended not long ago. Everything was very good at first, but the peace that lasted for 2 years was hurriedly ended because of the arrival of the reinforcements of the Star Field, the alliance of 10,000 races, and the Human Federation. In the eyes of the major races and forces, the most aggrieved was the Beast Alliance. They were implicated because of this and were implicated. The furious master of the Magic Hall vented his anger on them. In the end, the entire alliance was annihilated and expelled. However, the Survivors' Alliance was still very lucky. The master of the Magic Hall seemed to have little interest in the survivors of the Ancients. When the 5 great alliances joined forces to seize the Magic Hall, the Survivors' Alliance was the only one who escaped unscathed. Such as, today, the master of the Magic Hall was furious. The Beast Alliance suffered, but the Survivors' Alliance was unscathed. As for the other 3 alliances that started this turmoil, the Human Federation reaped what they had sown. Now that they were engaged in a battle with the Tianji clan, they simply had no time to care about the actions of the Magic Hall. Star the Sky Alliance had already learned their lesson. Although the blood-devouring War Lion, 9-headed Blood Flood Dragon, and Azure Sky Great Peng had not fallen, and their cultivation had also increased sharply. Now, with the addition of the Blood Qilin and 9 Netherworld Devil Alligator, they now had a total of 5 Desolate Venerable level experts. But this time, they had lost 25 Primordial Masters. 16 of them had been slain by the Demon Hall Master, while the other 9 had turned traitor. They had stolen 90 million strongholds and countless people from the Star Alliance as proof of their allegiance. They had probably returned to the Forbidden Land of Rising by now. After the news spread, all the clans and forces fixed their eyes on the Myriad Races Alliance at once and dispatched a large number of scout fleets to the Star area where the Myriad Races Alliance was located so as to investigate the follow-up changes at any time. As far as they were concerned, The Star Alliance had learned its lesson from the three main culprits who had announced their withdrawal from the Demon Hall and caused the void to once again become unstable. The Federation was in a good mood. The Master of the Magic Hall couldn't have asked for more. He was happy to sit and watch the show. He probably couldn't be bothered with them for a while. Well, his next target was obviously the alliance of 10,000 tribes. In fact, even the higher-ups of the alliance thought so. Based on the Master of the Magic Hall's violent temper, since he had made his move this time, he definitely wouldn't stop. The alliance would definitely be his next target. With this in mind, as soon as the news spread, the higher-ups of the alliance held an emergency meeting to discuss. They quickly came to a conclusion and immediately made all kinds of arrangements. In just one day, a huge fleet of battleships sailed out of the Alliance's star field. There were more than 10 billion of them, and they were stationed at the edge of the star field. Although the Master of the Magic Hall was extremely powerful, and this time he didn't lead the Magic Hall army in the forbidden land of Rising Sun on a punitive expedition, he acted alone as if he was taking revenge. Against a powerful late-stage desolate supremacy, this kind of conventional battleship-level battle force was basically useless. But the alliance of the alliance still did so. On one hand, it was because this battle force was at least a way to show that they weren't weak in the face of a battle. On the other hand, even if the conventional battleship-level battle force didn't pose much of a threat to beings at the level of remote antiquity supremacy, the 10 billion battleship army was waiting for them. The battleship cannons were all fully charged in advance. If necessary, they could instantly fire 10,000 cannons at once. This kind of scene would probably cover the vast void space with endless beams of energy from the battleship cannons. More or less, it would definitely cause some damage and influence to the Master of the Magic Hall. But apart from that, the four middle-stage desolate supremacies of the Alliance of the Alliance of the Alliance of the Alliance, as well as the 24 powerful beings of the Primordial Era, and close to 100 Universe Masters and Universe Supremes, had already flown out from the depths of the star field. They stood in the void space with their physical bodies, guarding the 10 billion battleship army at the edge of the star field. Just like that, 3 whole days passed. In the past 3 days, no matter whether it was the army of the alliance of 10,000 races that was ready for battle or the scouts that were lurking in the void in the distance, none of them made any moves. However, their hearts were in their throats as they waited for the arrival of the Master of the Magic Hall. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a ray of light shot over and closed in on them in the blink of an eye. It was the Master of the Magic Hall, a ferocious ape with a monstrous aura, roar, Walala. As soon as he descended, the figure of the Master of the Magic Hall came to an abrupt halt in the void. Immediately after, the strange sound of splashing water rang out. His entire figure instantly collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out and enveloped a corner of the universe's void. Roar! Roar! Hiss! Very quickly, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, shocking roars and ferocious howls could be heard. Within the shocking waves of the boundless sea of blood, in the blink of an eye, 3 gigantic figures rose from the ground in an instant. They were the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient ape demons, the body of flesh and blood, which was the violent ape of stars. The body of bones, without any flesh and blood, was merely a purple-gold skeleton that exuded an endless ferocious aura, incomparably ferocious. Black the body of fog was a cloak of black fog, and even its pair of eyes were merely 2 cloaks of purple light. It was extremely strange. In a short time, the 3 great blood sea bodies had already formed, and the aura that emanated from their bodies was shockingly at the 7th order of the Primordial Era. But, in fact, the true battle power of these 3 blood sea bodies, due to the support of the majestic blood and energy within the 60 million miles huge body, had reached the level of an 8th order desolate supremacy. Roar! Just as his figure rose from the sea of blood, the ferocious ape raised its head and roared again. It raised its hand and pointed at the four primordial era supremacies 10 billion miles away. Its voice was cold and filled with endless disdain. You, who wants to fight? Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 48-23. The Alliance of 10,000 Races. Star outside the star domain, a huge fleet of battleships was waiting. There were more than 10 billion of them, and they were spread out in the void space at the edge of the star domain. There was no end in sight. Besides that, the four middle-stage desolate masters of the Alliance of 10,000 Races, 24 powerful beings of the primordial era, and close to 100 universe masters and universe supremes had already flown out from the depths of the star domain. They stood in the void space with their physical bodies, guarding in front of the fleet of 10 billion battleships at the edge of the star domain. Around the void space, there was a large number of scout fleets from various races and powers lying in wait, paying close attention to what was happening here. Here at this moment, as the master of the magic hall arrived, he immediately waved his hand and produced a blood sea, and 3 blood sea bodies appeared at the same time, regardless of whether it was the great army of the Alliance of 10,000 Races that was ready for battle, or the scout fleets from various powers and races lying in wait in the void space. Everyone was extremely nervous. Hull. As the 3 blood sea bodies flew up, Bao Yuan raised his head and roared. He raised his hand and pointed at the 4 primordial masters who were 10 billion miles away. His voice was cold and filled with endless disdain. Who will fight with me? At this moment, he was standing on the vast blood sea, which was 60 million miles wide. Although the aura emitted from his body was only at the 7th level of the primordial master, his actual combat power was comparable to that of an 8th level desolate master. Including the skeleton body and the black fog body, which were standing in the other 2 directions of the vast blood sea, standing in a tripartite confrontation with Bao Yuan, it was the same. On the other side, at the forefront of the 10 billion battleship army of the Myriad Races Alliance, the most powerful existences among the 100 or so upper echelons of the Alliance were only the 4 middle-stage desolate venerables from the Hell Ant, the Space Rat, the Giant Ferocious, and the Evil Spirit Slime. The most powerful one. The strongest one was at the 6th level of the Primordial Master, and the weakest one was only at the 4th level of the Primordial Master. Here, the 3 blood sea avatars of the Magic Hall's master were comparable to a level 8 desolate supremacy. He could easily beat them up in a 1 versus 2 battle. In this way, the 4 mid-stage desolate venerables of the Alliance of 10,000 Tribes and the master of the Magic Hall would only need to send out 2 blood sea avatars to hold them back, while the remaining blood sea avatar would rush into the rest of the higher-ups of the Alliance. Like a tiger entering a pack of wolves, it would kill the 24 powerful beings of the desolate antiquity, one by one. First he'd done the exact same thing back in the Star Alliance. Word of this had spread far and wide. Not only were the countless experts of the Alliance aware of this, but even the scouts from various factions and clans lurking in the void were well aware of this. Demon the Hall Master's target was not the 4 mid-stage desolate venerables of the Alliance of 10,000 Tribes, but the 24 powerful beings of the desolate antiquity who were slightly weaker. This had long been a consensus. Even though the outside world did not know why the Devil Hall Master had intentionally killed so many of the primordial era's almighty figures, at this moment, as he really did arrive with a rumbling sound, everyone understood. This time, the 24 almighty figures of the primordial era from the Myriad Races Alliance were probably in danger. Roar! Just as Bao Yuan finished speaking, in front of the army of the Alliance of 10,000 Tribes, the desolate venerable ancestor of the Hell Ant tribe, a black and gold giant ant that was millions of miles long, raised its head and let out a shocking roar. Roar! At the same time, the sound of his divine sense reverberated throughout the star domain. Countless experts in the starry sky could hear it clearly. Bao Yuan, this trick of yours is no longer effective. You want to use 2 blood sea avatars to lure the 4 of us away, and then leave the blood sea avatar behind to kill the powerful beings of the Alliance. You've already used the same trick in the Star Alliance. I won't fall for it, roar. Just as he finished speaking, the desolate venerable ancestor of the space rat tribe, a giant silver rat that was millions of miles long, immediately took over the conversation. Anger with a roar, he continued, Bao Yuan, if you have the ability, just come and kill us. The four of us will not be separated. Although we are only at the mid-stage desolate venerable level, you can forget about separating us. If we fight, even if we have to pay a huge price, the four of us will join forces to kill one of your avatars. This was indeed the safest way to deal with it. Although the four of them were only at the mid-stage desolate antiquity level, as the supreme masters of the desolate antiquity, which one of them did not have powerful secret techniques. If Bao Yuan and the other two Blood Sea avatars rushed out at the same time, their only choice was to join forces and use their secret techniques to attack one of the Blood Sea avatars at the same time. If then, even if the Blood Sea avatar did not die, it would be severely injured. This strategy was the strategy that the four desolate venerable ancestors of the Alliance of the 10,000 Races had secretly discussed and finally decided on. Although it was too passive, their original goal was to force Yi Xian to retreat and leave. First, when they first arrived in the void fragment of the Chaos world, the four of them were still complacent and disdainful of the magic hall that ruled this world. They thought that the four mid-stage desolate venerables on their side were enough to match the infamous master of the magic hall. However, the previous battle in the Star Alliance had finally made them realize the situation and the power of the master of the magic hall. Thus, the four of them had already given up on the idea that they could destroy the magic hall with just the Alliance of the 10,000 Races. At their point of view, the most reliable plan was to force the master of the magic hall to retreat today. After that, they would join forces with the three primordial venerables of the Star Alliance. After a secret discussion, the seven powerful desolate venerables would attack together. Only then would they have a chance of killing the master of the magic hall. And the possibility of this was not small. As long as the master of the Sky River, Yi Xian, who was said to be on par with the master of the magic hall, did not appear, then the master of the magic hall would definitely fall under the seven of them. For this matter, even if they were forced to the doorstep today, they would still not dare to take the initiative to fight. They would lose some face and grit their teeth and bear with it. Today, I am already here, whether you fight or not is not up to you. Facing the roars of the black gold giant ant and the silver giant rat, Bao Yuan curled his lips and did not care at all. Just as he finished speaking, he had already rushed forward, Xiao Xiao. At the same time, the skeleton doppelganger and the black mist doppelganger also rushed out. The three Blood Sea doppelganger rushed out at the same time, the aura in their bodies spreading to the extreme. A deep rumbling sound of thunder could be heard in the void. Roar! Hiss hiss hiss. Seeing this scene, the black gold giant ant, the silver giant rat, and the four desolate venerables from the giant ferocious race and the evil slime race roared at the same time. The aura in their bodies also surged to the extreme. Then again without hesitation, with a shake of their shoulders, they rushed forward to meet the Blood Sea doppelganger, Bao Yuan. However, the four of them did not separate. Pang Da's huge body was only a few million li away from each other. This was clearly the rhythm of them joining forces to kill one of Yi Xian's Blood Sea doppelganger. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 48-24. Seeing this scene in the distant void, countless powerhouses in the scout fleets from the various clans and forces trembled violently. Their expressions changed drastically, and they all exclaimed in horror, "What?" Under such circumstances, the master of the magic hall still made a move. He's truly incomparably ruthless and savage. Even if the situation is disadvantageous to him, he doesn't care at all. He fights when he needs to fight, he kills when he needs to kill. He acts recklessly without any fear or apprehension. This is the temperament and nature of the violent ape of stars. This race is definitely not an existence to be trifled with. They are all a bunch of lunatics. However, such impulsiveness obviously comes with a price. The 4 desolate supremacies of the alliance of 10,000 races have also gone all out. They have already said that if the master of the magic hall really wants to start a war, the 4 of them will use all their secret techniques and methods to combine their strength and kill one of the 3 blood sea avatars of the master of the magic hall at the same time. From the looks of it, the target that the 4 of them have chosen is obviously the violent ape of the 3 blood sea avatars. Although the 4 of them are only middle-stage desolate supremacies, 2 of them are level 6 desolate supremacies. They are only one step away from the late-stage desolate supremacies. Under the combined attack of their secret techniques, even if the violent ape does not die, he will at least be heavily injured. The 3 blood sea avatars are extremely important to the master of the magic hall. They are an important part of his domineering deterrence. If any of them is heavily injured, it will have a huge impact. The master of the magic hall is really too unwise. After this battle, the magic hall will fall into an awkward situation. At least for a short period of time, its deterrence will be greatly reduced. Roar. I have said before. Today, I am already here. Whether you fight or not is not up to you. Furthermore, since I am the one who initiated this battle, then the direction of this battle can only be decided by me. Xiao. While the surroundings were filled with shock and astonishment, the violent ape of the 3 blood sea avatars that were charging towards the edge of the alliance of 10,000 races suddenly raised his head and roared angrily. The sound of his divine sense enveloped the vast void in a radius of tens of billions of miles. Countless experts could clearly hear it. Before the sound of his divine sense had finished, the violent ape had already waved his hand. Xiao. Phew. Rumble, almost at the same time, an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out, and a faint firefly-like 9-colored light shot out. It expanded against the wind, and in a breath, it had already turned into a vast and boundless 9-colored flame sea. Void in the air, whistling sounds were incessant, accompanied by an incomparably deep rumbling sound. The 9-colored sea of flames that suddenly appeared was like mercury spilling over the ground, instantly spreading out in all directions and spreading out in all directions, dyeing a large expanse of the universe void. All of this happened too quickly. The 4 desolate Zune-old monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance who rushed out from the void in front of them were completely unable to react in time. Wait, when they came back to their senses, the 4 old fellows, together with the vast void of 200 million miles around them, had been completely enveloped by the spherical 9-colored sea of flames. The interior of the huge sphere was their cage, and there was no way to escape, because no matter which direction they broke through, they would touch the 9-colored sea of flames. That was definitely the rhythm of death. Looking around, all they could see were 9-colored flames rising endlessly from all directions. The sky, the earth, and the void were all connected together. They were completely trapped by this sea of flames. These thoughts flashed through the sea, and the 4 old fellows' huge bodies came to an abrupt halt. Their bodies shook violently, and their expressions suddenly changed. They exclaimed in horror, revealing endless despair. What? 9-colored flame sea. It really is the Shinnong 9-colored flame. We've been tricked by the violent ape. Damn it, we shouldn't have gathered together. Now that we've been captured by him, even if he can't do anything to us, he can only trap us, but he can't kill us, but the alliance outside is going to suffer a great disaster. Roar. His target is the 24 alliance experts. Now that we're trapped in the 9-colored sea of flames and can't escape, I'm afraid they'll end up like the Star Alliance. They'll all be killed in a short time. Too shameless, this is simply unbearable. Big Ant, your black shell is hard, it should be able to resist the flames. Why don't you try and see if you can break out of this sea of flames? F***ck your sister, you damned rat, you're too insidious. This is the Shinnong 9-colored flame. Even a late-stage almighty would lose a layer of skin if they touched it. My black shell is hard, but it can't withstand the heat. What exactly are you scheming? The nine-colored flames sea instantly shrouded him, completely sealing off a vast void of 200 million miles. Caught off guard, the four desolate venerable ancestors of the Myriad Race Alliance who were trapped inside exclaimed in shock. Their voices were the voice spread out through the nine-colored sea of flames, and after a brief moment of silence, countless experts in the scout fleets of the various races and forces shuddered violently. Cries of shock and astonishment immediately rang out like a tide. What happened? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Or perhaps, this is a dream. In just a short moment, the situation has undergone such a shocking reversal. The Demon Hall Master is too sinister. Previously, he was arrogant and arrogant. Then, he suddenly made a move. In an instant, he sealed the four desolate venerables of the alliance of 10,000 races, just as he said, today, since he is here, it is not up to others to decide whether to fight or not. Furthermore, since he was the one who initiated the battle, then the direction of this battle can only be determined by his wishes. Isn't this the case for everything in front of us? Previously, I thought he was planning to use the two Blood Sea avatars to lure away the four desolate supremacy patriarchs of the alliance of 10,000 races. Then, he would leave the third Blood Sea avatar behind and slaughter the 24 primordial grand beings of the alliance of 10,000 races like a tiger in a flock of sheep, but now, it seems that the Magic Hall Master's methods are even more shocking. Just a physical avatar, the Violent Ape, was able to trap all four desolate supremes from the alliance of 10,000 races. The nine-colored flame sea has trapped the four desolate venerables in one net. It's enough to have Bao Yuan to control it here. As for the remaining two Blood Sea avatars, there are countless experts in the alliance of 10,000 races, but who can stop them? This is a ferocious ape with an exceedingly violent disposition. Moreover, it's treacherous and calculative. It's simply too terrifying, and it absolutely can't be offended. Otherwise, it'll definitely bring misfortune. Roar. Screech. Cries of surprise came from all around like a tide. In the battlefield in front of them, in the vast sea of blood, two earth-shattering roars and a vicious howl suddenly rang out. At this moment, the skeleton doppelganger and the black fog doppelganger of the three Blood Sea doppelgangers moved at the same time. They rushed toward the 10 billion battleships army at the edge of the alliance of 10,000 races. Soon to be exact, it should be the 100 or so alliance higher-ups at the forefront of this battleship army. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 48-25. Roar. Screech. Along with the earth-shattering roars and screeches, the skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar of the three Blood Sea avatars moved at the same time, charging towards the 10 billion battleship army at the edge of the alliance of 10,000 races. At this moment, the 100 or so alliance higher-ups at the forefront of the battleship army trembled as if they had agreed to it beforehand. Their expressions changed drastically, as if they had suddenly seen a ghost. This was especially so for the 24 supreme beings at the very front. They were so scared that their legs started to tremble. No one knew the purpose of the skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar better than them, because when the roars and screeches sounded, they suddenly felt as if their auras were firmly locked onto. This time, the real reason why the Master of the Magic Hall attacked the alliance of 10,000 races again was because of them. First, when the four mid-stage Baron Supremes of the Alliance, including the Black Gold Giant Ant and the Silver Giant Rat, were still blocking in front, they, who were the targets of the Master of the Magic Hall, were already trembling in fear. Now, in the blink of an eye, the four powerful Baron Supremes of the Alliance were all, without exception, trapped by the giant sphere formed by the nine-colored flame sea. In the entire alliance of 10,000 races, there was no one who was stronger than them. This, the feeling of having no one to rely on, was already enough to make them panic. Now that they were facing the skeleton clone and the black fog clone that were shooting toward them, the auras in their bodies were extremely tyrannical, and the auras in their bodies were firmly locked onto them at the first moment. it could be said that at this moment, the hearts of the 24 powerful figures of the Alliance were almost completely broken down. Roar! Screech, all battleships, fire together, launch, bombardment. In the face of the rapidly approaching crisis, the 24 powerful figures of the Alliance had a drastic change in expression. They roared anxiously, and the auras in their bodies became even more intense. One of them, in a fit of anger, immediately ordered the 10 billion battleship army behind him to fire together. Wang, boom. Rumble, a low buzzing sound immediately sounded. Following his order, the 10 billion battleships behind him fired at the same time. Tens of billions of space cannons of different diameters were fired together, and the entire void was slightly trembling. Swoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the loud explosion, the sound of the air being torn apart could be heard. Countless energy beams from the cannons of the warships rained down, covering the sky and covering the earth, enveloping the void. Look! Seeing this scene, the expressions of the higher-ups of the scouting fleets from the various races and forces changed drastically. They immediately gave the order to retreat. Although the distance between them was very far, and even the cannons of the fortress couldn't reach such a distance, they were still within the safe range. However, the sight of 10 billion battleships firing at the same time is simply too shocking. It's always better to retreat a little further, and I'll feel more at ease. Walala. Almost at the same time, the gigantic bodies of Positive Pole's skeleton doppelganger and Black Mist doppelganger instantly turned into a rain of blood. Immediately after, the vast sea of blood rapidly shrank, and in less than half a breath, it had already turned into a weak firefly, as if it did not exist. Compared to the energy light curtain formed by the countless beams of light that covered a large part of the vast void, it was completely negligible. Very soon, a short while later, the vast sea of blood rapidly shrank, and in less than half a breath, had turned into a weak firefly, as if it did not exist. In just a few moments, the countless energy beams from the cannons of this round of bombardment had already whizzed past, charging into the void even further away. Along the way, some stars were struck, and earth-shattering rumbles resounded, shocking everyone who heard them. This is what you asked for, so don't blame me. Almost in the next moment, under a bloody flash, the skeleton doppelganger and the Black Mist doppelganger suddenly reappeared. Their bodies expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they had already reached a size of 60 million miles. The pressure of a late-stage desolate venerable from their bodies made people tremble. Boom. Boom. Rumble. Just as he finished speaking, the skeleton doppelganger and the Black Mist doppelganger punched out at the same time. Even though they were tens of billions of miles away, within the 10 billion battleship army in front of the Alliance star sector, two gigantic mushroom clouds instantly exploded. At this moment, flames soared into the sky, and the rumbling sounds of explosions were even more shocking than the movement of 10 billion battleships. Although it was the simplest two punches, and they were tens of billions of miles away, the ones who made the move were, after all, two powerful late-stage desolate venerables. The destruction caused by the two punches was too severe. Within the 10 billion huge battleship army, flames soared into the sky in the blink of an eye, and at least 1 billion battleships were destroyed because of this. Until, the great beings of the Alliance and the battleships were too numerous to count, just one attack had caused such severe consequences, and close to 100 upper echelons of the Alliance in front of the void space were terrified. This time, without waiting for the 24 great beings of the Alliance to make a sound, the dozens of Universe Masters and Universe Supremes behind them had already overstepped their authority and issued orders one after another. Damn it, who asked you to activate the cannons and launch a salvo? That's simply courting death. Turn off the cannons, immediately turn off all the cannons. This is an order, all battleships, turn around immediately and retreat to the inner part of the Alliance star sector. Everyone, evacuate, howl. 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 As the orders were issued, the dozens of Universe Masters and Universe Supremes rushed out and used all their strength to retreat to the inner part of the Alliance Star sector behind them. Such words and actions were extremely disrespectful to the 24 great beings of the Alliance in front of them. However, at this moment, they couldn't care less. Moreover, judging from the situation before them, it was obvious that these 24 great beings of the Alliance would be annihilated one after another very soon. To put it bluntly, at this moment, in the eyes of the dozens of Universe Masters and Universe Supremes behind them, they were actually no different from dead people. In fact, the 24 great beings of the Alliance in the void space in front of them were obviously aware of this, but at this moment, they couldn't care less about flying into a rage out of humiliation. They turned around and reprimanded the dozens of Universe Masters and Universe Supremes who were retreating to the inner part of the Alliance Star sector behind them. This was because after each of them threw out a punch, in the void space 10 billion miles ahead of them in front of them, the skeleton body and the black fog body of the Magic Hall Master had already charged straight toward them with a flash of coldness in their eyes. All of them were filled with murderous intent, and the overflowing murderous intent made even the void space tremble slightly. Until, previously, they had already locked onto the surrounding great beings of the Alliance Star sector with their divine senses, and they didn't relax at all. This was clearly a prelude to an all-out massacre. At this moment, if they didn't run, they might not have the chance to leave later on. Howl! 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 As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 24 great beings of the Alliance Star sector didn't hesitate at all. They raised their heads and roared angrily, then turned around and madly fled in all directions. At this moment, the high-level combat power of the Alliance Star sector was like a monkey scattering before the tree even fell. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of this website. Chapter 48-26. Roar. Screech. Screech, screech, screech. Roars and howls shook the heavens, revealing endless panic and fear. At this moment, the high-level combat strength of the Myriad Races Alliance could be said to be like monkeys scattering before the trees fell. On the other side, the 24 Alliance mighty figures in front of the 10 billion warships did not hesitate at all. After raising their heads and roaring, they all turned around and fled in all directions. Don't you think you're a little slow to think of running at such a time? I might as well be frank. The reason I came to the Alliance today is for you 24 primordial mighty figures. So, don't even think about leaving. Whoosh! Boom! Seeing this, the skeleton doppelganger and the black fog doppelganger both sent out their divine senses at the same time, followed by an angry roar. Almost in the next moment, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the air, and a black shadow suddenly appeared behind one of the primordial era mighty figures. This black shadow was the Black Mist clone. At this time, his form was not as huge as before because that was too big and not convenient for assassination. However, to him, these 24 primordial mighty figures were just a bunch of ants. Gosh! He was afraid that the Black Fog avatar would give up the one-stage augmentation to his cultivation by the boundless blood and chi in his massive body. He was still a rank 7 desolate supremacy. Crushing this group of primordial era mighty figures was like crushing a group of ants. Such as, although the Black Mist clone was only about 10 feet tall, the aura that spread out from his body was extremely terrifying. Just, the moment his figure appeared, the primordial mighty figure that he had locked on as his first target felt his scalp explode. He opened his mouth to beg for mercy, but he obviously would never have the chance. The Black Mist clone immediately stretched out his right fist, and there was not the slightest bit of energy aura spreading out. The simple punch landed squarely on the primordial era expert's back. After a deafening explosion, the primordial great expert's enormous body was blown apart. Then, along with the earth-shattering explosion, the ferocious beast mighty figure did not even have the chance to react before his body turned into a bloody mist that spread out. Shio! In the next instant, the black fog clone waved his hand and an incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from his body, enveloping an area of tens of thousands of miles. The majestic blood fog that had just spread out was all swept up and absorbed into his body. Edison, after the battle, they would be sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space within the cauldron. Then, the blood essence condensation would begin. And all of this only took half a breath, and the black mist avatar disappeared. In the blink of an eye, it reappeared in front of another primordial era mighty figure hundreds of millions of kilometers away. At the same time, in another direction, a supreme being of the Alliance who was running away subconsciously looked back. At this moment, a purple-gold figure appeared in front of him. It was silent, without the slightest movement or energy. It was the skeleton avatar. Here the avatar's body had also shrunk to the size of about 10 feet, and the aura it exuded was that of a 7th-order desolate venerable. It was slightly weaker than before, but it was more than enough to crush this group of experts from the Myriad Races Alliance. Boom! Pooh! By the time the primordial era expert realized that something was wrong, the skeleton avatar had already punched him in the chest. Half of his chest had been hit by the skeleton avatar. There was no suspense at all. With a huge explosion, the primordial era mighty figure's entire body turned into a rapidly spreading bloody mist in the blink of an eye. Shio! As the target's body exploded into a bloody mist, the skeleton avatar immediately waved his hand, and an incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from his body, covering a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The majestic blood fog that had just spread out was swept up by him and absorbed into his body, waiting to be sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space after the battle. Thus, the blood essence condensation began. After the successful attack, the skeleton avatar's body disappeared again in the blink of an eye and rushed to the second target. Although it sounded like a long time, in reality, it happened in less than a breath's time. It could be said that in the blink of an eye, the Myriad Races Alliance had lost two powerful primordial era mighty figures. This scene was too frightening, and the other primordial era mighty figures were all frightened. There were only 24 primordial era mighty figures in the entire Myriad Races Alliance, and now, 2 of them had been killed in less than a breath's time. It was like chopping vegetables. Such as. With such terrifying means and killing speed, at this rate, they would all be annihilated in less than half an incense's time. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the remaining 23 primordial era mighty figures looked at each other in horror. At this moment, they finally realized how terrifying the master of the magic hall was. Even if they had the battle strength of a desolate venerable, they were still no different from ants in front of a real late-stage desolate venerable. Shio! When they started to communicate with each other through divine sense, the black mist avatar, who was only a few feet tall, appeared hundreds of millions of miles away in another direction in the blink of an eye. Screech! This time, the primordial era mighty figure whose aura was locked on by the black mist avatar immediately felt the arrival of danger. Before the black mist avatar could make a move, his body suddenly trembled, and in fear, he raised his head and let out an incomparably shrill scream. Bang! Pooh! Unfortunately, all of this could not change anything. The black mist avatar had already made its move. It threw a simple punch at the primordial great being's enormous body. After a huge explosion, the primordial great being's enormous body was reduced to a cloud of blood mist in the blink of an eye. You're reading on Novel Full. Thanks for the support. You're reading on Novel Full. Thanks for the support. Shio! Even though this primordial era mighty figure was already prepared, he still could not withstand the black mist avatar's attack, and his entire body exploded into a bloody mist. The black mist avatar immediately waved his hand. An incomparably majestic and invisible force rolled out from his body, and the majestic blood mist that had just spread out was all swept up by him and absorbed into his body. Before all of this was completed, in another direction, the golden-purple skeleton avatar had already appeared once again. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, he rushed towards an Alliance mighty figure that was tens of millions of miles away to the right. Boom! Bang! An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the fourth Alliance mighty figure fell. The slaughter was too tragic. It was simple and direct. Although it was not flashy, it gave people an extremely shocking feeling that was difficult to describe with words. At this moment, the remaining 24 Alliance mighty figures were already scared out of their wits. They didn't even care about being afraid anymore. The only thought in their minds was to do their best and escape as far as possible. At this moment, space had fallen into a strange deathly silence. Besides the sharp sounds of numerous figures tearing through the air as they fled in panic, there was actually no other sound. It was like hell had descended, and it was deathly silent to the point it caused one's heart to feel cold while one's soul almost left their bodies. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 48-27. Boom! Bang! There was an earth-shattering explosion. As the Black Fog Avatar punched out, the fifth Almighty from the Alliance died. The huge inner peak turned into a cloud of blood mist that spread out. Then, the Black Fog Avatar waved its hand and put it away. At first, Yi Xian only had 9 blood essences of mighty figures. After a trip to the Star Alliance and killing 16 primordial mighty figures, the number of blood essences in his hands had increased to 25. While, now, as he arrived at the Alliance again, the hunt had just begun, and he had already obtained 5 blood essences of mighty figures. The total number of blood essences of mighty figures in his hands had reached 30. But, this was still far from enough. According to his estimation, he had to prepare at least 40 level 29 Desolate Supreme pills to meet his needs in the future. So, therefore, the primordial mighty figures still had to be killed. But, this time, after leaving the Star Alliance, he did not immediately return to the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. His only purpose was to strike while the iron was hot and arrive at the Star Sector where the Alliance was located. The 24 primordial mighty figures of the Alliance that had just arrived not long ago were all killed. Of the 24 Alliance mighty figures, 5 had been killed, and there were 19 left. Besides, others may not know the significance of these 19 primordial mighty figures, but Yi Xian was well aware. To him, these were 19 level 29 Desolate Supreme pills. Each of them represented the birth of a powerful primordial mighty figure under Yi Xian's Magic Hall in the future. Therefore, the remaining 19 primordial mighty figures of the Alliance must all be killed. Not one less. Boom! Bang! With that determination, the skeleton clone's eyes flashed coldly, and he attacked again. With a simple punch, the 6th Almighty Alliance cultivator exploded into a cloud of blood, which was then collected by the clone with a wave of his hand. Everything seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it happened in the span of 10 breaths. In just 10 breaths, at the edge of the Star Sector of the Alliance, a large number of Alliance battleships were still rapidly retreating into the sector. 10 billion miles to the right, within the gigantic fireball formed by the 9-colored flame sea, the black gold giant ant, the silver giant rat and the other desolate supremacies of the Alliance were still roaring like thunder. However, in this battlefield, the 6 powerful desolate supremes of the Alliance had already fallen. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and not a single hair was left behind. When this scene fell into the eyes of the experts of the scout fleets from the various clans and forces, they had long fallen completely silent. Sukasome people's mouths were wide open, their eyes were wide open, and even their breathing had stopped. The expression on their faces was as if they had seen a ghost, and they were incomparably sluggish. Again, it was only after a few breaths that the Black Mist clone and the Skeleton clone each launched a simple punch that each destroyed a mighty figure of the primordial era from the Myriad Races Alliance. Their bodies shook violently, and their expressions changed abruptly. They all gasped and exclaimed in horror, "What? 6 of the primordial era's almighties have fallen in just a few breaths? No, it's clearly 8 of them." While you were talking, the Master of the Magic Hall's skeleton clone and the Black Mist clone each killed one of the Desolate Supremes. It's too cruel, too bloody. The Master of the Magic Hall's monstrous ferociousness is simply terrifying. There is no doubt about the result of this battle. After the Star Alliance, the Myriad Races Alliance will also suffer heavy losses. Perhaps the 4 Desolate Supremes trapped in the 9-colored Flame Sea will be able to escape this calamity. After all, the Desolate Supremes are too difficult to kill. Every one of them must pay a heavy price. However, there is no doubt that these 24 Desolate Supremes will be completely annihilated in this battle. After this battle, the strength of the Myriad Races Alliance will be greatly reduced. More importantly, the Master of the Magic Hall will be traumatized by this battle. I'm afraid that in the near future, they won't be able to join forces with the Star Alliance and attack the Magic Hall together. I originally thought that with the arrival of the reinforcements from the 3 great alliances and the continuous announcement of their withdrawal from the Demon Hall, which was already ruling the world in this primordial world fragment, would no longer be powerful. I didn't expect that it would end up like this. The Star Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance have suffered heavy losses one after another. The Beast Alliance has already been eliminated, and the Survivors Alliance doesn't even dare to fart. They have been holed up in the star field and haven't shown themselves. The remaining most powerful alliance, the Human Federation, and the unexpected arrival of the Tianji clan, are in a fierce battle. I'm afraid that they won't stop for a while. So it seems that the supreme overlord of this primordial era fragment is still the Magic Hall. Screech. Boom. Rumble, whoosh whoosh. Along with the horrified cries coming from the distance, the incomparably mournful roars from the battlefield didn't stop for a moment. There was also the sound of rumbling thunder, which was soul-stirring. While the remaining primordial powerful beings of the Human Alliance fled in different directions with all their might. But, unfortunately, although the speed of the powerful figures of the primordial era was amazing, it was nothing compared to the supreme masters of the primordial era, especially the late Desolate Supremacy. Remains the Bone Doppelganger and the Black Fog Doppelganger were like dragons roaming the 4 seas. Their figures flashed from time to time in different areas of the void. Every time they appeared, they didn't hesitate at all and immediately punched. There was no resistance at all. The remaining powerful figures of the Human Alliance had long been scared out of their wits. In the face of the violent energy head-on, there was no other way to deal with it except to escape like crazy. The final result was without suspense. Remains the Bone Clone and the Black Mist Clone struck out time and time again. Each time, it was a simple punch. Every time they struck their target, their bodies would explode in a single moment, turning into a tremendous mist of blood that dispersed into the surroundings. Before it could spread, the Bone Doppelganger and the Black Fog Doppelganger waved their hands and swept it into their bodies. After the battle, they would send it into the Farmer God's cauldron to begin the refinement of blood essence. It was an unprecedented bloodbath. Not even the recent Star Alliance had such a one-sided battle. Star was a force to be reckoned with. In the Battle of the Sky Alliance, Yi Xian had only killed 16 of the Primordial Era's great figures. But this time, in the alliance of 10,000 races, he didn't plan to let any of the 24 Primordial Era's great figures escape. Although, the number of prey had increased, but at the same time the Black Fog Doppelganger and the Bone Doppelganger had increased from the last battle to the 2 Primordial Era's great figures. Exactly because of this, the duration of this battle was much shorter than the last battle in the Star Alliance. The 24 powerful Primordial Era experts were completely slaughtered by the Bone Doppelganger and the Black Fog Doppelganger in just a few dozen breaths. At this moment, the incomparably mournful howls and screams in the void completely disappeared. Not even the slightest smell of blood could be heard because the blood doppelganger had been collected. But, invisibly, there was a boundless chill that made one's divine soul tremble, rapidly spreading, making the scouts of the various forces in the distant void feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 48-28. Before the start of this battle, the experts in the scout fleets of various forces who were watching the battle from afar had roughly guessed the final fate of the 24 powerful figures from the Alliance of the Ancients. However, no one had expected that this battle would end so quickly in such a short period of time. 24 powerful figures from the Ancients, including the Skeleton Avatar and the Black Fog Avatar of the Master of the Magic Hall, were completely wiped out in just a few dozen breaths. A few dozen breaths was just the time it took to brew a cup of tea. If someone had poured a cup of hot tea before the battle, by the time the battle was over, and the 24 powerful figures from the Ancients had all fallen, the cup of hot tea would still be warm. This was a huge irony, but it made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Of course, this was only the feeling of the spectators. For Yi Xian, this was not the case. On the contrary, at this moment, his heart was full of joy, and there was a great sense of satisfaction after a harvest. Before the start of this battle, he only had 25 Supreme Expert Blood Essences in his possession. But now that he'd obtained 24 of them, the total number of Supreme Expert Blood Essences in Yi Xian's possession had reached a total of 49. Among these 49 blood essences, there were even 6 of the best quality. As such, according to Yi Xian's calculations, if he were to use these 49 Supreme Expert Blood Essences to refine them, then the chances of producing 51 level 29 Desolate Sovereign pellets would be 100%. It was a done deal. Even 53 pills would have a 60% chance. As for the probability of 55 pills, it had dropped sharply, to only about 40%. His original plan was to refine 40 level 29 Desolate Supremacy pills. Now, he had at least 51 pills as a guarantee. It could be said that he had greatly exceeded his original plan, and it was definitely a huge surprise. This time, his gains were truly too great, causing his heart to be incomparably agitated. Even with Yi Xian's current state of mind, he couldn't calm down for a long time. After a full 10 breaths of time, his surging heart gradually calmed down. Then, the Skeleton Avatar and the Black Fog Avatar turned their heads and exchanged a look. With tacit understanding, they immediately turned their heads to look at the giant 9-colored flame ball 10 billion miles away on the right side. In today's battle, the main goal had been exceeded. If they could kill one more Supreme Primordial Master, it would be absolutely perfect. It would be icing on the cake. Although there were 4 primordial sovereigns trapped in the 9-colored flame sea, all of them were only at the middle stage of the primordial sovereign realm. The weakest among them was only at the beginning stage of the primordial sovereign realm, which was only a rank 4 desolate sovereign. Currently, Yi Xian's 3 blood sea clones were all here. If they entered the 9-colored flame ball at the same time and joined forces, they might be able to kill the 4th order desolate sovereign in one fell swoop, although it was difficult to kill a desolate supremacy, especially a mid-stage desolate supremacy. The 3 blood sea avatars were already at the late stage of this realm. Their combat strength was extremely powerful. With the help of the 9-colored flame sea, theoretically speaking, as long as there was enough time, the 4 supreme masters of the ancients from the Myriad Races Alliance who were trapped in the fireball would be annihilated one by one. However, theory was theory, and reality was reality. Yi Xian could not spend so much time here because there were other supreme primordial masters in the void of this primordial world fragment who could arrive at any time. Once they were disturbed, there would be endless variables in an instant. What's more, now that he was conquering the Alliance alone, there were no desolate supremacies in the magic hall of the forbidden land of the rising sun. The strongest existences were the 2 old guys, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise. In the early stage. Other than that, there were the 9 supreme primordial beasts of the Star Alliance who had just submitted to the magic hall. And the battle that happened in the Alliance would soon be known by the other desolate supremacies in the void of this primordial world fragment. The Human Federation and the Tianji clan were not that big of a deal. Even if they wanted to, they would not have the time to leave in such a short time. But the Star Alliance was a big threat. Not long ago, Yi Xian had just arrived in the Star Alliance and killed 16 of the 25 Supreme Primordial Masters in one fell swoop, subduing 9 of them. This was a monstrous hatred. If there was a chance, he would not let go of the blood-devouring lion, the 9-headed blood serpent, the azure sky rock, and the newly joined scarlet unicorn and the 9-hell demon crocodile. Yi Xian could not afford not to let his guard down. If they took advantage of the time when he was conquering the Alliance and rushed into the forbidden land of the rising sun, the headquarters of the Magic Hall, and started a massacre, the consequences would be unimaginable. Time is running out. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the skeleton avatar and the black mist avatar as they murmured at the same time, "But if we leave like this, it would be too much. No matter what, let's give it a try. If we can't kill that 4th Order Supreme Primordial Master within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, there's no need to continue the battle. Put away the 9-colored flames, see, withdraw, and retreat, whoosh." Whoosh whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the skeleton avatar and the black mist avatar had already rushed out at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived at the edge of the giant 9-colored flame ball 10 billion miles to the right. Without the slightest hesitation, after exchanging a look with the violent ape, the 3 blood sea avatars' eyes flashed with a cold light, and in an instant, they rushed into the giant flame ball formed by the 9-colored flame sea. They disappeared. Seeing this scene, the countless experts in the scout fleets from the various races and forces in the distant void were stunned at the same time. Then, their expressions changed drastically, and their bodies shook violently. They were all shocked and cried out involuntarily, "What's going on?" The 24 primordial masters of the Alliance of the 10,000 races have all been wiped out. Shouldn't this battle be over? Why hasn't the master of the Magic Hall left? Hiss. The 3 blood sea avatars rushed into the giant flame ball formed by the 9-colored flame sea with a diameter of hundreds of millions of miles at the same time. What are they doing? Do you still need to ask? Is there anyone else trapped in that giant flame ball? It's the 4 primordial masters of the Alliance of the 10,000 races. How is that possible? The master of the Magic Hall actually wants to expand the battle results and kill the 4 desolate masters of the Alliance of the 10,000 races. This is too shocking. It's absolutely impossible to kill all of them. The master of the Magic Hall himself knows this, but if he finds an opportunity, the 3 blood sea avatars can join forces and attack at the same time. It's completely possible to only kill one of them. Something big is going to happen. Could it be that a desolate master is going to die here today? This is too shocking, the entire void is going to shake. Roar. Screech. Screech. Rumble. Just as countless cries of shock rang out in the surrounding void, a series of earth-shattering roars suddenly rang out from the giant fireball in the distance. There was even a rumbling sound of thunder that resounded endlessly. Obviously, the great battle in the flame ball had broken out. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4829. Roar. Screech. Screech, screech, screech. Rumble. Within the giant fireball, a series of earth-shattering screeches and screeches could be heard. This meant that the battle between the 7 primordial supremes had begun. To be more precise, it wasn't the 7 primordial supremes that were fighting in the fireball, but 5. 4 of them belonged to the Alliance of 10,000 tribes, while the other 3 were the master of the Magic Hall. Only the master of the Magic Hall would be able to fight against 4 primordial supremes alone. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the scouts from various forces and tribes in the distant void were dazzled. At this moment, the heroic figure of the master of the Magic Hall was unprecedentedly high in their minds. Grand and glorious, everyone was paying close attention to the outcome of this battle. Although they couldn't see the situation inside the giant fireball, the hearts of all the experts in the surrounding void were in their throats. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, 30 minutes had passed. During this time, the earth-shattering screeches and screeches in the fireball didn't stop for a moment, and endless thunderous roars continued, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as all the experts were holding their breaths, 3 extremely sharp sounds suddenly came from the fireball in front of them. He looked up, only to see 3 gargantuan figures rush out of the giant 9-colored fireball almost at the same time. They were the 3 Blood Sea avatars of the Master of the Magic Hall, the Violent Ape avatar, the Skeleton avatar, and the Black Fog avatar. Yi Xian's original time limit was 30 minutes. Now that the time was up, he couldn't delay any longer. Otherwise, the Rising Sun Forbidden Land would be lost. Although he couldn't find an opportunity to kill the rank 4 primordial supremes, this battle had to end. He couldn't stay any longer. Walala, as the 3 Blood Sea clones charged out, gushing sounds that were like tidewater instantly rang out, covering the entire place. The Black Mist doppelganger and the Skeleton doppelganger instantly collapsed, turning into a rain of blood that fused into the sea of blood beneath their feet. Then, the boundless sea of blood shrank in the blink of an eye, turning into a weak ray of light that shot into the space between Bao Yuan's eyebrows. He turned his head and swept his gaze over the experts who were watching from afar. The figure of the Bao Yuan shrunk rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to its original height of around 3 meters. Screech, hua! In the next moment, the Violent Ape raised its head and let out a slightly unwilling roar. At the same time, the huge 9-colored fireball in front of him completely collapsed in half a breath. In the end, it turned into a 9-colored ray of light that shot over and entered between his eyebrows and disappeared. It was clear that they wanted to end this battle and leave. As such thoughts flashed through their minds, countless experts from the scouting fleets of various factions and clans who were watching the battle from afar were slightly disappointed and sighed inwardly. In the end, he still couldn't see the scene of the desolate Supremes falling. The Master of the Magic Hall had some misgivings and was about to leave. Hiss! Just as these thoughts flashed through their minds, an extremely clear sound of ripping silk came from the void in front of them. The Violent Ape casually tore open a crack in the void, stepped into it, and disappeared. Roar! Screech! Screech! At this time, the black gold giant ant, the silver giant rat, and the other 4 desolate supremes of the Myriad Races Alliance, who had already escaped the seal of the 9-colored fireball, regained their senses. Although they weren't seriously injured, they were in an extremely sorry state. Their bodies were covered with huge blood bags. It was obvious that they were blasted out by the big-headed black rod. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the higher-ups of the scout fleets from various large factions and clans in the distant void immediately gave the order to retreat at full speed. If they were to stay any longer, they might be implicated and become the vent of these 4 powerful desolate venerables, in the depths of the forbidden land of the rising sun, in Yi Xian's cavern star. Now, a day had passed since the battle of the Myriad Races Alliance. After leaving the Myriad Races Alliance, Yi Xian returned to the forbidden land of the rising sun immediately. However, he did not alarm the higher-ups of the Magic Hall in the forbidden land. Instead, he directly returned to the Cavern Star area and entered the Magic Hall. Because of the successive expeditions against the Star Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance, he could be said to have fought many battles. There were already signs of a breakthrough in his body. Therefore, as soon as he returned, he immediately returned to the Cavern Star in order to immediately start a closed-door training and seek for a breakthrough. Rumble. At this moment, suddenly, with a wave of his hand, Yi Xian instantly took out the Shinon cauldron. It was suspended behind the giant peak where the Magic Hall was located, floating in midair. With a flash of his body, he stepped into the mouth of the cauldron filled with 9-colored fog. After entering the cauldron space, he sat down cross-legged above the central region volcano in the cauldron space. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! In the next instant, a large number of faint sounds of something breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out from Yi Xian's body and hovered in front of him. This included the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine herbs, and various other top-grade cultivation resources. There was even a large canopy of gray chaos herbs, which had a circumference of at least 10,000 feet. These were all cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. After everything was done, Yi Xian immediately activated the power of the Shinon Cauldron's domain and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian swallowed this nascent soul fist-sized round bead into his stomach and rapidly dissolved. Whoosh! Rumble! As soon as he swallowed all the cultivation resources, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from his body. All the cultivation resources melted in his mouth and gathered into a majestic river of energy. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, it continued to circulate in the 100 meridians of his body until it was completely refined. When the great river of energy disappeared and completely merged with his spirit and physical body, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Yi Xian had only gathered his strength to launch a single attack before the shackles were broken. The anticipated system prompt quickly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, Primordial Age 7. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the physical body. Current realm, Primordial Age 7. Primordial Age 7. This was already the late stage of this realm. Before this breakthrough, Yi Xian's original body was at the 6th level of the primordial era. After activating the power of the ancient demon ape's bloodline in his body, he was able to instantly reach the 7th level of the primordial era. After using the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and reaching the 9th transformation, his battle strength would immediately soar to primordial age 7. Only with the addition of his physical body's majestic blood qi to his cultivation base, his true battle strength would be able to reach the level of a primordial age 8 desolate sovereign. But now, with the arrival of a new breakthrough, Yi Xian would instantly possess the strength of a primordial age 8 after activating the ancient ape demon's bloodline in his body. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website, M. Chapter 4830. In this way, once he used the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and directly entered the 9th transformation, his peak combat strength would instantly reach the 8th order of the Desolate Ancient Supreme. If he was in the state of his gigantic body of 60 million miles, the majestic qi and blood power that made one's hair stand on end would have an additional level to his true battle strength. At that time, the strongest battle strength that he could display would reach an unprecedented level that was comparable to a 9th-ranked Desolate Venerable. This was the so-called half-step Heavenly Tao. In fact, he still had the Blood Cease secret technique. If he activated the power of the Blood Cease secret technique, he would be able to condense 3 Blood Sea clones in an instant. All of them had terrifying combat strength comparable to the 9th-order Desolate Master. Under such circumstances, if it was a 3-on-1 battle, even the 9th-order Desolate Master would be crushed by him. If he used the Fallen Sky Bow and other powerful abilities and trump cards, the peak of the 9th-order Desolate Master would only be a half-step Heavenly Tao like the Void Giant Turtle. The existence of the Tao level, if caught off guard, was also very likely to be killed by his arrow. Thus, it fell. These thoughts flashed through his mind. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was unprecedentedly agitated. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He only used 7 days for this closed-door training. After calming down the excitement in his heart, Yi Xian pinched his fingers and calculated. The expression on his face suddenly became strange. Ever since he entered the middle stage of the Almighty, the time required for each seclusion breakthrough became longer and longer. However, this time, it only took 7 days. It was truly beyond his expectations. However, this was most likely because of the previous battles. Thinking of this, he was relieved. Then, after thinking for a while, he quickly made a new decision. The blood essence of the Almighty in my hands has already accumulated to 49 pieces. I can at least refine 51 pieces of the 29th level Desolate Master's treasure pill. In this case, there is no need to continue waiting. First, I will refine this furnace of Desolate Master's treasure pill. After completing it, I will focus on collecting the blood essence of the Desolate Master used to refine the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill. After saying that, he did not hesitate anymore. He immediately took out the majestic blood mist that was formed by the explosion of the bodies of the desolate ancient almighties and sent it into the flame pool at the center of the Shinong cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. After a while, all the blood essences were condensed. Yi Xian once again adjusted his mood and began to refine the second batch of the 29th level Desolate Master's treasure pill. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the blood essence of the Almighty's treasure pill appeared in his right palm. No more, no less, exactly 49 of them. Moreover, among these 49 blood essences, there were 6 supreme-grade items. It was as if one of them was equivalent to 2 blood essences. Just one pill could allow a desolate ancient almighty to break through the bottleneck of the 9th stage in a short period of time and become a real desolate master. At this moment, the 49 supreme expert blood essences that he took out, along with a large number of other top-grade treasures and the primordial life treasure body resources, became the basic ingredients for Yi Xian to refine the level 29 Desolate Sovereign treasure pill. However, apart from these 2 most important basic materials, Yi Xian would also add some all-evil source liquid and the top-grade resources that he found in the Hongmeng Void. Although the Desolate Master's treasure pill was no small matter, Yi Xian had already refined a furnace of it before. Therefore, he was not nervous at all this time and was very confident. After all the preparations for the refinement were completed, Yi Xian abruptly waved his hand. In an instant, all the resources and top-grade precious materials required for the formula of the 29th level Desolate Master's treasure pill were taken out. Then, he closed his eyes. At the same time, inside the Shinong cauldron, in the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sounds of breaking through the air rang out one after another. Densely packed dark lights of various colors shot out from the mouth of the cauldron above the volcano in the central region. They directly appeared above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano and suddenly stopped. It was Yi Xian's refinement for this reason. All sorts of top-grade materials and cultivation resources were prepared for the 29th level Desolate Master's treasure pill. Hoo! In the next moment, a sound like the howling of a gale rang out. Below these top-grade resources, from the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region, a majestic Shinong 9-colored flame whistled up. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a 9-colored furnace that was about 10 feet in radius. Rainbow Furnace. It was small and simple, exuding an extraordinary aura. Immediately after, the Almighty's blood essence and other materials that had been prepared flew up automatically and entered this small flame cauldron that was only about 10 feet in radius. The refinement of the second batch of 29th level Desolate Master pills officially began. Although this was the second time he had refined it, the amount of almighty blood essence he had invested this time was too much. Therefore, Yi Xian still didn't dare to let down his guard at all. He wholeheartedly controlled everything, focusing on it like never before. As he chanted, one alchemy technique after another appeared in his hands at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a series of obscure and mysterious runes that entered the 9-colored furnace at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. Unknowingly, a month passed in the blink of an eye, but Yi Xian didn't feel it at all. His entire mind was immersed in the refinement of this furnace of Desolate Master's treasure pill, completely forgetting the existence of time. Boom! It was at this moment that a huge roar sounded above the flame pool at the bottom of the central region in the cauldron. The cauldron formed purely from the Shinong 9-colored flame dissipated in an instant. The 9-colored flames rushed back to the flame pool below like a river, and what remained above the flame pool were 55 round beads the size of nascent soul fists. All of the beads were purple in color, and the surface was suffused with an incomparably dense 9-colored mist. There was even a layer of incomparably illusory halo, revealing a simple and heavy aura. It was the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pellet. Just one of them was enough to make a peak level 9 Cultivator of the Desolation Supreme Realm break through to level 29 of the Supreme Realm of the Desolation Supreme in a short period of time. It was the Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill. There are 55 of them. Yi Xian abruptly opened his eyes, and a blazing light flashed within them. Looking at the 55 supreme pellets floating in front of him that emitted a dense aura of the desolate sovereign, his expression was stunned, and he instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. As he muttered softly, there was endless surprise. This time, he used 49 blood essences to refine. Because there were 6 of the best quality, one of them could be compared to 2. Therefore, according to Yi Xian's deduction, putting aside the 4 as a base, the probability of refining 51 Desolate Master's treasure pills would reach to 100%. It was a done deal, without any suspense. In addition, the probability of 53 pills was about 60%. On the other hand, the probability of obtaining 55 crystals increased by a large margin, to only about 40%. Now that the treasure pills were out, there were 55 of them. The small probability of 40% had become a reality. How could he not be ecstatic? One had to know that a Desolate Master's treasure pill meant that he would have a powerful Desolate Ancient Supreme under his command in the future. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 48-31. Previously, Yi Xian only had 5 level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pellets left in his hands. Now that he had refined another 55 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pellets, adding them all together, the total number of Desolate Supreme Treasure Pellets in his hands had already reached 60. After consuming one, he still had 59 left. Although he had many subordinates, he would be able to reach the level of Desolate Supreme in the future. In other words, the existence that Yi Xian wanted to help them reach this level was definitely only a small number of them. 59 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pellets were enough. After calming down his incomparably excited state of mind, Yi Xian's figure flashed and instantly left the Shinon cauldron. With a raise of his hand, the treasured cauldron transformed into a ray of light that entered his body. Immediately after, he flipped his right hand and instantly appeared above his palm. 59 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pellets. Every single one of them emitted a majestic and endless energy aura, causing people to raise their eyebrows. Boom! Rumble! Almost in the next moment, in the void of the universe outside the Life Star, a large number of black tribulation clouds surged over. To think! A lightning tribulation is descending. Hearing the earth-shattering sound of the lightning tribulation, Yi Xian was startled. As he muttered softly, the expression on his face instantly became a little strange. Logically speaking, refining a level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pellet would not attract a heavenly tribulation. Of course, a level 30 Heavenly Path Pellet was completely different. But this time, perhaps because there were too many Desolate Supreme Treasure Pellets, it unexpectedly attracted a heavenly tribulation. Moreover, from the rumbling thunder that entered his ears and the faint aura of the heavenly tribulation that he could faintly sense, the power of the Desolate Supreme Pill tribulation that descended this time was probably not small. However, Yi Xian was completely fearless. He had just broken through not long ago, so what he wanted was a baptism by a wave of heavenly tribulation. Facing the heavenly tribulation that would cause cultivators to turn pale, Yi Xian did not take it seriously at all. What's more, for the thunder spirit of the Emperor Seal and the Rai Di Seal, this heavenly tribulation was probably another opportunity. Thinking of this, Yi Xian no longer hesitated, his figure flashed, and instantly disappeared from the cave star. When he appeared again, he was already outside the forbidden land of Rising Sun, and he walked out from an extremely remote part of the universe. With his departure, the countless tribulation clouds that originally shrouded the cave star disappeared in an instant. They followed him and appeared above Yi Xian's head, covering a vast expanse of hundreds of millions of miles. Roar! At this moment, Yi Xian raised his head and roared. As his hair fluttered in the wind, the aura within his body was completely activated. His entire body was like the hottest human-shaped star. Inside his body, endless light was blooming, bursting out through the 1.08 billion pores on the surface of his body. An ear-piercing crisp sound rang out, and the tribulation clouds in the sky instantly surged even more violently. In just a short breath of time, an incomparably thick purple-gold lightning bolt had already smashed down. Emperor's Seal. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. After a soft cry, the Rai-D seal hanging above the sea of consciousness in his mind shot out. Screech! Almost in the next moment, the Rai-D seal flew up, and an incomparably high-pitched roar sounded from the Emperor's Seal. This was the thunder spirit of the Emperor's Seal rejoicing. For it, the so-called tribulation was the best opportunity to temper itself. Screech! Almost at the moment the Emperor's Seal appeared, an even more cheerful roar came from the Emperor's Seal, revealing an even more powerful aura of pressure. It was the desolate ancient Almighty. Last time, the Emperor's Seal Thunder Spirit had broken through to the third level of the desolate ancient Almighty in the thunder tribulation of the black-robed desolate sovereign of the Survivors Alliance. At this time, the roar that came out was the Emperor's Seal Thunder Spirit rejoicing. This kind of tribulation was the best opportunity to temper itself. It could be said that the Thunder Spirit's cultivation strength had skyrocketed last time, and after a period of nourishment and absorption, its current realm had already stabilized. This time, after sensing the powerful aura of the Thunder Tribulation descending once again, the Emperor's Seal Thunder Spirit rejoiced once again. Because this was its opportunity. Moreover, after the baptism of this Thunder Tribulation, the Rai-D Seal would become even more powerful, and the Emperor's Seal Thunder Spirit would most likely transform again. This was a great fortune, so naturally, it was extremely excited. It had a feeling that it could not hold back and wanted to rush out. As usual, I only want the last wave. The first 2 waves will be left to you and the Emperor's Seal. With a faint smile, Yi Xian's firm voice came out of his mouth as he distributed the 3 waves of thunder tribulation that were about to descend above his head. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the first wave of tribulation lightning above his head had already struck down. Although it fell towards Yi Xian's head, it did not affect him in the slightest. It was all sucked in by the Rai-D seal. Screech! It was obvious that it had eaten enough, and the Thunder Spirit's cheers came from within the Emperor's Seal once again. Very quickly, a second loud cracking sound came from the sky above his head. This time, it was even thicker than the previous one, and it instantly pounced over. Facing this wave of thunder tribulation, Yi Xian still did not move. With his hands behind his back, he allowed the Rai-D seal above his head to absorb the second bolt of lightning. Almost in the next moment, an even more cheerful and tyrannical howl came from within the Emperor's Seal. It was the aura of a middle-stage Almighty expert. Desolate Ancient Almighty Level 4. This time, although the Emperor's Seal Thunder Spirit had only broken through by 1 level, this was expected. Even if it could absorb the power of the Thunder Tribulation, it had already entered the middle stage of the Almighty, so it was normal for its cultivation speed to slow down. Gotcha! The last wave of tribulation lightning quickly struck down, and its power was even more terrifying. Although it was still purple-gold in color, its diameter had increased by more than 10 times, giving people the feeling that it was going to destroy the heavens and earth. In this regard, Yi Xian was still unmoved. After curling his lips, he waved his hand and kept the Rai-D seal into his body. Then, his figure flashed, and he directly rushed towards the terrifying tribulation cloud that covered the endless void above his head. Screech, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under the agitation of his emotions, the violent ape let out a long howl. It did not dodge. Instead, its figure rushed out amidst the howl. In the blink of an eye, it entered the tribulation lightning and was completely submerged. At the same time, the 55 level 29 desolate supreme treasure pills that had just come out of the furnace were casually thrown out by him and hung above his head. This was the desolate supreme treasure pill. Furthermore, the first 2 waves of thunder tribulation were absorbed by the Emperor's seal and the thunder spirit. The last wave of thunder tribulation was shared by him. If it was destroyed like this, then it would be worthless. Rumble, this scene was too shocking. In the vast purple-gold tribulation cloud, a series of terrifying explosions continued. The vast void within a radius of tens of millions of miles was completely enveloped by the sea of purple-gold lightning. In an instant, the galaxy was trembling slightly as if it could collapse at any time. The thunder tribulation raged for dozens of breaths before the vast sea of lightning above his head finally disappeared completely. In the next moment, the vast void of tens of millions of miles was cleared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A faint sound of breaking through the air sounded. In the next moment, Yi Xian walked out from the void high in the sky. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, M.